Chapter 1, The Return of the Unwanted Son, A Great Sorrow. Brother, don't look. They're getting married today. We're just lowlives. We're not even worthy of raising their heels. By the way, I'm still short of a bricklayer at the construction site. Do you want to go? 300 a day? Outside the Jiangdu railway station, under a huge billboard, stood a young man about 24 or 25 years old. He stared at the billboard with a look of hatred that seemed to be about to burst into flames. On the billboard was a stunningly beautiful woman, with a slight upward curl at the corner of her mouth, a smile that only the superior can have, and a look that defies everything. Xiaoxue, 24 years old, president of Aoxue Group, worth 10 billion, has a stunning face and a devilish figure. She is the dream lover of all men in Jiangdu. It's been 3 years, Xiaoxue, I didn't think I'd still be alive. Yi Chen's fist gradually tightened. 3 years ago, this stunning woman who made all men's hearts beat faster was still his wife. Of course, at that time, Xiaoxue was not the president of Aoxue Group. She was just a poor woman whose kidneys had failed and whose life was about to end. It was an ordinary employee of Aoxue who donated a kidney to her so that she could live. That ordinary employee was Yi Chen. In order to repay Yi Chen, Xiaoxue married Yi Chen and made Yi Chen the son-in-law of the Xin family. Although the two were married, Xiaoxue had never consummated the marriage with Yi Chen, citing physical discomfort as the reason. Even so, Yi Chen still served Xiaoxue as a horse and a saddle, and did whatever she asked. His status in the Xin family was even lower than that of a dog. What Yi Chen didn't expect was that not only did the Xin family not treat him as a human being, they even had designs on his other kidney. After 6 months of living with the Xin family, Xiaoxue took him on a trip. He thought that he had finally moved the iceberg and that the two of them would finally be together. But the result was that during the trip, Xiaoxue took his second kidney and pushed him off a cliff. Then he announced to the world that he had accidentally fallen off a cliff. With 2 kidneys gone and a fall down the cliff, Yi Chen was a dead man. However, there is always a way out. Yi Chen met a mysterious old man when he was about to die. He was able to survive only after the old man replaced his kidney with a pig's kidney. Later, he became the old man's disciple. Over the past 3 years, he has learned the old man's powerful martial arts and peerless medical skills. But he never stops thinking about making that ungrateful, treacherous woman pay the price. Kid, you really thought I gave you a pig kidney? It was a unicorn kidney, 100 times stronger than your original kidney. But this thing about cutting off her kidney is really too much. Master supports you in your revenge. Remember, when you cut off her kidney, don't use anesthetic. Take this black card. There is no limit to the amount you can spend. And this treasure bag. Haven't you always wanted to know what's inside? Here, this is the angel order. With it, you can summon the 3,000 beautiful angel guards of the angel King Yasha. They are all extremely powerful and can sweep away everything. The ring of the god killer was bestowed by the Dragon Queen, and it gives you the power to kill without permission. The 9-turn golden needle can bring the dead back to life. I'm giving you all of these today. Remember, you are my disciple. After you go down the mountain, if anyone doesn't obey you, kill them. If you want to eat their kidneys, eat them. Don't disgrace my reputation. Also, you have the kidney of a unicorn and the blood of a unicorn flowing through your body. If you can't help it, go find your beautiful senior sisters. They are all beautiful women. When Yi Chen left the mountain, his master gave him all his treasures and told him to be the only one who was respected after he left the mountain. Even if the sky collapsed, his master would still be there to support him. Master, you have been so kind to me. I will repay you in the future. After saying this, Yi Chen bowed to the old man several times before turning and leaving. 3 years ago, if it weren't for his master's rescue, he would have been eaten by wild dogs long ago, but Xiaoxue, on the other hand, has become a goddess CEO with a value of 10 billion. He hates her. Aoxue is not only beautiful, capable, and kind-hearted, but also, rumor has it, she mourned for her late husband for 3 years. What a pity that her late husband never consummated his marriage with Aoxue. Now that the 3-year mourning period is over, the goddess Aoxue is finally getting married, but unfortunately, it's not me. If I could marry a woman like that, I would be willing to live 50 years less. At this moment, there were many people standing under the billboard, staring at the giant poster of the beautiful woman with greedy eyes, as if they were in a trance. Listening to the praise coming from all around, Yi Chen's heart swelled with hatred, and he could not help but snort, "Goddess CEO? She's just a snake and a viper. Kid, who are you to dare to insult my snow goddess? She is a great philanthropist, and her annual donations alone amount to hundreds of millions. That's right, if you dare to slander President Qin again, I'll get mad at you." The crowd around him suddenly said with indignation. At this moment, a woman with a dirty appearance but a high level of attractiveness rushed out of the crowd and hid behind Yi Chen. "Big brother, save me. I've been kidnapped." The woman grabbed Yi Chen's arm and said to him with a pleading face, "Mr. Lin, do you think he can save you?" A playful voice sounded. Swish. The next moment, more than 20 people rushed out of the crowd and surrounded the two of them. "I said, I'll give you whatever you want." Lin Ruoshi's eyes were filled with fear. "Mr. Lin, we know you have money, but we are out here to make a living, and the most important thing is loyalty." Lead, a big man in the eyes of a sinister color, actually pulled out a knife. "Brother, I am Lin Ruoshi, the president of Lin's company. If you save me, I will definitely thank you." Lin Ruoshi bit her lip. Yi Chen was her only lifeline. However, after hearing Lin Ruoshi's words, Yi Chen didn't even look at her and left straight away. Seeing this, a look of despair appeared on Lin Ruoshi's face. Yes, there were so many people on the other side, and as long as they were normal people, they would not be able to get involved in this mess. "Kid, did I let you go?" At this time, the leader of the group stopped Yi Chen's path. "Get out of my way," Yi Chen said with a blank expression. "Kid, you insulted the goddess of pride and snow, you deserve to die. Now that you know our secret, there is no way you can leave," the big man said with a hideous look. Pop. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, his body flew out and he fell heavily to the ground. "Brothers, attack together and kill him." The big man spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted at his subordinates. The next moment, more than 20 people all pulled out their weapons and rushed towards Yi Chen. Obviously, these people are all masters of the knife, carrying human lives on their backs, and ready to kill at the slightest disagreement. However, Yi Chen kicked the person in the front with a kick in the chest, and the person's chest immediately collapsed, and blood sprayed from his mouth. He flew more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground, and was already unconscious. Bang bang bang. In just a few seconds, more than 20 people all fell in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ruoshi was completely stunned. Is this still human? You wouldn't dare act like this in a movie. Knowing that he had met a master, he was about to thank Yi Chen, but Yi Chen had already left in a big stride. Lin Ruoshi quickly chased after him. "You saved me, I can fulfill one of your conditions," Lin Ruoshi said to Yi Chen. "No need," Yi Chen said coldly. "No, Lin Ruoshi, keep my word. If you follow me again, I will kill you." Yi Chen's eyes darkened. Lin Ruoshi was startled. She dared not go any further. She could tell that the other party was serious and wasn't joking with her. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but swallow. Although Lin Ruoshi had fallen into a difficult situation, she was after all the president of the Lin family, and her appearance was also at the peak level. She was being so ignored. But she didn't dare to go up. She was afraid that she would really be killed. It must be that she looks too disheveled. Wait until I take a shower and change my clothes, I'll be so attractive you won't be able to take your eyes off me, Lin Ruoshi said to herself, then quickly hailed a taxi and left. Yi Chen, on the other hand, headed towards the Imperial Hotel. It's time to settle the score from 3 years ago. Chapter 2, Wedding Chaos. The Imperial Hotel is the highest-end hotel in Jiangdu, and it was already full of guests at this time. The reason is that Xianao Xue is getting married here today. Xianao Xue was wearing a white wedding dress, and with her stunning looks and hot body, she amazed everyone present. Especially the men, they all wanted to take the groom's place. However, the man who can become Xianao Xue is obviously no ordinary person. The groom is Su Tianchang, the son of the Su family, which is several times stronger than the Shen family. Although Xianao Xue had been married before, she was just too beautiful. Plus, Xianao Xue promised that she had never let Yi Chen touch her. Therefore, Su Tianchang was willing to marry her. The ceremony is over. Now, the groom can kiss the bride. The MC's voice rang out. Su Tianchang immediately kissed the beautiful woman in front of him. Xiaoxue also closed her eyes in time, with a happy expression on her face. Xiaoxue, you are not a goddess at all, you are just a hypocritical little person. Xiaoqian donated a kidney to you and saved your life, but you repaid his kindness by killing him. However, at this moment, an inappropriate voice rang out. The voice belonged to a blind woman, who was leaning on a walking stick and had an angry expression on her face. Swish! As soon as the woman spoke, everyone's eyes turned to look at her. When she saw the woman, a cold look suddenly appeared on Xiaoxue's pretty face. You blind old hag, what are you talking about? Xiaoxue's father, Shenhuanhua, scolded with a displeased expression. If you don't believe me, you can check to see if she has 2 kidneys in her body. Xiao Chen was not missing at all, she was killed by her. The woman continued. Everyone was in an uproar. You have to know that Xiaoxue had been in mourning for her ex-husband for 3 years before she got married. In everyone's eyes, she was a woman with feelings and a strong sense of loyalty. But now, someone is saying that Xiaoxue killed Yi Chen for his other kidney. Ning Xin, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip out your tongue. Xiaoxue said in a cold tone. Of course I believe it. 3 years ago, you had my eyes blinded. What else can you, Miss Shen, not do? Xiaoxue, I dare to come here today, and I have no intention of leaving alive. I must let everyone know your ugly face. This woman who suddenly appeared was named Ning Xin, and she was Yi Chen's colleague at the Yaoxue group. One day, Ning Xin was bullied by some thugs on her way home from work. Yi Chen saved her at the risk of his own life. That day, Yi Chen was beaten all over his body, but he held Ning Xin behind him tightly. In the end, the thugs got tired and left. After that, the two became closer, especially Ning Xin, who had a secret crush on Yi Chen. However, at that time, Yi Chen only had eyes for Xiaoxue. After all, Xiaoxue was the goddess of all men in the Yaoxue group. Later, Yi Chen actually donated his kidney to Xiaoxue and married into the Shen family. Ning Xin could only bury this feeling deep in her heart. 3 years ago, before he was killed, Yi Chen used his last strength to send a text message to Ning Xin. The text message only had 3 words, Xiaoxue. Ning Xin received Yi Chen's text message and was naturally confused. She wanted to call Yi Chen back, but found that Yi Chen's phone had been turned off. Not long after, she heard that Yi Chen had been killed while traveling with Xiaoxue. He fell off a cliff and his body was never found. In her grief, Ning Xin remembered the text message Yi Chen had sent her. Could it be that Yi Chen didn't fall off the cliff by accident? Could it be that Xiaoxue had killed him? Right, although Yi Chen donated a kidney to Xiaoxue, 1 kidney can only keep Xiaoxue alive, and only 2 kidneys can allow her to live like a normal person. Xiaoxue must have wanted Yi Chen's other kidney. Ning Xin quickly guessed the truth of the matter. But she was just an ordinary employee of the Yaoxue group, and no one would believe her if she told anyone. So she began to investigate quietly. She even stole Xiaoxue's medical report. She did manage to steal the medical report, but unfortunately, she had just gotten her hands on it and hadn't had a chance to read it before Xiaoxue caught her in the act. Xiaoxue had her eyes blinded by someone. Blinded and jobless, she was unable to seek justice for the man who saved her, the man she secretly loved. Today, Xiaoxue is getting married, and she is being praised as a woman of great loyalty and compassion. Ning Xin hated her to the core. She knew that revenge was hopeless, but even if she couldn't get revenge, she wanted to make Xiaoxue sick on her most important day. So she sneaked out of the house and let a kind passerby take her to Xiaoxue's wedding. Oxue, what is going on? Su Tiancheng naturally didn't believe Ning Xion's words, but he still asked. After all, he was about to marry Xiaoxue, and he didn't want to marry a cruel woman. Brother Tian, don't listen to her nonsense. This woman likes Yi Chen, but Yi Chen married me instead, so she is harboring a grudge and wants to deliberately slander me. Xiaoxue said with clenched teeth. After Xiaoxue finished speaking, she gave her bodyguard a wink. The bodyguard immediately walked over and grabbed Ning Xin. Ha, Su Tiancheng, Xiaoxue is a snake woman. You married her, so be careful when you sleep at night. Maybe, when you wake up the next day, your kidneys will be gone. Ning Xion's face was covered with tears, but she was laughing. Xiaoxue looked at Ning Xian with a deathly stare, her delicate body trembling with anger. She was disgusted. If I had known that this woman would come to her wedding and cause trouble, I would have killed her 3 years ago. But it's not too late now. Mr. Shen, what should we do with her? The bodyguard looked at Shen Aoshui. Although at this moment, Shen Aoshui wanted to kill Ning Xian 1,000 times, she didn't say anything. After all, her character was that of a kind and caring woman. This woman actually dared to slander my Aoshui. Pull out her tongue and see if she dares to say anything anymore. Shen Aoshui's father, Shen Wanquan, immediately said. He knew that at this time, he should be the villain. The bodyguard immediately pinched Ning Xian's chin, making her mouth involuntarily open. Then, her tongue was to be pulled out. This is the Shen family. Ruthless and merciless. You bitch, you dare to ruin my good thing, I'll find a few beggars to take turns with you later. Shen Aoshui's seemingly beautiful face had a cruel expression. She dared to kill her husband, let alone a blind man. Xiaochen, I'm here to keep you company. Ning Xian closed her eyes and looked calm. She knew that she was going to die today, but the 3 years she had lived were worse than death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Shen Aoshui's wedding. If she dies, maybe she can see Yi Chen again. You're looking for death. However, at this moment, an extremely angry voice resounded throughout the hotel. Chapter 3, I'll let you have my second-hand goods. Yi Chen walked into the hotel step by step. As he entered, everyone felt a chill. He had actually been there for a while. However, he never expected that Ning Xian would stand up for him. He thought that no one in Jiangdu would remember him. One of his text messages had actually caused Ning Xian so much trouble. It has to be said that Ning Xian is actually very beautiful. She is a year older than Yi Chen and joined the company a little earlier than Yi Chen. She was very attentive to Yi Chen, especially after Yi Chen saved her. Every day, she would buy a breakfast and put it on Yi Chen's desk. When Yi Chen couldn't finish his work, Ning Xian would help him out. It can be said that in Ning Xian's eyes, it was full of Yi Chen. However, at that time, Yi Chen only had Shen Aoshui in his eyes. And ignored the woman who really loved him. The hateful Shen Aoshui actually blinded Sister Xian's eyes. If it weren't for me coming back today, Sister Xian would have been tortured beyond recognition and would not have been able to leave here alive. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as ice. Who is he? He is Yi Chen. But didn't he fall off a cliff and die 3 years ago? Someone recognized Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was a celebrity 3 years ago, and he even donated his kidney to marry into a wealthy family. Yi Chen? This is interesting. If Ning Xian's appearance was just a small episode, it wouldn't change anything. But Yi Chen's appearance is definitely a bombshell. Seeing Yi Chen, Shen Aoshui's eyes suddenly showed a look of disbelief. Because she had personally pushed Yi Chen down a 1,000-foot cliff, and his body had never been found. And even if Yi Chen hadn't been killed by the fall, he had lost both kidneys. How could he still be alive? Ning Xian turned her head in the direction of Yi Chen, her eyes vacant, but her pretty face was filled with ecstasy. Xiaochen, is that you? It's me, Xian. I'm back. Yi Chen nodded emphatically. Looking at Ning Xian's vacant eyes, his heart was filled with guilt and at the same time, with murderous intent. He vowed that he would never let this woman suffer even the slightest harm. Xiaochen, you really came back, that's great. Tears rolled down Ning Xian's cheeks. Let go of Sister Xian, and I will spare your lives. Yi Chen said coldly to the 2 bodyguards who were holding Ning Xian. Who do you think you are? 3 years ago, you were just a dog of the Shen family, and you dare to give us orders? However, the 2 bodyguards, who were bodyguards of the Shen family 3 years ago, naturally knew Yi Chen and said with disdain. They didn't take Yi Chen seriously before, and they certainly won't now. However, just as they finished speaking, Yi Chen appeared in front of them. Crack! Yi Chen directly snapped the necks of these 2 bullying bodyguards, then threw them on the ground like dead dogs. Then he looked at Shen Aoshui and said seductively, President Shen, it's your turn now. When Yi Chen's gaze fell on her, Shen Aoshui subconsciously took a step back, her pretty face showing a hint of panic. Su Tiancheng frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Yi Chen, on the face of it, you donated a kidney to Aoshui, so if you leave now, I won't hold it against you. Xiaochen, as long as you are fine, let's go. Ning Xian seemed to feel the tension in the air and tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve. She didn't see Yi Chen kill the 2 bodyguards, and she was afraid that Xiaoxue would do something to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, of course, would not leave. He looked at Su Tiancheng with disdain and said, "You think you're good enough to argue with me? Since you are so ungrateful, that's perfect. I'm going to take out your kidney and give it to Xiaoxue so that she has 2 kidneys." Su Tiancheng smiled seductively. Although Xiaoxue has 1 kidney, she can't live like a normal woman with only 1 kidney. Even when doing that kind of thing, she has to be careful. Su Tiancheng was originally distressed that he could not fully enjoy himself after marriage, but the appearance of Yi Chen was like a pillow for him. With a wave of his hand, Su Tiancheng immediately surrounded Yi Chen with a dozen strong and healthy bodyguards. At this time, Xiaoxue also came to her senses. She squinted and said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, I am very grateful to you for donating your kidney to me. I have also mourned for you for 3 years. Now, I am already Tianji's wife. It's strange that you came back too late. In this way, you will drink a glass of wedding wine and then leave. I will beg Tiange to let you go." Xiaoxue of course would not let Yi Chen go, but she did not want Yi Chen to ruin the image she had created. As soon as Yi Chen leaves the hotel, she will immediately send someone to kill Yi Chen. By the way, let's see how Yi Chen survived. Could it be that he also got a kidney? Then don't blame her for being cruel. After all, she and Yi Chen both have extremely rare blood types, and it is 100 times more difficult to match them than for ordinary people. How can that be? My wife is so beautiful, how can I bear to let her go to someone else? Yi Chen wore a strange smile on his face. Yi Chen, you should be careful what you say. I'm not your wife anymore. Xiaoxue frowned. Yi Chen, you don't even look like you deserve to be Xiaoxue's husband. Only a man like me, Su Tiancheng, is worthy of a woman like her. Su Tiancheng said proudly. He would have lost face if he had taken over a second-hand item. If it weren't for Xiaoxue's beauty and the fact that she hadn't consummated the marriage with Yi Chen, he, Su Tiancheng, would never have married her. The appearance of Yi Chen really disgusted him. "Ha, since you are so eager to marry a second-hand product, I will let you have it. But although I haven't consummated my marriage with Xiaoxue, I have seen her body, and it's just a so-so. It's far inferior to Xian's." Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly. "You." Yi Chen's words almost made Su Tiancheng spit blood. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. After all, Yi Chen and Xiaoxue lived under the same roof, so it was impossible that nothing would happen. Today, either his relatives or important people from Jiangdu came. Yi Chen's words were infuriating. When she heard Yi Chen say that Xiaoxue was his wife, Ning Xian felt a little uncomfortable. She thought that Yi Chen wanted to rekindle his old feelings with Xiaoxue. "Brother Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. I've never taken off my clothes in front of him," Xiaoxue said with a displeased look on her face. "Oh really? Then how do I know about the hemorrhoids on your left breast and the birthmark on your butt?" Yi Chen said with a wicked smile. Xiaoxue didn't know how to refute. Because, what Yi Chen said was true. She didn't know how Yi Chen knew. "Brother Tian, I didn't show him, maybe, he peeked, he's a waste, how could I let him see my body?" Xiaoxue hurriedly explained to Su Tiancheng. At this time, Su Tiancheng's face was so ugly that it was about to drip with water. He roared with a hideous look on his face, "So what if you've seen it? I've played with it too. Do you think Xiaoxue has been guarding your spirit for the past 3 years? To tell you the truth, Xiaoxue and I have been to your funeral hall countless times." Xiaoxue didn't expect Su Tiancheng to say this, and her face turned red. But at this point, there was no turning back, and she actually agreed, "Yes, Yi Chen, I have been Tianji's woman for a long time. It's your fault for being useless." After hearing Xiaoxue's words, Yi Chen laughed. He donated his kidney to save Xiaoxue, but Xiaoxue actually criticized him for being useless. "Yi Chen, don't blame me for being cruel. It's your fault for not being lucky. Do it." Xiaoxue gave the order to the bodyguards. Dozens of bodyguards immediately rushed towards the 2 of them. Chapter 4, Killing Chun-level martial artists in seconds. "Sister Xian, you sit down and rest for a while." Yi Chen didn't even look at the menacing bodyguards, took Ning Xian's hand, led him to a seat, and said gently, "Xiaochen, why don't we just leave?" Ning Xian's pretty face was covered with worry. She knew all too well about Shen Aoshua's cruel methods. Seeing this scene, Shen Aoshua and Su Tanchang were both extremely angry. Because Yi Chen had asked Ning Xian to sit in the exact same seat that their parents had sat in for a while. At this time, the bodyguards also arrived. Yi Chen went straight up to meet them. Boom! He kicked one of the bodyguards in the chest, and the bodyguard immediately flew more than 10 meters, knocking over a large number of tables and chairs. Boom! Every time Yi Chen made a move, a bodyguard would fly out, spitting blood and unable to get up again. All the bodyguards, come here! Su Tianchang shouted in alarm. All the bodyguards present rushed over at once. There were about 40 or 50 of them. However, Yi Chen was like a tiger out of its cage. With a palm knife, he would crush a person's throat. One punch would collapse a person's chest. With a kick, he sent the man flying 10 meters. In just a moment, dozens of bodyguards all vomited blood and fell to the ground, their lives unknown. After knocking out all the bodyguards, Yi Chen walked step by step towards Shen Aoshua, who was already scared stiff. Shen Aoshua looked at the familiar face in front of her, but at this moment, she felt a little scared. 3 years ago, Yi Chen was just her lapdog, and she could call him whenever she wanted. She even made Yi Chen drink her foot bath water, and Yi Chen didn't dare to refuse. But now, this man is like a god of death, instantly killing dozens of bodyguards. So you've become a martial artist, but you're not in a position to be so arrogant here. At this moment, a cold voice was heard, and then a middle-aged man walked out of the crowd. He is the martial artist who has been serving the Shen family for many years, Hong Tao. It is said that Hong Tao is a peak-level martial artist. The strength of ordinary martial artists is divided into 4 levels from high to low: Sun, Moon, Star, and Chen. Although the Chun-level martial artist is the lowest level, even the lowest level martial artist is several times stronger than an ordinary person. He can easily fight dozens of people. Yi Chen was able to defeat 50 bodyguards, so he is obviously a martial artist. Mr. Hong, I'll leave it to you. Shen Aoshua narrowed her eyes and said. Kid, although you have had a strange encounter and become a martial artist, you can't do whatever you want just because you have become a martial artist. Since you have survived by chance, you shouldn't have come back. Hong Tao crossed his arms behind his back and said with a look of disdain. Yi Chen looked at the man in front of him, and a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. Because he clearly remembered that 3 years ago, it was Hong Tao who had attacked him, knocked him out, and then, when he was unconscious, dug out his kidney. With Hong Tao around, this kid is dead. It's a pity that he never got to have sex with the goddess Aoshua before he died. Everyone looked at Yi Chen as if they were watching a joke. They were quite satisfied with the melon today. Die! Hong Tao's eyes were full of contempt, and immediately, he rushed towards Yi Chen, his 5 fingers forming claws, and grabbed Yi Chen's head. He wanted to kill him with one blow. Bang! A loud noise. Then Hong Tao's body flew out. He slammed into the pillar in the hall and then fell down. Hong Tao's chest collapsed, and blood was gushing from his 7 orifices. Hurry, go get my master. Hong Tao said these words with difficulty, and then he drank his sorrows in the northwest. He never imagined that Yi Chen, who had disappeared for 3 years, would be so strong. He actually killed Hong Tao. How could that be? Hong Tao was a peak-level martial artist. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Even if he can kill Hong Tao, what's the big deal? It is said that Hong Tao's master is a moon-level martial artist. He has caused a big problem. I'll kill him without Hong Tao's master. At this time, a man with a dignified bearing walked out. His aura was much stronger than Hong Tao's. A star-level martial artist. The crowd let out a gasp. It was Chen Koan, the martial artist enshrined by the Su family. A star-level martial artist is much stronger than a Chun-level martial artist. In order to have such a martial artist protect the Su family spends tens of millions of dollars every year. Wait! Just as the Su family warrior was about to strike, a cry of alarm sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a stunningly beautiful face. Lin Ruoshi, what do you want? Su Tianchang frowned at Lin Ruoshi and wondered what she wanted. Su Tianchang, give me face and let's just forget about this. Lin Ruoshi said, her voice was like a yellow oriole, it was so beautiful. After that, she ran up to Yi Chen, winked at him with her beautiful big eyes, and said, Hi, we meet again. Do I know you? However, Yi Chen just casually glanced at Lin Ruoshi and said unceremoniously, "At the train station, you saved me. Don't you remember?" "Oh, I was so dirty at the time, it's normal that you didn't recognize me." Lin Ruoshi brought her beautiful face close to Yi Chen and said with a smile. At this time, Lin Ruoshi had already taken a shower and changed into a black OL uniform. Her long legs were covered in black stockings, and with her angelic looks, she was almost as beautiful as Shen Aoxue. She was invited to Shen Aoxue's wedding. "Oomph, man, take a good look at this girl. You didn't even look at me back then, but now you're shocked, amazed, and regretful." However, Yi Chen still didn't even look at Lin Ruoshi, and said indifferently, "Get out of the way." "Hey, how can you be like this? I'm here to help you." Lin Ruoshi pouted, looking dissatisfied. "I don't need your help," Yi Chen said coldly. "Lin Ruoshi, you can't handle this today. Yi Chen killed so many of my men and humiliated me in public. How can you let me off? I want his kidney," Su Tiancheng said with a cold expression. "Uncle Wang, what are your chances of winning against Chen Kuan?" Lin Ruoshi looked at the middle-aged man behind him and asked. "Chen Kuan is the martial arts master of the Lin family. 50-50. The middle-aged man replied. "Yi Chen, I'll ask Uncle Wang to stop Chen Kuan, and you take your little girlfriend and run," Lin Ruoshi said to Yi Chen. "I said no." Yi Chen frowned. This woman is really self-righteous. "You don't count, Uncle Wang is in your hands," Lin Ruoshi said imperiously. Wang Fu immediately blocked in front of Yi Chen. Seeing this, Chen Kuan snorted and then attacked Wang Fu. Wang Fu thought that he and Chen Kuan were both at the beginning of the star level, so they should be able to fight a draw. But he didn't expect that he would be knocked out after only 3 moves. "Wang Fu, you didn't expect it, did you? I'm already a mid-level star warrior now," Chen Kuan sneered. Chapter 5, What if he can't defeat me? You actually broke through. Wang Fu sighed and said to Lin Ruoshi, "Miss, I am useless, not Chen Kuan's opponent." "Yi Chen, I did my best. You solve it yourself." Lin Ruoshi shrugged helplessly. "Kid, it's your turn," Chen Kuan said to Yi Chen with a look of arrogance. However, he didn't finish his sentence. Yi Chen appeared in front of him. He was slapped and sent flying. Noise. Seeing this, everyone was stunned again. Yi Chen actually flew a mid-level star warrior away with a slap. "Miss, did you know he could solve it?" Wang Fu looked at Lin Ruoshi next to him in surprise. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. She knew that Yi Chen was no ordinary person, but Chen Kuan was no ordinary person either. The reason for this is, of course, to repay Yi Chen for saving her. She doesn't want to owe Yi Chen a favor. Even the Su family's guardian was destroyed by Yi Chen. No one else could stop Yi Chen from doing anything. Looking at Yi Chen, who was full of murderous intent, Shen Aoxue was finally afraid. "Yi Chen, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm your wife. You can't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll be good to you in the future. Haven't you always wanted to sleep with me? I'll let you sleep with me today," Shen Aoxue said, trembling. At this point, in order to survive, she could no longer pretend, and actually said such shameless words. Shen Aoxue's words made Su Tiancheng so angry that he was about to burst into flames. I never thought that Shen Aoxue, this bitch, would actually say such things in order to save her life. Yi Chen's expression became playful again. He looked at Shen Aoxue with a smile and said, "Are you serious? Really, Yi Chen, don't kill me. I'm worth 10 billion now. I can give you whatever amount of money you want. If you want to sleep with me, there are guest rooms upstairs. We can go up there now," Shen Aoxue quickly said. Shen Aoxue. Su Tiancheng was furious, but he was helpless. "Kid, you dare to kill people in Jiangdu, do you still have any respect for the law?" At this moment, a shout of anger rang out of nowhere. The next moment, a man wearing armor walked into the hall. Behind him, hundreds of similarly armored men followed. Jiangbei Army. Seeing the Jiangbei Army arrive, Shen Aoxue's face showed a hint of ecstasy. She quickly said, "Captain Hao Feng, quickly, catch this murderer. He wants to kill me, so you must kill him." Hao Feng, the captain of the Jiangbei Army, is a very powerful martial artist. He has thousands of soldiers under his command and is a representative of the supreme royal power. The key is that they have the legal right to use heat weapons. For a moment, countless black muzzles were trained on Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen is a martial artist, in the face of so many well-trained soldiers and the blessing of thermal weapons, he will definitely die. However, Yi Chen didn't even look at the Jiangbei army. He said to Shinaoxue with a playful expression, "Shinaoxue, your face has changed even faster than flipping through a book. You just said you would give me money and sleep with me, and now you want to have me killed? Humph, Yi Chen, even if I let you sleep, do you have the ability to sleep with me? I was just trying to buy time. In my heart, there is only Tiangu," Shinaoxue said with a proud look on her face. Su Tiancheng's expression was a bit unnatural, but he didn't want to say anything at this time. "Shinaoxue, aren't you afraid that they won't be able to take me down?" Yi Chen's face was full of a charming smile. Shinaoxue couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she heard this. But when she saw the hundreds of Jiangbei soldiers armed with heat weapons, she suddenly felt confident. He said coldly, "Yi Chen, don't think that after learning a few days of martial arts, no one can control you anymore." Yi Chen glanced at Hao Feng and said, "He really can't control me. Kid, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the Jiangbei army? Take him down," Hao Feng said angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a black object suddenly smashed into his face. He was about to order his men to beat Yi Chen to a pulp, but when he saw what the black thing was, his eyes widened. The Demon Slayer's Ring. The Empress's personal killing finger, the possession of which grants the holder supreme power to kill without permission. Who is this person? He actually has the killing god's ring. However, whoever it was, he definitely couldn't mess with. The next moment, Hao Feng led his men away in disgrace. "Captain Hao Feng, why are you leaving? You haven't arrested this murderer yet." Seeing this, Shinaoxue was completely flustered and had no idea what was going on. "Shinaoxue, what do you say now?" Yi Chen's expression became even more playful. Shinaoxue never thought that even Jiangbei army would not dare to interfere with Yi Chen's business. "What do you want?" Shinaoxue didn't know what to do. She couldn't ask Yi Chen again, could she? Even if she were shameless, Yi Chen would never trust her again. What's more, if she did that, Yi Chen wouldn't kill her, but Su Tiancheng would. She could only ask Su Tiancheng for help. "Brother Tian, save me, I don't want to die." Su Tiancheng was also panicking at this time, but he still said, with a stiff upper lip, "Kid, although you defeated Chen Koan, my Su family is not something you can mess with." Pop. Su Tiancheng flew directly out. A clear finger mark appeared on his face. No one else dared to come forward. "Shinaoxue, do you know what I've wanted to do every day for the past 3 years?" Yi Chen walked toward Shinaoxue. Shinaoxue fell backward in fear. Fortunately, she was held up. Just as she was about to say thank you, she realized that the person holding her was none other than Yi Chen. Shinaoxue's whole body was tense. In the past, she hated it when Yi Chen touched her body. Because she felt that Yi Chen was just an ordinary worker, and if he hadn't been born with a good kidney, what right did he have to become her Shinaoxue's man? Even if he was her man in name only, Yi Chen was not worthy. Looking at Yi Chen's eyes full of murderous intent, she knew she was finished. "Yi Chen, don't kill me. Take me to the hospital and I'll give you back my kidney, okay?" Shinaoxue begged. Yi Chen felt Shinaoxue's trembling. He had wanted to take a look at this body, but he could only do so secretly. Now, however, he was holding her in his arms without any restraint. But at this moment, all he felt was hatred. Yi Chen's hand directly inserted into Shinaoxue's abdomen, and little by little, pulled the kidney that belonged to him out of her body. Blood splattered onto the ground. After a moment, Shinaoxue's kidney was in Yi Chen's hand, bloody and bloody. It looked extremely bloody. "Take you to the hospital? I'm sorry, I promised my master that when I dug out your kidney, I would never give you an anesthetic. Just as you didn't give me an anesthetic when you dug out my kidney 3 years ago." Yi Chen's expression was extremely cold. Chapter 6, Don't You Dare Come In. Ah! Looking at the bright red kidney in Yi Chen's hand, Shinaoxue let out a horrible scream, not sure if it was because of the pain or because she was scared. However, Yi Chen did not stop. With a pop, he inserted his hand into Shen Aoshue's other side of the abdomen. He wanted to take out the other kidney as well. However, to Yi Chen's surprise, Shen Aoshue's other side of the abdomen was empty, and there was no kidney. Why didn't Shen Aoshue have a second kidney? Could it be that it didn't survive? After all, organ transplants are not 100% successful. Perhaps this is retribution. Shen Aoshue went to great lengths to get his second kidney, even killing his husband with his own hands, but he never expected that the transplant would fail. What Yi Chen didn't know was that Shen Aoshue's failure to have a second kidney was not due to a failed transplant. The kidney was never transplanted into Shen Aoshue, but into a person who was 100 times more powerful than the Shen family. With the help of that big shot, the Shen family was able to soar to new heights. Shen Aoshue fainted and fell to the ground. Originally, after taking Shen Aoshue's kidney, the grudge was settled, but Shen Aoshue had actually blinded Ning Xian's eyes. This grudge must also be avenged. Yi Chen threw his hand, and 2 silver needles flew out, directly blinding Shen Aoshue's eyes. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They thought to themselves, this kid is too ruthless, isn't he? Seeing Shen Aoshue lying on the ground like a dead dog, Yi Chen didn't go to finish her off. With both kidneys gone, Shen Aoshue was definitely dead. But if she receives timely treatment, she may be able to live for a while. But during this time, she will only experience despair and pain. After all, her blood type is very special, and it is extremely difficult to find a match, otherwise she wouldn't have to have Yi Chen's kidney. Xiang, let's go. Yi Chen took Ning Xian by the hand and walked away. Is he Mr. Shen's ex-husband? How could he be so cruel? Mr. Shen mourned for him for 3 years before marrying again, but he just took Mr. Shen's kidney. Is it true what that woman called Ning Xian said? The guests were talking about it. Schwerer. It was only after Yi Chen had left that Shen Wanquan reacted, letting out a painful cry. He never expected that a happy occasion would turn into a funeral. Quickly, take Schwerer to the hospital. Tell everyone that what happened today is not to be spread, or else you will be against the Shen and Su families. Su Tiancheng said with a gloomy face. What happened today is a great insult to both the Shen and Su families, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. The people who came to the wedding banquet were basically not as powerful as the 2 families, or they were on par with the 2 families, so they naturally did not want to offend the Shen and Su families. Therefore, no one dares to spread the news. Yi Chen, I want you dead. Su Tiancheng clenched his fists. Jiangdu Hospital. After rescue, Shen Aoshue has temporarily escaped the danger of life and has woken up. But she no longer has a kidney and can only be kept alive by machines. At this moment, Shen Aoshue had gauze wrapped around her eyes, and there was no longer the certainty and confidence of a person in a position of power on her face. All she had was pain and despair. It was as if, in an instant, she had returned to 3 years ago, when her kidneys had failed and she had been unable to find a kidney donor. No, it was even worse than that time. At least she could see back then. Schwerer, don't worry, I've already notified Hong Tao's master, he will definitely help you get your kidney back. Shen Wanquan said. Aoshue, I also told my brother about this. He promised to come back right away. When my brother arrives, he will definitely die. Su Tiancheng also said. After hearing Su Tiancheng's words, Shen Aoshue finally saw a glimmer of hope on her face. She knew that Su Tiancheng's brother Su Tianyu had become a disciple of the god of war after being accepted by the god of war. As long as Su Tiancheng's brother returns, even if Yi Chen is very powerful, he will not escape death. Brother Tian, when the time comes, let me personally dig out his kidney. Shen Aoshue said with a grimace on her face. What did you say? Xiao Xian went to Shen Aoshue's wedding? I told you to keep an eye on her. In the Ning family rental house, Ning Xian's mother, Chen Xiu, looked worriedly at her husband, Ning Fugu. The young couple were both responsible people, both had jobs, and their daughter Ning Xian also worked in a large company, so life was tolerable. But 3 years ago, her daughter was blinded by Shen Aoshue while trying to help Yi Chen. Everything changed. Shen Aoshue not only had Ning Xian's eyes blinded, but also made the couple lose their jobs. Before she went blind, Ning Xian had a steady stream of suitors, but after she went blind, none of them were interested anymore. Although Ning Xian is beautiful, no one wants to marry a blind person. In order to cure Ningxin's eyes, the two spent all their savings and even sold their only house, but they still couldn't cure Ningxin, and in the end they were left with a mountain of debt. Now they can only make a living by scavenging garbage, and life is not easy. Because they are afraid of the Shin family and afraid that their daughter will think again, the old couple will have someone watch over Ningxin every day. But today, Ning Xian still ran away and caused a big fuss at Shen Aoshue's wedding. Last time, Ning Xian was blinded. This time, who knows what Shen Aoshue will do to Ningxin? The old couple were frantically searching for a solution. Why don't we go and beg the old man? He is Xian's grandfather, he can't just ignore her. Chen Xiu said anxiously. Ning Fugua said with a worried look on his face, if he was willing to help, we wouldn't be living such a miserable life. Don't you remember how he kicked us out of the house 3 years ago? Even the old man is afraid of the Shin family. What should we do? No matter what, we will do whatever it takes to save Xiao Xian. The two of them immediately went out. At this moment, the doorbell rang. When they opened the door, it was Ning Xian standing there. And standing next to her was a man. Xiao Xian, you're okay, that's great. Chen Xiu hugged Ning Xian, tears streaming down her face. Who is this? Ning Fugua saw Yi Chen, but he didn't recognize him, so he frowned and asked. I am Yi Chen, a former colleague of Sister Xian. Yi Chen replied. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the old couple both shuddered. Although they didn't know Yi Chen, they knew that Ning Xian had fallen into this situation because of him. You're dead. Uncle Ning, it's a long story, I'll tell you later. Yi Chen looked at the dilapidated and small rental house and felt very uncomfortable. He remembered that Ning Xian used to have a big house. Xiao Xian, let me help you inside. Chen Xiu said, and she was about to help Ning Xian into the house. Yi Chen followed behind. However, he was stopped by Ning Fugu. Don't come in, please. Ning Fugu said in a cold tone. Chapter 7, Supreme Black Card. Dad, what are you doing? Let Yi Chen in. Ning Xian frowned. Yi Chen, don't you think you've already caused enough trouble for our family? Ning Fuyu stared at Yi Chen and said. Don't worry, uncle. From today on, I will make Xian the happiest woman in the world and won't let anyone bully her. Yi Chen said. What makes you think you can make Xian happy? Can you avenge Xian or make her eyes better? Ning Fugu said with a sneer. Yi Chen is just a son-in-law, and he even donated his kidney to become a son-in-law. As everyone knows, a man with one less kidney can still live, but some abilities will definitely be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, it is good-looking but useless. Although Ning Xian is blind, Ning Fuqi doesn't want Ning Xian to be a widow. As for taking revenge for Ning Xian, that is even more impossible. Now Shen Aoshue can crush Yi Chen and the Ning family as easily as crushing an ant. 3 years ago, the Shen family made the old man so scared that he directly expelled the Ning family from the house. Now the Shen family has reached a terrifying height. I can. However, Yi Chen said with absolute certainty. I will cure Sister Xian's eyes, and the Shen family. As long as you say the word, I can make the Shen family into whatever you want it to be. I want the Shen family to perish. Can you do it? Ning Fugua shook his head mockingly, his eyes full of sadness. You should know that the previous Ning family, although it was only a third-rate family, was also doing well in Jiangdu by running a pharmaceutical company. But the changes that occurred 3 years ago caused the 3 members of the Ning family to fall into an abyss. In the face of the Shen family's enormous power, Mr. Ning chose to cut ties with them. Ning Fugu was originally a senior executive at the family company. After being expelled from the family, he instantly lost his source of income. For the past 3 years, he has exhausted his family fortune to treat Ning Xian's eyes, even selling his house. In the end, he can only make a living by picking up garbage. But what pains him most is that his daughter is blind, and no amount of money can bring her back. Therefore, his hatred for the Shen family is no less than his hatred for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, if you really care about Xiaoxin, stay away from her. It would be a waste for Xiaoxin to love you. Chen Xiu said with tears in her eyes. Dad, Mom. Shut up. Ning Xian wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ning Fugu. Yi Chen looked at the old couple, who were expressionless and even seemed to be filled with hatred. He didn't say anything more. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. He took out the black card his master had given him. Uncle and aunt, this is my bank card. There is no password. If you need money, you can withdraw it. Seeing Yi Chen hand over the bank card, the two finally softened a little. Okay, I'll take the card. You can go now. Ning Fugu took the card from Yi Chen. He didn't think there was much money in the bank card Yi Chen gave him. But they can barely make ends meet now, so even a few thousand yuan would be a great help to them. Xiao Chun. Sister Xin, wait for me, I'll be back soon to pick you up. Yi Chen said to Ning Xin, then turned and left. Ning Fugu looked at the bank card in his hand. The entire card was black, with the words Global Bank printed on it, making it unclear which bank it was from. But now he can withdraw money from any bank, so he went to the Longhua Bank, which was the closest to his home. He planned to withdraw some money. Not long after Ning Fugu was gone, a figure barged into the rental house. It was the landlord, Zhou Laipi. You've already owed half a year's rent. If you don't pay up, I'll have to evict you. Zhou Laipi's rat-like eyes scanned the two women in the room. He thought to himself that the mother and daughter were quite good-looking, especially Ning Xin, whose little face was better looking than all the other female tenants, but unfortunately she was blind. Although Chen Xiu was in her 40s, she still had a lot of charm, especially her front, which was so wide that it almost took Zhou Laipi's soul away. I must find a chance to get my hands on these two beauties. Lao Ning went to get the money. When he came back, he would pay you the rent you owed. Although Chen Xiu felt uncomfortable when she was looked at by Zhou Laipi, she still smiled at Zhou Laipi. Although she said so, Chen Xiu was not sure in her heart, because she had no idea whether or not there was any money in the bank card Yi Chen gave her, or how much there was. Zhou Laipi knew all about the Ning family. The family lived by collecting garbage and treating Ning Xian's eyes, and they owed a lot of money. I have a way to avoid paying rent. Do you want to hear it? Zhou Laipi looked at Chen Xiu. What? What method? Marry your daughter to me. Zhou Laipi said with a smile. Chen Xiu's face suddenly turned very ugly. Zhou Laipi is already over 40 years old. Not only is he ugly, but he also has big yellow teeth. The key is that he has very bad character. From the first day they moved in, he had designs on Ningxin, always trying to take advantage of her, and even wanted to peek at her when she was taking a bath. Every time Ning Xian took a bath, Chen Xiu had to keep watch over her. It is said that he often makes female tenants pay rent with their bodies. It's not enough that he has designs on Ningxin, he even touches her. If you let Ningxin marry Zhou Laipi, aren't you pushing your daughter into a fire pit? However, although Zhou Laipi is ugly, he owns 3 buildings and has many women who want to curry favor with him. Seeing that Chen Xiu was silent, Zhou Laipi changed the subject and said, "What, are you reluctant to part with your daughter? If not, you can sleep with me a few times as payment for the rent." Seeing that he couldn't take advantage of Ning Xian, Zhou Laipi turned his attention to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu's body trembled at Zhou Laipi's words. Although the family had been living in poverty for the past 3 years, she had never been so insulted. But she didn't dare to reply, for fear of being really kicked out. Now she only hoped that Yi Chen had money in the bank card he gave her. Longhua Bank. If it's less than 20,000, go to the ATM. The bank teller glanced at Ning Fugu and said impatiently. At this time, Ning Fugu was holding a snakeskin bag in his hand, which contained the bottles he had picked up on the way here. Judging from Ning's appearance, it's hard to imagine that he would be able to withdraw even 2,000 yuan, let alone 20,000. The ATM outside seems to be broken. Can you help me withdraw some money? Ning Fugu handed over the black bank card in his hand. The teller was very impatient, but when he saw the black bank card that Ning Fugu was handing over, he was suddenly shocked. This looks like the supreme black card issued by the Universal Bank. There are only 10 of these cards in the world, and there is no limit on the amount of money you can spend or withdraw. However, there is a limit on the amount of money that can be withdrawn. The limit is 10 billion. Chapter 8, The Perfect Maid. This only exists in legend, and tellers have only seen pictures. An old man who collects bottles can have a black card with a global limited edition? It's fake, it's definitely fake. The teller thought it was fake, but after verification, it was indeed a genuine supreme black card. This is obviously not a matter that a small teller can handle. After all, if you use this card to withdraw money, you will withdraw millions or tens of millions of dollars, and the bank's cash is probably not enough. so she immediately notified the bank president. When the bank manager learned that a Supreme Black Card was going to withdraw money from his bank, he immediately put down everything he was doing and rushed over. In addition to the president, the vice president, and various senior managers, more than a dozen or 20 people, big and small, all came. At this point, Ning Fugua also realized that something was wrong. He thought, could it be that there was something wrong with the bank card? Could it be that Yi Chen had stolen it or even stolen it? Sure enough, I shouldn't have trusted Yi Chen. Thinking of this, Ning Fugu was scared. He immediately wanted to leave and didn't even want the card. "Old sir, please stay." However, just as Ning Fuchi was about to lift his foot, a loud voice rang out. Then, all the senior executives of the Dragon State Bank surrounded him. All the security personnel of the bank also came. Seeing this, Ning Fugu was extremely scared. He thought to himself that Yi Chen had really ruined him this time. "How much money do you want to withdraw, sir?" the bank president asked respectfully. Ning Fuchi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect the other party to be so polite. "This is the Supreme Black Card, how can I not be polite? Whether or not this card belongs to this old man, as long as he has the card in his hand, he must be treated like God." "How much money does Ning Fuchi want to withdraw?" "Of course, the more the better." "Unfortunately, what money does Yi Chen have?" To be honest, surrounded by a group of people, Ning Fugu was so scared that he wanted to run away. But, the family really needs money. So, he said in a trembling voice, "I want to withdraw 5,000 yuan. "What?" As soon as Ning Fugu's words came out, everyone's face showed a look of shock. He was holding a black card that could withdraw 10 billion, and he was only withdrawing 5,000 yuan? You have to know that with this card, it is easy to turn a plane or train around. There was once a case where a black card owner left his belongings on an airplane. The Universal Bank directly contacted the airline and had the plane, which was already halfway through its journey, returned to the airport. 1,000 is fine too. Ning Fugua swallowed his saliva and said, 5,000, of course. The bank manager was confused, but this was the request of the owner of the black card, and it had to be carried out. So the bank president personally operated the machine and used the black card to withdraw 5,000 yuan for Ning Fugu. "Goodbye, sir." When he left, all the bank executives and staff bowed to him. Ning Fugu took the 5,000 yuan he had withdrawn and left the bank with a puzzled look on his face. He thought to himself, are the banks in the Dragon Kingdom really this good now? Maybe it's because I haven't withdrawn money for a long time. Soon, Ning Fugue returned to his rented room with 5,000 yuan in his hand. But as soon as he got to the door, he heard Zhou Lipi say that Chen Xiu would sleep with him to pay the rent. "Zhou Lipi, here's the rent you owe me. Take the rent and get out." Ning Fugue stormed in and slapped Zhou Lipi in the face with the 5,000 yuan. Zhou Lipi, that son of a bitch, actually let his wife sleep with him to pay the rent. Ning Fugu was so angry he could burst. No man could stand this. Zhou Lipi picked up the money, counted it, and said with a smile, "This 5,000 yuan is just the rent you owe me." "Ning Fugua, why don't you consider my proposal? I can waive your rent for 3 months at once. Get out." Ning Fugua shouted angrily. "I'll give you 1 day to think about it. After 1 day, either pay up or let your wife come and keep me company." Zhou Lipi snorted. "Where else can you find such a good deal as sleeping for rent? What's more, Chen Xiu is not some innocent young girl. He is willing to pay the rent in this way, which is already a favor to them. Now he's acting tough, but maybe he'll have to beg to sleep with her later. I'll kill you." Ning Fugu was so angry that he was about to rush into the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. But Chen Xiu stopped him. Zhou Lipi was so scared that he quickly ran away. After Zhou Lipi left, the house fell into silence. After all, this kind of thing is too insulting. Especially Chen Xiu, her heart was filled with sadness. Although she had escaped today. But what about later? Do I really have to move? Not to mention that it is doubtful whether they can find a cheaper place to live, and even if they do, they won't have the money to pay the rent. Not to mention that when renting a new place, you have to pay an agency fee and a deposit. Although Yi Chen gave Zhang a bank card, it can be seen from the fact that Ning Fugu only brought back 5,000 yuan that Yi Chen's card probably only has this much money in it. If it really doesn't work out, they can only deal with Zhou Lipi. They can't let their daughter sleep on the street. This is what mothers do. They are willing to make any sacrifice for their children. After Yi Chen left Ning Xian's house, he came to a quaint courtyard called the Imperial Mansion. This courtyard belongs to Master Shirdi, and now it has been given to him. According to the master, this courtyard is 10 times more expensive than the most expensive mansion in Jiangdu. Old houses like this have basically been demolished in Jiangdu, except for this one. It's not that the developers don't want to tear it down, but they simply can't afford to. The demolition costs alone would be enough to bankrupt some small real estate companies. What's even more terrifying is that most of the buildings inside are made of golden phoebe wood, and a single pillar is worth tens of millions of dollars. This place is good. I'll bring Xiang over to live here when the time comes. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to go in, a figure appeared in front of Yi Chen out of thin air. It was a woman in her late 20s or early 30s. She was very beautiful and was wearing a fiery red cheongsam. Her graceful figure was outlined by the cheongsam, which showed off her amazing curves, but her eyes were very cold. Private territory, do not step in. The cheongsam woman shouted lightly. I am the owner of this house. Yi Chen didn't waste any time and took out the key to the courtyard door from his bag of tricks. When the woman saw Yi Chen's treasure bag in his hand, her pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, she fell to her knees in front of Yi Chen. Red Leaf, greet the young master. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Because, this woman, Hongye, is a powerful figure in Jiangdu. Many big shots have to be polite when they meet her. Now, she is kneeling before a young man who is not even 20 years old. Hearing the woman's address to him, Yi Chen immediately realized that this woman must be the perfect housekeeper that his master had mentioned. Chapter 9, The Appearance of the Unicorn. He immediately nodded, signaling the other person to get up. Thank you, young master. The woman then got up. Sister Hongya, I am a few years younger than you, so I will call you sister, and you can call me Xiaochen. Yi Chen said. No, Hongya has sworn that the owner of this courtyard is my master, so you must not call me sister. Hongya said with a serious face. Yi Chen did not insist, and said, Okay, Hongya, you can clean up a few rooms. I'm going to bring some friends over to stay. Yes, young master. Hongya bowed to Yi Chen and then went to clean up, leaving Yi Chen with a graceful back. It has to be said that this Hongya is excellent in both appearance and figure. With a height of 1.7 meters, her delicate facial features and red cheongsam make her look very charming. After all, she was the maid chosen by the master of killing, so how could she be bad? Yi Chen shook his head and didn't think much about it. He wandered around the courtyard. The so-called courtyard is a courtyard in the middle, surrounded by houses on all sides, enclosing the courtyard in the middle. The courtyard alone is thousands of square meters, and with the buildings, it is probably no less than 2,000 square meters. Although it is a one-story building, it has more than 20 rooms, which is enough for more than a dozen people to live in. The courtyard is full of flowers and trees, pavilions and pagodas, rockeries and lotus ponds. In this era of reinforced concrete, it is like a pure land. Especially the mist in the pond, like a legendary fairyland. Not long after, Hongye returned. Young master, you just got back and are tired from the journey. Why don't you take a bath and change your clothes first? Hongye respectfully said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the bloodstains on his clothes and nodded. Following Hongye, the two of them came to the bathroom. The bathroom had a bathtub, about 10 square meters, and hot water had already been put in it. Rose petals floated in the water, exuding a faint fragrance. Young master, please try the water temperature. Hongye first used her delicate hands to swirl the water, and when she felt that the water temperature was about right, she said to Yi Chen, Young master, please try the water temperature. Yi Chen walked towards the pool. He was about to undress. Hongye, however, took the initiative to help him change. Yi Chen wanted to refuse. But then he thought, a maid is supposed to bathe and dress her master, so he let her do it. After all, they would be spending a lot of time together in the future, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. Yi Chen entered the pool and felt that the temperature was just right. He was about to enjoy a nice bath when he heard a rushing sound behind him. He turned around and looked. He discovered that Hongye had already taken off her cheongsam and was walking towards the bathtub. Suddenly, a snow-white and delicate body appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen was shocked and said, "Hongya, what are you doing?" "Young master, Hongya is here to serve you in the bath." A blush spread across Hongya's face. Although it is her duty to serve her master. However, this was the first time she had met Yi Chen, and she was a little shy. "No, that's not necessary. I can do it myself," Yi Chen quickly said. "I didn't expect that the maid who took care of the house was also responsible for bathing. Does that mean she also has to warm the bed?" Master is indeed a master, and he knows how to have fun. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Hong Yi first looked slightly stunned, and then her face revealed a hint of disappointment. She said, "Young master, do you think that Hong Yi is not pretty enough?" "Of course not." "Then, do you think that Hong Yi's figure is not good?" Looking at the body with its amazing curves, Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow. This body shape can no longer be described as good, it's simply explosive. "Very, very good," Yi Chen replied. "So, young master doesn't like Hongye?" "Yes." "Then why doesn't the young master let Hongye bathe you?" Hongye's face showed a hint of grievance. "Well, Hongye, I've been on the mountain for a long time, so I'm used to taking my own bath." "You can go out." Yi Chen endured the throbbing in his heart and said, "Well, then. Okay." Hongye silently stepped out of the bathtub, then took her cheongsam and left Yi Chen's sight. Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief only after Hong Yi had disappeared. He slapped his hand in front of him. He said to himself, "You're so unmotivated. You've touched a woman before." In fact, Yi Chen had not touched a woman for many years. The 3 years he spent in the mountains and the 2 years he spent as a member of the Qin family. At the very least, it had been 5 years since he had had any in-depth interaction with a woman. Plus, Hongye was really beautiful, and her body was even more sensational. For a moment, he couldn't help but salute her. Although, in theory, he could do whatever he wanted to Hongye, she would always obey him. But she was after all the master's maid. After washing, Yi Chen put on the clothes that Hong Yi had prepared for him and left the bathroom. Hong Yi was waiting outside the door. "Young master, I will take you to your room." Hong Yi led Yi Chen to his room, which was quaint and had incense burning, making Yi Chen feel very comfortable. He simply closed his eyes and began to practice. As Yi Chen practiced his technique, a red glow began to emanate from his back. If you take off his clothes, you can see that on his back, something like scales has appeared. It faintly formed a 4-legged exotic animal pattern. It looked exactly like the legendary Chinese mythical beast, the Qilin. He continued to practice until evening, when Hongye came to call him to dinner. The 4 dishes in one soup were all home-cooked, but they smelled very good. In fact, Yi Chen is also very good at cooking. In the Qin family, he used to cook for everyone. During the 3 years he spent on the mountain, he also cooked for everyone. But this was the first time someone had cooked for him. Hongye didn't serve the food on the table, but stood by the side waiting. This is the rule. When the host is eating, the maid is not qualified to sit at the table. Seeing this, Yi Chen remembered the 3 years he spent at the Qin family's home. On the surface, he was the Qin family's son-in-law. But in reality, his status was not even as good as a dog in the Qin family. He had to do the laundry and cook every day, serving Xianao Shui and her family, but he didn't even have the right to sit at the table and eat. Only he knew the loneliness. But he still worked for the Qin family without complaint or regret. In the end, however, he was rewarded with having his other kidney removed. "Hongye, sit down and eat with us," Yi Chen said to Hongye. Hongye shook his head. "This is an order." Seeing Yi Chen's stern face, Hongye finally obediently sat down. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Yi Chen went out to look for some medicinal herbs to treat Ning Xian's eyes. Xianao Shui was really ruthless, causing devastating damage to Ningxin's eyes. Under normal circumstances, even the best hospital would be unable to cure it. But Yi Chen has the 9-turn golden needle, plus some special medicine, and he is 100% sure that he can restore Ning Xian's eyesight. Chapter 10, 9-turn golden needles. Yi Chen went directly to the most famous Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangdu, Huichun Hall. If he couldn't find the herbs he needed here, it would be difficult to find them anywhere else. In the large medical hall, there were countless patients being treated. There were also dozens of medicine pots boiling with medicine. The fragrance of medicine wafts in the air. There are hundreds of silk banners on the wall, sent by patients. It is no wonder that it is the most famous Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangdu, and the business is very popular. You have to line up to get your medicine. Yi Chen was not in a hurry, and he waited in line slowly. It took more than half an hour before it was his turn. Yi Chen handed over the prescription he had written. But the other party didn't even look at it, and said, "If you want to get medicine from me, you have to follow my prescription, otherwise if you have any problems, who will be responsible? If there are any problems, I will be responsible for them. Besides, you can't prescribe the medicine for my illness." Yi Chen said calmly. "If you say that, then I can't get the medicine." Du Gaoming, the chief doctor of the Huirun Hall, snorted. "Kid, do you know who this is? He is the famous doctor of rejuvenation, Du Gaoming. Mr. Du, there is no illness in this world that he cannot cure." Next to him, it seemed that the other party's apprentice immediately said proudly. Yi Chen was amused to hear this. This is more like something he would say. This old man named Du is indeed the best doctor in this clinic, but compared to Yi Chen, he is more than 100,000 miles away. Yi Chen was about to speak, but was pushed aside. "Do you want to see a doctor or not?" A young beauty, supporting an elderly man, took Yi Chen's place without asking. Du Gaoming no longer paid any attention to Yi Chen and directly took the other person's pulse. After a moment, Du Gaoming frowned and his expression became grave. When a doctor frowns, the patient knows that the problem is serious. Especially when Du Gaoming, who is known as the miracle healer, frowns, the situation is not optimistic. However, the old man was very open-minded and said, "Doctor, just tell me. After all, the experts in the beautiful country are also at a loss as to what to do about my illness." Du Gaoming sighed and shook his head, saying, "I really can't cure this disease. I can only give you a few prescriptions to regulate your body, which may help you live a little longer." "Then, how long do I have?" "It won't be more than a month," Du Gaoming said after a moment of thought. Hearing Du Gaoming's words, the girl's eyes immediately filled with tears. Although she had long been prepared for this, her last hope had been dashed, and she was inevitably saddened. "Sean, don't cry. At least, I know how long I have to live. Let's go home." The old man patted the girl's hair affectionately. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but say, "Didn't you just say that you can cure any disease? How come you can't cure a simple disease? Kid, do you know what disease he has? I dare say that no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can cure it." Du Gaoming frowned. "Sir, I'm sorry for cutting in line to treat your grandfather." The young girl bowed to Yi Chen and apologized, then helped the old man leave. "Wait a minute, I can cure your illness." However, just as the two were about to leave, a voice rang out. The voice belonged to Yi Chen. When she heard someone say that they could cure the old man's illness, a glimmer of hope appeared on the girl's face. But when she saw it was Yi Chen, she was like a deflated balloon. After all, whether it is traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, it is all about age and seniority. The older you are, the more respected you are. But Yi Chen is just a young man in his early 20s. Can he cure a disease that even the American expert and rejuvenation master Du Gaoming can't cure? What's more, he hasn't even taken Grandpa's pulse, so he probably doesn't even know what Grandpa's illness is. "Kid, if you can cure his illness, I'll give you this rejuvenation hall." Du Gaoming sneered. "That's not necessary. Just give me the medicine I need," Yi Chen said in a calm tone. He immediately took out the 9-turn golden needle that his master had given him from his treasure bag. Although the old man's condition was serious, Yi Chen's medical skills had surpassed his master's, and were much stronger than his master's. Back then, he used only a few pine needles to cure the infertility of Sister Hohat at the foot of the mountain. Now he is using the 9-turn golden needles. These 9 golden needles were obtained by the Emperor of Qilin from an ancient site. They appear to be gold, but they are not made of gold. They are made of an unknown material. They have incredible power. It is no problem to cure the old man. Old man, don't let him do anything rash. This is not like other cures. Yes, you can say whatever you want, but you can't treat people's illnesses. Do you know what illness the other person has and you dare to treat him? Pulmonary fibrosis. If you can cure this, you can cure cancer. Du Gaoming also said. Pulmonary fibrosis is an irreversible process, and neither modern medicine nor traditional Chinese medicine can do anything about it. It is a terminal illness. If Qilin can cure the old man, it means he can cure the patient who drank paraquat. The words of the crowd finally swayed the young girl. She didn't want her grandfather to suffer anymore, so she bowed to Qilin and said, "Sir, thank you for your kindness, but no thanks." Seeing that the other party was unwilling to accept his kindness, Qilin shrugged. "Shan girl, why don't you let him try? Anyway, I'm not going to live for many more days. Maybe this young man can really cure me?" The old man suddenly spoke up. Qilin nodded, but he didn't start the treatment right away. Instead, he looked at the girl and asked, "Are you a virgin?" No one expected Qilin to ask this question so suddenly. Especially the young girl, her face turned red. "Does this have anything to do with curing Grandpa's illness?" The girl bit her silver teeth. "It has a lot to do with it. If you are, then the disease can be cured. If you are not, then it cannot be cured." Qilin said. "I am." The girl hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded shyly. "Very good, come here." Qilin called the girl to him. "What are you doing?" Seeing Qilin looking at her body, the girl felt very uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "This guy, he's not trying to take advantage of her by pretending to cure her illness, is he?" Qilin certainly did not want to take advantage of the girl, but was carefully observing her. After all, was the girl really a virgin? He had to be 100% sure, otherwise, not only would he not be able to cure the disease, but it would also cause a worse result. After a moment, Qilin nodded in satisfaction. His master had taught him how to tell if a woman had been with a man, and he could tell by her temperament, appearance, movements, and even her voice whether she had been with a man or not. There are subtle differences between young girls and mature women in temperament, appearance, movements, and voice. Qilin held a hollow 9-turn golden needle in his hand and said, "Your grandfather's lungs are fibrotic. Ordinary medical techniques cannot reverse this, but if you use the 9-turn golden needle in your innate palace blood, then there is a chance of healing. A woman's womb is the place where life is nurtured, and it is full of infinite vitality." The girl was about to ask what innate palace blood was. Qilin had already inserted the 9-turn golden needle into Chapter 11, Already Cured. Bear with it. Qilin directly inserted the 9-turn golden needle into the girl's lower abdomen. The next moment, a drop of blood was drawn from the girl's body by the 9-turn golden needle. Because Qilin was very fast in inserting the needles, the girl didn't feel any pain at all. Qilin reminded her, just in case she moved around because she was scared. Qilin caught the drop of blood that represented life in a container, then took out a few more needles and dipped the tips in the blood, and then began to administer the needles to the old man. Everyone watched this scene with their eyes wide open. This method of acupuncture is completely unprecedented. "Kid, I think you're bluffing. I've been practicing medicine for so many years, and I've never seen a treatment method like this." An old TCM practitioner couldn't help but say. "Quickly, stop him before he hurts the old man." The doctors at the Huitian Hall all said. "If Qilin causes a death in the clinic, even if he is not a doctor at the clinic, it will still have an impact on the clinic." "Shut up." However, at this time, Du Gaoming stopped the crowd. Then, with a respectful look, he asked Qilin, "Young man, are you using the 9-turn golden needle technique? Do you know the 9-turn golden needle?" Qilin was a little surprised. At a top international medical exchange competition, he had the good fortune to see it once. At that time, the representatives of the Long Kingdom doctors were all defeated. At this time, a masked Long Kingdom person came out. He used 9 golden needles. As soon as the golden needles were used, all the diseases were cured. It was simply amazing, but unfortunately, after he cured all the patients, he left directly and never saw his true face. When he saw Qilin's 9-turn golden needles, Du Gaoming was a little suspicious. Now, seeing Qilin's strange treatment method, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Because the mysterious Dragon Kingdom doctor used the innate blood of a young girl to treat his patients. Of course, Du Gaoming didn't think Qilin was the mysterious person from the past because they were different ages and had different eyes. Maybe he is his successor. "Little brother, can you take me as your disciple?" The next moment, Du Gaoming actually knelt in front of Qilin. This made everyone's eyes widen. Who is Du Gaoming? He is the vice president of the Jiangdu branch of the Longwei Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. At this moment, he is actually going to take a young man in his 20s as his master. If this were to be told, it would absolutely shock people. I don't have time to be your master, but I can give you a few prescriptions, Yi Chen said casually. Thank you, master. Du Gaoming immediately bowed to Yi Chen. His face was filled with excitement. After all, the prescriptions that Yi Chen gave were absolutely priceless. Yi Chen casually wrote down a few prescriptions and handed them to Du Gaoming. Du Gaoming glanced at them and couldn't help but let out a deep groan. With these prescriptions, his medical skills will definitely take a qualitative leap. Grandpa, how do you feel? At this time, Yi Chen also removed the 9-turn golden needles from the old man's body, and the girl asked with concern. Shan girl, I feel very comfortable, my breathing is smooth, maybe I can even do a set of military boxing. The old man said, and he actually started boxing. After a set of boxing, he only panted slightly. In the past, even if he walked a lot, he couldn't do it. Obviously, the old man's illness has healed. I am Chen Feilong. Thank you, little brother, for saving my life. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, I, Chen Feilong, will definitely settle it for you. The old man bowed his hand. Everyone was shocked when the old man said his name. The name Chen Feilong is well known throughout Jiangdu. So you are the General Feilong. Everyone showed respect. The general of the Flying Dragon Army has done great things for the country. He is indeed respected. It's fine. The old general protected my country, and I should treat him well, Yi Chen said respectfully. In fact, he also observed from the old man's temperament that he had been to the battlefield, so he was willing to help, but he didn't expect that the other party was a general. Seeing that Yi Chen still behaved with dignity and composure after learning of his identity, Chen Feilong showed a look of approval. He couldn't help but take a look at Yi Chen. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but ask, do you have a girlfriend, little brother? Yes. Yi Chen replied. Chen Feilong's eyes showed a hint of regret, and he sighed, I didn't expect that you already had a girlfriend. Otherwise, I would definitely have arranged for you to marry my granddaughter. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Chen Shanchan's face turned red. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Master, I have already prepared all the herbs you need. At this time, Du Gaoming took a bag of herbs over. Seeing the herbs, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. He had thought that Du Gaoming would not be able to match the herbs on his prescription. But even if they couldn't be matched, he was still very confident that he could cure Ningxin. Du Gaoming had actually found all the ingredients, which saved him a lot of trouble. Once he found the herbs, Yi Chen immediately set off for the Ning family without stopping. He wanted Ning Xin to see again. Shen's family. On the main seat, there sat an old man with gray hair. He had a dignified appearance. This person is Hong Tao's master, Gao Yuanshan. A moon-level master. Have you found him? When he learned that his disciple had been killed, Gao Yuanshan's eyes filled with rage. Not yet. The kid seems to have disappeared, but I know a place where we can definitely find him, Shen Wuguo said with a grimace. Take me there. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the Ning family's rental house. He knocked on the door, and it was Ning Fugu who opened it. Seeing Yi Chen, he said with a very indifferent expression, What are you doing here? Uncle, I came to treat Xin's eyes. Yi Chen replied. No need, someone is already treating Xiao Xin's eyes, Ning Fuqi said indifferently. Yi Chen was shocked by this news and looked inside. Because the rental house was not very big, he could see the scene inside. At this moment, a young man was giving acupuncture to Ning Xin. Xiao Xin, don't blame me for leaving without saying goodbye for the past 3 years. In the past 3 years, I have traveled all over the world in search of a cure for your eyes. Now, I have finally found it. Trust me, I can definitely cure you. The young man's eyes had a hint of tenderness. I can see. After a moment, Ning Xion's face showed a hint of excitement. For the past 3 years, she has lived in darkness, but today, she finally sees the light again. Daughter, you can see again. Shen Xiuning and Fu Gue were also very excited. Thank you, Duan Yu, Ning Xian said to the young man with gratitude on her face. Duan Yu said with a smile, after all, Uncle Ning has already promised to marry you to me, and you will be my wife in the future. It is only right that I cure you. Chapter 12, The King of Hell's Needle. Dad, you really. Duan Yu's words made Ning Xian's body tremble. Although Duan Yu cured her, and she was very grateful to him, it didn't mean that she had to marry him. That's right, Xian. I've already agreed to Duan Yu's marriage proposal. He said that even if he didn't cure your eyes, he would still marry you. Now that your eyes are cured, you can't be ungrateful. Ning Fugu said. But what? I know you still have feelings for Yichen. What's so good about him? He's just a useless son-in-law. Besides, he donated his kidney. Can he really make you happy? Listen to your mother. I've been there. Marrying a useless man will be a miserable life for you. Chen Xiu said in a low voice. At this moment, Yichen finally walked into the house. Yichen. Seeing Yichen, Ning Xian's face suddenly lit up with a hint of joy. It had been 3 years, and she had finally seen Yichen's face again. Who let you in? Ning Fugwa said to Yichen with a displeased look. Yichen, did you see that my daughter's eyes have already recovered? Moreover, I have already decided to marry her to Duan Yu. Don't come and ruin Xiao Xian's happiness. Get out. Shen Xiu made a move to push Yichen out, but he couldn't budge him. No, he hasn't cured Xian. Yichen said in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoxin can already see. Chen Xiu frowned. Yichen, at the time, Xiao Xian liked you so much, but you had to like Xiaoxue, and you even donated your kidney to her. Now that she has remarried, you want to come back to Xiao Xian. Do you think that Xiao Xian will still agree to you? Duan Yu sneered. Duan Yu was once Ning Xian's admirer. Since Ning Xian's eyes went blind, he disappeared. In the past 3 years, he has been abroad and has learned a strange medical technique. Because the Xin and Su families had blocked the news, Duan Yu only knew that Xiaoxue had remarried, but he did not know that Yichen had appeared at the wedding and had taken Xiaoxue's kidney. Xiao Xian, marry me, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Duan Yu knelt down directly in front of Ning Xian and took out a diamond ring. He was ready to take advantage of the situation and propose to Ning Xian directly. Xiao Xian, what are you still doing? Hurry up and say yes. Duan Yu went abroad for 3 years to find a cure for your eyes, and now he has cured you. What are you hesitating about? Ning Fuqi urged. After all, even if Duan Yu was worse, he is still 10 times better than Yichen. Moreover, in order to cure Ning Xian's eyes, Duan Yu actually sought medical treatment abroad for 3 years. This is definitely true love. Yes, Xian, you're not young anymore, it's time to get married. Chen Xiu also said. Mom and Dad, but I like Yichen. Ning Xian said with gritted teeth. Do you still think he has not caused enough trouble for our family? If you choose Yichen, I would rather you were blind. Ning Fuqi was very angry and said he was going to gouge out Ning Xian's eyes. Of course, he was just trying to scare Ningxin, and he would never really do that. Ah! My eyes hurt. Ning Xian let out a cry of pain. Blood was flowing from her eyes. Ning Fuyu, you're crazy. Chen Xiu was horrified and began to beat Ning Fuyu. Ning Fuguo was also stunned. I just wanted to scare Ning Xian, and I didn't even touch her eyes. Mom and Dad, I can't see again. Ning Xian's eyes were streaming with tears and her expression was terrified. After all, she had just regained her sight for less than a minute and had become blind again. This transition from hope to despair was even more difficult for her to accept. Ning Fugu, you pay for my daughter's eyes. Chen Xiu was devastated. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. Ning Fui was dumbfounded. He had only made a gesture of gouging out her eyes, but how could Ning Xian have become like this? It's all over. At this moment, Duan Yu also looked dejected. He didn't actually have absolute confidence that he could cure Ning Xian. Because, although he had obtained a set of magical acupuncture points that were said to cure all diseases, they were incomplete, and there was only a 10% chance that they could cure Ning Xian. Moreover, his acupuncture method is quite domineering, and is called the acupuncture of the King of Hell. It means borrowing life from the King of Hell. If the treatment is successful, then the stubborn illness is cured. If it fails, you die. At this moment, in addition to her eyes, blood began to flow from her ears, nose and mouth at the same time. Obviously, the needle of the King of Hell did not cure Ningxin. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Chen Xiu held the unsteady Ning Xian, her face pale with fear. Auntie Chen, don't get excited. I will cure Xian. Yi Chen took out the 9-turn golden needle and prepared to treat Ning Xian. Obviously, the reason why Ning Xian was in such a state was because of Duan Yu's treatment. He had just seen how Duan Yu administered the acupuncture and understood that Duan Yu was using a forbidden acupuncture technique. If it had been successful, it would have been fine, but if it had not been successful, it would have aggravated her condition. Can you cure diseases? If you can't, don't mess around. I think we should take Xiaoxin to the hospital. Ning Fugua grabbed Yi Chen's hand. After all, in his eyes, Yi Chen is just a son-in-law who likes to eat soft food. He is good at doing laundry and cooking for women, but he has never heard that he can cure diseases. Trust me, Uncle Ning, in Xian's current condition, even if she is sent to the hospital, it will be useless. Only I can cure her, Yi Chen said decisively. However, Ning Fuqi still didn't believe him and resolutely refused to let Yi Chen touch Ning Xian. Oh, there is someone who might be able to cure Ning Xian. At this time, Duan Yu, who was in despair, suddenly brightened up, and then he took out his phone and dialed. Is that Mr. Du? This is Duan Yu. I'm in a bit of a situation. Could you come over? Yi Chen, get out of here. Don't be in the way. Even if Xian dies, I won't let you treat her. Ning Fuyu directly kicked Yi Chen out. After about 20 minutes, an old man came to the rental house. Are you Du Gaoming, Mr. Du? Seeing Du Gaoming, Ning Fugu's face suddenly lit up with a look of ecstasy. Because he is also in the medical industry, he naturally knows this medical industry's Taishan Beidou. He had wanted to ask Du Gaoming to treat Ning Xian's eyes, but unfortunately, Du Gaoming's fees were extremely high, and he simply couldn't afford it. He never thought that Duan Yu would be able to invite Du Gaoming, and this time, it should be safe. Sure enough, after a few injections by Du Gaoming, Ning Xian's condition stabilized. Mr. Du, can my daughter's eyes be cured? Ning Fuyu asked with anticipation. Du Gaoming nodded. But he didn't start the treatment. Mr. Du, what do you mean? Are you worried about the money? No matter how much it costs, we are willing to pay. Ning Fugu said anxiously. Mr. Du, please help. I will pay for everything. Duan Yu also said. Du Gaoming pondered for a moment before saying, it's not a matter of money. It's just that I'm not the one who can cure your daughter. Chapter 13. The only person who can save Ning Xian. Could it be the president of the Jiangdu branch of the Longwa Traditional Chinese Medicine Association? Duan Yu asked. Du Gaoming shook his head and said, no, not to mention that the president is not in Jiangdu at all. Even if he were, he might not be able to cure this little girl. Then, who is it? All eyes turned to Du Gaoming. My master. Du Gaoming replied. Your master? Everyone was stunned. Du Gaoming's medical skills are absolutely top-notch in Jiangdu. No one had ever heard of him having a master. Whoever Du Gaoming considers his master must be a very powerful person. My master is a true medical genius. In front of him, my medical skills are nothing to mention. You are lucky. If it were before today, no one could cure this girl's illness. But if I can ask my master to help, I can guarantee that there is a 90%, no, 100% chance that she will be cured. Where is he? I'll go ask him to cure my daughter right now. When Du Gaoming said that the great doctor had a 100% chance of curing Ning Xian, Ning Fugu's eyes lit up with joy. As long as he can cure Ning Xian, he will do anything. However, Du Gaoming looked troubled and said, I don't know either. He was so happy to get the prescription from Yi Chen that he forgot to ask for Yi Chen's phone number. Ning Fuqi never dreamed that he had just driven the only person who could cure Ningxin out of the house. Thank you, Mr. Du. Please tell me your master's name. We will definitely find him. Ning Fugu said to Du Gaoming. It's better to have hope than not. At worst, I'll go to the old man and beg for help. Du Gaoming sighed and said, it's useless to tell you. Duan Yu just used the needle of the King of Hell on this girl. She was bitten back. Although I was able to control her condition, it can only be delayed for a period of time, at most 12 hours. Unless you can find my master within 12 hours, otherwise, even a fairy can't save her. Ning Fuqi and Chen Xiu were shocked by the news. Ning Xin was the same. Before today, she didn't want to live at all, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to Xiaoshua's wedding. But now that she knows Yi Chen is still alive, she naturally doesn't want to die. 12 hours is too short. Jiangdu is so big, it's hard to find someone in such a short time. But as long as there is hope, they will not give up. Please tell me your master's name. Ning Fugua decided to ask the old man for help. As long as he had a name, with the old man's power, he might be able to find Du Gaoming's master within 12 hours. However, Du Gaoming snorted and said, "Even if you find my master, will my master treat you? And why should I tell you and let you disturb him? I came here today because I owed Duanyu a favor. Duanyu, I have already repaid the favor I owed you. Goodbye." After Du Gaoming finished speaking, he left the rental house directly. After Du Gaoming left, everyone looked dejected and didn't know what to do. Du Gaoming was right. Even if they find the doctor, why would he treat Ning Xin? Duanyu was able to invite Du Gaoming because he had given Du Gaoming the needle technique of the needle of the underworld to study, and Du Gaoming owed him a favor. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Yi Chen returned to the rental house. Seeing Yi Chen, Ning Fugu was furious. He said angrily, "Yi Chen, why haven't you left yet? I said I can cure Sister Xin." Yi Chen said calmly. The reason Yi Chen didn't immediately strike was to let Ning Fuqi know that it was impossible for anyone else to cure Ning Xin. "Yi Chen, there are indeed people in this world who can cure Ning Xin, but it definitely won't be you." Duanyu gritted his teeth. He and Du Gaoming can't cure Ning Xin, so why can Yi Chen? With only one kidney? Ning Fugua originally wanted to drive Yi Chen away, but after thinking about it, he said, "Yi Chen, the only one who can cure Xiaoxian now is Master Du's master. If you really care about Xiaoxian, try to find Master Du's master within 12 hours. In this way, I, Ning Fugua, will be grateful to you for the rest of my life." After hearing Ning Fugu's words, Yi Chen said lightly, "Du Gaoming's master? There's no need to look for him, because I am his master." "Ha, Yi Chen, did I hear you right? You said you were the master of Du Gaoming, the master of rejuvenation?" Duan, you seem to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Who is Du Gaoming? Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only a handful of people whose medical skills surpass his. Yi Chen actually said that he was Du Gaoming's master, which almost made Duanyu laugh to death. "Yes, although I didn't admit that he was my apprentice, he did call me master," Yi Chen said with a serious face. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. If you're Du Gaoming's master, then I'm the president of the Longhua Traditional Chinese Medicine Association." Duanyu laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. "Yi Chen, I thought that Xiaoxin would like you, and you must have something extraordinary about you. Now I understand that Xiaoxin must have been deceived by your mouth." Chen Xiu's antipathy towards Yi Chen can be said to have reached its peak at this moment. "Yi Chen, I know that you feel that you owe Xiaoxian and want to make up for it, but this is treating a disease, not bragging." Duanyu shook his head in amusement. Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time talking. He said to Ning Xin, "Sister Xin, do you believe me?" "I believe you, Yi Chen, Mom and Dad. Yi Chen would never lie to me." Ning Xin nodded and immediately said to her parents, "Xiaoxian, are you stupid? At this point you still want to speak for him?" Ning Fuqi was so angry. How could I have given birth to such a daughter? Chen Xiu also shed tears. At this time, Ning Xian's body was in trouble again. Yi Chen knew that there was no time to waste. Du Gaoming said that Ning Xian could live for another 12 hours, but in fact, he had underestimated the power of the Yen Wang needle. In fact, if Ning Xian's condition is not treated, she will die in an hour at the most. Yi Chen immediately took out the 9-turn golden needle to treat Ning Xin. "Yi Chen, I won't let you treat Xiaoxin recklessly." Duanyu tried to stop Yi Chen. "Get out of the way." Yi Chen was also angry. If Duanyu had not used the needle on Ning Xian's condition would not have become so bad. "Yi Chen, you're not even a doctor, I won't let you treat Xiaoxin." Ning Fugua pushed Yi Chen away angrily and said. However, at this moment, A figure hurriedly walked into the rental house. He said to Yi Chen with a surprised look, "Master, it really is you." Chapter 14. Is it really his master? The person who suddenly entered the rental house was none other than the returning Du Gaoming. When he left before, he seemed to have seen Yi Chen. So he came back and found that it was really Yi Chen. "What did you call him?" Duan Yu looked at Du Gaoming in shock. "Duan Yu, this is the real doctor I told you about, my master." Du Gaoming replied. "Old Du, are you crazy? He is just a useless son-in-law, how could he be your master?" Duan Yu said in disbelief. "Old Du, you didn't mistake him for someone else, did you?" Ning Fugua didn't believe it either. After all, he thought that if someone could be Du Gaoming's master, then they would be at least 70 or 80 years old, so he had called him His Excellency before. Yi Chen is only a few years old, but he can be Du Gaoming's master. Upon hearing this, Du Gaoming's face darkened. "If you continue to be disrespectful to my master, don't blame me for being rude." After that, he said to Yi Chen with a flattering face, "Master, why are you here?" "I'm here to treat Xian's eyes." Yi Chen replied indifferently, then said, "I said, don't call me master." "Yes, master." Du Gaoming was respectful. Seeing this, Duan Yu was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that Yi Chen was telling the truth. He really is Du Gaoming's master. And he had not yet recognized Du Gaoming as his disciple. "Uncle Ning, can I treat Sister Xian now?" Yi Chen looked at Ning Fugu. But, yes. Ning Fugihui had not yet come to his senses. Yi Chen shook his head and began to treat Ning Xian without further ado. After a dozen minutes, Yi Chen finished inserting the needles and wrapped gauze around Ning Xian's eyes. He added his special medicinal moxibustion to the gauze. "Yi Chen, are you sure that Xian's eyes will get better?" Ning Fugua couldn't help but ask. "Don't question my master's medical skills. If he says it will get better, it will." Du Gaoming said first. Yi Chen nodded, "Just change the gauze 3 times a day, and after 3 days, Xian's eyes will be able to see again." Since Du Gaoming had said so, Ning Fugua naturally would not doubt it. His attitude towards Yi Chen improved a lot in an instant. After all, their daughter being able to see again is something they never dared to dream of. "Uncle Ning, Auntie Chen Xiu, I know that I have harmed Sister Xian and you, but please believe me, I will definitely make it up to you," Yi Chen said to the old couple. "Yi Chen, I'm not an unreasonable person. Although you have caused us so much suffering, you have cured Xian's eyes, so we are even," Ning Fugu said with a sigh. Although he had lost his wealth, at least his daughter could see again. Therefore, he didn't hate Yi Chen that much. "Oh, it's quite lively today." At this time, a man with a shifty look walked into the rental house. It was the landlord, Zhou Laipi. When they saw Zhou Laipi coming, the old couple's faces suddenly changed. Their expressions also became stiff. It was obvious what he had come for. He didn't pay any attention to the others, his eyes constantly scanning Chen Xiufeng's plump body, and he said playfully, "Ning Fugu, have you prepared the rent? Give me a few more days. I'll pay you in a few days." Thinking back to when Zhou Laipai said that Chen Xiu could pay the rent by sleeping with him, Ning Fugue felt very uncomfortable, but he still had to smile and say it. "A few days later? Yesterday, weren't you very tough?" Zhou Laipi sneered. Ning Fugu was speechless. Chen Xiu also bit her teeth and said nothing. "I know that your family is having a hard time, so I'm trying to help you reduce your burden. Just think about it, if your wife opens her legs, you can avoid paying rent for 3 months. How many bottles do you have to collect?" Zhou Laipi seemed to have Ning Fugue in his grasp. "Zhou Laipi, I'm going to kick your ass." Ning Fugue couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily. "Ouch, you're cursing? Do you believe I'll kick you out right now?" Zhou Laipi said coldly. At the mention of being evicted, Ning Fui was a little intimidated. Now Ning Xian is in a critical period of treatment and cannot be driven away. Seeing that Ning Fuji was no longer talking, Zhou Laipi smiled and said, "Chen Xiu, you are so beautiful, I have always wanted to get you. How about this, let me do it once, and I will give you 10,000 yuan. In this way, you can not only improve your life, but also have extra money to treat your daughter's eyes." "Zhou Laipi, what nonsense are you talking about? I won't agree to it." Shen Xiu didn't expect Zhou Laipi to say what was on his mind in front of so many people, and her cheeks turned red. She was embarrassed. You don't agree? Fine, then you'll have to move out of my house. Also, when you were living here, you damaged my house, so you have to pay for the damage. 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Zhou Laipi said coldly. What, 100,000? You're being too greedy. Ning Xian's face turned pale. Ha, I can charge whatever I want for my house. At this time, Yichen probably knew what was going on. He looked at Ning Fugu with a puzzled expression and said, Uncle Ning, didn't I give you a bank card? Didn't you withdraw money? Yes. Then how can you still owe rent? There's only 5,000 yuan in your card. Ning Fugu said in a low voice. Seeing this, Duanyu knew that his chance to show off had come again. He immediately said, Uncle Ning, I'll pay for this money. He took out his mobile phone and transferred 100,000 yuan directly to Zhou Laipi. Although Zhou Laipi was unwilling, but since the other party had already paid, and since he had paid so much, he could not say anything. It's just a pity that he didn't get to have sex with Chen Shi. Thank you, Uncle Duanyu. At this point, Ning Fugu was truly grateful to Duanyu. After all, as a man, he had allowed his wife to be humiliated so badly. There was nothing he could do. Sometimes, even a penny can be a hero. If he couldn't pay today, he might really. Ning Fuchi dared not think about it. Oh, I just bought a villa. It's over 300 square meters. You can take Xiaoxin there to live. I'll hire a maid to take care of her. Duanyu took advantage of the opportunity. After saying that, he didn't forget to glance at Yi Chen, thinking to himself, what if Ning Xian is cured? She's still poor. In this society, without money, it's hard to get anywhere. Yi Chen was a bit confused. Didn't his master say that the card had no limit? How could it only be 5,000 yuan? Sister Xin, I also have a house. The rooms have been cleaned up for you, and you can move in today. Yi Chen said. Yi Chen, you have a house? Where is your house? It's not in the 20th ring of Jiandu, is it? Mine is a villa. A better environment is more helpful for Xian's recovery. Chapter 15, Shen Xiu's difficulties. No, it's in the 3rd ring road. Yi Chen replied. The 3rd ring? That's called a house? Duanyu laughed. Actually, the 3rd ring road is already relatively close to the city. The housing prices are not cheap. But obviously, it can't compare to Duanyu's villa. Master, I have a 100 square meter house in the city. How about I give it to you to live in? At this time, Du Gaoming offered his services. No, I have a house. Yi Chen shook his head. Seeing that Yi Chen was still being stubborn, Duanyu continued, how big is your house? It can't be just a few dozen square meters, right? You wouldn't let Xiaoxin and her family live in a small house, would you? Don't worry, it's definitely big enough. Yi Chen said indifferently. Uncle Ning, listen to me. Go to my villa. You have suffered a lot over the years, and it's time to enjoy yourself. Duanyu believed that Ning Fugu would definitely be unable to resist such temptation. After all, even the old Ning Fugu was unable to afford a villa. Indeed, Ning Fugu was tempted. In the past 3 years, he had really been living like a dog. Although he was kicked out of the house by the old man 3 years ago, he still sees some relatives from time to time. Every time he saw those relatives, he felt like he couldn't hold his head up. If I can live in a villa, I will be able to hold my head high in the future. What do you think, wife? Although Ning Fugu was more inclined to Duanyu's villa, he still sought Chen Xiu's opinion. Chen Xiu was silent for a moment, and then said to Yi Chen, don't blame your aunt for being realistic. In the past 3 years, we have indeed suffered a lot. We don't mind, but we can't let Xiaoxin suffer anymore. Yi Chen naturally understood what Chen Xiu meant, and immediately said, Auntie, don't worry. My house is no worse than a villa, and it's more suitable for recuperation. Seeing that Yi Chen still insisted, Chen Xiu continued, Yi Chen, I know that you want to make up for Xiao Xian. If you were a normal man and Xiao Xian liked you, I wouldn't have any objections, but now, can you still be considered a man? You simply can't give Xiao Xian happiness. Chen Xiu's words are actually not without reason. In their view, Yi Chen had already donated a kidney to Xiaoshui. A man with only one kidney is not a man at all. As someone who has been there, Chen Xiu of course knows how important that is to a woman. Take Ning Fugu for example, he's not very good at it. Now that he is older, he can't even come once every 6 months. Chen Xiu, on the other hand, is at the age when demand is relatively high. She thinks about it every day. But Ning Fugu is powerless, and that feeling is unbearable. If it weren't for the past few years, when he was so focused on treating his daughter's illness, Chen Xiu would have probably collapsed. Therefore, Chen Xiu did not want Ning Xian to be with Yi Chen. If she is not good at that, wouldn't Ning Xian be like a widow? Chen Xiu's words were indeed very straightforward. Auntie Chen, don't worry, I'm in good health, there won't be any problems. Yi Chen replied. For the past 3 years, he had thought that his master had given him pig kidneys. But when he left, he realized his mistake. It turned out that his master had given him a unicorn kidney. Not just the kidney of a unicorn. Yi Chen fell off the cliff at the time, and most of the parts in his body were scrapped. But he was lucky. When he fell off the cliff, he happened to land on an ancient unicorn. At that time, the ancient unicorn had been fighting the emperor for 3 days and nights, and neither could defeat the other. Both were at the end of their tether, and were only being sustained by sheer willpower. It was possible that they would both die together. But Yi Chen happened to land on the unicorn, and the unicorn, who was on the verge of death, was knocked unconscious. Thus, the killing emperor achieved ultimate victory. It can be said that it was not the emperor who saved Yi Chen, but Yi Chen who saved the emperor first. In order to save Yi Chen, the killing emperor transplanted most of the organs from the unicorn into Yi Chen's body, and replaced Yi Chen's blood with the unicorn's blood. He didn't know if he could bring Yi Chen back to life. He treated it as a last-ditch effort. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Chen, after transplanting the organs of the ancient unicorn, didn't experience any rejection. It was a perfect fusion. At the same time, the Emperor of Death discovered that Yi Chen had been reborn. His physical fitness and talent had undergone earth-shattering changes. So, the killing emperor decided to pass on all he had learned in his life to Yi Chen. Sure enough, in just 3 years, Yi Chen's martial arts and medical skills had surpassed those of his teacher. Of course, there were also side effects, and Yi Chen's energy became unprecedentedly strong. So the killing emperor let Yi Chen go down the mountain. After all, he was an old man, and there was no way he could help Yi Chen tame the Qilin fire. This is why Yi Chen had that embarrassing scene when he saw the red leaves. For 3 years, Yi Chen thought he was incapable, so he focused all his energy on training and revenge, and he didn't feel anything. But since seeing the red leaves yesterday, he even felt a flame burning in his heart when he was practicing. He knew that he was completely cured. Although Yi Chen said it very definitely. But obviously, Chen Xiu would not believe it. After all, which man would admit that he was no good? Even if Ning Fuqi is a loser, he will not admit that he is not good. He would even claim to be very capable to outsiders. Yi Chen, auntie is a veteran, you can't fool her. A man's kidney is more important than anything else. If you lose one kidney, I'm afraid, you won't be able to do it, right? Chen Xiu squinted and said. Mom, what are you talking about? Ning Xian's face turned red. How did the conversation get to this topic? Yi Chen was extremely embarrassed. He couldn't say that he could. There is no way to prove this to Chen Xiu. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Mom, I really love Yi Chen, no matter if he can do it or not, I love him. At this time, Ning Xian said shyly. What do you know? You say that now because you don't know the good things about that kind of thing. When you experience it, you will know that you can't live without a man for a day. Your mother knows that she has said the wrong thing and quickly stops talking. After all, in front of outsiders, you still have to give your man face. Sure enough, Ning Fugu's face turned red. He wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Yi Chen, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. I'll tell you what, Yi Chen, as long as you can prove that you are a man, I will go to your home with Xiaoxin. Chen Xiu knew that Yi Chen could not prove it, so she said so. Because she had suffered so much, Chen Xiu had to be strict with her daughter in this matter. She absolutely did not want her daughter to repeat her own mistakes, not to mention that she was afraid that Yi Chen was even worse than Ning Fuyu. Of course, more importantly, he didn't want Ning Xian to be with Yi Chen. Then, Auntie, how do you want me to prove it? Yi Chen said awkwardly. How can you prove something like this? You can't. Chapter 16, Flowing with the Blood of the Unicorn. How about this, you come with me, I'll talk to you alone. Chen Xiu said to Yi Chen. Ah Xiu, what are you doing? Ning Fugu was a little confused. Why do I have to report to you what I'm doing? Chen Xiu gave Ning Fugu a cold stare. Ning Fugu was embarrassed and his face turned red. This is not giving him any face at all. Mom, don't make things difficult for Yi Chen, okay? Ning Xin said in a pleading tone. What is difficult or not difficult? She hasn't even married Yi Chen yet, and she already knows how to speak up for him. In the future, will she not even have me as her mother? Chen Xiu gave Ning Xin a cold look. I am of course doing this for your own good. Yi Chen, come with me. Chen Xiu walked into the house first. Yi Chen also followed in. After Yi Chen entered, Chen Xiu directly closed the door. Yi Chen, I know that Xiaoxin really likes you, otherwise she wouldn't have gone against Xiaoxue for you. Xiaoxin has suffered so much for you, and you don't want her to be unhappy in the future, right? Chen Xiu said to Yi Chen. Don't worry, Auntie. I will make Xin happy. Chen Xiu snorted and said, how can you give it to her? With one kidney missing, you can't give her happiness. Think about it, a man with one kidney missing is like half a life gone. Basically, he can't do any heavy work. You're a man, and you can't always count on Xin to support you, right? Even if Xin is willing to support you, you have to let Xin be a normal woman, right? Why doesn't Xiaoxue treat you as a human being? It's because you don't have a kidney, and you can't give her what she wants. Chen Xiu knew that Yi Chen had a hard time in the Xin family. After all, who would care about a useless son-in-law? He's not even qualified to sit at the table. Auntie, I know that what I say now is useless, but please believe me and give me some time. I will definitely prove to you that I have the ability. Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Chen Xiu saw that Yi Chen was still unwilling to give up, shook her head and said, you saw that guy, right? He's also good at medicine, rich, handsome, tall, and why would I choose him over you and waste my time on you? I don't ask for anything else, but at least you have to be a normal man. Take this. Chen Xiu handed Yi Chen a tablet with a cracked screen. He then asked Yi Chen to put on the headphones. Yi Chen was very confused and didn't know what Chen Xiu wanted. But in order to make Chen Xiu accept him, he had to do everything. Show me everything inside. Chen Xiu said. Yi Chen did not suspect anything and opened it directly. Then he froze. Auntie Chen. Yi Chen was embarrassed. Don't talk, just watch, turn the volume up to the max. Chen Xiu said lightly. Seeing Chen Xiu's very serious look, Yi Chen had to swallow his saliva and reluctantly watched. Yi Chen had been a wild man on the mountain for 3 years, and with the influence of the ancient unicorn, he was very angry now. The volume was turned up to the max. Instantly, it made his heart beat faster. He had already been embarrassed in front of Hongye before. But Hongye was his maid, so it didn't matter. Chen Xiu is different. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu kept looking at Yi Chen. After a moment, she looked at Yi Chen with a look of understanding. Sure enough, it was exactly what she had imagined. Luckily, she was quick-witted. Otherwise, if Ning Xin and Yi Chen were together, then Ning Xin's happiness for the rest of her life would be ruined. Even if Ning Xin's eyes could not be cured, she would not allow Ning Xin to marry a useless man. She didn't want Ning Xin to suffer the same fate as her. However, she did not rush to interrupt Yi Chen. She decided to wait a little longer. To see if a miracle would happen. The crowd outside the door anxiously waited. Especially Ning Fugu, who was anxious. The two have been in there for so long. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that's it. It seems that my guess was correct. After another 10 minutes, Chen Xiu took the tablet in Yi Chen's hand and said, It's been so long, there can't be a miracle, there's no need to waste time. Yi Chen, I won't agree to you being with Xiaoxin. You should give up. Chen Xiu said coldly. Then, she turned and was about to open the door. But at this moment, Yi Chen moved. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Chen Xiu exclaimed in shock and anger. Then she noticed that Yi Chen was staring at her with bloodshot eyes. Chen Xiu was shocked. This guy is supposed to be useless, right? Why does he have such eyes? The ancient unicorn is a supreme young beast. Now, most of Yi Yang's organs have been replaced with those of the ancient unicorn. The blood of the unicorn flows through his body. The young energy that bursts out with every move can make any woman go crazy. It has to be said that although Chen Xiu is in her 40s and has suffered a lot, she still has a lot of charm. She has a very high level of attractiveness and her body is also very well maintained. It's just that her skin has become a little rough due to long-term exposure to the elements, but with proper care, she's definitely a beauty. She looks a bit like Ning Xin. But unlike Ning Xin, she is a fully mature woman, in contrast to Ning Xin's green and immature appearance. Such a woman is often fatal to men. No wonder Zhou Laipai couldn't stop thinking about her when she moved in. Not only did he pay the rent, he also gave her money just to taste this delicious dish. Yi Chen had already lost his mind at this point, and he actually mistook Chen Xiu for Ning Xin. Chen Xiu and Ning Xin looked very similar, and under the influence of the unicorn blood, he could no longer tell the difference between them. Yi Chen! Chen Xiu shouted at Yi Chen, trying to get him to regain his senses. She tried to push Yi Chen away, but found that she couldn't move him at all. Yi Chen was too strong. Chen Xiu regretted what she had done. Outside the door, Ning Fugua heard Chen Xiu's voice and was also a little panicked. He quickly began to beat on the door. Yi Chen, open the door quickly. The sound of Ning Fugu's pounding finally brought Yi Chen back to his senses. After coming to his senses, he was also shocked by his own actions. What am I doing? Are you still a human being? Yi Chen cursed himself in his heart. Yi Chen, if you don't open the door, I'm going to break it down. Ning Fugua shouted from outside. As he spoke, he began to bang on the door. The sound of banging was heard. Yi Chen, you better get out of here. If your uncle sees you, he'll kill you. Chen Xiu listened to the urgent knocking on the door and said to Yi Chen with a pleading face. Bang! However, at this moment, the door was directly knocked open by Ning Fugu. Chapter 17, Moon-Level Strongman. It's over. Chen Xiu closed her eyes in pain. I can't live like this. However, after a short while, nothing happened. She opened her eyes and looked around. She realized that Yi Chen was not on her. He had already retreated to a distance. Wife, are you okay? What did you do to my wife? I'll kill you. Ning Fugua saw Chen Xiu lying on the couch motionless, and he was about to fight to the death with Yi Chen. He didn't do anything to me. Chen Xiu sat up and stopped Ning Fugu. Recalling everything that had just happened, her heart was pounding. She had just felt it. Yi Chen was not just normal. And, it was super powerful. It was a huge thing she had never felt before. And like a rock. If it really attacked her, it would probably kill her. Auntie Chen, Uncle Ning, please trust me, I will take care of Ningxin and you. Yi Chen's mood finally calmed down. Yi Chen, no matter if you can do it or not, I still choose Duanyu. After Duanyu, our family will be in your hands. Ning Fugu said. No trouble, this is what I should do. Duanyu said with a face full of excitement. He even felt a little grateful to Yi Chen. After all, he didn't want to marry a blind person. I think we should still listen to Xiaoxin's opinion. However, Chen Xiu said so. Ning Fugu's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Because Ning Xin would definitely choose Yi Chen. Kid, what have you done to my wife? Ning Fugua said angrily to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't know what to say. I can't say that I didn't do anything, just that I just pinned your wife down on the couch. Lao Ning, we are old, so it doesn't matter, as long as Xiaoxin is happy. Chen Xiu said. After all, it doesn't matter whether Yi Chen has money or not. But in some ways, Ning Xin will definitely be very happy. Thank you, Mom. Ning Xin said happily. Since both mother and daughter have chosen Yi Chen, Ning Fuyu has no choice. At this time, Duanyu suddenly received a phone call. What did you say? Duanyu's face suddenly turned pale. Uncle Ning, I have to go. Duanyu left the rental house in a hurry. He had just received a call from a friend, telling him a big piece of news. That is, Yi Chen took Xiaoshua's kidney at her wedding, and now the Xin and Su families are looking for him. It is said that a moon-class strongman has been dispatched. There are not many moon-level strongmen in the entire Jiangdu area. Such a big shot, even the Su family, which is worth tens of billions, dares not provoke. Moreover, Ning Xian also caused a big commotion at the wedding. Presumably, the Xin and Su families will not let Ning Xian go. Fortunately, if I really take Ning Xian back, I'll be dead. Duan Yu swallowed his saliva with some fear. In the rented house, the old couple began to pack their things. Yi Chen, get out here. Suddenly, a roar sounded downstairs. The sound was like a thunderclap, and it made people's ears hurt. Obviously, it was a powerful martial artist. Gao Yuanshan has arrived. Following Gao Yuanshan were people from the Shun and Su families. Even Xiaoshue was wheeled over in a wheelchair. Moreover, there were several doctors in white coats waiting by the side. Apparently, they were going to remove Yi Chen's kidney and replace it with Xiaoshue's on the spot. Ning Fuguo glanced down the stairs and was shocked. He naturally knew the Xiaoshue family. Obviously, the visitors were not friendly. Yi Chen, why did Xiaoshue come to you? Chen Xiu also frowned and asked. It's okay, auntie and uncle. You go first, I'll handle it. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. The old couple quickly helped Ning Xian, and didn't even bother to clean up. You should leave too. Yi Chen said to Du Gaoming. Master, I know what happened to you. I'm still useful in Jiangdu. Du Gaoming had no intention of leaving. Soon, the group arrived downstairs. I am the one you are looking for. Let the others go first. Yi Chen glanced around and found that there were actually 100 people there, but he didn't pay attention to the others. His gaze fell on the old man at the head of the group, who had gray hair and his hands behind his back. The person who just yelled at him to get down should be this old man. Leave? No one is leaving today. Shen Wanquan said with a grimace. Let them go. Yi Chen said coldly. Let them go. I only want Yi Chen. I don't care about the others. Gao Yuanshan said indifferently. Since Gao Yuanshan had said so, Shen Wanquan naturally had to give up. Besides, as long as Yi Chen is dead, he can easily get rid of the Ning family. This Yi Chen dared to remove her daughter's kidney and blinded her eyes. He wants to kill everyone related to Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Ning Xian, however, was reluctant to leave. Don't worry, Xian. You go out, I'll send someone to pick you up. Just go home and wait for me. Yi Chen signaled to Ning Xian not to worry. In the end, Ning Xian was dragged away by the old couple. Yi Chen, today, I will personally dig out your kidney. Xiaoshue shouted at Yi Chen. With Gao Yuanshan present today, Yi Chen is a dead man. Yi Chen looked at Xiaoshue, who had a ferocious look on his face, and a smile curved his lips. Xiaoshue, are you so sure that he can deal with me? Yi Chen, I know you have become a powerful martial artist, but do you know who he is? He is a moon-level martial artist. Are you also a moon-level martial artist? Xiaoshue snorted. Of course I'm not a moon-level warrior. Yi Chen replied. Ha, now that you know you're no match for me, kneel down and beg me to give you a quick death. Xiaoshue regained her arrogance. At this moment, Du Gaoming suddenly walked towards Gao Yuanshan. Mr. Gao, I am Du Gaoming from the Rejuvenation Hall. I hope you will look at me and... pop. However, before Du Guangming could finish his sentence, he was slapped to the ground by Gao Yuanshan. His face turned red and blood flowed from his mouth. What, Hui Chuntang and Du Gaoming? I've never heard of them. Gao Yuanshan said disdainfully. However, he actually held back, otherwise this slap would have scared Du Gaoming to death. Even a tenth of the power of a moon-level expert is more than enough to kill an ordinary person. Du Gaoming slowly got up and continued, Mr. Gao, as long as you let my master go, I can. Pop. Du Gaoming was knocked down again by Gao Yuanshan. What are you, worthy of my face? Get out of here, or next time, I don't know if you'll be alive. Gao Yuanshan's expression was extremely cold. Chapter 18, Where the Other Kidney Went. However, Du Gaoming still stood up and walked to Gao Yuanshan again. Mr. Gao. Damn it, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Gao Yuanshan was also furious. A monthly level strong man in Jiangdu, except for a few who dare not provoke him, everyone else is like ants to him, and he can kill them whenever he wants. Gao Yuanshan slapped Du Gaoming again. This time, he used 30% of his strength. 30% of his strength was enough to smash Du Gaoming's head into a pulp with one slap. However, this time, he did not hit Du Gaoming. His hand was grabbed by Yi Chen. The master is the one who hits the dog. Although he did not admit that Du Gaoming was his apprentice. But Du Gaoming's behavior still moved him a little. Du Gaoming, you may leave. Yi Chen said indifferently. Master, I'm incompetent. Du Gaoming sighed and retreated to the back with difficulty. He thought that with his reputation in Jiangdu City, Gao Yuanshan might give him some face. But he never expected that Gao Yuanshan would not give him any face at all. There was nothing he could do. Although the doctor was highly respected, he was not worth mentioning in front of a powerful martial artist. Seeing that Yi Chen had actually blocked his attack with 30% of his power, Gao Yuanshan was also slightly shocked. If you can withstand 30% of my power, you must be at least a high-level star-level martial artist. I heard that you have only been practicing for 3 years. You must have encountered some kind of miracle. Yi Chen, have you obtained any remarkable martial arts techniques? If you show me your martial arts techniques, I can consider sparing your life. Gao Yuanshan said with narrowed eyes. 3 years, from ordinary people to high-level star, this is simply incredible. You should know that it took Gao Yuanshan more than 30 years to reach the advanced level of the star system. It took him another 30 years to reach the moon level. And Yi Chen actually achieved what he had achieved in 30 years in just 3 years, which is enough to show that Yi Chen definitely had some kind of extraordinary experience. Mr. Gao, let's not waste any more words. Let's just kill him first, and then torture him mercilessly. No matter how good his cultivation method is, he will have to hand it over obediently, right? After hearing Gao Yuanshan's words, Shanaoshua was anxious. If Gao Yuanshan let Yi Chen go, she would be in trouble. That's true. Gao Yuanshan nodded. In his eyes, Yi Chen was completely neat on the chopping board. Although his cultivation level is only at the beginning of the monthly level. But even if it is only a beginner, it is still much stronger than a high-level star. Shanaoshua, originally, I got my things back and took revenge for Xiao Xian. Our grudges have been settled, but you still want to provoke me. If he can't take me down today, then I'll take another of your arms. Yi Chen said indifferently. Ha, Yi Chen, you're still mouthing off when you're about to die. Mr. Gao, please take this arrogant guy out. Shanaoshua snorted. Yi Chen shook his head upon hearing this. Shanaoshua, I hope you don't regret it. I will never regret it in my life. Yi Chen, you are a waste. Even if you become a martial artist, you will still be a waste. I will always be the woman you can't have. Shanaoshua roared in anger. His hatred for Yi Chen had reached its peak, because even if she dug out Yi Chen's kidney and transplanted it back, his eyes would be permanently blinded. Kid, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so you'll be destroyed by me. Gao Yuanshan took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Chen a few meters away. He raised his hand and grabbed Yi Chen's arm, trying to break it. With the power of a monthly level strongman, he could easily tear off Yi Chen's arm. However, after twisting several times, Yi Chen's arm did not move at all. At this point, Gao Yuanshan finally realized that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. Yi Chen smiled at him, revealing his white teeth. The next moment, a palm slammed into his chest. Gao Yuanshan immediately felt like he had been hit by a train, and he took a few steps back, then fell to the ground with a thud. He died instantly. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. A powerful moon-level expert was killed by Yi Chen in seconds? Is it real or not? It's too scary that a moon-level expert can be killed in 3 seconds. However, when she heard the sound of Gao Yuanshan falling, Shanaoshua thought Yi Chen had been knocked down. She immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, now you know how powerful Mr. Gao is, but it's useless for you to beg for mercy now. Seeing Shanaoshua's arrogant look, Yi Chen smiled seductively and said, it's pretty amazing. I didn't even block a single palm. Of course, Mr. Gao is a monthly level strongman. How could you possibly block his palm? Shanaoshua suddenly realized something was wrong after she finished speaking. Yi Chen's tone of voice didn't sound like he had been injured. Moreover, the voice did not come from the ground. So, it wasn't Yi Chen who was beaten down? What the hell is going on? Xiaoxue couldn't see, so she could only ask the others. Mr. Gao, he was killed by Yi Chen. Shenwan was said in a trembling voice. What? Xiaoxue was dumbfounded. Yao Yuanshan is a powerful UA-level warrior. She didn't even hear the sound of the fight, and she was killed. Does that mean that Yi Chen killed him in seconds? Xiaoxue, I just said that if he doesn't take it down today, I'm going to take one of your arms. Are you ready? Yi Chen walked towards Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue never expected that even Gao Yuanshan was no match for Yi Chen, and she panicked. Quick, protect me. She wanted her bodyguard to protect her. Unfortunately, even Gao Yuanshan was killed. Who would dare to go up? Brother Tian, save me. Xiaoxue could only turn to Su Tiancheng for help. Su Tiancheng dared not speak. Although his brother is definitely more powerful than Yi Chen, his brother has not returned yet. Yi Chen came to Xiaoxue's side and grabbed one of her arms. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. Yi Chen began to apply pressure, preparing to crush Xiaoxue's arm. Yi Chen, let me go. It's not that I want your second kidney. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you who wants your kidney. Xiaoxue felt like her bones were about to be crushed, so she quickly said. After hearing Xiaoxue's words, Yi Chen was stunned. He thought that his second kidney had not survived in Xiaoxue's body, but now it seems that there may be another hidden reason. Aoxue, you can't say it. If you say it, our Shin family will be finished. Shenwan shouted anxiously at Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue was stunned and quickly shut her mouth. Indeed, Yi Chen is very scary now. But, the person who wants Yi Chen's kidney is even more terrifying. Say it. Yi Chen increased the strength in his hand, and the bones of Xiaoxue cracked with a loud sound, as if they could break at any time. Chapter 19 Yi Chen's brother. I won't say anything. This time, Xiaoxue was a bit stubborn. Although she was sweating profusely from the pain, she still refused to open her mouth. Because, if she doesn't say anything, Yi Chen might just break her arm. But if she did, the Shin family would cease to exist. In front of that giant, even the Shin family, which already has a scale of tens of billions, is nothing more than an ant. I'm in pain, help. Yi Chen, please spare me. Xiaoxue begged for mercy in pain. Spare you? If I had lost today, would you spare me? Looking at this woman who once treated him like a dog, Yi Chen had no mercy. If he had not been a match for Gao Yuanshan today, he would probably have been killed and his kidneys removed, just as he had been 3 years ago. But he didn't intend to torture Xiaoxue anymore. Pop! Yi Chen casually waved his hand and cut off Xiaoxue's arm. He kept his word and said that he would definitely take one of Xiaoxue's arms. Ah! Xiaoxue screamed and fainted. Yi Chen no longer paid any attention to Xiaoxue. Instead, he grabbed Shenwanquan by the collar and lifted him up, saying in a stern tone, Shenwanquan, you tell me, where did my other kidney go? Yi Chen, even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Shenwan said this despite being very scared. Killing you is too easy for you. I want you and Xiaoxue to experience the life that Sister Xin has been living for the past 3 years. Yi Chen casually threw Shenwan to the ground. Seeing this, Su Tiancheng quickly took his men and ran away. Yi Chen is obviously not someone he can deal with. It's not too late to deal with Yi Chen when his brother returns. Yi Chen did not try to stop him. Su Tiancheng had better not provoke him, otherwise, he would not mind destroying Su Tiancheng as well. As for the Shin family, they will definitely ask for help from the forces behind them. He will find out sooner or later who took his second kidney. No matter who it is, he will pay the price. Yi Chen walked towards the outside of the residential area. As he walked, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Yi Chen? Yi Chen turned around and suddenly saw a thin figure like a bamboo pole looking at him. Do we know each other? Although Yi Chen felt that the person in front of him seemed somewhat familiar, he did not recognize the other person. Yi Chen, it really is you. You're alive. It's me, Fatso. The thin man saw Yi Chen's face and immediately ran over with excitement. I don't know if it was because he ran too fast, but as soon as he reached Yi Chen, he started coughing violently. You're fatso? Yi Chen looked up and down at the other person a few times, and finally recognized who the other person was. It was his best friend from the Aoshui group, Li Taizhu. The two lived in the same dormitory, went to work together, ate in the canteen together, watched movies together, practiced traditional crafts together, and secretly loved Shinaoshui together. The two were so close that they wore the same pair of pants. However, after Yi Chen married into the Shin family, the two of them saw each other less and less. Yi Chen looked at Li Taizhu with a puzzled expression. You see, in the past, Li Taizhu was as strong as an ox, a tall guy at 1.85 meters, weighing over 100 kilograms, and in good shape. But now, he is as thin as a straw, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Moreover, he had just run for less than 10 meters and was already panting, and one of his legs was slightly lame. I just heard someone calling Yi Chen, so I thought I'd come out and take a look. I didn't expect it to be you, you bastard. I knew you wouldn't die. Cough cough. Seeing Yi Chen, Li Taizhu was very excited, but after a few words, he started coughing violently again. Yi Chen lightly patted Li Taizhu twice on his back, and Li Taizhu's cough finally stopped. How did you become like this? Yi Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's all for you, kid. I learned from Sister Xin that it was Shinaoshui who harmed you, so I wanted to arrest that woman to see if she had 2 kidneys in her body. But I ran into Hong Tao, and I didn't expect that old guy to be so powerful. He slapped me, and I haven't recovered yet. Damn, it seems that you have nothing to do, and my slap was in vain. Li Taizhu said very casually. Li Taizhu said it casually, but Yi Chen's heart was a little sour. Li Taizhu is very strong and usually 3 or 5 people can't get close to him, but Hong Tao is a Chun-level martial artist, so Li Taizhu was naturally no match for him. When he was just hitting Li Taizhu's back, he had already secretly checked Li Taizhu's body. Li Taizhu's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all had varying degrees of damage, and he was also limping on one leg. Even his lungs only functioned at half capacity, and it was a miracle that he was still alive. Obviously, it was not as simple as he said. He was just hit by Hong Tao. I'm sorry, Fatso, I'm the one who got you into this. Yi Chen said with a choked voice. My brother and I are sorry. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not a match for that dogfucker Hong Tao, I would have taken that bitch Shinaoshui to the hospital for an x-ray. If she really has 2 kidneys in her body, I'll dig them out and burn them for you. Li Taizhu said viciously. Good brother, I won't let you suffer for this injury in vain. Yi Chen said with clenched teeth. But Li Taizhu's face changed when he heard this, and he said, Don't be reckless, that dogfucker Hong Tao is really something. I'm not even his match. I know that you're upset that Shinaoshui has remarried Su Tianshang, but the Shin family is not the same as it was before, and they've also joined the Su family, which is like a big tree. It's as easy to crush us as it is to crush an ant. Now, it's as easy to crush the Shin family as it is to crush an ant. Yi Chen said. Don't brag, you little brat. You think you're the god of war? But then again, during the 3 years you were married to Shinaoshui, did you ever touch that woman? Did it feel good? Li Taizhu suddenly became a lecherous-looking man. After all, Li Taizhu and Yi Chen both had a crush on Shinaoshui. Yi Chen shook his head. Damn, I've lost a lot. This woman is too heartless. You donated a kidney to her, and she didn't even let you touch her. Li Taizhu said angrily. He then winked at Yi Chen and said, Why don't we find a chance to kidnap Shinaoshui and teach her how to be a woman? Yi Chen's mouth twitched. This guy is like this, but his personality hasn't changed. He shook his head helplessly and said, Now you see her, you may not want to sleep with her. Li Taizhu, you're hiding here, and I finally caught you. The two were chatting when suddenly, a shout of anger rang out. Then, a dozen people rushed over and surrounded Li Taizhu. The leader was a bald man with a fierce expression. Chapter 20, This time I'll protect you. Chang'e, I'm not hiding from you. I'm not busy making money, so I can pay you back. Seeing the bald guy, Li Taizhu seemed a little scared and said with a flattering face. Li Taizhong, you're not fooling around. How, last time I broke your leg, didn't it teach you a lesson? Today, if you don't pay back the money, I'll break your other leg too. Chang Ji's expression was cold and stern. Did you break the fat man's leg? Yi Chen's eyebrows furrowed at the news. He thought that Li Taizhu's leg was broken by Hong Tao, but he didn't expect it to be broken by this guy named Chang Gu. Ah, that's right, I broke it. He owed me money, so I broke his leg. Why, are you going to pay for him? Brother Chang glanced at Yi Chen and snorted. Brother Chang, it's not his fault. I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you. Li Tiezu hurriedly hobbled over and stood in front of Yi Chen. I've heard you say this 100 times, and I don't want you to pay me back today. I'm just going to break your limbs. Changgu said this and was about to start. But the next moment, his body was kicked to the ground by Yi Chen. Damn it, you dared to hit me, you want to die, go get him. Brother Chang shouted. Suddenly, a dozen people rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Zi, I'll stop them, you run. Li Taizhu shouted at Yi Zhen. Seeing this, Yi Chen's nose became sour again. In the past, when the two of them fought, Li Tiezu would always stand in front of him, allowing him to run first. Back then, Li Taizhu was as strong as an ox. Just standing there made people feel safe. But now, even though he is physically weak, he is still standing in front of Yi Chen. Fatty, this time, I'll protect you. Yi Chen patted Li Taizhu on the shoulder, and the next moment, he moved. Boom! In just a few seconds, all of the dozen people brought by Chang'e were knocked to the ground by Yi Chen. Damn, when did you become so strong? Li Taizhu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yi Chen had defeated Chang's men and then came to Chang's front. He stepped on Chang's leg. He was about to break Brother Chang's leg. Do you know who I am? Brother Chang's bald head was sweating with pain. I don't care who you are. Yi Chen didn't waste any words, and with a snap, he crushed Chang Ji's leg from the knee. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Brother Chang cursed. After being scolded by Chang'e, Yi Chen snapped and crushed Chang Ji's other knee. From then on, Chang'e could only spend his life in a wheelchair. Still want to curse? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Chang'e endured the pain, his eyes burning with rage. However, he did not dare to scold Yi Chen. How much do you owe me? I'll pay you back. Come to the Imperial Palace to get it. Yi Chen said coldly. After hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone thought that Yi Chen was telling them to go to the underworld to find him and take it, and they were scared. They quickly carried Brother Chang away. They were afraid that if they were late, Yi Chen would really send them to the underworld. After Chang's men left, Li Tiezu's face was very ugly. He didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Yi Zi, you come with me. Li Taizhu took Yi Zhen upstairs. In the end, they were taken to a dilapidated rental house. Li Taizhu took out a plastic bag from under the bed and opened it. It was full of money. But it was all small change. Mostly they were 1 yuan and 5 yuan notes, with very few 10 yuan notes. But when added together, there should be thousands of dollars. Yi Zi, take this money and leave Jiangdu as soon as possible. Li Taizhu said with a serious expression. Why should I leave? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Do you know who you just killed? Who? His name is Chang'e. He is one of the 4 bandits. The 4 bandits? What the hell is that? Hey, don't worry about it. Listen to your brother. Go buy a ticket now. It's not too late. When the 4 tough bandits find out you killed their man, you won't be able to run away. Li Taizhu urged. Seeing Li Tiezu's worried look, Yi Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, Fatso, from today on, only we will bully others, no one can bully us. Yi Zi, I'm not joking with you. Don't complain about the money. I'm not capable of working right now, so this is all I can get. Take the money and leave quickly. Li Dazhu said anxiously. Although Yi Chen defeated Chang'e, the 4 bandits were no joke. Can't you listen to your brother? Damn, what's all the noise about? Can't people sleep? At this time, a woman in her 40s, dressed in pajamas and quite attractive, walked in and scolded Li Tiezu. Li Tiezu, you cripple, are you calling for your soul? Immediately, she saw the money in Li Tiezhong's hand and her eyes lit up. She immediately wanted to grab it. Li Taizhu, you're so rich. How dare you charge my account when you're rich? Lily, this money is for my brother's travel expenses, don't take it. Li Taizhu was a little anxious. The woman called Lily didn't care about that and insisted on grabbing it. Yi Chen grabbed her arm. Why are you robbing the fat guy's money? Yi Chen frowned. What do you mean by robbing? He owes me money. I served him all night, and he actually said he owed me money. I've never met anyone who owed me for a night's service before. If it weren't for his pitiful appearance, I would have to beat him to death. Lily shouted. It turns out that Lily is a lady of the night. No, she should be called an older sister. After hearing what Lily said, Yi Chen had to embarrassingly let go of her arm. Lily snatched the money from Li Tiezhong's hand. Then, she was about to leave, but in the end, she took a few 10 yuan bills from the pile of money and returned them to Li Tiezhong, saying, "Keep a few yuan for dinner, don't starve to death." After that, she left with a twist in her waist. Seeing Lily leave with the money, Li Tiezu was heartbroken. "Fatty, I'm not talking about you. How could you owe money to a prostitute?" Yi Chen was speechless. "Hey, since I was beaten by that bastard Hong Tao, my health has been getting worse and worse. I can't do heavy work at all. I can't even get that money back. I had to beg on the flyover." Li Tieyu said with a sad expression. He used to be tall and handsome, and although he didn't make much money, he was still very popular with women. But now he can only find a 40-year-old woman to solve the problem. The key is that he doesn't even pay the woman. When Li Taizhu said that he had earned the money by begging on the street, Yi Chen was both sad and moved. Li Taizhu had clearly been through a lot, but he was still willing to give him the money he had earned. This is a true brother. "Fatso, we're going to be brothers for life," Yi Chen said solemnly. Chapter 21, The Forces Behind It. "Of course we are brothers for life, but you killed Shanggu. The 4 bandits won't let you go. You'd better run." "I can't run away." Li Taizhu sighed. "Tell me, what do these 4 bandits do?" Yi Chen asked. The 4 bandits, a total of 4 people, are the kings of the Jiangdu underground power. The Black and White Society? No. Although they are underground forces, they are completely different from the Black and White Society you think of. They even have their own team of lawyers. They can be said to be involved in both the Black and White worlds. Brother Chang is in charge of the gray industry, specializing in usury. I borrowed tens of thousands of dollars from them, but they actually want me to pay back more than $1 million. The most important thing is that they are not only numerous, but also all masters. Especially the 4 major bandits, they are even stronger than words. In Jiangdu, not many people dare to provoke them. Li Taizhu explained. When Li Tiezu was talking, he had a little yearning. After all, at least half of the men in Jiangdu dream of becoming the underlings of the 4 bandits. The reason is that these 4 bandits are all women, and they are all extremely beautiful. It is said that their leader is a stunning beauty. Even the toughest men would go soft when they met her. Yi Zi, you know how powerful they are now, right? Li Taizhu swallowed his saliva and said. I know, but I'm not running. Yi Chen said. Why don't you listen to your brother? Li Taichu was a little anxious. Fatty, let me take a look at your leg first. Yi Chen was about to heal Li Tieju's injury. No need to look, my leg is completely ruined. Li Taizhu shook his head. His leg could have been cured, but because he didn't have the money, the treatment was delayed, and in the end he became lame. Now, even if he is sent to the best hospital, he will never recover. But Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to Li Taizhu, and directly took out the 9-turn golden needle. Yi Zi, you know how to heal? Li Taizhu was a little curious. I know a lot of things. I'll tell you about them later. Yi Chen didn't explain much. There were some things he said that Li Taizhu wouldn't believe. No matter how tough the 4 bandits were, they could never be as tough as the 3,000 beautiful angels under Yesa. Under the effect of the golden needle and Yi Chen's internal strength, Li Taizhu was not only cured of his limp, but also of his other internal injuries. Yi Zi, I'm really cured. Li Taizhu couldn't believe it. Yi Zhen had really cured him. Yi Chen, let's run. However, soon, his face slumped. He was still worried about the retaliation of the 4 bandits. Yi Chen knew that Li Taizhu would not be relieved until he showed off his skills. So he walked over to the security door and closed it. Then, he lightly slapped the door. A muffled sound. The security door fell to the ground. Damn! This scene made Li Taizhu dumbfounded. Oh, my door! A moment later, Li Tiazu let out a painful cry. Now you believe me, right? The 4 bandits better not come looking for trouble. If they do, I'll get them to be your wives. Yi Chen said with a smile. Let the 4 bandits be my wife? Li Taizhu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had only seen the 4 bandits from afar. He had never come within 10 meters of them. However, the looks, the body, and the temperament. It really makes one itch. If I could get her as a wife? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Li Taizhu already had a picture in his mind. Okay, Yi Zi, I'll trust you for once. At worst, we'll be exposed by the 4 bandits together. Li Taizhu said cheerfully. His character is naturally fearless. The reason he let Yi Chen go was that he didn't want Yi Chen to get hurt. Don't worry, they can't get us, but we can get them. Yi Chen took Li Taizhu directly away from the rental house, and was preparing to take Li Taizhu to his own courtyard, where there were plenty of rooms. Jiangdu Hospital. Shanaoxue was admitted to the ICU. Without a kidney, her body was already weak, and after Yi Chen cut off her arm, she was even weaker. Xin Wuguai hesitated for a long time, and finally took out his cell phone and dialed a number. This number, he didn't dare to dial easily. The first time he dialed this number, the Xin family fortune rose from 100 million to 10 billion. This is the second time he has dialed this number. Obviously, Yi Chen had become an extremely powerful martial artist. Even the powerful Yu Yuashan was killed in seconds. It was no longer something that the Shen and Su families could solve. Only the one who took Yi Chen's kidney could possibly solve it. Is it the Black Kid? After the call was connected, Shen Wanquan said respectfully. Who is this? A somewhat aged voice came from the other end of the line. Obviously the other party had forgotten who Shen Wanguo was. I am Shen Wanguo. You promised to do 2 things for our Shen family back then. Now, I want you to help. Okay, I'll send someone over. After the old man finished speaking, he hung up the phone. After the old man hung up the phone, he turned to a young man who was breathing in front of him and said, Xiao Wu, the Shen family is in trouble. Go and solve it. Yes, master. The young man opened his eyes and a flash of light burst from his eyes. Although he was only in his 20s, the aura around him was very powerful. He is a martial arts master. A martial arts master is a martial artist of the highest level. A true martial arts master. After the young man left, a young girl in her teens came in and started running. Grandpa hey, I'm here. Are you here? The girl shouted as she ran. Meow meow, Grandpa Hey is here. The old man in the black robe looked at the girl with a loving expression. Grandpa Black, what do you want with me? The girl's voice was like a silver bell. The girl was very beautiful, with fair skin and slender body. She was wearing casual clothes and tight jeans, looking very seductive. Nothing, I just haven't seen you for a long time and wanted to see you. The old man in the black robe replied with a smile. However, at this moment, the girl suddenly felt weak and almost fell to the ground. The old man in the black robe caught her. Meow meow, are you okay? The old man asked with concern. Grandpa Black, I'm fine. I just feel a little weak. I should be fine after a rest. Then, Grandpa Black, Meow Meow won't bother you anymore. I'll go back first. Yes. The old man in black nodded. After the girl left, a burly old man walked out of the inner hall. He looked at the black-robed old man and asked with a frown, How is Meow Meow? The black-robed old man frowned even more tightly and said, Not very optimistic. In 6 months at the most, that kidney will be dead. The burly old man paused for a moment and said slowly, I remember that the Shin girl had a kidney back then. Chapter 22, A Special Farewell Ceremony. It's been 3 years. Every day I dreamed of leaving here, and now that I'm really leaving, I'm actually a little reluctant. When he left, Li Tiezu stood at the door of the rental house, reluctant to leave. Yi Chen looked at the window covered by the bedsheet next to him, which was the room of the building's phone Lily, and said with a smile, You are afraid that you are reluctant to let Lily go. Li Tiezu's face suddenly turned red. How about giving you 5 minutes to say goodbye? Yi Chen gave him a look that said, I understand you. Damn it, Yi Zi, you look down on me too much. I'll be ready in half an hour. Li Taizhu said, then he poked around in his 2 empty pockets, and finally shook his head and said, "Forget it, why meet if we've already met?" Li Taizhu still has some feelings for Lily. After all, he and Lily were not well liked by others. Some people even called them a perfect match, a prostitute and a beggar. Yi Chen naturally knew that Li Taizhu was not unwilling to say goodbye, but was probably short of money. He immediately went over and knocked on Lily's door. "Who is it?" A voice that was not unpleasant to the ear came from the door. It was Lily's, but it was deliberately muffled. The 40-year-old muffler was really a bit heady. When Lily opened the door, she was surprised to see Yi Chen and Li Taizhu. "Li Taizhu, are you trying to die?" "I don't know if my mother works late at night and sleeps during the day, so why are you knocking?" Sister Lily scolded angrily. "Well, Lily, I'm leaving," Li Taizhu whispered. "Just go, don't bother me," Lily said and slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Li Taizhu was a little disappointed. After all, the two had been neighbors for 2 years. At the lowest point, they had hugged each other for warmth and helped each other lick their wounds. It seems that the old saying is true: actors are ruthless and whores are ungrateful. Perhaps, in Lily's eyes, Li Taizhu was just a guest, and one who didn't pay. "Let's go, Yi Zi." After standing in front of Lily's door for a long time, Li Taizhu finally shook his head and turned around with a look of disappointment. At this moment, Lily's door suddenly opened. Sister Lily's head poked out. At this time, Lily had already put on her makeup. Although it was just a simple makeup, it looked much better. "Li Taizhu," Lily called out. "Lily, what's the matter?" Li Taizhu turned around, a little confused. "Come in," Lily said to him. Li Taizhu seemed to understand something, but in the end he shook his head and said, "I don't have any money." "I don't want your money this time." Hearing Lily's words, Li Taizhu's face suddenly lit up with a trace of ecstasy. Then, he rushed to Lily with a look of excitement on his face. Bang! The rental house was slammed shut. Seeing this, Yi Chen also had some feelings. He thought of Xiaoshui. That woman, who looked so virtuous, had a face that would bring disaster to the country and harm the people. But, her heart was so cold and ruthless that she could even kill her own husband. And Lily is just an old woman who is nearing the end of her life. But she is much more affectionate and loyal than Xiaoshui. Perhaps, in her younger days, she was also very popular. Although Li Taizhu boasted that Yi Chen would wait for him for half an hour. But he knew he had 5 minutes at most. Since his injury, his ability has declined a lot. However, what he didn't know was that all the wounds on his body had been healed. Time suddenly increased exponentially. An hour later. "How come you're so strong today?" Lily asked, panting. "When am I not powerful?" Li Taizhu said smugly. "You can brag all you want, I know you, and I also noticed that your leg doesn't seem to be lame anymore." Lily asked curiously. "That's all thanks to my brother Yi Chen." Li Taizhu smiled. "Are you coming back?" Lily asked. "I don't think so." Lily climbed out of the bed, revealing a fairly clean back. She also had a good figure. It was clear that the young Lily must also be a beauty. She took out an iron box from under the bed, opened it, and handed the money she had taken from Li Taizhu back to him. "How can this be? You didn't take any money from me today." Li Taizhu was too embarrassed to take the money. "Take it. Your brother is no ordinary person. You will definitely do well if you follow him. Just think of it as an investment. If you become successful in the future, don't forget your Lily sister." Lily kissed Li Taizhu on the cheek and said. Looking at Lily's affectionate eyes, Li Taizhu was suddenly moved and said, "Why don't you come with me, Lily? I'll support you. I'm healthy now and can work. Why would I go with you? You haven't even made a name for yourself yet." Lily smiled lightly, but tears were in her eyes. "Sister Lily. Get out." Li Taizhu wanted to say something else, but was kicked off the bed by Lily. Li Taizhu had to silently get dressed and leave. "My name is Yan Li." When Li Taizhu closed the door, he heard Lily's voice. This was the first time Li Taizhu had heard Lily's name. "Sister Yan Li, when I become famous, I will definitely come back to pick you up." Li Taizhu silently vowed in his heart. The two left the dilapidated neighborhood together. If you can't bear to let her go, just marry her. Yi Chen saw Li Tiezu's face fall and joked. Impossible. Li Taizhu shook his head. What? Do you despise her? Some people are physically clean, but their hearts are dirty. Some people may be physically dirty, but their hearts are clean. Yi Chen said. Yi Zi, I'm not saying that she's a prostitute, but the main reason is that the age difference between us is too great. She could be my aunt. Li Taizhu touched his head. In fact, she's not that old. Maybe she had some kind of illness that caused her to age too quickly. Yi Chen said. Really? Li Taizhu showed a hint of joy on hearing this. Yi Chen, now you still have time to go back and pick her up. Li Taizhu was tempted, but in the end he gave up. After all, he himself has not made a name for himself. Especially, Yi Chen had killed Shang's men, and he didn't know if he could pass the test of the 4 most notorious criminals. Let's talk about it when I've made a name for myself. Li Taichu sighed. Yi Chen didn't say anything more. After all, he shouldn't get involved in matters of the heart. Perhaps Li Taichu didn't really like Yan Li, but because they had both been down and out, they had some mutual emotional support. If Li Taichu remembers Yan Li when he becomes rich, it means that Li Taichu really likes Yan Li. At that time, he would cure her illness and make her look young again. After leaving the community, Yi Chen saw the red leaves waiting for him from afar. Run, Yi Zi, it's too late if you're late. Li Taizhu suddenly pulled him up and ran. Chapter 23, Is Yi Chen a gigolo? Yi Chen was confused and didn't know what had happened. Do you know who I just saw? I saw Rakshasa. If she catches us, we're dead. Li Taizhu said as he ran. What Rakshasa? It's Rakshasa, one of the 4 most ruthless bandits. The 4 most ruthless bandits are Rakshasa, Shura, Widow, and Demoness. I didn't expect her to come so quickly. She must have known that you had killed Chang'e. Li Taizhu said with a lingering fear. After saying that, he didn't forget to look back, and then he saw a fiery figure chasing after him. He was scared out of his wits. It's over, Yi Zi, she's coming after us, we can't run away. Li Taizhu said while running frantically. Yi Chen looked back at the chasing Hong Yi, and then said, The Rakshasa you mentioned, is she the woman wearing a red robe? Yes, it is her. I have seen her before. One of my younger brothers accidentally soiled her skirt. She said it was okay and to be careful. She seemed kind and friendly, but she killed the man in an instant. The be careful she said was to let the person be careful in the next life. We are dead. Li Taizhu was scared. Then there's no need to run. Yi Chen directly grabbed Li Taizhu. Yi Zi, you're crazy, run. If you don't run, it's too late. That's the fierce bandit Rakshasa, a female demon who kills without blinking an eye. Li Taizhu shouted. But Yi Chen just wouldn't leave. Seeing that Yi Chen was not leaving, Li Taizhu had no choice. He could only watch helplessly as the woman in the red robe got closer and closer. The woman was moving too fast, even though she was wearing high heels and a cheongsam, and she was not slow at all. In an instant, she was in front of the 2 of them. Raksha, whatever you do, don't hurt my brother. Even though Li Taichu was shaking with fear, he still stood in front of Yi Chen, trying to protect him. The red robe was getting closer and closer. There was no expression on her face, as if, in her eyes, Li Taichu was already a dead man. Finally, when the other party was only a few meters away from the 2, Li Tiezu knelt down in front of the woman and bowed directly to the woman. Sister Rakshasa, you are a generous person, so please forgive us. However, Rakshasa didn't even look at Li Tiezu. She walked straight up to Yi Chen, then knelt down. Young master, I have already instructed someone to send the young mistress back to the imperial palace. Li Tiezu was so scared that he lost his mind. He didn't hear anything, except for the 2 words Imperial Mansion, which he thought were Hades, and he was so scared that he kept on bowing. Okay, fatty, we're on the same side. Don't keep on knocking. You're going to knock the road to pieces. Yi Chen said in a daze. It was only after hearing Yi Chen's words that Li Taizhu looked up. Then, he saw Luo Sha kneeling in front of Yi Chen. His eyes widened. Yi Zi, what is going on here? Li Taizhu couldn't understand the plot in front of him. Yi Chen looked at Hong Yi and asked, Hong Yi, are you one of the 4 bandits? Replying to the young master, Hongye is the Rakshasa, one of the 4 bandits. Hongye said respectfully. Yi Zi, I didn't hear it wrong just now, the bandit Rakshasa actually called you young master? Li Tiezu swallowed his saliva and thought he was dreaming. You heard me right. She is my maid. Get up quickly and don't embarrass me. Yi Chen said in a bad mood. Li Tiezhong was shocked beyond words by Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen actually said that the terrifying Rakshasa was his maid. You're joking, right? It turned out that Yi Chen was not joking. At this point, Yi Chen finally realized that his maid was not as simple as she seemed. He actually has such a status in Jiangdu. Red Leaf, you are a person of some standing, so don't call me young master anymore. Just call me Yi Chen, and don't kneel down so easily. Yi Chen said. Young master. This is an order. Yes, young master. Still calling me young master? Yes, Yi. Yi Chen. Hongye finally called out the 2 words Yi Chen, but she seemed a bit nervous. After all, how could a maid call her master by his name? But she dared not disobey Yi Chen's orders. Seeing this scene, Li Tiezu felt as if he were watching a science fiction movie. He was scared to death before. He was afraid of the 4 bandits taking revenge. But I never thought that the 4 bandits were Yi Chen's maidservants. Then in Jiangdu, they will be able to walk around with their heads held high. Especially, working under the 4 bandits is the dream of many men. But now, the 4 bandits have become Yi Chen's subordinates. This reversal made Li Tiezu feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Hongye, this is my brother, Li Taizhu. Yi Chen introduced Hongye. Mr. Li, hello. Hongye immediately greeted Li Taizhu politely. Don't be so polite to him. Just call him fat boy. Yi Chen said. Hongye of course did not dare, and was forced by Yi Chen to say hello again. Hello, my name is Hongye. Hongye said hello again. Oh, easy, I'm not fat anymore, so don't keep calling me fat. Li Taizhu looked at Hongye's beautiful face and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Hongye, let's go back. The 3 of them rode back to the imperial palace together. At this time, Ning Xin and the others had already moved into the imperial residence. The environment is quite nice, but the house is too old, isn't it? It's even made of wood. Yes, if we had known that Yi Chen was going to let us live in a rundown old house, we should have chosen Duanyu. His house is a villa and it's in the city center. When Xiaoxin's eyes get better, we'll go ask the old man to let us move back into the Ning family. Ning Fugu and Chen Xiu supported Ning Xin as they walked around the imperial mansion, and they were not very satisfied with it. Although the area is quite large, the house is made of wood and looks old, so it must not be worth much. Ning Xin, however, looked worried. She didn't know if Yi Chen could pass the Shin family's test. After all, the Shin and Su families are very powerful in Jiangdu. Oh, yes, the woman who just brought us back seemed a bit familiar. I seem to have seen her somewhere. Ning Fugwa suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen Hongye before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. I know who she is. She is Hong Zong. Red Leaf? The cosmetics company's Red Leaf? Chen Xiu asked. Yes, they have worked together before. Ning Fugui nodded. How did Ji Chen know her? How else could it be? He must be the little white face of the Red Boss. After all, that kid is quite handsome. Ning Fugu said with a sneer. No wonder he dares to challenge the Shin family. Xin, now you know what kind of person Yi Chen is, right? He's just a man who likes to rely on women. Don't let him fool you. When your eyes get better, we'll move out. Chen Xiu said in a low voice. Chapter 24 Ex-Girlfriend. Mom, Yi Chen is not that kind of person. Ning Xin naturally didn't want to believe it. If he's not like that, then why did he donate a kidney to Shen Aoshui? In order to become a son-in-law, he can even donate a kidney. If he's not living off Hong Yi's money, then tell me, why would Hong Yi help him? Ning Fuyu snorted. Ning Xin lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Don't worry, Xin. We won't expose him. We'll even teach him to please Red Leaf. After all, we're living under someone else's roof. Besides, if we have this relationship with Red Leaf, maybe we'll have a chance to rise again. Then, we'll have a chance to return to the Ning family. Although they were kicked out of the Ning family, they still want to return to the family. After all, the old man was forced to do it. If they had not been expelled from the family, it is likely that not only Ning Fugu would have fallen, but the entire Ning family would have fallen. Not long after, Yi Chen returned. "Uncle Ning, Auntie Chun, how do you like it here?" Yi Chen asked. "It's okay, it's a bit broken, but it's barely livable," Chen Xiu said casually. "If you need anything, you can talk to Hongye. Hongye, if your uncle and aunt need anything, try to satisfy them," Yi Chen said to Hongye, who was standing next to him. "Yi Chen, why do you always talk to Hongye?" Hongye was about to say yes, but Chen Xiu's voice rang out. In Chen Xiu's eyes, Yi Chen was just a freeloader who lived off Hongyi. How dare you speak to people in such a tone when you are living off their kindness? Then, what should I say? Yi Chen looked at Chen Xiu with a puzzled expression. Is this the attitude of a person asking for help? If you want Hongye to help you, you have to say please, understand? After Chen Xiu finished speaking, she smiled at Hongye and said, "Hongye, Yi Chen is young and doesn't know any better. Don't take him seriously. I'll teach him a lesson." Hongye was stunned by Chen Xiu's words. But after all, she is Yi Chen's mother-in-law, so she didn't dare say anything. She was afraid of saying the wrong thing. "Yi Chen, you must be more polite to General Hongye in the future, understand?" Chen Xiu looked like an elder. "I know, Auntie." Yi Chen nodded. Seeing that Yi Chen was so obedient, Chen Xiu nodded with satisfaction. "Hong Yi, if Yi Chen is not good to you in the future, you just give him a good scolding. I'll back you up." Hongye's mouth twitched, and she thought to herself, how dare I punish him? He's more likely to punish me. However, it seems that the young master is not very interested in her, and he is not willing to punish her. "Okay, Yi Chen, go cook dinner. Hongye is always busy all day and must be hungry," Chen Xiu commanded. "I'll do it right away," Hongye said immediately. "Red Leaf, don't go. Just let Yi Chen go. He's good at it." Chen Xiu knew that Yi Chen was responsible for the daily life of the Shin family and the Shin family, and was very good at cooking. He even cooked for her family before, and the food was very good. The way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. This is the best way to please Hongye. Yi Chen. Hongye dared not ask Yi Chen to cook, so she looked to him for help. "It's fine, Hongye. I'll do it. It's been a long time since Xin has eaten my cooking," Yi Chen said nonchalantly. "That's more like it." Seeing that Yi Chen was so willing to help, Chen Xiu nodded with satisfaction. "Then, I'll help." Hongye was completely overwhelmed by Chen Xiu's actions. Yi Chen and Hongye went to cook together, and Ning Xian looked a little unhappy. Although, she didn't believe that Yi Chen was a kept man. But, besides this possibility, is there any other possibility? If it weren't for Hongye's help, how would Yi Chen have escaped from the Shin family today? If the two of them had no relationship, why would Hongye help Yi Chen? Not to mention that Yi Chen has a previous record of being a son-in-law. Not to mention, this kid is quite lucky to be able to be Hongye's little white face. Ning Fugu looked at Hongye's slender back and couldn't help but sigh. A woman like Hongye, with her peak beauty and figure, and her own strength, is the fantasy of all men. The key is that she also seems very gentle, unlike Shinaoxue, who always looks arrogant. Although, in fact, Ning Fugu has already met Shinaoxue today, but Shinaoxue was sitting in a wheelchair and had gauze wrapped around her eyes, so he didn't recognize her. What's good about it? You think being a gigolo is a good thing? When they like you, you can do whatever you want, but when they get tired of you, they'll kick you out. You'll find that you're nothing. It seems that Shinaoxue's lesson to Yi Chen was not profound enough. Chen Xiu snorted. You're right, wife. Ning Fugu agreed with Chen Xiu's words. Li Taizhu, on the other hand, shook his head. He only realized it now. It seems that the Ning family has taken Yi Chen for a gigolo. But that's normal. If he hadn't seen Hongye's respectful attitude towards Yi Chen and her kneeling before him, he would have thought the same thing. How can you be so sure that Yi Zi is Hongye's gigolo? What if he isn't? Li Taizhu said. If Yi Chen is not Hongye's little white face, I'd write my name backwards. If it weren't for Hongye, he wouldn't have escaped from the Shin family today. The old couple was convinced of Yi Chen's identity as a gigolo. If you think so, then that's it. Li Taizhu didn't explain too much. The truth will always come to light. At that time, it will definitely shock Chen Xiu and the others. The two continued to discuss. Wife, you said Yi Qin is missing a kidney, so he shouldn't be able to do it. Why is he still the little white face of General Hongye? Ning Fuguo couldn't help but ask. How would I know? Maybe that's how the boss likes it. Chen Xiu's cheeks turned slightly red. Thinking about what happened in the rental house earlier, her heart was beating a little hard. She was also very confused. Yi Qin clearly had a kidney removed, so how could he still be like that? But she didn't dare to tell Ning Fugu about it. Ning Fugu is not good at that, and he is already quite sensitive. She didn't want to hurt Ning Fuchi's self-esteem. Soon, Yi Chen, with the help of Hongye, made a table of dishes. After dinner, everyone rested. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, Yi Chen followed Li Tiezu out of the house to buy some daily necessities. Although Hongye can do the rest, clothes and personal items still need to be purchased in person. The two of them went to a high-end men's clothing store. Ning Fuguo thought that Yi Chen only had 5,000 yuan in his black card, so he returned the card to Yi Chen. Yi Chen also wanted to see if there was any money in the card. Soon, the two of them began to select clothes. Li Taizhu had just seen a piece of clothing and wanted to try it on. A mocking voice rang out, "Hey, isn't this Li Taizhu? We sell high-end men's clothing here. Can you afford it? If you can't afford it, don't touch it. You can't afford to get it dirty." Li Taizhu turned around and saw a female clerk with a few looks of beauty, looking at the two of them with a sneer on her face. This female clerk is none other than Li Tiechu's ex-girlfriend. Chapter 25, The Dog Looks Down on People. Li Tiechu's ex-girlfriend Chen Ting. The two had been together since middle school, and 3 years ago, they were almost ready to get married. But Chen Ting insisted that Li Tiezu pay a bride price of 188,000 yuan and buy her a house before she would marry him. Li Taizhu is just a wage earner. He saves and scrimps on a daily basis, but he can barely scrape together enough money for the down payment on a house, let alone the 180,000 yuan in bride price. The key is that Chen Ting is lazy and vain. And she expects Li Tiezu to pay for everything she eats, drinks, and plays. In the end, she ran off with a rich man. Chen Ting, long time no see. Li Taizhu never thought he would run into his ex-girlfriend here. What long time no see, Li Taizhu, don't you think I don't know? You are deliberately here to find me, right? But I have already told you, we are not people from the same world. Chen Ting said, pointing to the brand of the clothing, do you know what this is called? This is called Prada, not something that you can afford. Chen Ting's words made Li Tiezu's expression look a bit ugly. After all, they had been together since their student days, so even though 3 years had passed, Li Tiezu still had some unresolved feelings for Chen Ting. He really couldn't figure out why the once innocent girl had become the person she was now. But he didn't blame Chen Ting, he just blamed himself for being incompetent. Why don't we go to another restaurant? Li Taizhu said to Yi Chen. Why change? This is the only place. Yi Chen, however, narrowed his eyes and said. Chen Ting is just a salesperson at a luxury brand, but she really thinks she's better than everyone else? But this is normal. After all, Prada is a top luxury brand, and Chen Ting sees only rich bosses on a daily basis, so her standards have naturally become higher. This is a common problem for many women. Because of good luck, she once had a boyfriend who drove a Porsche, and then she began to think that only people who drove Porsches were worthy of them. Hey, isn't this Yi Chen, the useless son-in-law? You're still alive? This is the only place you can afford? Do you even know what Prada is? It's a top luxury brand. I'm afraid you can't even afford a pair of socks. Chen Ting sneered. Chen Ting, you are not allowed to talk to Yi Zi like this. Li Taizhu didn't care about Chen Ting scolding him, but he didn't allow Chen Ting to scold Yi Zi. How else am I supposed to talk to him? 3 years ago, he was just a dog in the Shin family, but now the Shin family doesn't want him anymore. He's a dog of bad luck. Li Tiezu, I told you 3 years ago not to hang out with this loser. Look at you, aren't you getting worse and worse? Chen Ting said mockingly. Pop. Li Taizhu slapped Chen Ting in the face. Li Taizhu, you dare to hit me. Chen Ting looked at Li Taizhu in disbelief. You know, in the past, Li Taiju treated her like a queen. He didn't even dare to speak to her loudly, and today, he actually slapped her. If you dare to scold Yi Zi again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Taiju said coldly. He knew that Chen Ting was no longer the same person he knew, so there was no need to be polite. Although Li Taiju had become thinner, his height was still there. Chen Ting was like a little chick in front of him, and she dared not be mean anymore. She also knew that Li Taiju was most protective of his brother. He immediately said coldly, "Please leave. We came here to buy clothes, why should we go out?" Yi Chen said. "There is no clothing in my store that is less than 10,000 yuan. I heard that Shenao Shue only gave you 500 yuan a month for pocket money. Can you afford it?" Chen Ting snorted. "Are you so sure that I can't afford it?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said. "Sister Ting, what happened? Why are you kicking customers out?" At this time, another female clerk walked in from outside. She and Chen Ting are both employees here, and they had just gone to the bathroom. "It's nothing, I just met two poor people, I asked them to leave so they wouldn't dirty our clothes," Chen Ting said with contempt. "As long as you enter the store, you are a customer. How can you drive someone away? You too, if you want to see any clothes, you can try them on," the female clerk said gently to Yi Chen and Li Taiju, and bowed slightly to the two of them. This young lady has a good personality and is better looking than Chen Ting. But she should have arrived later than Chen Ting, and the word intern was written on her name tag. You don't have any discernment at all. You'll never be promoted in your life like this. If you want to serve, just serve. Chen Ting sneered and ignored everyone. The little lady began to introduce the two of them carefully. She even took down the clothes that the two of them liked and let them try them on. "Are you afraid we won't buy it?" Yi Chen said to the saleswoman with a smile. "It's okay, there's no rule that you have to buy something when you come to the store." The saleswoman smiled sweetly. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Okay, then wrap these up." "Ah." The saleswoman was clearly taken aback. She didn't think Yi Chen was really going to buy. "What? Was I not clear enough?" "Well, that's a lot of money." The saleswoman didn't seem to believe that Yi Chen had the purchasing power. "What, are you afraid I don't have the money?" Yi Chen frowned. "Of course not. Then, I'll really wrap it up." "Go ahead. Don't blame me for not reminding you, if these clothes get dirty, you'll have to buy them yourself, and you won't be able to afford to sell them." At this time, Chen Ting snorted. The saleswoman was suddenly a little scared. After all, she was just an intern. If she really had to pay for it, she definitely couldn't afford it. "Then, let's use your credit card." To dispel the female clerk's concerns, Yi Chen took out his credit card and let the female clerk pay first. "It's okay, sir. I trust you." The female clerk began to pack the clothes for Yi Chen. The female clerk packed the clothes very carefully, afraid of accidentally wrinkling or staining them. Seeing this, Chen Ting's face showed a sneer. She took a cup of coffee and walked over to the female clerk who was carefully packing the clothes, then patted the other person on the shoulder. At this moment, the female clerk was already highly concentrated, and was startled by Chen Ting's slap. Under the influence of her conditioned reflex, she knocked over the coffee in Chen Ting's hand. Suddenly, the coffee spilled on the clothes being packed. Even the clothes that Yi Chen didn't want were stained. This scene directly scared the female clerk silly. Because even if Yi Chen doesn't buy any of these clothes, she can still put them back on sale. But now, with the coffee spilled, they are useless. "Oh, I'm sorry. I saw you working hard packing and wanted to give you some water." Chen Ting made an innocent expression. She then said with a mischievous smile, "Oh, these clothes are all dirty, what should I do?" "You'll have to buy them all." Chapter 26, Too Late to Regret. At the mention of buying all the clothes, the saleswoman almost burst into tears. She didn't know what to do. Her monthly salary is only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. The clothes that she had just ruined were worth at least 100,000 yuan. This is an astronomical sum for her. "Chen Ting, are you human? You obviously did it on purpose." Li Taiju scolded, and he didn't expect that Chen Ting would turn out to be like this. "What? Do you feel sorry for her? If you feel sorry for her, then buy all her clothes for her." Chen Ting sneered. She thought to herself, an intern, and she dares to go against her. The female intern stood there helplessly, crying like a weeping willow. At this moment, Yichen spoke up, I'll take all these clothes, and I'll also take all the clothes in this store that fit my and Z sizes. Ha, Yichen, why don't you say you want to go to heaven? You want all the clothes here. Do you know how much that costs? At least $1 million. Chen Ting laughed out loud. It's only $1 million, right? Swipe the card. Yichen directly handed the black card to the female intern. Z, do you have that much money in your card? Li Tietu's heart was pounding. I don't know either. Yichen whispered. After all, Master Shadi said that the card had no limit, but Ning Fugua only withdrew 5,000, which made Yichen a little unsure. But he trusted Master Shadi a little more. Damn! Li Taiju rolled his eyes. If Yichen's card couldn't pay the bill, it would be a huge embarrassment. Soon, the female intern took out the POS machine and swiped $1 million. With a ding, the payment was successful. Yichen's card actually had 1 million yuan. Chen Ting's body suddenly trembled. She never imagined that this poor guy was actually so rich. If I had known, I wouldn't have treated them like this. But it was too late to say anything now. Now she can't bring herself to make them lick her again. What's wrong with having $1 million? I'm talking about the clothes. At least $1 million. $1 million is probably not enough. Chen Ting said stubbornly. Oh? How much do you think it costs to stock your entire store? Yi Chen asked. 5 or 6 million. Chen Ting said with a sneer. She didn't believe that Yi Chen had 5 or 6 million in his card. Use your card. Sir, don't spend impulsively. Yi Chen saved the female intern from embarrassment. She was very touched, but didn't want Yi Chen to spend too much. I can't help it, I'm impulsive by nature. Just swipe the card. Yi Chen said. But you can't wear all these clothes, and some of them don't even fit you. The female intern said. That's true. Yi Chen thought for a moment. After a moment, he said, then wrap up the clothes that fit my size, and the ones that don't. I saw an old clothes donation over there in the square. You can take them there and donate them to the people in the mountains. Sir, are you serious? The female intern swallowed her saliva at the news. You know, in this store, the clothes that fit Yi Chen's size are at most 1/5 of the total. That's over $1 million. If Yi Chen is going to donate the rest to the mountains, then he is going to donate millions of dollars. This is too generous, isn't it? You know, usually people donate old clothes that they don't want anymore. But Yi Chen is actually donating brand new clothes, and they are Prada. The female interns were all wondering if they were dreaming. But pinching her thigh, it really hurt, so it wasn't a dream. Of course it was serious. After all, I am a person with a sense of social responsibility. Yi Chen took the POS machine himself and directly swiped 6 million. Okay, the money has been debited. Please help me wrap the clothes. Yes, sir. The female intern knew that she had met a wealthy patron today and happily went to pack the clothes. Oh, yes, the sales of these clothes are all yours. Yi Chen added. At this moment, Chen Ting's expression on her face was wonderful. Her expression changed several times. Finally, she said to Yi Chen with a flattering look on her face, Brother Chen, I was just joking with you. I knew you would be successful. Oh, that's not what you said just now. Yi Chen sneered. Really, I've always told Zushi to learn more from you, but you didn't believe me. You can ask Zushi. Chen Ting walked up to Li Taiju and actually put her arm around him. Li Taiju, however, pulled his hand away and said coldly, Chen Ting, how can you be so shameless? Zhu Zi, I'm shameless and cheap. As long as you forgive me, you can scold me all you want. Chen Ting was desperate. Unfortunately, Li Taiju had already seen through Chen Ting's true colors and could no longer trust her. Sister, please deliver the clothes to this address. Yi Chen left the address and then left directly with Li Taichu. Seeing Li Tieju's back without any lingering feelings, Chen Ting gritted her teeth and said, What are you so proud of? Yi Chen has money, but you, Li Taiju, don't. Not long after Yi Chen and his companion left, a man dressed in a very flashy outfit and wearing a Patek Philippe watch and sunglasses walked into the store. Sir, may I help you? Chen Ting went to greet him. When the man saw Chen Ting, he first took a few looks at her, then immediately took off his sunglasses and said with a surprised look, "Chen Ting, it's me, Wu Yuliang." "Wu Yuliang, long time no see, you are doing well now." Chen Ting looked at Wu Yuliang's outfit and knew that Wu Yuliang's outfit was worth at least 1 million. Wu Yuliang and Chen Ting were classmates in high school, and he even pursued Chen Ting, but in the end, Chen Ting chose the tall and handsome Li Taizhu. She just didn't expect that Wu Yuliang would be so rich now. "It's not bad. I've opened a small company and make 100 million a year." Wu Yuliang said modestly. 100 million is just okay? Chen Ting widened her eyes. "Ting Ting, I never thought that after all these years, you are still so beautiful." Wu Yuliang's eyes looked at Chen Ting. To be fair, Chen Ting's appearance no longer satisfies Wu Yuliang's aesthetic standards. After all, he is so rich now, and he is already tired of beautiful women. But after all, Chen Ting was his goddess in his student days, so he had to get her to play with him a few times. Make up for the regret at the time. Am I pretty? Chen Ting was a little unsure. After all, for a rich man like Wu Yuliang, there was no shortage of beautiful women. Of course, Ting Ting, you know, I liked you since high school. Do you have a boyfriend now? Wu Yuliang asked. No, not yet. Chen Ting said, in fact, she had a boyfriend. Then will you be my girlfriend? Wu Yuliang's eyes lit up. In fact, seeing Chen Ting again, he wanted to get her to play with him, whether she had a boyfriend or not. This is too fast. Chen Ting wanted to say yes right away, but pretended to be reserved. That's right. Oh, by the way, a few old classmates are having a party at the Prince Hotel tonight. Okay. Chen Ting happily agreed. Chapter 27, Borrowing the Bride Price. Yi Chen and Li Taizhu had been shopping in the mall until the evening, and they had finally bought everything they needed. Suddenly, Li Taizhu's phone rang. It was class monitor Jiang Pan calling. He was asked to attend a class reunion. Yi Chen also received an invitation. He and Li Taizhu were also classmates. In their student days, the two were like brothers. After graduation, they both worked at Aoshui Group and lived in the same dormitory, which is why they have such a deep friendship. Yi Zi, are you going? Li Taizhu looked at Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's reputation is not good. In order to marry into a wealthy family, he even donated his kidney. Why not? Yi Chen said indifferently. Prince Hotel. At this time, many people had already arrived. The monitor, Jiang Pan, was a beautiful woman. In middle school, she was the most beautiful girl in the class, and now she has become even more mature and full of charm. She makes a group of animals drool. Even Wu Yuliang swallowed his saliva in secret. If he had known that Jiang Pan was coming, he wouldn't have flirted with Chen Ting. Although Chen Ting is also very pretty, she can't compare to Jiang Pan. But it doesn't matter, I've already added her contact information, so there will be plenty of opportunities. Let's play with Chen Ting first. Besides Jiang Pan, there were several other female classmates who were also very pretty, and he would play with them all. Even the female companion brought by a male classmate, Wu Yuliang, is not going to let go. This is the charm of money. As long as he likes a woman, there is no way he can't get her. Class president, you're getting prettier and prettier. No, you are also very beautiful. What's the use of being pretty? Wu Yuliang is still the best, running a multi-billion-dollar company. When old classmates meet, there is naturally a lot of bragging. And of course, some memories. Class monitor, are you married now? I remember when we were in school, almost every guy wrote you a love letter. Especially Li Taizhu and Yi Chen, those two dogskin plasters, not only wrote love letters to you, but also insisted on walking you home every day. They were really like toads trying to eat swan meat. Yes, fortunately, you held on to yourself at the time. If you had really gone with them, you would have been in trouble. Not to mention Li Taizhu, but Yi Chen even donated a kidney in order to become a son-in-law of a wealthy family. Okay, let's not talk about the past. Jiang Pan seemed to want everyone to stop talking. After all, she had once had a crush on Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen and she are now people from two different worlds. Although Jiang Pan is not married, her career is booming. She runs a sizable pharmaceutical company and has a net worth of tens of millions. Chen Ting, I remember you were with Li Taiju, right? How did you end up with Yu Liang? Someone seemed to have noticed that Chen Ting and Wu Yuliang had a special relationship and asked. Who said I was with Li Taiju? He's the one who's been chasing me, and I haven't agreed to it yet. Chen Ting quickly said. She didn't want Wu Yuliang to know about her relationship with Li Taiju. Li Taiju and Yi Chen will be here soon. At that time, you should be kind to them, especially when Yi Chen becomes a son-in-law. Zhang Pan frowned. Class monitor, you're defending Yi Chen so much, don't tell me you really like him? Someone started a commotion. Of course not. It should be this private room. At this time, Yi Chen and Li Taiju finally arrived. Yi Chen. He was about to push the door open when a beautiful voice stopped him. Yi Chen turned around and saw a pretty face. It was Lin Ruoshi. Why are you here? Yi Chen frowned. This hotel is owned by my family. Is it strange that I'm here? It's you, Yi Chen. What are you doing here? Are you here for dinner? I can give you a discount. Lin Ruoshi blinked her beautiful big eyes and said. No need. Yi Chen didn't say much and walked into the private room. You don't have to be so cold. Lin Ruoshi felt a bit frustrated. You know, in Jiangdu, besides Shinaoxua, which woman can compete with her? There are countless people who want to drink her foot bath water. But this guy Yi Chen doesn't even look at her. Could it be that this guy lost his kidney and is no longer interested in women? Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but think. What are they doing in there? Lin Ruoshi asked the waiter. They seem to be having a class reunion, Mr. Lin. The waiter replied. A class reunion? It seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. Lin Ruoshi's eyes narrowed. In the private room. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way. Li Tiezu said apologetically to everyone. Oh, speaking of Chow Chow, here he comes. Yi Chen, long time no see. Zhang Pan nodded to Yi Chen. Long time no see. Yi Chen nodded, but his eyes did not linger on Zhang Pan. The two sat down. Seeing Li Taiju arrive, Wu Yuliang deliberately placed his hand on Chen Ting's shoulder. It was as if he was declaring his sovereignty. After all, he had never been able to compete with Li Taiju, and now, he had to find a way to save face. Moreover, he had just promised Chen Ting that he would make Li Taiju and Yi Chen look bad today. Chen Ting did not refuse. There was even a hint of smugness in her eyes. You Li Taiju, aren't you arrogant? I've found someone better now. Aren't you angry? As if to anger Li Taiju, Chen Ting even deliberately put an oyster in Wu Yuliang's plate. Men who eat oysters know what they're doing. Seeing this, Li Taiju's face was not very good. After all, it's the woman he's loved for 7 or 8 years, and now not only is she being held by another man, she's also being fed oysters. Taiju, don't be upset. After all, Liang has a big company now and is worth hundreds of millions. It's understandable that Chen Ting chose Liang. A female classmate said. By the way, Li Taiju, I heard that you borrowed money from loan sharks to pay for the bride price. If you haven't paid it back yet, you can borrow from Liang Yuliang. With Liang Yuliang's current net worth, he can pay it back for you in a minute. Otherwise, your other leg will be broken, and you won't be able to attend the next class reunion. A male classmate named Zhang Gue said. Don't bother, Yezi has already paid it back for me. Li Tiezu said with a pale face. Obviously, this guy is stirring up trouble. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Gui's words, everyone immediately exploded. Is it true, Taiju, that you borrowed money from loan sharks to pay for the bride price? Fortunately, Chen Ting didn't marry you, otherwise, you would have been in big trouble. That's right, if you really need money, you can talk to us old classmates, we will definitely help you. At this point, Li Taiju was on the verge of an explosion. Because only Chen Ting knew about the loan, not even Yi Chen. Obviously, it was Chen Ting who told everyone. Chapter 28, The Beautiful Class Monitor Jiang Pan. Chen Ting, do you have any shame? If it weren't for you being lazy and vain, and owing money online, would Li Tiezu need to borrow money from loan sharks? Yi Chen said with a bad look on his face. In fact, if it were really just a dowry, Li Taiju would never have borrowed money at high interest rates. Instead, he learned that Chen Ting had borrowed a lot of money online because of excessive spending, and was being violently harassed by debt collectors, so he made up his mind to borrow money from loan sharks to help Chen Ting pay off her debts. Li Taizhu helped Chen Ting pay off her online loans, thinking that Chen Ting would marry him, but he never expected that Chen Ting would break up with him. As soon as she found out that he had borrowed money at high interest rates. In the end, she ran off with a rich man. It can be said that Li Taizhu was crippled because of Chen Ting. I didn't ask him to borrow it. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars, and he had to borrow it at high interest. It only shows that he is incompetent. It seems that I was right to break up with him. Chen Ting, however, didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, but instead said, "That's right. Chen Ting was right. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Li Taizhu, I'll pay you back for her." Wu Yuliang took tens of thousands of dollars in cash directly from his wallet and threw it at Li Taizhu. It feels great to use money to hit people. Especially, he also stole Li Taizhu's woman. Wu Yuliang was a little upset to know that Chen Ting had been with Li Taizhu. But just now, Chen Ting had told him that she had not slept with Li Taizhu. What a big loser. After being a dog for so many years, he never even got to kiss Chen Ting. Tonight, he can do whatever he wants with Chen Ting. I don't want your stinking money. Li Taizhu threw the money back again. Li Taizhu, I know you have backbone, but what good is it to have backbone? You need money. With money, you don't even have to chase after women, they will come to you like dogs and lick you. The women you can't get with all your might, I can get with the snap of my fingers. Wu Yuliang said proudly, hugging Chen Ting. Although Wu Yuliang's words made the female classmates present, especially Chen Ting, feel a little uncomfortable. But who can blame them for being rich? A rich man's farts are fragrant. Li Taizhu's fists were clenched tightly, as if he might explode at any moment. But Yi Chen patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to be impulsive. He then glanced at Wu Yuliang and said, "Are you very rich?" "I'm not very talented, but I run a small company that makes 100 million a year." Wu Yuliang said proudly, while his hand was roaming over Chen Ting's body. "Is 100 million a lot?" Yi Chen sneered. "Oh, is 100 million still a lot? That's a number you can't even dream of." The male classmate named Zhang Gue spoke up. Obviously, this guy wants to curry favor with Wu Yuliang. Seeing Yi Chen's disdainful look, Wu Yuliang shook his head and said, "Yi Chen, I heard Tingting say that you bought all the clothes in her store yesterday, spending millions of dollars. It should be the breakup fee that Shanao Shui gave you. People like you, with a little money, should buy a house and find an ordinary woman to be your wife, instead of spending all your money just to show off. Yes, Yi Chen, you donated your kidney and have a few million on you. You might be able to find an ordinary woman to be your wife, but if you spend all your money, it will be difficult to find a wife in the future. Why find a wife when you've already donated your kidney? To leave her a widow? That's right, ha ha ha." The group of people laughed heartily. "Yi Chen, tell us, what is it like to have one kidney removed? If you call your mother over, Yi Zi can make her cry for 3 days and nights." Seeing Yi Chen being so insulted, Li Taizhu finally couldn't help it. "Damn it, Li Taizhu, are you looking for death?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "That's enough." Just when the situation was about to erupt, the monitor Zhang Pan gave a light shout. In her student days, Zhang Pan was very popular, and now that she is the CEO of a beauty company, she has even more charisma. A light shout finally silenced everyone. "We haven't seen each other for so many years, can we just have a nice meal?" Zhang Pan looked at everyone with her beautiful eyes and said coldly. "Listen to the monitor, let's eat." Wu Yuliang quickly agreed. After all, he still wanted to know what would happen with the beautiful class monitor Zhang Pan later. It's not good to do things too extreme. At this time, Zhang Pan's phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, a look of panic flashed in Zhang Pan's eyes. "Well, you guys eat first. I'm going to answer the phone." Zhang Pan got up and left. After Zhang Pan left, the male students enthusiastically discussed her again. "Our monitor is really getting prettier and prettier, especially her figure. When she was in school, she didn't stand out, but now she's developed into such a magnificent figure. Yes, she has even opened a big company. The more you look at her, the more charming she is. A beauty like the monitor, I'm afraid, can only be matched by Liang Gu." When everyone was praising Zhang Pan, They didn't forget to lick Wu Yuliang. This made Chen Ting feel a little uncomfortable. But she also knew that she could never compare with Jiang Pan. To put it bluntly, she is now a pet dog of Wu Yuliang. However, even being Wu Yuliang's dog is better than being with that poor Li Tiezu. I'm going out for a bit. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Pan's departing back and said to Li Taizhu. Everyone seemed to know what Yi Chen wanted. They immediately said, Yi Chen, you probably want the contact information of the monitor, but I advise you not to bother. Not to mention that you are just poor. Even if you are not poor, you have no kidney. Will the monitor want you, a man with a disability? The words of the crowd were not malicious, but Yi Chen acted as if he hadn't heard them, and left the private room directly. During the 3 years of training on the mountain, his state of mind had reached a very high level. Jiang Pan left the private room and answered the phone in a corner. Brother Long, can you give me a few more days? I'll definitely pay you back in a few days. Jiang Pan said to the phone in a begging tone. How many times have I heard you say that you need more time? Jiang Pan, I don't want to waste time talking to you. Tell me where you are, I'll come and find you. When you borrowed the money, didn't you use your body as collateral? Now that I don't want you to pay me back, you let me sleep with you for a year, and our debt will be written off. Long Ji's words made Jiang Pan's body tremble. She dared to sign this agreement because she was confident that she would be able to pay back the money on time. But she never expected that her partner would run off with the money. Although she was able to keep the company, she was unable to pay Longa's money back for the time being. Brother Long. Jiang Pan wanted to say something else, but unfortunately, the other party had already hung up. Chapter 29, Jiang Pan's Crisis. Class monitor? Jiang Pan had just hung up the phone when Yi Chen's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Yi Chen, when did you get here? Jiang Pan was startled by Yi Chen, and her pretty face was a little flustered. I just got here. Did you hear anything? Jiang Pan looked at Yi Chen nervously. As the monitor, she has always been the best, and even though she is in trouble now, she doesn't want her old classmates to know. Especially Yi Chen, who she had liked. Jiang Pan liked Yi Chen for a simple reason. A good girl is afraid of being pestered by a man. At the time, Yi Chen and Li Tiezu would escort Jiang Pan home every day. At first, Jiang Pan was a bit disgusted. But after a while, she got used to it. If Yi Chen and Li Taizhu didn't take her home one day, she would actually feel a little uncomfortable. As for why she liked Yi Chen and not Li Taizhu, it could only be said that it was a matter of taste. Li Taizhu grew very fast. At that time, he was already 1.7 meters tall and very fat, which was not Jiang Pan's type. But Yi Chen was different. Not only did he have a good body proportion, but he also looked a little handsome. Although Jiang Pan didn't know if she liked him or not. Time has passed, and on the surface she looks prosperous, but in reality, she also has her difficulties. At the time, the company had borrowed a large sum of money for development. With the company's operating situation, she was completely capable of paying it back. But after the partner had taken most of the company's cash flow, it was difficult to repay the loan from Longa. In order to borrow this loan, Jiang Pan had to use her body as collateral. In other words, if Jiang Pan couldn't pay back the money, she would have to be Long Ji's woman for a year. Yi Chen saw Jiang Pan's stubbornness and shook his head, saying, I didn't hear anything. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Pan's face finally looked a little better. Even if she was humiliated, she couldn't be humiliated in front of her old classmates. Class president, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, I can help you. Although Jiang Pan did not turn on the speakerphone just now, Yi Chen had an amazing hearing and still heard the content of the call. I'm a big boss, I don't need your help. Go, let's go back to eat. Jiang Pan forced a smile. Yi Chen didn't say much, and followed Jiang Pan back to the private room. After returning to the private room, Jiang Pan was distracted. Listening to the praise of her classmates, Jiang Pan could not help but feel bitter. If I had known this, I shouldn't have borrowed money from loan sharks. It would have been better to be an ordinary person. Now, she didn't even dare to cry. She was obviously very sad, but she had to pretend to be happy. She finally managed to hold out until the end of the party. However, when everyone was about to leave, the door to the private room was kicked open. Then, a dozen people entered one after another. The leader was a man with a dragon tattooed on his neck. When she saw the man, Zhang Pan's face instantly turned pale. She didn't expect Longa to find her so quickly. Zhang Pan, I finally found you. Brother Long was full of excitement. Who are you? Who let you in? Zhang Gui seemed to have not yet grasped the situation and shouted angrily. As a result, Longa slapped him in the face and knocked him to the ground. I'm here to collect money from Zhang Pan. Either you help her pay back the money, or you shut up, otherwise my knife won't recognize anyone. Brother Long directly stuck a knife on the table. Brother Long, today is my class reunion. Give me a face. Can we talk about our business later? Zhang Pan pleaded. Zhang Pan, we had a deal. If you don't pay me back, you have to spend a year with me. Don't say I'm not fair. I've already given you 3 months. Brother Long said coldly. Zhang Pan's face turned ashen at Long Ji's words. The way the others looked at Zhang Pan also changed. I thought you were so cool, but you're just a loan shark. Yes, he's quite good at pretending. Some even whispered. After all, he is our class monitor. Why don't we chip in together? A female classmate who was on good terms with Zhang Pan said. Class monitor, how much do you owe him? With interest, 10 million. Brother Long said, holding a cigarette. 10 million. That's a lot of money. Even for Wu Yuliang, it was not easy to come up with. He bragged that the company earned 100 million yuan a year, but that was gross profit. The actual net profit is only 20 to 30 million. 10 million yuan is almost equivalent to half a year's profit. When they heard the figure of 10 million, everyone was silent. If we don't borrow from Brother Yuliang, I'm afraid he's the only one who can come up with this much money. The female classmate sighed. If Zhang Pan owed a small amount, everyone could chip in. But it's 10 million yuan. Only Wu Yuliang could afford it. Wu Yuliang frowned when he heard this. I'll be honest with you, I can afford 10 million, but it's not a small amount of money. Class president, I can help you pay this money back, but I can't do it for free. Wu Yuliang, when I recover, I can give you 10% interest. Zhang Pan said immediately. Wu Yuliang shook his head. I don't want interest. What do you want then? The company's shares? I can give you those too. I don't want shares either. Then what do you want? I want you to be my girlfriend. Wu Yuliang came straight to the point. After all, this is 10 million. He is a businessman. If there is not enough profit, he cannot do a losing business. Wu Yuliang's words instantly dashed the hopes that Zhang Pan had just kindled. What's the difference between being Wu Yuliang's girlfriend and being Long Ji's girlfriend? If I really have to choose between the two, she would rather choose Brother Long. After all, she has nothing to do with Longa, but Wu Yuliang is her classmate. If she spends all day with Wu Yuliang, she will feel very embarrassed. Brother Yuliang, didn't you already ask me to be your girlfriend? At this time, Chen Ting finally couldn't help but speak up. Chen Ting, you don't even look at what you look like, a broken shoe, and you still want to be my girlfriend. I'm just playing with you. Wu Yuliang said unceremoniously. Although this is very offensive, for Wu Yuliang, it is just a group of poor classmates, and if you offend them, you will offend them. Among the people present, only Zhang Pan could attract his attention. Chen Ting was trembling with anger, but she dared not make a scene. After all, she can't afford to provoke Wu Yuliang. If not, class monitor, you should just say yes. After all, Liang is young and promising, and you two together are a perfect match. Someone said. Have you two discussed it? If you haven't, I'm going to have to carry you. Brother Long said, puffing out a smoke ring. Chapter 30, The Hidden Big Boss. Zhang Pan bit her lip tightly, not knowing what to do. Finally, Zhang Pan made a decision. Although she didn't want to choose Wu Yuliang. But at least she would be honest with Wu Yuliang. But this Long brother has a family. He is like a mistress. I'll help her. However, just as Zhang Pan was about to speak, a voice rang out. The voice belonged to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you know how much 10 million is? Yi Chen didn't waste any time and threw the supreme black card directly to Brother Long, saying, no password, take it and swipe it yourself. Brother Long was originally indifferent, but when he saw the black card thrown by Yi Chen, his face suddenly changed. The others couldn't understand it, but he was the one responsible for the water, so how could he not recognize it? This card is extraordinary at first glance. It is definitely not an ordinary bank card. Okay, I'll send it over to you later. Brother Long left with his men. Thank you, Yi Chen. Jiang Pan never expected that in the end, it was Yi Chen who helped her out of a difficult situation. As for Wu Yuliang, he looked very unhappy. He thought he could finally get the goddess he had dreamed of since his student days. But Yi Chen came in and ruined everything. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be so rich. At this point, everyone's attitude towards Yi Chen changed. Previously, Yi Chen bought the clothes in Chen Ting's store for several million yuan, which did not prove that Yi Chen was rich. But now, Yi Chen has actually come up with 10 million to help Jiang Pan pay back her debt, which shows that Yi Chen may really be very rich. You really think he has that much money in his card? If Long finds out later that there is no money in the card, he will definitely come back to cause trouble. At this time, Zhang Gui suddenly spoke up. Everyone then realized what had happened. Yes, what money could Yi Chen have? Can Xianao Xue give him 10 million as a breakup fee? Even if Xianao Xue is worth 10 billion now, she can't be that generous. Moreover, the richer someone is, the more stingy they tend to be. And do you know who Brother Long is? He is the underboss of the 4 bandits' widows, and even the Shen family doesn't want to mess with him. Zhang Gui continued. Then, let's get out of here quickly. After hearing Zhang Gui's words, everyone became agitated. Wu Yuliang was also a bit panicked when he learned that Brother Long was actually under the control of the widow. He had also heard of the 4 most ruthless bandits, who were all ruthless killers. Yi Chen, don't pretend to be someone you're not. You're going to get the squad leader killed. That's right. Why don't you let Brother Yuliang help the squad leader return the money? Everyone pointed at Yi Chen. Jiang Pan was also a little worried and said to Yi Chen, I know you want to help me, but this is not something you can solve. You should leave. Why should I leave? I still have to wait for him to send the card. Yi Chen replied. Yi Chen, you're still pretending at this point. Do you know who the widow is? She's the underground queen of Jiangdu, and even the Shen family dares not provoke her. If I were you, I would leave quickly, otherwise, I won't be able to leave later. At this time, Long Gu personally returned the card. Jiang Pan, you're lucky. Our accounts are settled. Brother Long left with his men. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Brother Long actually left. Could it be that Yi Chen really has that much money in his card? It seems that Xianao Xue is quite willing to give you such a breakup fee. Wu Yuliang said with some reluctance. Pay the bill. The party is over. Everyone is ready to pay the bill and leave. Your order has already been paid for. However, the waiter said this. Everyone looked confused, and no one had seen anyone pay the bill. I know, it must have been Brother Liang who paid for it quietly, right? Today, it was supposed to be an AA, but I didn't expect Brother Liang to quietly pay for the bill. He is truly a big boss worth over 100 million, and he really has a plan. Zhang Gui continued to flatter him. I was going to buy it, but I haven't bought it yet. Wu Yuliang shook his head. It's like this, our boss has instructed that the bill for your table today will be waived. The waiter said. Everyone was even more confused. Boss, why did you give them a free meal? Brother Liang, do you know the owner of this restaurant? Zhang Gui looked at Wu Yuliang. No. Wu Yuliang shook his head. Zhang Gui thought for a moment and said, Is it possible that you don't know the owner, but the owner knows you and wants to cooperate with you for a long time and deliberately waived the bill today? Is that true? Wu Yuliang was a little suspicious. This was the Prince Hotel, a 6-star hotel. In front of the owner of this restaurant, with his worth of over 100 million, he was only a small boss. There is no need for him to give him face at all. This is definitely the case. Zhang Gu said with a face full of certainty, It's still better to follow Brother Liang. Thank you, Brother Liang. The old classmates thanked him one after another. After all, the meal was not cheap. Even if it was paid for by everyone, it would still cost thousands of dollars. Tell your boss thanks, I'll be coming here often. Wu Yuliang said to the waiter in a manner befitting a leader. However, the waiter frowned and said, "Our boss didn't give you a free meal, so why are you thanking him?" Wu Yuliang's expression suddenly froze. If it wasn't for him, who would have paid for it? Jiang Pan? Even he is not eligible for a free meal, so why would Jiang Pan be? It can't be Yi Chen, can it? Yi Chen, what do you think? Our food is pretty good, right? At this moment, Yi Chen's shoulder was tapped. Behind him stood a stunning beauty. Who else could it be if not Lin Ruoshi? "Hello, boss." The waiter immediately bowed to the beauty. "Are you Mr. Lin?" At this time, Wu Yuliang also recognized Lin Ruoshi. Although Lin Ruoshi is not as famous as Shen Aoxue, she is also a figure in Jiangdu. She runs hundreds of hotels. His net worth exceeds 5 billion. In front of a big shot like Lin Ruoshi, Wu Yuliang is just a piece of trash. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Wu Yuliang and said coldly, "Do I know you?" "Mr. Lin, you don't know me, but I've seen you before. My name is Wu Yuliang, I'm in the..." "It's a pleasure to meet," Wu Yuliang said, and he wanted to hand over his business card. "Stop, I'm not interested in knowing you." However, Lin Ruoshi directly interrupted Wu Yuliang, who wanted to introduce himself. Then his gaze fell entirely on Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, in the future, you have to come over and tell me in advance, and I will reserve the best private room for you." Everyone was puzzled at first, but then they seemed to understand. Lin Ruoshi was not giving Wu Yuliang a free meal, but Yi Chen. What exactly is Yi Chen's talent? Is he the son-in-law of the Shen family? Not to mention that Shen Aoxue is already married to Su Tiancheng. Even if Yi Chen is still the son-in-law of the Shen family, Lin Ruoshi would not give him a free meal for that reason. After all, even if Shen Aoxue came in person, Lin Ruoshi might not give him face. At this point, even if everyone is stupid, they know what's going on. Yi Chen is the hidden big boss. Chapter 31, The Widow of a Bandit. Yi Chen, so you and President Lin know each other? Why didn't you say so earlier? That's right, when I was in school, I knew you would be successful in the future. A group of old classmates suddenly changed their attitude towards Yi Chen. Obviously, Yi Chen is no longer the lowly son-in-law they knew. "Yi Chen, do you have a girlfriend now? Why don't we add each other on WeChat?" The female classmates even took the initiative to come over and ask for contact information. This made Wu Yuliang very embarrassed. Obviously, he was the host today. These women should be circling around him. Especially the class monitor Jiang Pan, the way she looked at Yi Chen had changed. After all, if it weren't for Yi Chen today, she would have agreed to be Wu Yuliang's girlfriend. When those female classmates wanted to add Yi Chen to WeChat, he told them to add Li Tiezu instead. Although the female classmates actually wanted to add Yi Chen, they knew that Li Tiezu and Yi Chen were in the same boat. Adding Li Tiezu is the same as adding Yi Chen. Li Taizhu also accepted everyone. Add them all. As for Chen Ting, it was a bit awkward. She had Li Tiezu's WeChat account. Unfortunately, when they broke up, she blocked Li Taichu. Now, she doesn't have the face to add Li Tiezu to her WeChat. She had to leave tactfully. Although a group of female classmates were unable to add Yi Chen to their WeChat, they still surrounded Yi Chen and were unwilling to leave. "Yi Chen, when are you free? Come to my house for dinner, I have popping candy and jelly." There was even a particularly fierce female classmate who directly invited Yi Chen to her house for dinner. "Yi Chen, come over here, I have something to tell you." The voice of the class monitor Jiang Pan rang out. Okay, don't argue with the monitor. You're not as good looking as the monitor. Go away." Yi Chen followed Jiang Pan to the stairs. "Yi Chen, thank you for helping me today." Jiang Pan looked at the still handsome man in front of her and felt an inexplicable affection in her heart. Once, she thought she would never have any more contact with Yi Chen in her life. Especially, 3 years ago, Yi Chen had an accident. She even thought that she would never see Yi Chen again in her life. But she never expected to see him again 3 years later. What's more, Yi Chen also helped her solve her immediate problem. "Oh, we're old classmates, so it's only natural," Yi Chen said nonchalantly. Master Shurde said that for a true strong man, money is just a number. Because if he wants money, he can have as much as he wants. Yi-chun, I know that 10 million may not mean much to you, but do you know that for me, it's like saving my life? For the past few months, I haven't been able to sleep a wink, and even when I do fall asleep, I'm woken up by nightmares. I won't take your money for nothing. If you have any conditions, you can tell me, as long as they're not too extreme, I'll agree to them. Jiang Pan lowered her head, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothes, and whispered. I don't have any conditions. Yi Chen shook his head. Time has passed, and the goddess of his student days has become more mature and more charming. The slender upper body is wearing a white strapless t-shirt, and underneath is a pair of white skinny jeans, paired with 7-centimeter high heels with a bow, looking beautiful, elegant, and appropriate, making one's heart flutter. However, Yi Chen is not the same hormonal boy he was back then. In pursuit of his goddess, he had to forcefully escort someone home for a semester. But that wasn't love at all. It was just because Jiang Pan was everyone's goddess that he wanted to conquer her. Okay, class president, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Yi Chen said and was about to leave. Well, I'll give you a share. Although my company is not very large now, it has great prospects and will definitely make a lot of money. Jiang Pan said. That's fine. Yi Chen didn't refuse. After all, if he really didn't want anything, Jiang Pan might think more about it. When he left the Prince Hotel, Li Taizhu was very happy. He finally felt proud of himself. Especially when he saw Chen Ting's deflated look, he felt even better. Yes, Yi Zi, this is the little note they asked me to pass on to you. Li Taizhu handed Yi Zi the little note that the female classmates had written for Yi Zi. Throw it away. Yi Chen said casually. Yi Zi, don't you want to see what they wrote to you? Li Taichu smiled wickedly. Not interested. Yi Zi, you don't know, those female classmates, really fucking after they knew that you had money, they couldn't wait to jump on you. Some even said that they wanted me to help them chase you, as long as they could help them chase you, they would sleep with me. I thought, if I really did that, wouldn't it be the same as wearing a green hat for you? Li Taizhu was excited. The two were about to take a taxi back to the Imperial Palace when suddenly a large group of people rushed out and surrounded the two. The leader was a woman wearing leather pants and leather jacket. Her hot body seemed to burst out of her leather clothes. The woman was very beautiful, but one of her eyes was covered, and she looked full of murderous intent. Seeing the woman, Li Tiezu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Because he knew this woman. To be precise, there are not many people in Jiangdu who don't know this woman. She is the widow of one of the foremost notorious bandits. You're the one who crippled Xiangzi? The widow squinted at Yi Chen, and a dangerous aura flashed in her one eye. It's me. Yi Chen said. Kid, do you know what happens to people who mess with me? The widow's mouth curled up in a smile. I really don't know. Yi Chen said. That means death. Be careful, Yi Zi, she is the widow. Li Taizhu couldn't help but remind him. However, the widow did not take matters into her own hands. Instead, she said to the man behind her, Black Dragon, you go try him. Black Dragon was the previous dragon brother. He and Brother Chang were both under the widow's command and specialized in loan sharking. Yes, Sister Widow. Black Dragon immediately stepped forward. Black Dragon was unusually burly, standing at a full 1.7 meters tall, with a body covered in muscle and a dragon tattooed on his neck, looking quite imposing. Ordinary people would be intimidated by his appearance. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Chen. Black Dragon didn't waste any time, and punched Yi Chen directly in the face. However, Yi Chen casually grabbed Black Dragon's fist. No matter how hard Black Dragon tried, he could not make any progress. Widow, why don't you fight him yourself, or you can both fight him together? Yi Chen said calmly. The widow laughed and said to Black Dragon, you can step aside. He then spat at Yi Chen, Kid, you'll regret this decision. Chapter 32, Ning Xin was arrested. The widow stamped her high-heeled feet on the ground, and the cement ground cracked open. The next moment, her body, like an arrow, rushed towards Yi Chen. Obviously, the widow is a powerful martial artist. Otherwise, she would not have become the king of the Jiangdu underground forces. Yi Chen was about to respond. A figure blocked his path. It was actually Hongye. Apparently, Hongye must have gotten the news that the widow wanted to do something to Yi Chen, so she rushed over. the widow's body stopped abruptly. She said with a displeased expression, "Rakshasa, what do you mean by this?" "This is my master, don't be rash," Hongye said in a deep voice. "Your master?" "Rakshasa. You actually betrayed your sister," widow said coldly. "Hongye, I didn't betray my sister." "Widow, if you didn't betray your sister, why did you recognize a new master?" "I have sworn that the owner of the courtyard is my master," Hongye said. "Haha, Rakshasa, you have been guarding that broken courtyard for more than 10 years, and he has never even looked at you once? If I were you, I would have sold the courtyard and become a servant for a young man. You wouldn't be lonely in missing a man, would you? If you miss a man, I have plenty here. Look at Black Dragon. He has the physique to make you fly." The widow laughed. Yi Chen was a little surprised by the widow's words. He didn't expect that Hongye hadn't seen the Killing Emperor for more than 10 years. In other words, the last time Hongye saw the Killing Emperor, he was only a few years old. She has grown up well. "Rakshasa, let me help you kill her today and give you complete freedom," the widow shouted. "I won't let you hurt him." Hongye frowned. "Rakshasa, do you think you can stop me?" The widow snorted, then pulled a whip from her leather coat and whipped it at Hongye. Hongye then drew out the dagger he carried with him and fought the widow. The widow's attacks were wide and open, and every whip she whipped out made a sonic boom, slapping the ground and even cracking the ground directly. At this time, the widow, wearing a tight leather suit and a small whip, would definitely be very exciting if she were not here, but somewhere else. However, if you were really hit by the widow's whip, it would probably break your bones into several pieces. Hongye, on the other hand, was fast. For a while, the two of them were evenly matched. The strength of Hongye and the widow was basically the same, and it was basically impossible to tell who would win in a short time. Yi Chen quickly saw the strength of the two. From 7 paces away, the widow was stronger. Within 3 steps, however, Hongye was stronger. As long as Hongye can get within 3 steps of the widow, he can defeat her. But obviously, Hongye could never get within 3 steps, or even 5. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said to Hongye, "Hongye, the chi is concentrated in the lower abdomen, the left is 2, the right is 3, retreat 1, advance 2, the first 3, the last 4. Hongye understood that what Yi Chen was talking about should be a kind of step. Immediately, she began to practice the steps according to what Yi Chen had said. In an instant, she felt that her speed had increased a lot. Whether it was attacking or dodging, it became more refined. As the saying goes, a long whip is a powerful weapon. With a long whip in her hand, Hongye could not get close to her. Her dagger couldn't have much effect. But with the steps Yi Chen taught her, she was actually getting closer and closer. Soon, she was within 3 steps of the widow. Swish! The dagger was swung several times, instantly cutting several holes in the widow's leather clothes. If Hongye hadn't held back, it would have been more than just a few cuts in the leather. Because the widow's body was very hot, the leather coat was already stretched to the point of bursting, and when it was cut by Hongye's dagger, it immediately burst. A large area of snow-white skin was revealed. The widow quickly held her hands together to prevent the light from escaping. "You win." The widow had to admit defeat. Su Tianyu is back, and there is also the power behind the Shin family, Rakshasa. "You can't protect him," the widow said coldly, and then left with her people. Although the Shin and Su families tried to keep the news as secret as possible. But the widow, as one of the 4 most notorious bandits, had spies all over Jiangdu, so she knew what Yi Chen had been doing recently. Hongye of course knew as well. But no matter how strong the opponent is, she will not back down. After listening to the widow's words, Yi Chen looked at Hongye and asked, "Hongye, do you know who the forces behind the Shin family are?" "The force behind the Shin family is the one who took away Yi Chen's other kidney." Hongye shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I only know that it is a very terrifying existence. I asked someone to check it out the other day, but those who might know about the existence of that faction all said they would rather die than talk about it, so I don't have a clue for now, but I will continue to have people check it out." "It doesn't matter. I believe it won't be long before Shin Wanquan can't help but contact them." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "By the way, Yi Chen, what kind of step did you just teach me?" Hongye looked at Yi Chen with some excitement. This was the first time she had defeated a widow head-on. In fact, the relationship between the 4 major bandits was not good, and it could even be said that the relationship was stiff. There were frequent frictions between the four of them, and they even wanted to annex each other's territory. For example, the widow has been eyeing the Red Leaf's courtyard for a long time and wants to take it over, but unfortunately, she has never succeeded. If you practice the 7-step killing move to the extreme, combined with your ability to kill in close combat, you can fight at least 2 levels above your opponent. Yi Chen said. Hong Ye's strength is in the middle of the moon level, which is a little stronger than Hong Tao's master. In other words, if she practices the 7-step killing strike to the extreme, her strength can reach the level of invincibility. Let's go back. Su's family. Su Tianyu has finally returned. Brother, you're finally back. You must avenge me. Su Tiancheng's face lit up with joy when he saw Su Tianyu return. Su Tianyu said calmly, "Don't worry, if anyone dares to hurt my brother and sister-in-law, I will make them pay the price." At this moment, Su Tianyu exuded a powerful aura that made Su Qinkuan, the family's deity, feel a flutter in his heart. Is this the apprentice of the god of war? He is many times stronger than Hong Tao's master. Brother, what level of strength have you reached? Although his brother is the apprentice of the god of war, Su Tiancheng still has some doubts in his heart. After all, Shen Kuan was slapped by Yi Chen and flew away. Currently, I am at the peak of the daily level. My master said that in a year at most, I will be able to enter the ranks of the masters. Su Tianyu said proudly. The pinnacle of the daily level. Although he already had a guess in his heart, Chen Kuan found that he had underestimated Su Tianyu's strength. He thought Su Tianyu was at most a beginner at the daily level. It's good to have a master who is a god of war. Bring them to me. Su Tiancheng clapped his hands. The next moment, a dozen men and women were brought up by the Su family bodyguards. They are from the Ning family. The old master of the Ning family, Ning Kaishan, and the entire direct line of the Ning family, as well as Ning Xin and Ning Fugu, were all captured by Su Tiancheng. Chapter 33, Cruel Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu is not like Gao Yuanshan, who has to go find Yi Chen himself. He directly told Su Tiancheng to arrest all the people from the Ning family, so that Yi Chen would come obediently to die. At the same time, it would prevent Yi Chen from getting the news in hiding. Of course, Yi Chen could still hide, but in that case, everyone in the Ning family would have to die. The Ning family dared not resist the Shen family in the slightest. Su Xiao, 3 years ago, we already severed our relationship with the Ning family, it really has nothing to do with us. Ning Yugue, the eldest brother of Ning Fugu, said in a fearful voice, and he knelt in front of Su Tiancheng without any backbone. Yes, Mr. Shen, please let us go. As long as you let us go, we will definitely bring Yi Chen, that bastard, to you and let you do whatever you want with him. Yi Chen only cares about Ning Xin. You can just arrest Ning Xin. There is no need to arrest us. A group of Ning family members cursed Yi Chen while begging Su Tiancheng for mercy. There was nothing they could do. The Su family wanted to crush the Ning family, and it was as easy as crushing an ant. What's more, the Su family now has a future god of war. Let them go. They have nothing to do with me. I'm not a member of the Ning family anymore. Ning Xin said with a silver tooth, listening to the cold words and insults of the Ning family. Woman, call Yi Chen over. Su Tianyu said with a smile. If we just call Yi Chen over, will you let us go? Ning Kaishan looked at Su Tianyu with anticipation. Of course, no. Today, Yi Chen is coming, and you will die. If Yi Chen doesn't come, you will die anyway. A cruel look appeared on Su Tianyu's face. It is not easy to be the apprentice of a god of war. What is a god of war? You don't just need to be a great fighter to be called a god of war, you need to fight on the real battlefield. Although Su Tianyu is not a god of war yet, the god of war has already started to send him to the battlefield to fight in order to train him. As a result, Su Tianyu is full of hostility. Therefore, offending Su Tianyu is a death sentence. And because he has the backing of the god of war, he can basically kill whoever he wants. Su Tianyu's words made everyone in the Ning family turn pale. Yi Chen, you murderer! Yi Chen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. It's all your fault, you bitch. You've ruined the Ning family. A group of people from the Ning family cursed and swore, even if Su Tianyu wanted to kill them, they wouldn't dare to curse Su Tianyu, and they could only vent their grievances on Yi Chen and Ning Xin. Ning Xin, call Yi Chen and tell him to come over and die. Su Tiancheng said to Ning Xin. I won't fight. Ning Xin shook her head stubbornly. No matter if Yi Chen comes or not, Su Tianyu won't let the Ning family go, so why let Yi Chen come here to die? Although Ning Xin knew that Yi Chen was not the same as he was 3 years ago. But Su Tianyu was the apprentice of the god of war. Yi Chen is definitely no match for him. Ha, if Yi Chen comes, you will all die, but I will let you die quickly. But if Yi Chen doesn't come, then you will know what terror is. Su Tianyu stood up from his seat. He grabbed a member of the Ning family at random. Then, he took out a butterfly knife. Pop, pop, pop. As Su Tianyu moved, the man's tendons and ligaments were all severed. Ah! The man screamed in pain. Ning Xin, I'm going to kick your ass. Call someone. Su Tianyu, if you have anything to say, come at me, don't hurt anyone else. Ning Xin shouted. The other members of the Ning family, seeing this scene, didn't even dare to fart. I'll say it again, call Yi Chen. Su Tianyu snorted. Ning Xin's silver teeth clenched her lips tightly. Although she didn't want Yi Chen to come and die, she didn't want to implicate the Ning family either. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. If you don't care about him, then your father, you won't just leave him alone, right? Su Tianyu walked up to Ning Fugu and picked him up. Then, he took out a butterfly knife and was about to cut off Ning Fugu's tendons. Ning Fugu was completely paralyzed with fear. Su Xiao, I know how to find Yi Chen. Oh? Su Tianyu smiled and said, tell me. That kid is Red Leaf's gigolo. As long as we find Red Leaf, we should be able to find that kid. Ning Fugu looked at the butterfly knife, which was less than a centimeter away from his neck, and swallowed his saliva. Who is Hongye? Su Tianyu narrowed his eyes and asked Su Tiancheng. She is the president of the Hongye group, and she also has another identity, the Rakshasa, one of the foremost notorious criminals in Jiangdu. Su Tiancheng said. Under normal circumstances, even the Su family would never dare to provoke the foremost notorious criminals. But it's different with Su Tianyu. How dare you call yourself a member of the Black Society in my territory? Su Tianyu sneered, and then said to Su Tiancheng, tell that Red Leaf to bring Yi Chen and come over here right now. Su Tiancheng did not have Yi Chen's contact information, but Hongye's was easy to find. He immediately had his men find the phone number of Hongye and dialed it. This is Hongye. Who is this? A moment later, a cold voice came over the phone. I am Su Tiancheng. Bring Yi Chen to the Su family immediately. Su Tiancheng said in a commanding tone. Sick. Hongye said coldly, then hung up the phone. Obviously, as one of the foremost notorious criminals, she didn't take Su Tiancheng seriously at all. Brother, she hung up on me. Su Tiancheng looked at Su Tianyu with some embarrassment. Ha? Interesting. Call again. Su Tianyu said coldly. The phone rang again. This time, Su Tianyu was holding the phone. He only said one thing. I am Su Tianyu. Upon hearing the word Su Tianyu, Hongye's brows furrowed slightly. Today, the widow said that Su Tianyu had returned, and she couldn't keep Yi Chen. I didn't expect him to come so soon. What do you want, Su Gongzi? After a moment of silence, Hongye asked. She could ignore Su Tiancheng, but Su Tianyu was different. You have half an hour to bring Yi Chen to the Su family, otherwise, whether it is the Hongye group or whatever Rakshasa, tomorrow, it will no longer exist. Su Tianyu said coldly. Oh, yes, I have the entire Ning family in my hands, including that Ning Xin. Su Tianyu added. Su Tianyu, as the apprentice of the god of war, you actually used such a despicable method. Are you still a man? Hearing that Ning Xin was in Su Tianyu's hands, Hongyi suddenly changed her expression and shouted at the phone. Am I a man? Why don't you ask that woman called Ning Xin later? Chapter 34, Memories of Youth. Sister Hong, what happened? Li Tiezhong, who was eating a hot dog, looked at Hongya, who was as pale as a sheet, and asked. Ning Xin was arrested. Hongyi said in a deep voice. What? Then I'll notify Yi Zi right away. Li Taizhu was so scared that the hot dog fell to the ground, and he quickly took out his phone and dialed Yi Chen. After all, he knew that Ning Xin was Yi Chen's current taboo. Oh no, Yi Chen's phone is turned off. It's okay, I have other ways to contact him. Li Taichu quickly opened WeChat. Just now, Yi Chen was with them. But he didn't go far before he was called back by the beautiful class monitor Jiang Pan to sign a share transfer agreement for him. Li Taichu had basically added all the female classmates' phone numbers, but he had not added Jiang Pan's contact information. So he had to ask other female classmates if they had Jiang Pan's contact information. Brother Taizhu, you miss her already? The voice of the evil female classmate Wan Mei rang out. I don't want to think about you. Do you have the contact information of the monitor? Give me the contact information of the monitor. Li Taizhu said. Jiang Pan's? I don't have it either. The evil female classmate said that she of course had it, but she just didn't want to give it to Li Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, why are you looking for Jiang Pan? Am I not pretty? The voice of the evil female classmate became more and more numb. Hearing that the other party did not, Li Taizhu directly hung up the WeChat voice, and then called another female classmate. But the result was the same, indicating that they did not have the contact information for Jiang Pan. Obviously, they didn't have her contact information, but they didn't want to give it to him. This made Li Taizhu very anxious. Fortunately, Honya had many ways to find Jiang Pan's phone number through the company information. But Jiang Pan's phone was also turned off. Why did both of them turn off their phones? Li Taizhu was like an ant on a hot pan. It's okay, I'll have someone go directly to Jiang Pan's company to look for her. I'm going to Sue's house first. If you're scared, don't come with me. Honya said in a low voice. I'm not afraid. Li Taichu said immediately. Didn't you say you were signing a share transfer agreement? Yi Chen looked at Jiang Pan with some confusion. Jiang Pan clearly said that he was signing a share transfer agreement, but he took Yi Chen to the school. The share agreement is at the company. The secretary will bring it to me later. Would you accompany me to the school? Jiang Pan stood at the school gate, her hands behind her back, looking askance at Yi Chen. Her pretty face looked exceptionally good in the sunlight. She had taken off her high heels and put on a pair of white sneakers, and her hair was tied back in a ponytail. This scene made Yi Chen feel as if he had returned to the age of 17 or 18. Back then, everyone was very simple. Unlike now, it was all about profit. Sometimes, for the sake of profit, even the person next to you can be targeted. Back then, holding hands seemed like a lifetime. Jiang Pan is still very beautiful, and the school is still the same school, just renovated a bit, not much has changed. But youth is gone forever. Yi Chen nodded and followed Jiang Pan to the school. But the school wouldn't let them in. The two were stopped by the security guard. Uncle, we are both students at the school and want to go in and take a look. Yi Chen said to the security guard. Student, can you show me your student ID card? The security guard said with narrowed eyes. We are former students. No student ID, no entry. The security guard was adamant. In that case, you should tell the school leader that I want to donate 1 million to our school. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said. I thought, donations can always be accepted, right? Even if you donate 10 million, it's still no business of mine. As I said before, if you want to enter the school, you need to show your student ID or teacher ID. The security guard closed his eyes and seemed to have no intention of paying any attention to the two of them. It's okay, I have a way. Jiang Pan pulled Yi Chen away. Jiang Pan pulled Yi Chen under a wall and then turned back to Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, let's climb over the wall and get in. This is not good. Yi Chen swallowed and said. Now you know it's not good. When you were in school, you and Li Taizhu used to climb over the wall to skip class. I told you what to do, but you wouldn't listen. Jiang Pan smiled. We were young and didn't know any better. Yi Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. Yi Chen, come here. Jiang Pan patted the wall and then said to Yi Chen. What? Of course you have to help me up. I'm a girl, how can I climb such a high wall? Jiang Pan seemed very excited. Since her student days, she had been a good girl, excelling in both character and studies, and never doing anything bad. But when she entered society, she realized that the world was not as simple as she had thought. For example, that partner, who she clearly trusted, ended up betraying her. Class monitor, are you really going to climb it? Yi Chen was a little stunned by Jiang Pan's eagerness. Yes, Yi Chen, come over and help me. So Yi Chen took the initiative to squat down and let Jiang Pan step on his shoulders. Higher, higher, okay, I'm going up. Yi Chen, I'm up, you come up too. Okay. Yi Chen had just climbed over the wall when he saw the security guard running towards them with a rubber bat. What are you doing? Oh no, the security guard is coming, run. Jiang Pan grabbed Yi Chen's hand and the two of them ran as fast as they could. Familiar scenery came into view, full of memories. The two of them were tired and hid under the table tennis table. Jiang Pan was out of breath and her face was covered in beads of sweat. But her beautiful face was full of happiness. This was the first time she had done something bad since she was a child. Unexpectedly, it was quite exciting. Yi Chen, do you remember? Every day after school, you and Li Tiezu would come to pick me up, and you said I was your girlfriend. If anyone dared to hit on me, you would beat them up. I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to really hit me. I was even punished by the school for it, but after that, not many guys wrote love letters to me, which made me feel a lot more at ease. You and Li Tiezu had a great relationship. But, Yi Chen, if I had really agreed to be the girlfriend of one of you two, would you two have become enemies? This. At the time, we were just playing around, and we didn't think about what it would be like if we got it. Yi Chen scratched his head. So, you two were chasing after me, not because you like me, but just for fun? Jiang Pan said, pretending to be angry. Of course I liked you. At that time, almost all the boys liked you. Yi Chen said. What about now? Jiang Pan turned her head and looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful big eyes. Chapter 35, Red Leaf Sorrow. At this time, the two were only a dozen centimeters apart, and Yi Chen could clearly smell the perfume on Jiang Pan's body. It wasn't a strong smell, just a faint one, like the scent of jasmine. Every man has a class flower in his heart that he can't get when he was a student. Yi Chen was no exception. Moreover, Jiang Pan was not only the class flower, but also the school flower. Yi Chen, do you know? At that time, although I said I hated you and told you not to come to see me off, in my heart, I actually really wanted to see you, the two of you. If you two didn't come one day, I would feel like something was missing. Jiang Pan wanted to say that she really wanted to see Yi Chen, but in the end, she said she wanted to see you too. Looking at Jiang Pan's beautiful face, Yi Chen was momentarily lost in thought. The atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. The two of them were getting closer and closer. There they are. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The two were found by the obnoxious security guard. They had to run again. Uncle Security Guard, we really came to donate money, don't chase us. If you keep chasing us, I'll donate it to the school next door. Yi Chen was speechless. However, the security guard didn't listen. Su's family. Su Tianyu pinched Ning Xian's chin with his hand and looked at her face. Although he is blind, he is quite good-looking? What do you want? Ning Xian forcibly pulled her face away from Su Tianyu's hands. Your man bullied my brother and sister, so I'm bullying you. Isn't that fair? Su Tianyu smiled wickedly. Then he said to Su Tiancheng, take her to my room. I'll enjoy her first. When Yi Chen arrives, I'll kill his woman in front of him. He'll definitely be heartbroken. Su Tiancheng immediately said to his men, did you hear what the young master said? Take her to the young master's room. Yes, second young master. Su Tiancheng, Su Tianyu, you will not die a good death. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Ning Xian said that she was going to bite her tongue and kill herself. However, Su Tianyu seemed to have anticipated this and directly removed Ning Xian's jaw. Please let my daughter go. Ning Fuyu and Chen Shou begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Su Tianyu was not moved at all. This woman is quite good, too. Take her to my room. Su Tianyu looked at Chen Shou's still youthful face and raised the corner of his mouth. Su Tianyu, you bastard. I'm going to fight you. With his wife and daughter about to be humiliated, Ning Fuguo couldn't hold back any longer and rushed towards Su Tianyu. However, Su Tianyu easily grabbed Ning Fuguo's neck. He sneered, since you were looking for death, I will grant you that. He said he was going to break Ning Fuguo's neck. Seeing this, no one in the Ning family dared to say a word. Stop. Just as Ning Fugue's neck was about to be broken, a cold voice rang out. Then, dozens of figures rushed into the hall. Hongye is here. She came with dozens of powerful subordinates, all of whom were her trusted men and were extremely capable. If they were to mobilize at the same time, they could even wipe out a family like the Shin family. But at this moment, Hongye's expression was extremely solemn. Because she was facing Su Tianyu. Seeing Hongye, Su Tianyu, who was about to enjoy himself, was stunned. Hongye has a very high appearance value and a very hot body. She is wearing a red split-hem cheongsam, which looks very unique. Are you Rakshasa? Su Tianyu looked at Hongye and asked. I am. Release them. Hongye said. Who is Yi Chen? Su Tianyu glanced at the crowd and said. Brother, Yi Chen doesn't seem to be here. Su Tiancheng said. Su Tianyu's brows furrowed. I remember, I said to bring Yi Chen and roll over here. What, do you take my words as bullshit? Hongye said nothing, and said to his men, I'll stop Su Tianyu for a while, you go save the people. He said, and rushed towards Su Tianyu. Stop me? Ah, you think too highly of yourself. Su Tianyu shook his head disdainfully. Hongye held a dagger in her hand and stepped on the 7 kill steps. Although she has not yet perfected the 7 killing steps, they still have a great effect on her. Her current strength is barely enough to fight against a high-level moon-level fighter. The others also fought with the Su family guards. Swish, swish, swish. Because she knew Su Tianyu was very strong, she didn't hold back, and from the start, she used all her killing moves. Each move was aimed directly at Su Tianyu's vital points. However, Su Tianyu had his hands behind his back and moved only 3 steps. Hongye's dagger could not even touch his clothes. He casually slapped his hand out, and Hongye's body immediately flew backwards and hit the wall. A mouthful of blood spewed out of her mouth. Underground Queen, I thought you were so strong, but you're not. Su Tianyu said proudly. Hongye slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she knew that Su Tianyu must be very strong, she never imagined that he would be so strong. She couldn't even block one of his moves. Obviously, Su Tianyu's strength is far above hers, and he is a daily level strongman. The others that Hongye brought were stopped by Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan's strength reached the mid-level of the stars, and he stopped several people by himself. Moreover, he was in the upper hand. In just a few minutes, he knocked everyone who came with Hongye to the ground. Luo Sha, your strength is considered to be among the best in Jiangdu, but unfortunately, in front of me, it is not worth mentioning. I will give you a chance to live, and you can pledge your loyalty to me and be my dog. Su Tianyu still had his hands behind his back and said. You're dreaming. Hongye shouted coldly. Don't worry about answering, I'll give you time to think. After Su Tianyu finished speaking, his body disappeared. He appeared directly in front of Lu Lu, the number 1 thug of Hongye. His hand grabbed Lu's head. This woman should be your number 1 subordinate, right? Su Tianyu smiled. Then, he squeezed her head with his hand. Boom! Lu's head exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. The headless corpse fell down weakly. This scene stunned everyone. This is Su Tianyu, powerful and cruel. Lu. Seeing his subordinate's head being crushed, Hongye's body trembled violently. Now, what are you thinking? Su Tianyu sneered. However, the answer was a dagger from Hongye. Seeing Hongye still dare to attack him, Su Tianyu snorted. Then, his body turned into a streak of light. Boom! 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 His fist slammed into Hongye's body. With each punch, Hongye spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, Hongye realized that she had underestimated Su Tianyu's strength. This Su Tianyu is not only a day-level strongman, but also a day-level high-level one. Su Tianyu held Hongye high in the air with both hands. Then he slammed her down hard onto his knee. Chapter 36, You can start running away. This is 20% of the original shares of our company. This is all I can give you. Zhang Pan handed the signed share transfer agreement to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and took it. He took out his phone to see what time it was, but realized that it was turned off. I must have forgotten to charge it last night. Zhang Pan had 2 cell phones, one for work and one for personal use. Very few people knew her personal number. The one she uses for work just happened to be out of battery. She used her usual phone to share a portable charger with Yi Chen. After charging, Yi Chen just turned on his phone, and it started shaking violently. A barrage of text messages came in. She opened one to check and her face suddenly changed. It was a message from Li Taizhu, saying that Ning Xian had been captured by Su Tianyu and Hongye, and he had already taken people to the Su family to rescue her, and had also sent a location to Yi Chen. Yi Zi, Su Tianyu is a bastard. If you don't come soon, Hongye will be gone. This is the last message from Li Taizhu. Class monitor, I have an emergency, I have to go. Yi Chen didn't have time to explain and left directly. He didn't even call a car, and ran directly to the location that Li Taizhu had sent him. Hongye, hang on. At this moment, his running speed was actually faster than a car. Looking at the direction Yi Chen disappeared, Jiang Pan muttered to herself, Yi Chen, what have you been through in these 3 years? Crack! A sound of bone breaking was heard. The back of Hongye was slammed hard against Su Tianyu's knee. The spine snapped instantly. Although, Hongye did not die immediately. But she was already close to death. Even if she survived, she would become a vegetable. Young master, Hongye did her best. Hongye slowly closed her eyes. Boring. Su Tianyu casually threw Hongye's body on the ground. Hongye was only a mid-level moon-class fighter. With the 7 kill steps taught to her by Yi Chen, she could barely fight against a mid-level moon-class fighter. Su Tianyu's strength has reached the peak of the daily level, and the difference in combat power between the two is too great. Su Tianyu wasn't even satisfied. Send these 2 women to my room, and kill the rest. Su Tianyu said with some lack of interest. He was going to vent his anger in another way. Okay, brother. Su Tiancheng replied. Chen Koan then took a mountain-clearing knife and walked towards the Ning family, ready to start a massacre. With Su Tianyu's backing, even if he killed the entire Ning family, there would be no problem. The Ning family members cried out for their parents. Some were even so scared that they lost control of their bowels and bladders. Su Tianyu. However, just as Su Chen Koan's mountain-clearing knife was about to be slashed at the Ning family, a loud shout rang out. Yi Chen, you finally arrived. Seeing the tragic state of Hongye, Yi Chen was furious. Although he and Hongye had not known each other for long, Hongye had treated him as her master and had not held anything back from him. Even though he knew he was no match for Su Tianyu, he still chose to come and save him. Yi Chen will never forget this favor. Are you Yi Chen? Su Tianyu, who was about to turn and leave, saw Yi Chen rushing over and his eyes narrowed. Yi Chen ignored Su Tianyu and picked up Hongye. Hongye, are you okay? I'm sorry, young master, I did my best. Hongye squeezed a smile for Yi Chen and then fainted. Yi Chen gently stroked Hongye's body, feeling the damage to her body. Through the injuries that Hongye had sustained, Yi Chen could tell what Hongye had just experienced. Su Tianyu had almost broken all her bones, and even her spine. After examining the injury, Yi Chen took a deep breath and took out the 9-turn golden needle to begin treating Hongye's injury. At this time, Hongye was seriously injured and must be treated immediately. When Su Tianyu saw this, his face turned pale. He shouted at Yi Chen, Yi Chen, do you dare to ignore me? Yi Chen still ignored Su Tianyu. The 9-turn golden needles in his hand were quickly inserted into Hongye's body. You want to die. Su Tianyu's body turned into a ray of light and shot towards Yi Chen. His palm slammed down on Yi Chen's back of the head. A palm strike from a peak-level Regi is enough to shatter solid granite. If it hits a person's head, the result will be the same as that of Lu Lv, one of Hongye's subordinates, who was blown to pieces. Facing Su Tianyu's strongest attack, Yi Chen acted as if he had not seen it. He was still concentrating on treating Hongye. Li Tiezu couldn't help but yell at Yi Chen. Boom! Su Tianyu's palm slammed down hard. There was a loud noise. The entire hall seemed to tremble. However, this palm did not hit Yi Chen's body. Instead, it stopped a few centimeters away from Yi Chen's body. No, it should have been blocked by an invisible energy wall. Protective Qi. Seeing this, Su Tianyu's face suddenly showed a look of disbelief. You see, the protective aura is a technique only possessed by martial arts masters. Once it is used, it is almost invincible. Yi Chen is actually a martial arts master. You're joking, right? He, Su Tianyu, 28 years old, has reached the pinnacle of the daily level of cultivation and has been hailed by the Azure God of War as a rare genius in a century. Even the Azure God of War has asserted that Su Tianyu can reach the realm of a master before the age of 30. Although, this kind of talent is still far inferior to the super demons of those hidden families. But for ordinary families in the secular world, it is already the ceiling level. However, at this point, he discovered that Yi Chen was actually a martial arts master. According to Su Tiancheng, Yi Chen is only 23 or 24 years old. How is this possible? Su Tianyu's body took a few steps back, his eyes filled with fear. Although his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the daily level. But he knew that the combat power of a day-level master was incomparable to that of a martial arts master. Perhaps, even with all his strength, he could not break Yi Chen's protective aura. Soon, Yi Chen's treatment was over. The broken spine of Hongya had been fixed, and it would only take a period of rest to restore it to its original state. Zhu, you take them away. The next scene is not suitable for you to watch. Yi Chen said in a cold tone. Can you do it alone, Yi Zi? Li Taizhu asked with some concern. After all, Su Tianyu was the apprentice of the God of War. Yi Chen did not answer, but looked at the Su family members, including Su Tianyu, and then slowly said, You can start running now. You can start running now. What arrogance! Obviously, Yi Chen was ready to kill. The Su family dared to touch Ning Xin, so they should be prepared to meet their deaths. Chapter 37 Yi Chen is a master? Li Tizu immediately took Ning Xin and the people of Hongye and left. But the Su family members dared not leave. Don't you want to die if you don't leave? Li Taichu shouted at the people of the Ning family, and the people of the Ning family finally reacted. They quickly left the scene. Facing Yi Chen's gaze, Su Tianyu's body trembled violently. He really wanted to escape. But, could he escape? Yi Chen is a master. Finally, after a brief battle between heaven and man, Su Tianyu actually knelt before Yi Chen. Tianyu, I'm here. Did you catch Yi Chen? At the same time Su Tianyu knelt down, a voice rang out. It was Shen Aoshui. She was being pushed in a wheelchair by Shen Wanquan. She heard that Su Tiancheng's brother Su Tianyu had returned and had captured the entire Ning family, so she immediately asked her father to send her over. She wanted to see Yi Chen being tortured and killed by Su Tianyu with her own eyes. No, she can't see anymore, so she'll experience it herself. But no one answered her. The whole scene was strangely quiet, with the sound of a needle falling audible. Dad, is Yi Chen here? Shen Aoshui was a little confused, but because she couldn't see, she didn't know what was going on and could only ask Shen Wanhua. Shen Wanhua looked at Su Tianyu, who was kneeling in front of Yi Chen, his eyes full of disbelief. He swallowed and said, Yes. Great, Yi Chen, with Tianyu here, this time, see where you can escape. Shen Aoshui sneered. Why should I run away? Yi Chen glanced at Shen Aoshui and said lightly. Ha, do you know how powerful Tianyu is? He is a disciple of the God of War. Do you understand what the God of War is? It is a height that you will never reach in your entire life. Shen Aoshui said proudly. She will marry Su Tiancheng, and one of the main reasons is that Su Tiancheng's brother Su Tianyu has become a disciple of the God of War. Once Su Tianyu becomes the God of War, the Shen family will have an extra powerful ally. Yi Chen, on the basis that we were once husband and wife, you come over now, lick my feet, and then immediately give me back my kidney. I can let Tianyu give you a good time. Shen Aoshui said with excitement. Hearing Shen Aoshui's words, Su Tianyu almost peed himself. Let a martial arts master lick your feet? Who gave you the courage? Even Fish Liang is not this fierce. At this moment, Su Tianyu really wanted to slap Shen Aoshui to death. But Shen Aoshui had no idea what was going on. She continued, Yi Chen, aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you say anything? Hurry up and beg for mercy. Seeing Shen Aoshui's expression of being sure of herself, Yi Chen really felt both angry and amused. Why don't you ask them about the current situation? Yi Chen snorted. Do I need to ask? Tianyu must have beaten you into submission. Yi Chen, you have to bow your head when you are under the same roof. After all, 3 years ago, didn't you also kneel and lick my feet? Isn't this what you have always dreamed of? Xiaoxue said with a smile. Yi Chen shook his head and ignored the self-righteous woman. His gaze fell on Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu was trembling in fear. It's over. He has angered a martial arts master. I'm afraid only his master can save him. Brother Tianyu, why don't you say anything? Finally, Xiaoxue seemed to realize that the atmosphere was not quite right and asked. Xiaoxue, if you can't talk, don't talk. Su Tianyu finally snapped. Is he not dying fast enough? Tianyu, why are you scolding me? Xiaoxue looked at him blankly. Su Tianyu, he kneeled in front of Yi Chen. At this time, Shenhuangguo finally spoke up. Ha, Dad, you're really joking. How could Tianyu kneel in front of Yi Chen? Xiaoxue of course didn't believe it. Shenhuangguo also hoped that he was joking. But this is not a joke. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. I'm not joking. Shenhuangguo said with difficulty. Su Tianyu, do you have any last words? Yi Chen said in a cold tone. Yi Chen, don't kill me. It's just a woman. If you let me go, I'll get you any woman you want. How about the 4 most notorious criminals? I'll get them all for you. Su Tianyu knew that if he fought back, he would only die. However, Yi Chen did not say anything. I know that it was all because of this woman, Xiaoxue, that you got into this mess. If it weren't for her, I would have killed her for you right now. Su Tianyu thought that Yi Chen was dissatisfied and continued to say. After hearing Su Tianyu's words, Xiaoxue was stunned. Su Tianyu, what are you talking about? Su Tianyu, do you think you can still live today? Yi Chen's eyes were like lightning. He dared to hurt Ning Xian and beat Hong Yi to that state. He could not possibly let Su Tianyu go. I am the apprentice of the god of war. Su Tianyu wanted to use his god of war master to intimidate Yi Chen. Not to mention that the god of war is not here. Even if he were here, I would kill you today. Let's go. Yi Chen stopped talking nonsense. Wait, my master's phone, he has something to say to you. At this moment, Su Tianyu handed his phone to Yi Chen. Just now, he sensed Yi Chen's murderous intent, so he dialed his master's phone in advance. A master wants to kill me. Su Tianyu said to the phone. Now, the only one who can save him is his master. Yi Chen took the phone from Su Tianyu and put it on speakerphone. He asked, who is this? I am the god of war. A domineering voice came from the receiver. My friend, if my disciple has offended you in any way, I apologize here and hope you will let him off the hook. The celestial blue god of war said. He is very satisfied with Su Tianyu as a disciple. He is very talented. If he is trained, he will become a god of war within 10 years. Sorry, I don't accept your apology. Yi Chen said coldly. Yi Chen's words made the Azure god of war instantly angry. Kid, don't be so cheeky. If you dare to hurt Yuer, I'll bury your whole family with him. The Azure god of war roared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen pointed his finger at Su Tianyu's forehead. A blood hole suddenly appeared on Su Tianyu's forehead. Then, the whole person collapsed on the ground. This scene scared everyone present. Yi Chen actually killed Su Tianyu with a finger. He didn't give Tianqing the slightest bit of face. Dad, what did the Azure god of war just say? That Yi Chen is a master? How is that possible? Xiaoxue seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Shenhuangguo looked at Su Tianyu, who had already lost all signs of life, and his whole body trembled. He said, he really is a master. He just killed Su Tianyu. Chapter 38, Last Hope. At this time, the Azure god of war finally realized what had happened. You killed Yuer? What else? Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Good, very good, kid, prepare to receive the wrath of a god of war. The god of war let out a roar, then there was a crisp sound on the phone, and then nothing. He must have smashed the phone in anger. Those who leave the Su family now, I will spare your lives, or you will die. Yi Chen glanced at the Su family and said coldly. I declare my independence from the Su family. Chen Koan was the first to speak. He is only the martial arts priest of the Su family. The Su family pays him money, and he solves problems for the Su family. He won't risk his life for the Su family. I am also leaving the Su family. Following Qin Koan, the Su family guards all dropped their weapons. Then they fled in all directions. Only Su Tiancheng was left. Yi Chen's eyes fell on Su Tiancheng and asked with a smile, "Aren't you leaving the Su family?" "Can I?" Su Tiancheng's whole body was not good. "Of course not." Yi Chen slammed his palm on Su Tiancheng's forehead. Su Tiancheng immediately began to bleed from his mouth and nose, and died a violent death. The deaths of Su Tiancheng and Su Tianyu heralded the complete destruction of the Su family. Originally, Su Tianyu had become a disciple of the god of war, and if he had become the god of war in the future, then the Su family would have probably grown into a great power. Unfortunately, they never had that chance. "Dad, don't joke around. This joke is not funny at all." Xianao Xue swallowed her saliva and said, "I'm not joking. Su Tiancheng was killed by him." Shun Wuguo was numb. "I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Yi Chen can't be a master." Xianao Xue didn't want to believe the result. 3 years ago, Yi Chen was just a dog who licked women. 3 years later, he has become a martial arts master. Xianao Xue knew very well what a martial arts master meant. If there is a martial arts master in place, then even a small family can easily grow into 100 billion level. If I had known Yi Chen had such a strong martial arts talent, why bother with a bicycle? Just serve Yi Chen well, right? At this moment, Xianao Xue's heart was filled with anxiety. No, Yi Chen was just an ordinary person when he was young. Obviously, Yi Chen had an adventure after falling into a bottomless abyss. "Yi Chen, even if you become a master, so what? You killed Su Tianyu, and the Azure god of war won't let you go." Xianao Xue shouted in desperation. Yi Chen looked at Xianao Xue indifferently, then left the Su family. The hatred for Xianao Xue had long since disappeared. As soon as Yi Chen walked out of the Xin family, he saw Hong Yi, Li Tizhong, Ning Xayan, and others standing at the door waiting for him, their faces full of anxiety. They only relaxed when they saw Yi Chen come out. "Yi Zi." Everyone came over to greet him. "Did you kill Su Tiancheng and Su Tianyu?" Li Taizhu couldn't help but ask. He had just learned from the people who had escaped from the Su family that Yi Chen had killed Su Tianyu and Su Tiancheng, and that Yi Chen was also a martial arts master. Yi Chen nodded. "Awesome. I never thought I would have a martial arts master for a brother." Li Taichu exclaimed excitedly. "Yi Chen." Ning Xian's voice rang out, and she was seen looking at him with love in her eyes. Those eyes were as beautiful as two precious stones. "Sister Xian, can you see with your eyes?" Yi Chen said in surprise. "Yes, Xiaochen, I can see again." Ning Xian's eyes were filled with happy tears. The two embraced. "Xiao Xian, come back to the Ning family with me." At this moment, Ning Fuqi's voice rang out. "Back to the Ning family?" Ning Xian was still a little confused. "Your grandfather has already given us permission to return to the Ning family," Ning Fugue said excitedly. In fact, the old master did not want to expel the Ning family from the Ning family. At the time, he had no choice but to expel the family. But now that the Xin and Su families have been wiped out, there is nothing to worry about. "Really?" Ning Xian said in surprise. She knew that her father had always wanted to return to the family. Ning Fugu was banished from the family because of her, so she was naturally very happy to hear that her father could return to the family. "However, your grandfather has one condition, and that is that you absolutely cannot be with Yi Chen again," Ning Fugu said in a low voice. Ning Xian's body trembled at the news. She couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Although he destroyed the Xin and Su families, you should know that Su Tianyu was the apprentice of the Azure god of war. Yi Chen killed Su Tianyu, and the Azure god of war will not let it go." Ning Fuqi sighed. If Yi Chen hadn't killed Su Tianyu, as a martial arts master, he would never have stopped Yi Chen and Ning Xian from being together. Because if there is such a master escort, it would be easy for the Ning family to surpass the Xin family. Unfortunately, Yi Chen killed Su Tianyu and offended the Sky Blue god of war. The anger of the Celestial Blue god of war is not something that a martial arts master can withstand. However, Yi Chen, I can see that you really like Xiaoxin, and Xiaoxin loves you too. Therefore, I will not stop you, but you must survive the wrath of the Azure god of war. As long as you can pass this test, I will allow you to be together. Ning Fugu said. Although, he didn't think Yi Chen could withstand the wrath of the Azure God of War. But in the past few days, Yi Chen has given him too many surprises. What if Yi Chen really isn't afraid of the Azure God of War? Good. Yi Chen didn't say much. Yi Chen. Ning Xian was reluctant to leave. Moreover, she was also worried that Yi Chen could not withstand the wrath of the Azure God of War. Sister Xian, trust me, I will be fine. Yi Chen gestured to Ning Xian not to worry. In the Su family villa, Shen Wanquan felt as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Originally, the marriage between the Shen and Su families might have helped the Shen family to reach a higher level. But now, they have gained nothing. The Su family is gone. The Shen family will probably not be far behind. Yi Chen did not kill him and Shinaoxue. Perhaps he wanted to keep them alive, letting them live in regret and fear. Sure enough, not long after Yi Chen left, the Shen family received a notice that all companies that had cooperated with the Shen family were to suspend all cooperation with the Shen family. This is the power of a martial arts master. With just one sentence, the Shen family, a giant, collapsed. Yi Chen did not want Shinaoxue and Shen Wanbui to die, so he naturally wanted them to experience what Ning Xian had suffered. Shinaoxue's mental state was a bit abnormal. One moment she said she didn't believe it. And then she said she wanted to ask Yi Chen to forgive her. Dad, what do you think? If I beg Yi Chen to come back to me now, will he come back? He liked me so much back then. Yi Chen really liked Shinaoxue. Otherwise, how could he have donated a kidney to her? Unfortunately, she pushed Yi Chen down a precipice with her own hands. Yi Chen will never forgive her. The villa where the father and daughter lived was repossessed, and the company's bank card was frozen. If they want to survive, they can only beg on the streets. Dad, I don't want to live anymore, let me die. Because she didn't have the money for dialysis treatment, Shinaoxue's body was swollen. We haven't lost yet, we still have hope. Shen Wanbui tried to persuade her. The Shen family was ruined, and their only daughter had become like this. Shen Wanbui also wanted to die. But he was not willing to give up. He still had one last hope. That is Chapter 39, Yi Chen's sister. The D family. An unimaginably terrifying existence. It was with the help of the D family that the Shen family was able to grow from a small group with a capital of less than 100 million in just 3 years to a top Jiangdu conglomerate with a capital of over 10 billion. In fact, the other party did not even provide any substantial help, and it was only a casual remark made by the old man before he left. The terrifying old man was said to be merely a servant of the D family. A servant can make a family rise to power with just one sentence. This shows the terror of the D family. As long as the D family sends someone over. Even if Yi Chen is a martial arts master, in front of the D family, he is just like an ant. The people of the D family will definitely help him get back everything he has lost. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yi Chen can withstand the wrath of the Azure God of War. Tianqing Zhanshen is a god of war. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he also has a wide range of connections. If he wants to kill Yi Chen, it may just be a matter of a word. Daughter, even if we are going to die, we will die after Yi Chen is dead. Shen Wanquan gritted his teeth and said. Even if the Azure God of War can't deal with Yi Chen, there are still people from the imperial family. Yes, I can't die yet. I have to live. After hearing Shen Wanquan's words, Shinaoxue's eyes once again glowed with a divine light. She picked up the steamed bun that a passerby had just thrown at her and began to eat it frantically. Yu Zhou. In a luxurious villa. A burly, imposing middle-aged man smashed everything in sight to pieces. He is the god of war. Just now, his favorite disciple was killed. Although he was not in front of him, he had already told the other party on the phone who he was. But the other party did not give the god of war any face. He killed Su Tianyu directly. He wanted to go to Jiangdu immediately to kill Yi Chen. However, he is currently tied up with important matters and cannot leave. Send out an order, whoever kills Yi Chen will be rewarded, and whoever captures him alive will be rewarded even more. The power of a god of war is enormous. Once the news spread, the entire Yuzhou became turbulent. In a short time, countless powerful people gathered and poured into Jiangdu, wanting to capture or kill Yi Chen alive. Among them, the most eye-catching were a brother and sister. This brother and sister are known for their ruthless and cruel nature. Because the brother likes to wear black clothes and the sister likes to wear white clothes, they are known as the Black and White Immortals. Both of them have the strength of a grandmaster. They can fight against a grandmaster in a single combat, and their combat power will double when they fight together. Ordinary masters, when they encounter the impermanent brother and sister, are certain to die. Moreover, these two are extremely cruel. The people they kill don't just die. Before they die, they will be tortured in the most cruel way. It is said that not long ago, the two of them killed a grandmaster. The master was tortured for 3 days and nights before he finally died. When the corpse was discovered, it was completely unrecognizable as a human being. Yi Chen didn't take the order to kill from the Azure God of War seriously at all. After leaving the Su family, he didn't go back to the imperial palace. Instead, he came to the front of a dilapidated neighborhood. However, he hesitated to go in. Because his godmother, Yi Qi, lived here. Yi Chen had no parents, and his godmother raised him. Although I am not your biological son, you have treated me like a son. 5 years ago, I let you down. From now on, I will never let you down again. Yi Chen took a deep breath. It seemed that he had finally made a decision and walked towards Yi Qi's home in his memory. It had been 5 years since he had last been here. 5 years ago, he didn't want to come, but he was too ashamed to come. At the time, Yi Qi was resolutely opposed to Yi Chen donating a kidney to Shinaoxue because a kidney is too important for a man. Without a kidney, although he can still live, in some ways, it will be greatly affected. In order to prevent Yi Chen from donating his kidney to Shinaoxue, she even threatened that if Yi Chen dared to donate his kidney to Shinaoxue, she would no longer have a son. But Yi Chen finally donated his kidney to Shinaoxue. First, because he liked Shinaoxue, and second, it was also a way to save a life. He knew that he owed Yi Qi a debt of gratitude and dared not come back to her. He could only send her the pocket money she gave him anonymously. Later, something happened and he couldn't come back. He didn't know if his godmother was still living there, if she was doing well, or if Suyu had grown taller. Yi Chen thought back to the gentle face of Yi Qi and her biological daughter Suyu, and his longing doubled. However, as soon as he reached the door, he saw several men with murderous expressions smashing the door to his godmother's house. "What are you doing?" Yi Chen scolded with a cold face. A few people glanced back at Yi Chen and immediately scolded him. "What the hell do you care what I do? If you don't want to die, get out of the way and mind your own business." "Boss, is this kid a relative of that bitch Suyu?" One of the punks with dyed yellow hair looked at Yi Chen and said, "Hey, what's your relationship with Suyu?" Immediately, the leader of the gang walked over to Yi Chen and asked, "She is my sister. What do you want with her?" Yi Chen said, "Your sister? Your sister hurt our boss. What do you think we should do about this?" The leader snorted. "I am a doctor, I can help your boss heal." Yi Chen replied, "Kid, do you know where Suyu hurt our boss? How dare you say you can heal our boss?" "I can heal any injury," Yi Chen said confidently. "Ha, our boss hurt his balls." "What, are you going to give us a replacement?" The gangsters laughed. Yi Chen was stunned, but then said, "If the egg is still there, I can heal it." "It's useless. It's already been removed in an operation and is now soaking in formalin." Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Although his medical skills are at the pinnacle of perfection, but he has not yet reached the realm of creating something out of nothing. If he could really create something out of nothing, he wouldn't be a doctor, he'd be a god. "Okay, don't say anything else. Hurry up and get your sister out here. Our boss said that his thing is useless and he can't get married in this lifetime. He can only let Suyu be his wife. Don't think about hiding. Our boss is not someone you can mess with." The thug's expressions gradually became fierce. "I can pay you money." "Shit, is that what our boss wants?" "He wants his balls." "Forget it, if we can't find that bitch Suyu, we'll just arrest her brother first, otherwise we can't explain to the boss." Several gangsters were about to come over and arrest Yi Chen. However, at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded. "Don't hurt him, I'll go with you." Immediately, a tall figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Yi Chen looked over. It was a girl with a very high level of attractiveness. However, she was very daring in her outfit. She was wearing ultra-short black leather pants, a black vest, and only a towel underneath, revealing her flat stomach and a rhinestone on her navel. Her two long, slender, snow-white legs were particularly eye-catching in the night. If it's not Suyu, then who else could it be? Chapter 40, The Cold Sister. 5 years ago, Suyu was only 14 or 15 years old. At that time, Suyu was a well-behaved and sensible girl with good grades, and was considered a good girl by adults. But now Suyu wears smoky makeup, her hair is permed into big waves, and dyed red. She is either a princess in a karaoke bar or a hostess in a bar. Suyu, you're home. The gangsters couldn't help but light up when they saw Suyu. It has to be said that even in the nightclub, a beauty like Suyu is extremely rare. Especially, those long, energetic legs are simply killing people. Xiao Yu! Yi Chen shouted. Suyu blared at Yi Chen, and when did he come back? Obviously, Suyu had actually returned long ago. It was because she saw some thugs waiting at the door that she didn't dare to show herself. But then Yi Chen came running over. Although she was quite resentful towards her brother, who had disappeared for 5 years. But she couldn't just stand by and watch him get taken away by Long's men. Yi Chen, I'll hold them off for a while, you find a chance to run. Suyu whispered to Yi Chen as she walked past him. She remembered that in the past, Suyu and Yi Chen had a very good relationship, like a little stooge, following him around every day, calling him brother. She even said that she would marry him in the future. But now, she calls him by his name. Suyu, come back with us. The gangsters surrounded Suyu. However, Yi Chen stood in front of Suyu. Yi Chen, what are you doing? I told you to run. Suyu frowned. It's okay, little you, I won't let them take you away. Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Hey, kid, are you looking for death? The thugs lost their patience. Immediately, a strong thug grabbed Yi Chen by the collar and tried to throw him out. However, the big and strong thug exerted all his strength, but Yi Chen did not budge. He's a tough nut. Let's all go at him. Several gangsters attacked at the same time. One of them even took out a folding knife and stabbed Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen, be careful. Suyu let out a cry of alarm. Facing the attacks of the thugs, Yi Chen was not afraid. To him, these punks were no different from newborn babies. He grabbed the wrist of the thug with the folding knife and twisted it gently. Crack, the person's wrist was broken. Then, he casually kicked a few times, knocking the thugs to the ground. They're too tough, let's retreat. The thugs knew they had met their match and quickly retreated. Kid, you're tough. Suyu, you can run, but you can't hide. Brother Long already knows where your mother works. The thugs dared to threaten Yi Chen and his friends only after they had run far away. If you dare to touch my mother, I will fight you to the death. Suyu said with gritted teeth. Xiaoyu, what's going on? Yi Chen asked Suyu. Suyu took out the key from the back pocket of her shorts and opened the door. The two of them entered the house together. Suyu took a glass of water, drank a big gulp, and then handed it to Yi Chen. Do you want to drink it? Seeing this, Yi Chen knew that this girl still had feelings for him. He immediately took the cup. He looked around the room. Compared to 5 years ago, this house has hardly changed at all. The only change is that there is a lot less furniture. Suyu quickly removed her heavy makeup. Then she took out her clothes from the closet and was about to change in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly turned around. Although Suyu used to change her clothes in front of him, and even asked him to help her zip up her dress. But back then, Suyu was still young. But now, Suyu has grown up. She has grown into a tall and graceful young lady. It should be avoided. Soon, Suyu changed into her clothes. She was wearing a t-shirt on top and tight jeans on the bottom. Instantly, she transformed from a nightclub-style girl into a well-behaved girl next door. Didn't you fall off a cliff and die? How are you still alive? Suyu stared at Yi Chen with her big, beautiful eyes. In fact, it can be seen that Suyu still cares about Yi Chen. I was saved by someone and survived by chance. Yi Chen replied. Oh. Suyu casually said, oh. Then, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Where is your godmother? Yi Chen asked. She's at work. Why are you dressed like that? Yi Chen finally asked. What do you care? Yi Chen, I'm telling you, don't tell my mom a word about what you just saw, or I'll make you pay. Suyu said, and then she waved her little fists and made a fierce expression. But she looked so cute. Suyu used to be very pretty. Now that she has grown up, she is even more charming. Especially the little hill she used to have, which has now grown so much that it has distorted the Pikachu design on her t-shirt. Have you eaten yet? Suyu asked. Not yet. Yi Chen shook his head. I'll go cook. After saying that, Suyu put on her apron and walked into the kitchen to start cooking. Looking at Suyu's slender back, memories seemed to return to 5 years ago in an instant. Back then, Suyu couldn't cook at all, and Yi Chen always cooked for her. Now, she has learned to cook. However, Yi Chen was thinking too much. After about 10 minutes, there was a scream from the kitchen. Yi Chen hurriedly went in. He found Suyu had been scalded. Her 2 small hands were tightly clenched around her earlobes, and she was crying in pain. On the countertop, there was still a bowl of food that looked like noodles. I'll do it. Yi Chen shook his head and opened the refrigerator to see what food was available. However, he found that, apart from a handful of noodles and a few chopped green onions, there was basically nothing else in the fridge. He couldn't help but feel a little sour. You have to know that although Yi Chi's family was not rich, they were definitely not poor. At least they had enough to eat and wear, and they had meat every day. At that time, the family's refrigerator was always full. Fortunately, there was a small pot of lard. This way, Yi Chen could make a bowl of noodles. Yi Chen started to cook the noodles, and Suyu took off her apron and helped Yi Chen tie it on. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were ready. Sprinkle some soy sauce, add a spoonful of lard, and some chopped green onion. And a delicious aroma filled the air. It smells so good. Suyu sniffed with her cute little nose, then started to eat it in big mouthfuls. Slow down, it's hot. It's delicious. I haven't had such good noodles in a long time. Suyu said with a satisfied look on her face. After eating the noodles, Suyu took the bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen to wash them. Okay, Yi Chen, you can go now. Suyu opened the door. Chapter 41, Helping My Sister Out of Trouble. I haven't even met my godmother yet. Yi Chen didn't expect Suyu to drive him away. To my mother, you are already dead. Suyu said coldly. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did to you guys. I'll take good care of you and my godmother from now on. Yi Chen said in a low voice. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Suyu could no longer hold back. She burst into tears. She wiped her tears and said, Yi Chen, for a woman, you don't even want your own mother anymore? I'm not saying I don't recognize my godmother, but my godmother said that if I dared to donate a kidney to Shinashue, she would cut off all ties with me, and I would be too ashamed to come back. Yi Chen said with clenched teeth. If you don't have the face to come back, then why didn't you see my mother when she went to the Shin family to look for you? Suyu said with a sad face. What? Did my godmother come to the Shin family to look for me? Yi Chen was stunned. If you didn't see her, that's fine, but why did you let the bodyguard throw her out? Do you know how sad my mother was when she came back that day? She told everyone that her son was dead. Even so, my mother didn't really disown you. She tried every way to see you, even pretending to be a nanny in the Shin family just to see you from afar. She knew that you had no status in the Shin family and dared not recognize you, so she could only secretly make your favorite dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Yi Chen was completely stunned. He said that once, the Shin family nanny made chicken and mushroom stew, and the taste was exactly the same as his godmother's. He wanted to meet the nanny. But after that meal, the nanny quit her job. It turned out that his godmother had secretly come to see him. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Tears finally rolled down Yi Chen's eyes. You see, 3 years ago, he was kidnapped by Hong Tao, pushed into the abyss by Shinashue, and trained in a near brutal manner by his master, the killer. But now, he finally couldn't hold back and shed the first tear in 5 years. Later, Shinashue said that you had fallen off a cliff and died. My mother didn't believe it, so she went to the Shin family to demand an explanation, but was beaten by the Shin family's bodyguards and lost an arm. Suyu was already sobbing uncontrollably. You know, my mother is a handicraftsman, but now she can't do it anymore because her hands are useless. The company fired her, so she can only take on some private work to make money. Sometimes I really want to quit school so that my mother doesn't have to work so hard. But my mother would never let me quit school, so I secretly got a job at a bar. I lied to her and told her I had received a scholarship. My mother praised me, saying that her daughter had finally become successful and that her suffering had not been in vain. Do you know how much pain I felt at that time? Yichen said that Suyu had been a good girl since she was a child, so how could she work in a nightclub? It was all because of life's hardships. If he hadn't donated a kidney to Shinaoshui at that time, none of this would have happened. Godmother's hand would not have been broken, and the three of them would still be living happily together. It was him. I'm sorry to my godmother and I'm sorry to Suyu. No wonder Suyu doesn't call him brother. Yichen, my mother is already used to living without you. Why did you come back? To hurt her again? Suyu asked loudly. Xiaoyu, this time, I won't let my godmother down, and I won't let you down either. Yichen said in a low voice. After hearing Yichen's words, Suyu cried even more sadly. Actually, I'm very happy to see you alive, but you really came back at the wrong time. I killed Brother Long, and he won't let me go. Tell me, what happened? Yichen gently wiped away the tears on Suyu's face with his hand and asked tenderly. Although I work in a bar, I am in the atmosphere group. When I went to work a few days ago, Brother Long took a fancy to me and insisted that I accompany him. I didn't want to go, so he had his men forcibly take me away. I took advantage of the fact that he wasn't paying attention and kicked him with my high heels. I didn't expect that the kick landed on. I heard that he has been disabled. Now not only is Brother Long after me, but the bar is also after me. I don't know what to do. I'm not afraid of him, but I'm afraid that he will hurt my mother. Yichen was relieved to learn the whole story. At that moment, Suyu's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and was afraid to answer. It's okay, go ahead and answer it. I'm here. Yichen gestured to Suyu to not worry. Suyu picked up the phone. Suyu, you're really something, you actually crippled Brother Long. Do you know what the consequences will be? You, get your ass over to Red Romance right now, or I'll chop your whole family up. As soon as the call was connected, a grumpy voice came from the receiver. It was Zhang Jian, the manager of Red Romance. Since something happened to Brother Long in his place, he is naturally involved. Brother Long has already made his decision. If Suyu is not delivered to him within 3 days, he will close down Red Romance. But Zhang Jian has called Suyu dozens of times, and she won't answer. Suyu looked at Yichen and didn't know what to do. Tell him you're going right now. Yichen whispered. Suyu was a little worried. Going to Red Romance now would be like walking into a tiger's den, wouldn't it? Don't worry, little you, I'm very powerful now. Suyu recalled how Yichen had easily knocked over those thugs, and finally gained a little confidence. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll be right over. She didn't want to take Yichen to take risks. But the other party already knew her home address, and she had to solve the problem before Yichi knew about it. That's right, Brother Long is a reasonable person, he won't eat you. When Suyu said she was going over, Zhang Jian's tone softened. He was also scared. If Suyu hides, then Brother Long will definitely come after him. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jian felt something was wrong. Logically, Suyu should not have the guts to come over. After thinking about it, he said to his men, call the brothers over. Half an hour later, Yichen and Suyu arrived at the door of the Red Romance. Yichen, why don't we not go in? Suyu was a little scared. She had seen the end of several girls who had disobeyed. Go in. You don't want your godmother to know about this, do you? Yichen patted Suyu on the shoulder. As soon as they walked into the bar, they ran into a woman with heavy makeup. When she saw Suyu, a hint of hostility appeared in her eyes, and she immediately sneered, Suyu, you still dare to come here, looking for death? Lu Jia, what does it matter to you whether I want to die or not? Suyu said with gritted teeth. Lu Jia is also in the bar atmosphere group. She was originally the leader of the atmosphere group, but after Suyu came, she took her place. She lost a lot of face, so she was very unhappy with Suyu. Especially the Red Romantic manager Zhang Jian, who used to be with also became very cold to her and turned into a lapdog for Suyu. This made her even more unhappy. When she learned that Suyu had offended Brother Long, she was naturally the happiest. Suyu, don't blame me for not reminding you, Jingu has called everyone in the club. If you're not afraid to die, go in. Chapter 42, You have 3 choices. Hearing that Zhang Jian had called everyone in the club, Suyu's delicate body trembled slightly. Yichen grabbed Suyu's hand and said, "Go in, little you. I'm here for you." Held by Yichen's hand, Suyu subconsciously resisted a little. It wasn't that she was disgusted by Yichen holding her hand, but she had not completely forgiven Yichen yet. But she only slightly resisted. She let Yichen hold her hand. The two walked toward the Red Romance together. Seeing this, Lu Jia's mouth curved up in a smile. After today, she, Lu Jia, will once again become the #1 sister of Red Romance. As for Suyu, it is doubtful whether she will be able to leave Red Romance alive. I heard that Suyu's kick was fierce enough to make Long Gu lose an egg. As long as Long Gu is not a fool, he will not let Suyu go easily. Originally, Suyu was quite scared. But for some reason, the warmth from Yi Chen's hands made her feel at ease. Just like when she was a child, no matter what mistake she made, Yi Chen would always stand in front of her and say, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The words "everything is fine as long as I'm there" made Suyu feel as if she had returned to that innocent time when she could unconditionally trust Yi Chen. It was still not yet business hours, so there were no customers inside. However, the lobby was packed with people. Lu Jia had not lied to Suyu. Zhang Jian had indeed called everyone in the place over. This was obviously not for Suyu. After all, Suyu is just a part-time college student, not worthy of such a grand gesture. Zhang Jian had called everyone over to deal with Long Gu. Yes, he wanted to back up Suyu. Of course, there are conditions. After all, not everyone has the courage to challenge Long Ji's authority. Zhang Jian had a smile on his face. But when he saw Suyu being led in by a man, his smile instantly froze. "Kid, who the hell are you? Who told you to hold Suyu's hand?" Zhang Jian spat out a cigarette and cursed. "I'm her brother." Yi Chen replied. After hearing Yi Chen's answer, Zhang Jian's face once again became full of smiles. It turns out to be the brother-in-law. It turns out to be the brother of Xiaoyu. "Please sit down." Zhang Jian almost said what he really thought. Obviously, Zhang Jian had a crush on Suyu. He wanted Suyu to be his girlfriend. Although he is the manager of a bar, he has seen tens of thousands of women, if not hundreds of thousands. And they were all beautiful and had great bodies. For example, that girl called Lu Jia is sexy and hot, and the key is that she is very good at playing. Every time, he could feel the good of being a man. However, Zhang Jian always felt that there was something missing between him and Lu Jia. The two of them can sleep together, but Zhang Jian seems to be reluctant to let Lu Jia be his girlfriend. But since Suyu came along, Zhang Jian finally understood what was missing in Lu Jia. Although Lu Jia is also very beautiful, she has a price. A woman with a price tag, no matter how beautiful she is unlikely to arouse a man's desire to conquer. After all, he knew that as long as he paid, the woman would obediently spread her legs and let him explore her to his heart's content. Of course, others are the same. But Suyu is priceless. Faced with an invaluable woman, men are often willing to do anything for her. For example, this time, Zhang Jianling knew that going against the Long Kingdom was not a wise choice. But for Suyu, he decided to fight. "Brother Long, what's going on?" After the two of them sat down in the chairs that Zhang Jian had brought in, Suyu couldn't help but ask. After all, although she probably knew where Longo was injured, she still didn't believe that she could just casually kick him and disable him. "Hey, Xiaoyu, your kick was perfectly placed. Especially since you were wearing 10-centimeter heels that night, it was almost like a nail." Zhang Jian sighed. Although she was already mentally prepared, Suyu couldn't help but worry after hearing Zhang Jian's words. Brother Long gave you 2 choices. 1. Be caught by him and sink into the river. 2. Marry him and spend the rest of your life making up for your mistakes. Suyu lowered her head. Obviously, she didn't want to choose either of the 2 options. "I'll give you a 3rd choice," Zhang Jian suddenly said. Suyu's eyes lit up and she looked up at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian looked at Suyu's beautiful face and his heart burned even more. He vowed that as long as Suyu was willing to be his girlfriend, then even if Long Gu was as powerful as he was, he would still have to fight him. Be my girlfriend, Zhang Jian said. Xiao Yu, you know that Brother Long has a lot of influence in Jiangdu. If I want to confront Brother Long, I have to play all my cards. If you were just an employee of our atmosphere group, I wouldn't have to do that, but if you were my girlfriend, it would be different. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Jian and realized that this was the idea in the other person's mind. He said immediately, I don't need your help, I can handle Brother Long myself. Ha, brother, you probably don't know the background of Brother Long. In Jiangdu, there are not more than 10 people who dare to say they can solve Brother Long, Zhang Jiawen said with a smile. Of course, he was exaggerating. But it's not too exaggerated. Brother Long is not scary, it's mainly the forces behind him that are scary. Once that side of the force is targeted, even a family worth tens of billions of dollars will have a headache. If it weren't for his love for Suyu, Zhang Jian really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Obviously, Suyu could not possibly agree to Zhang Jian's conditions. But if she doesn't agree, what can she do? Xiao Yu, think about it. If you don't become my girlfriend, you'll have to marry Brother Long. I'm better than being a cripple, right? Zhang Jian persuaded. Damn it, who dares to say that I am a cripple? Just as Zhang Jian finished speaking, a loud shout was heard. It's Brother Long's men. Not just Brother Long, but hundreds of his men. When he saw Longa leading his men into the room, Zhang Jian couldn't help but swallow. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly. Moreover, there were quite a few of his thugs outside. How did Brother Long get in here? Of course, he broke in. Brother Long is not stupid. Seeing that Zhang Jian had gathered so many people, he probably guessed that Zhang Jian wanted to cover for Suyu. He stared at Zhang Jian coldly, saying, Zhang Jian, you think you can cover for Suyu? Brother He, I will compensate you for your losses, but Suyu, you cannot take her away today. Zhang Jian said with clenched teeth. Up to now, he has not given up hope. Oh, you want to compensate me for my losses? I lost an egg, how can you compensate me? How about I take your eggs away? 2. Brother Long shouted angrily. He then shouted, don't say that you, a little guy like Zhang Jian, can stop me from taking Suyu away today, even if the King of Heaven himself came. When Brother Long spoke, he looked down on the audience with a disdainful gaze. However, his gaze suddenly fell on one person. Then, the whole person was suddenly struck by lightning. Chapter 43. It's because he's afraid of me. That person was none other than Yi Chen. How did this devil come here? When he saw Yi Chen, Long Ji's whole body felt bad. When he first met Yi Chen, he only knew that Yi Chen was more powerful. But now, he knows that Yi Chen is not only powerful. He's practically invincible, right? A master in his 20s who even killed Su Tianyu with a finger. He took Rakshasa, one of the 4 most ruthless bandits, as his maid. At the time, he was very puzzled. Rakshasa has always been very picky. Except for his eldest sister, she had never submitted to anyone. Even if her strength was much greater than his, she would rather die with the jade than submit. But she submitted to Yi Chen. And it was unconditional. Brother. The appearance of Long Gu made Suyu feel a little scared. She couldn't help but grab Yi Chen's hand, and she called out brother again, something she hadn't done in 5 years. Hearing Suyu call him brother, Yi Chen felt a little grateful to Long Gu. If it weren't for what happened to Long Gu, perhaps Suyu would have had a hard time accepting herself. Come out. At this time, Zhang Jian called out all the people he had arranged. There were many people, not less than Long Ji's men. In order to keep Suyu, Zhang Jian also made a huge investment. After hearing Suyu's name for Yi Chen, Long Gu was shocked. Suyu is the sister of this devil? Immediately, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If Yi Chen is Suyu's brother, then not to mention losing an egg. Even if he lost his life, he wouldn't dare to come for revenge. Since Yi Chen is Suyu's brother, Long Gu can only consider himself unlucky. Retreat. Brother Long did not hesitate for a moment and immediately retreated with his men. In the face of Yi Chen, not only him, even his eldest sister would have to kneel. He really had a bad day. Seeing that Long Gu had actually left, Zhang Jian's face revealed a hint of joy. He thought that his men had scared Brother Long away. He said in a deliberately bossy tone, Black Dragon, take care. It seems that the 4 bandits are not so formidable after all. I've heard that the four bandits are running rampant in Jiangdu. But today, they are just a bunch of cowards. Of course, Zhang Jian was still a little scared. This is the best outcome, without bloodshed. Xiao Yu, although I temporarily repelled the Black Dragon, the Black Dragon is a vindictive person. Without my protection, it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in Jiangdu. Zhang Jian said to Su Yu with a confident look on his face. Thank you, Jian Gu. Su Yu said thank you. Xiao Yu, I don't want to thank you. Zhang Jian said. Su Yu lowered her head and didn't say anything. She will come to the bar to work part-time, completely out of necessity. She didn't want to have too much contact with the people in the bar. Especially Zhang Jian, basically many of the pretty girls in the bar have been with her. For example, Lu Jia, she could become the #1 girl in the atmosphere group, and it wasn't because Zhang Jian was backing her up. But to be fair, Zhang Jian is still very good to Su Yu. He takes good care of her on a daily basis. Sorry, Jiange, I just treat you like a big brother. In the end, Su Yu gritted her teeth and said. When she said this, she seemed to be afraid that Yi Chen would be angry, and she glanced at Yi Chen quietly. She was so cute. However, Yi Chen didn't care. The reason why he is still sitting there listening to Zhang Jian's words is. It was because Su Yu had said that Zhang Jian took good care of her. Zhang Jian will be good to Su Yu. Of course, he has his own ideas. And, with his strength, he could easily use force on Su Yu. But that would be no fun. He wants Su Yu to do it willingly. But it seems that Su Yu is not willing to do so. Xiao Yu, I offended Brother Long for you. Is this how you plan to thank me? Finally, Zhang Jian was losing patience. Especially, Yi Chen's appearance made him feel threatened. Although Yi Chen said he was Su Yu's brother. But he could tell from the way Su Yu looked at Yi Chen. I'm afraid their relationship is not simple. Yi Chen and Su Yu are indeed brother and sister. But the two of them are not related by blood in the slightest. In fact, when she was young, Su Yu even said that when she grew up, she wanted to be Yi Chen's daughter-in-law. So, what do you want? Su Yu asked with gritted teeth. Su Yu, you disappoint me. Zhang Jian's eyes narrowed. He immediately gave a wink to his subordinates. The subordinate understood and immediately surrounded Yi Chen and Su Yu. Surrounded by hundreds of people, it is impossible not to be scared. Su Yu could only hold Yi Chen's hand tightly. She couldn't help but look at Yi Chen sideways. I'm sure my brother is also very scared. Did I do the wrong thing by involving my brother? At this moment, Su Yu even regretted bringing Yi Chen along with her. However, Yi Chen's expression at the moment was very calm and did not reveal the slightest hint of fear. Kid, are you really Su Yu's brother? Zhang Jian finally couldn't help but ask. Because, he always felt that the way Su Yu looked at Yi Chen wasn't like the kind of look a sister would give her brother. No. Yi Chen replied. Damn, I knew you guys were up to something. Su Yu, you don't want to be my girlfriend because of him, right? Zhang Jian's face showed a murderous look. Zhang Jian's words made Su Yu's pretty face turn slightly red. But she defended herself. Zhang Jian, what are you talking about? I don't want to be your girlfriend because I don't like you at all. Don't like me? Ask this romantic, how many women don't like me? Zhang Jian seemed unable to accept this result. Indeed, Zhang Jian is quite good-looking. He is also tall and the manager of Red Romance, so many women in Red Romance have secret feelings for him. For example, Lu Jia, who has relied on Zhang Jian, has become popular all the way from a tea waitress to the position of the first sister in the atmosphere group. It's their business if they like you, but I don't like you anyway. Now that the cat is out of the bag, Su Yu is no longer being tactful. Su Yu, you really have no shame. If it weren't for Jian, you wouldn't even be in Red Romance, and you wouldn't even know how many men have screwed you over. Lu Jia finally couldn't hold back and started to yell. The person she desperately wanted to curry favor with was actually rejected so harshly by Su Yu. However, as soon as Lu Jia finished speaking, she was slapped in the face several times, and her face instantly turned red and swollen. Even her newly made nose was knocked crooked. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to my sister again, you're dead. Yi Chen said coldly. Ah, my nose, Jian Gu, he hit me, you must avenge me. Kid, even. Brother Long doesn't dare to act recklessly in my red romance. What are you? Get on it, get this kid killed, and as for Suyu, send her to my room. Zhang Jian was ready to use force. Although a forced melon is not sweet, it quenches thirst. Suddenly, a dark mass of people rushed towards Yi Chen and Suyu. Xiaoyu, close your eyes. Yi Chen said to Suyu. Suyu had always listened to Yi Chen, so she obediently closed her eyes. In fact, this scene made her subconsciously want to close her eyes. Bang bang bang. One by one, the men who had been hired by Zhang Jian were knocked to the ground by Yi Chen. In less than a minute, all of Zhang Jian's men fell to the ground. This scene made Zhang Jian dumbfounded. Do you think it's possible that Black Dragon left because he was afraid of me? Yi Chen smiled at Zhang Jian. Chapter 44, Godmother is mistaken for a thief. Black Dragon left because he was afraid of me. Yi Chen's words completely stunned Zhang Jian. He was actually a little suspicious. After all, Black Dragon is famous for his bravery on the streets. Even if he is not a match, he will have to be killed first. Moreover, the people Black Dragon brought today were not fewer than his own. But Black Dragon obediently left. Moreover, when he left, his eyes clearly showed fear. So, what was Black Dragon afraid of? Was it not Zhang Jian, but the man in front of him? Who are you? Zhang Jian swallowed and asked. My name is Yi Chen. My name is Yi Chen. These two words struck Zhang Jian like a thunderbolt. Yi Chen is a name that is now well known in Jiangdu. Zhang Jian couldn't believe his ears. Suyu is the younger sister of the little overlord Yi Chen? Yes, because of the various behaviors of Yi Chen's return, he already has a title. Little Overlord. Overbearing, peerless. The apprentice of the god of war, who kills at will. How many people in the entire Jiangdu city can do that? Not to mention Jiangdu, even in Yuzhou, not many people dare to take action against the apprentice of the god of war. After all, a god of war represents the king of a state. Sorry, I was wrong. I didn't know that Xiaoyu was your sister. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to have any thoughts about her. Zhang Jian fell to his knees with a thud. Little Overlord? What the hell? Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Well, this is the nickname everyone has given you. If you don't like it, I won't call you that anymore. Zhang Jian said, choking on his saliva. I don't like it. Yi Chen frowned. This name sounds retarded. And Little Overlord, why not call him Little Bastard? Then, I'll call you Yi Xiao, and I'll ask Yi Xiao to let me off the hook. Yi Chen nodded and said, for the sake of your being nice to my sister, I won't hold it against you today. In the future, if I find out that anyone dares to have thoughts about my sister, then don't blame me. Don't worry, Yi Xiao, Xiaoyu is your woman. Whoever dares to have any thoughts about her is like digging on the head of a god. Zhang Jian said, flattering. What nonsense! Xiaoyu is my sister. Yi Chen glared at Zhang Jian. I understand, she is my sister. Zhang Jian had no choice but to agree. In this way, a crisis was easily resolved. The girl swept away the previous gloom and bounced out of the red romance. Brother, I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. Suyu took a deep breath and felt more free than ever. In the past, she lived in constant fear. She was afraid of being bullied at work and afraid of being discovered by Yi Qi after work. And at the bar, she was afraid of being recognized by acquaintances. Especially after hurting Brother Long, Suyu felt that she was definitely finished. But she never expected Yi Chen, who had disappeared for 5 years, to return. He was still standing in front of her, protecting her, just as he had always done. Xiaoyu, don't come to work here anymore. I can support you. Yi Chen said to Suyu. Yes. Suyu hugged Yi Chen's arm and nodded vigorously. But, brother, what did you mean by what you just said to Zhang Jian? Suyu suddenly pouted and asked. What did he say? Yi Chen had already forgotten what he had said to Zhang Jian. You said that if you found out that someone had a crush on me, you would. Are you forbidding me from having a boyfriend? Of course not. I was just talking to the people in the bar. After all, there aren't many good people in there. Yi Chen explained. Can people outside the bar chase me? Suyu tilted her head and looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful big eyes. I think you should focus on your studies. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, Brother, you used to forbid me from dating, but now I'm in college. Suyu said discontentedly. Then you can find a boyfriend, but you have to bring him back to me for approval. Okay, brother, then you can't beat people up anymore. Suyu chuckled. I still remember that when Suyu was in school, there were a few male classmates who always approached Suyu, but they were beaten up by Yi Chen. As long as he doesn't bully you, I won't beat him up. Yi Chen said. Brother, it's good to have you. Suyu rested her head on Yi Chen's arm and said softly. Yi Chen knew that Suyu had suffered a lot during the years he had been away. He immediately rubbed her head and said, From now on, I will always be here. Brother, let's go home. If Mom sees you, she'll be so happy. Suyu said excitedly. The two of them took a taxi and were ready to go home. However, at this time, Suyu's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Yi Chi's daughter Suyu? A voice came from the receiver. Yes, who is this? Suyu suddenly had a bad feeling. Hurry over, Yi Chi is going to jump off a building. The voice on the phone sounded a little anxious. What? Tell me, where are you? A crowd had already gathered in front of the villa. On the balcony of the villa, there was a woman standing. It was Yi Chi, Yi Chen's godmother. Yi Chi used to be a skilled embroiderer, but after her hand was broken, she was fired from the factory. In order to pay for her daughter's college education, she started working as a cleaner. Today, she was called to clean the villa. The villa is very large and it is very difficult to clean. However, she was very happy to think that she would earn 300 yuan just for cleaning the villa. However, when the owner of the villa inspected the villa, he said that his family had lost a gemstone necklace. He insisted that Yi Chi had hidden it. I didn't. I really didn't. Yi Chi's face was streaked with tears. Although she was poor, she never stole anything. Even if she found money on the street, she would voluntarily return it to the owner. Oh, you came to our house today, so it must have been you. I'm telling you, that necklace is worth 500,000 yuan. It's not too late to give it back, or you'll be in jail for the rest of your life. A woman with heavy makeup said coldly. Mrs. Chi, I really didn't take your necklace. I only took the things you said you didn't want. Yi Chi cried. I see that you, a single woman, have to clean such a large villa. It's a pity that you only gave me the things you didn't want at home. I never thought that you would actually steal from my home and have no shame. Mrs. Chi shouted. She's really heartless. She stole from someone who was kind enough to give her things she didn't want. Yes, in the future, please be careful when hiring cleaners, you never know if you'll be hiring a thief. Look at her, she's so pretty, and she's a cleaning lady. Something's wrong with her. I think she's trying to hook up with a rich sugar daddy. The people downstairs were pointing at Yi Chi upstairs and talking about her. Yi Chi had never experienced such humiliation before. She knew that she would never be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. The abuse from the passers-by completely broke Yi Chi. She closed her eyes, let go of the railing, and her body fell toward the ground. Chapter 45, Slapping Mrs. Chi. Yi Chi was an honest and hard-working person, and she could not bear such humiliation. She even planned to die to show her resolve. In fact, this is useless, and it will only confirm the fact that she is a thief. The other party, probably out of humanitarianism, may compensate his family tens of thousands of dollars, or even not compensate at all. Although Yi Chi was standing on the third floor of the villa, the height of the villa was 6 meters, and the third floor was 12 meters. If she fell from such a height, she would be disabled at best, and at worst, she would die instantly. When Yi Chi really jumped, the people below were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yi Chi to jump off the building. Especially the several constables who persuaded Yi Chi to come down, their faces changed drastically. 120 is ready to save people. Fortunately, the 120 was called in advance, so if the injury is not serious, there is still a chance of treatment. But she would definitely be disabled. However, at this moment, a figure shot out of the crowd and caught Yi Chi, who was about to fall. It was Yi Chen. He and Suyu finally arrived at the critical moment. Bang! A muffled sound. Yi Chen held his godmother in his arms, and the two of them landed on the cement floor together. The cement floor beneath them cracked like a spider web. This shows the power of the impact. But Yi Qi didn't feel much, because Yi Chen had absorbed all the impact into the ground. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but applaud. Although they had just scolded Yi Qi, it was only because they were disgusted with the thief and did not want Yi Qi to die. The 120 personnel carrying the stretcher looked at a loss. They didn't know whether to go forward and help. Is this considered a fall or not? Thank you, my godmother is fine, Yi Chen said to the 120 people. 120, look at me, I'll look at you, and then I'll go back to my ambulance dumbfounded. The several constables were also dumbfounded. They had just seen a figure rush out, and then Yi Qi was saved. Judging from the way he was addressed, he must be the other party's godson. Looking at the countless cracks in the ground, the constables couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Could this woman's godson be a Superman? Xiao Chen, is that you? Yi Qi looked at Yi Chen with a look of ecstasy on her face. It's me. Yi Chen nodded. This must be heaven. If I had known that I would be able to see you after I died, I would have come down to be with you sooner. Yi Qi was still in shock. When she came to her senses, she thought she had already arrived in heaven. After all, Xianao Xue said that Yi Chen had fallen into a bottomless abyss and his body was nowhere to be found. It's impossible that he's still alive. If he were alive, why hadn't he come back to find her for 3 years? This is not heaven, godmother, I'm back. Feeling the almost non-existent weight in her arms, Yi Chen's nose grew a little bit sour. I remember that Yi Qi used to be a little chubby. She had meat where it should be, and was simply the best in the slightly chubby world. Back then, Yi Qi was young and beautiful, and there were countless men who wanted to pay attention to her. But because Yi Qi had a son, Yi Chen, who she had adopted, many men could not accept it and remain single. Yi Qi never thought of giving up Yi Chen. If she couldn't find a partner, she wouldn't look for one. With her skills, she could support a whole family. But now, Yi Qi looks haggard, her skin is yellow, and she weighs only about 80 kilograms. Obviously, Yi Qi hasn't been doing well in the past 5 years. And all of this can be said to be caused by Yi Chen. That damn Xianao Xue actually had someone break her godmother's arm. Originally, Yi Chen thought that the grudge between him and Xianao Xue had been resolved. But at this moment, a strong hatred once again arose in his heart. It must be that Xianao Xue despised Yi Qi's identity and deliberately did not let Yi Qi see him. In other words, in Xianao Xue's heart, she had never accepted him. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Qi pinched her leg hard. It hurts, this is not a dream. Yi Qi hugged Yi Chen. It's my son. My son is not dead. Look, my son is not dead. Yi Qi was so excited that she was a little incoherent. Yi Chen let Yi Qi hold him and said to the onlookers that he was her son. Seeing Yi Qi's crazy appearance, Yi Chen realized how important he was in Yi Qi's heart. Godmother, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't want me, so I didn't dare to go home. Yi Chen said quietly. What nonsense! You are my son, how could I not want you? Yi Qi wiped away her tears as she said this. When Yi Qi recovered a little, Yi Chen said to her, Godmother, I don't want you to be my godmother anymore. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Qi was stunned. From now on, I don't want to call you my godmother, I want to call you my mother, you are my real mother. Yi Chen said in a word. Good, 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 from now on you are my real son. Yi Qi hugged Yi Chen and was overjoyed. At this moment, it seemed that everything that had happened in the past was not worth mentioning. Hey, have you finished reminiscing? What about your mother stealing my precious necklace? At this moment, the cold voice of the villa's hostess, Xi Shanglan, rang out. Pop. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she was slapped in the face. Yi Chen hit her. How dare you hit me? The woman looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. The son of a cleaning lady, how dare you hit me? My mother didn't take your necklace, but you accused her. Shouldn't you be the one to be beaten? Yi Chen said coldly, holding Yi Qi in one arm. Yi Chen, you believe me? Yi Qi looked at Yi Chen. Of course I believe you, Mom. I remember that you have always taught us to be honest and upright, even if we have to beg for a living, we must never do anything dishonorable. Therefore, you could never have stolen the necklace, Yi Chen said with conviction. At this moment, Yi Qi's tears once again could not help but roll down her cheeks. Because just now she said she didn't steal the necklace. No one believed her. They even called the constable. The constable didn't believe her either, and told her to hand over the necklace quickly. She hadn't stolen the necklace, so how could she hand it over? The constable said he would take her back for questioning by force. At her age, a woman's most important thing is her reputation. So she climbed onto the balcony. In the end, she was forced to commit suicide. Today, she is the only one at home. Who else could it be? Everyone, please judge for me. They not only stole my necklace, they also beat me. Shi Shanglan covered her face, which was swollen and red from Yi Chen's beating, and said with a face full of grievances. At this time, the constable also came over. He frowned and said to Yi Chen, "Young man, no matter if she stole the necklace or not, you shouldn't have hit her." Yi Chen smiled when he heard this. So you mean my mother deserved to be wronged? Deserved to jump off the building? If I hadn't arrived in time, my mother would have probably died. Chapter 46, Is the son of a cleaner bound to be poor? Yi Chen's words left the constable speechless. After a moment, he said, "How can you be sure that your mother didn't steal the necklace? It is said that the necklace is worth more than 500,000 yuan. Your mother is only a cleaning lady, and she only earns 200 or 300 yuan a day. 500,000 yuan is enough for her to earn for half of her life, so it is reasonable to want to keep it for herself." You're talking nonsense. Even if it's worth 1 million, my mom wouldn't steal it, Suyu said loudly. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "In other words, you have no evidence that my mother stole your necklace. You just assumed that she took it because she is a cleaning lady?" "Yes, we don't have any evidence, but this is a very likely possibility, so we are going to take her back for investigation," the constable said. After hearing the constable's words, Yi Qi was a little scared. As everyone knows, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are naturally afraid of constables and the like. Yi Qi is no exception. Although she didn't take the necklace, she had seen many cases of people being tortured into confessing on TV. If you get caught, they beat you up first, whether you did it or not. There are also all kinds of torture instruments. It's terrifying to think about. Of course, this is only because Yi Qi watches too much TV. In reality, it is more humane, and it is impossible for such things to happen again. However, because the amount of money involved this time is relatively large, the constable decided to take Yi Qi back first. As a constable, you can't just arrest someone based on the possibility of evidence? Yi Chen squinted and said, "It's not hard to get evidence. The reason you have to steal is because you're poor. For example, if you lost 10,000 yuan in front of me, I wouldn't even bother to pick it up," Shi Shanglan said coldly with her arms folded. "Oh?" Yi Chen looked at Shi Shanglan. Although this woman is dressed in luxurious clothes and lives in a villa. But this villa is not a single-family house, and the location is also average, so the value is not too high. It's only worth over 10 million. Officer, I think you should arrest them all. Maybe they are all accomplices, Shi Shanglan said with a condescending expression. The constable was also a bit embarrassed. There is indeed no evidence to arrest them. But if you don't arrest them, this Qi is more difficult to deal with. Old Wei, you should know who our boss is. You can't just ignore him just because he's not in charge anymore. At this time, Shi Shanglan narrowed her eyes and said. After hearing Shi Shanglan's words, the constable surnamed Wei had to grit his teeth and say to Yi Chen, "Young man, we are also following the rules, so I hope you won't get in our way." Yi Chen shook his head and said, "You mean because we are poor, we will become thieves? What if we are not poor?" "Ha, if we weren't poor, look at you, you'd have the word poor written on your forehead." Shi Shanglan laughed. In fact, Yi Chen's clothes are not cheap. After all, he went with Li Fuguwei to buy a whole new outfit. But Shi Shanglan is also a bumpkin, and she can't recognize a few designer brands. But Su Yu and Yi Qi's clothes were very ordinary. Especially Yi Qi, who was still wearing the apron she wore when she worked as a cleaner. The two of them probably don't have more than 300 yuan in total. See that car? You'll never be able to afford it in your entire life. Shi Shanglan pointed to a Porsche 911 in the garage and said proudly. A Porsche 911 costs at least 1.5 million yuan. Indeed, many people can't afford it in their entire lives. Brother, if we can't do anything, we'll just walk through the motions. If there's really no evidence, we'll definitely let your mother go. This Qi Shanglan is not someone to mess with. The constable couldn't help but whisper to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, of course, did not want to. The reason is simple. The old man is very proud. At this time, so many people were present. If Yi Qi was taken away, I'm afraid Yi Qi will have a shadow for the rest of her life. Therefore, this matter must be resolved on the spot. You want to compete with me for money? I'll show you. Yi Chen took out his phone and called Hong Yi. He asked, Hongya, how much cash does the company have? The company has 1.5 billion in cash flow, but in a short period of time, it can only come up with 100 million. Hongya replied respectfully. She is Yi Chen's, so her money is naturally Yi Chen's. 100 million is enough. Yi Chen nodded. He then asked, what about cars? How many? Something luxurious. Cars, 1 over 10 million, 7 over 5 million, and 3 million. Okay, I'll send you the location. All cars over 3 million, bring them all over here. Also, bring 100 million in cash. Yi Chen said. Hongyan never disobeyed Yi Chen's orders. If she had obeyed Yi Chen before, it was only because Yi Chen was the owner of the courtyard. But since Yi Chen walked into the Su family, treated her, and killed Su Tianyu, Hongya has not only obeyed Yi Chen. There is something else. Huh, kid, aren't you afraid you've read too many novels? And 100 million in cash, are you joking? Qi Shanglan laughed heartily. You don't care if I'm rich or not. If I can prove that I'm richer than you, can I prove that my mother didn't steal your necklace? Yi Chen asked with narrowed eyes. Okay, if you can drive a car that is better than my 911 and bring me $1 million, I will believe that your mother is not a thief. Qi Shanglan said proudly. Just wait. Yi Chen said calmly. Yi Chen was very calm, but Yi Qi and Suyu couldn't help but be calm. Especially Yi Qi, who said to Yi Chen with a nervous look, Xiao Chun, why do you have to say such a big lie? If it doesn't work, I'll let them take it away. I didn't steal it anyway. If you say such a big lie, how will it end later? Brother, tell me if you're lying. If you're lying, I'll run away as soon as possible. I don't want to die completely. Suyu also waved her little fist. Although it was enough to make people die of grief that her mother had been misunderstood. But misunderstandings can always be cleared up. She believed that Yi Qi could not have stolen anything. But Yi Chen had just made such a big promise, if he couldn't keep it, then he would really be a scumbag. Don't worry. Yi Chen signaled the mother and daughter not to worry. He came back this time to repay his debts and return favors. Therefore, he would not hide anything from the two people he trusted the most. Time passed by minute, and by this time, there were more and more people watching the show. They all wanted to know if the son of the cleaning lady was really that good. He can come up with $1 million in cash. If he really can, then it will definitely be the biggest melon of the year. As a Chinese who likes to watch the fun, who doesn't want to eat a good melon? Chapter 47 shocked the audience. Soon, half an hour passed. But no one came. Ha, kid, where's your car? Where's your money? I think you're just stalling for time. Constable, go arrest him. You don't really think that a son of a cleaner can come up with that much money, do you? Qi Shanglan said with a smile. What's wrong with being the son of a cleaner? Can't the son of a cleaner have money? The other party kept calling him a cleaner, which made Yi Chen look very unhappy. He didn't care if others insulted him, but he would never allow others to insult his mother. What's wrong with a cleaner? Can't a cleaner have money? I'm telling you, don't underestimate cleaners. Not long ago, I heard that a cleaning ladies' company was about to go bankrupt because of a funding shortfall. The cleaning lady directly took out 6 million to save the company. Yes, cleaners don't steal or rob. They make money on their own merits. Is there a problem? At this point, someone finally spoke up for Yi Qi. The point is that she stole, right? Qi Shanglan snorted. Pop. Qi Shanglan got another slap on the face. From now on, if you say my mother stole something, I'll slap you. Yi Chen said coldly. Lao Wei, you still haven't arrested this lawless madman. Qi Shanglan's cheeks were swollen and looked like a pig's head. Here, the constable Lao Wei was also sweating profusely. Although, he didn't believe that the son of a cleaner could have 1,000,000 yuan. But what if it's true? This is a situation where no one wants to offend either side. Seeing that Lao Wei was not moving, Qi Shanglan kicked Lao Wei several times. You useless piece of shit. After kicking him, she didn't forget to scold him. What are you doing? You're attacking a constable. We can arrest you. A young female constable frowned and said. It was she who had just found Suyu's phone number through the system and asked her to come over quickly. Because Yi Qi was very unstable at the time, she wanted Suyu to come over to stabilize Yi Qi's emotions. However, as soon as the female constable finished speaking, Qi Shanglan slapped her directly. Who do you think you are? Do you have any say here? The female constable was furious and immediately took out handcuffs, ready to handcuff Qi Shanglan. But she was stopped by Lao Wei. Xiaoming, step back. Although Qi Shanglan lives in a villa worth over 10,000,000 yuan, her background is not small. If he really handcuffed Qi Shanglan, the consequences would be serious, and he, an ordinary constable captain, could not bear the consequences. Captain, but he attacked the constable. Xiaoming bit her silver teeth and said with a look of unwillingness. According to normal procedure, attacking a constable can be directly arrested. If the circumstances are bad, he can even be shot dead. But that is only the normal situation. Obviously, Qi Shanglan is not normal. Xiaoming was so angry, but there was nothing he could do. He was just an ordinary constable, and he could only listen to the captain's orders. He put away his handcuffs and obediently stepped back. Ha, you look like you're still not convinced. Don't say that I slapped you. Even if I slapped Lao Wei or your chief constable, it's still a slap. Qi Shanglan was arrogant. Old Wei, this kid slapped me twice. Look at what he did to me. If you don't arrest him, I'm going to call my father. Qi Shanglan seemed to have lost her patience. Wei Guangming's face changed several times. In the end, he had to take out his handcuffs and walk towards Yi Chen. Obviously, today's incident is not just about stealing the necklace. Yi Chen should never have hit Qi Shanglan. However, at this moment, the characteristic roar of the V16 engine came. Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw a Bugatti speeding past. Behind the Bugatti, there were other cars. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Wraith, Bentley, Maybach Limited Edition. In short, they were all top luxury cars. These cars are rare to see even once in a while. But now, they are appearing in large numbers here. Although this is a villa area, it is clear that the people who live here cannot afford such top luxury cars. After all, one of these cars is almost as expensive as a whole apartment here. Soon, the Bugatti stopped in front of Yi Chen. Then, a man and a woman got out of the Bugatti. The woman was tall and wore a red cheongsam, and her appearance was top-notch. The man was more pretentious, wearing a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. They were none other than Hong Ye and Li Taizhu. At this time, Li Taizhu was extremely pretentious. After all, this is a Bugatti, which costs tens of millions of dollars. In the past, he could only see it on TV, but today he not only saw it, he also drove it. 16 pistons, it's so powerful. Anyone who encounters it will be scared stiff. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Could it be that the son of the cleaning lady really has such great skills? Qi Shanglan's face also changed slightly. But soon, she was laughing out loud. Kid, did you rent the car? To help clear your mother's name, you used a year's salary to rent the car. I almost fell for it. At this point, people also reacted. After all, the price of these luxury cars combined is over 100 million. A boss with a net worth of over 100 million, and his mother is a cleaning lady. Is this possible? But if they were rented, these cars would only cost tens of thousands of dollars a day, or at most 100,000 yuan. Even ordinary people could afford them. However, at this moment, a small truck drove up. Everyone was a little confused. They thought to themselves, you're not even in the running here. After all, the cars in front are worth millions. What's a small truck doing here? Just when everyone was wondering, The tarpaulin on the van was lifted. Then, the most beloved man in the whole country appeared before everyone's eyes. In the cargo compartment of the van, there were hundreds of thousands of yuan bills. The entire car was absolutely worth more than 100 million. It was shocking, absolutely shocking. This kind of scene is impossible to see in reality except on TV. I took some from the widow and brought 200 million. Yi Xiao, what do you want? Hong Yi bowed to Yi Chen and said respectfully. Don't do anything, just show them. Yi Chen said indifferently. At this time, even Qi Shanglan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. If Yi Chen's car is rented, it can't be that the money is also rented, right? Props, it must be props. Qi Shanglan still didn't want to believe what she saw. You can go up and take a look. Yi Chen said confidently. He believed that Hong Ye would never try to fool him with fake money. Even Qi Shanglan had never seen so much money before. She trembled as she walked up to the truckload of Longhua currency. She took a bundle out and checked it. It was all. Chapter 48, Beautiful and Kind. They were all real bills. Qi Shanglan didn't believe it, so she took another bundle out at random and checked it. There was no doubt that they were all real banknotes. Did you move the bank? No, banks don't have that much cash. And Yi Chen managed to collect all of them in less than an hour. This is terrifying. In other words, if Yi Chen is given time, he could probably get even more money. It could be several times, or even 10 times, the 200 million. Looking at Qi Shanglan, who was already scared out of her wits, Yi Chen said indifferently, Now, am I a rich man? Everyone swallowed their saliva. If this is not considered rich, then who else is a rich man? Even the comments section of Douyin is afraid to be so arrogant. If Yi Chen has so much money, it's true that he can't possibly have any thoughts about her necklace that costs only 500,000. But you are obviously so rich. Is it sick to let your own mother work as a cleaner? At this moment, Yi Qi was also shocked beyond words. Xiaochen, where did you get all this money? You didn't rob a bank, did you? This is what a mother does. She always puts her children first. Seeing Yi Chen get so much money and so many luxury cars, her first reaction was not that she could be cleared of suspicion, but to question Yi Chen about the legitimacy of the money. Cough cough, Mom, do you think you could rob a bank and get this much money? Which bank has this much money? Yi Chen touched his head embarrassedly. The reserve funds of a typical bank branch are only a few 100,000 yuan. For larger banks, it's a few million. 200 million in cash, I'm afraid only the head office of the Dragon Kingdom Bank can come up with it. Even if Yi Chen wanted to rob the head office of the Dragon Kingdom Bank, it's not in Jiangdu. That's right. Yi Qi thought so too. Then where did you get so much money? Yi Qi still wanted to know the origin of the money. Yi Chen had no choice but to say, Actually, this money isn't mine, it's hers. Yi Chen pointed at Hong Yi. Red General? I didn't expect Yi Qi to know Hong Yi. Auntie, do you know me? Hong Yi was a little flattered. I went to your company to clean it for you. General Hong's company is huge. We went there with a dozen people and cleaned it for a whole day. Yi Qi said. Hong Yi was shocked by this news. She quickly said, I'm sorry, Auntie. I didn't know you were Yi Chen's mother. Yi Chen also signaled Hong Yi not to worry. After all, at that time, he and Hong Yi did not know each other. General Hong, you mustn't say sorry. I should thank you for helping our little Chen so much. Yi Qi said gratefully. Immediately, he pulled Yi Chen aside and said, You little brat, how did you end up eating soft rice again? Are you addicted to soft rice? However, this boss is much better than that heartless Shui. She is beautiful and kind. Yi Chen's mouth twitched at the mention of this. She's beautiful and kind-hearted? That's because you haven't seen her when she kills people. From the codename Red Leaf Rakshasa, it can be seen that she is not a kind person. Yi Qi, an ordinary person, naturally couldn't know so much. She just felt that Hong Ye respected her very much, calling her aunt and even apologizing to her. As for Shui, she wouldn't even let her see Yi Chen. She even had her arm broken by her subordinates. Mom, I'm not a kept man. Yi Chen said with great embarrassment. It's all because of that Shui. I'm afraid he'll have to wear the hat of a soft-living man for the rest of his life. Hey, it's okay. Mom doesn't have much talent, and she's not qualified to say anything to you, but since Hong always helps you so much, you should treat her well. Yi Chi said with deep concern. Auntie, you don't have to worry. Yi Chen is very good to me. Hong Yi walked over and took Yi Chi's hand. Oh, girl, you can't do that. My hands are so dirty. Yi Chi's calloused hands retracted, trying to break free from Hong Yi's grasp. After all, Hong Yi's hands were snow-white and delicate, with a hint of pink, while her hands were covered with cracks and calluses, creating a stark contrast. Auntie's hands are not dirty at all. Yours are the cleanest hands in the world. Some people look clean, but they are actually very dirty. Hong Ye glanced at Qi Shanglan and snorted. You, how can you scold people like that? Qi Shanglan no longer had the arrogance she had before. Obviously, Yi Chen had a very influential background. This woman, Hong Ye, is no ordinary person. How do I scold people? Do I have to say it myself? I advise you to say it yourself. Hong Ye's eyes turned cold. What did I say? Even if you are rich, it doesn't prove that you didn't steal the necklace. I heard that some rich people now steal things for excitement. Otherwise, why would you let your mother work as a cleaner if you are so rich? Although Yi Chen's background is very big, Qi Shanglan's background is also not small. Moreover, there are so many people here. As long as she is reasonable, she has nothing to fear. And this kind of thing has not been unheard of. There was once a rich man who stole a battery-powered car for the thrill of it. Yi Chen laughed. That's not what you said before. You said that as long as I had money, I could prove that my mother didn't steal your necklace. What, now you want to back out? Qi Shanglan was speechless for a moment. But when she looked at the red bills in the truck, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva and said, no matter if your mother stole the necklace or not, the necklace disappeared when she was cleaning, so she is responsible. How about this? Since you are so rich, you can pay me 500,000 yuan and I won't pursue this matter anymore. Okay. Hong Ye immediately walked over to the truck and took 5 bundles of 100,000 yuan and threw them to Qi Shanglan. Hong Ye. Yi Chen frowned slightly. If she pays the money, won't that confirm that Yi Chi stole the necklace? Don't worry, I will give Auntie a fair deal. Hong Ye signaled to Yi Chen not to worry. Qi Shanglan didn't expect Hong Ye to really give her money, and happily held the money in her arms. Well, since you've paid the money, let's just leave it at that. Qi Shanglan, holding the money, wanted to go back to the villa. Wait. However, Hong Ye stopped her. Bring the person over. Hong Ye clapped her hands, and soon several people brought over a person who looked very cunning. It was the manager of the golden pawn shop. When she saw the pawnbroker, Qi Shanglan's face suddenly changed. Speak. Hong Ye said to the pawnbroker. I said, it was her. She pawned a necklace at our shop yesterday. I gave her 350,000 yuan. She said she lost a lot of money playing mahjong and had no way to pay her family. The shopkeeper said in a trembling voice. You're talking nonsense, I don't even know you. Qi Shanglan gulped. Even now, you still want to argue? Look at this. Chapter 49, you call this beautiful and kind? Hong Ye threw a pawn agreement at him. It was signed by Qi Shanglan in black and white, and she had also put her thumbprint on. Yes, Qi Shanglan's necklace had never been lost. She had pawned it. She had recently lost too much money playing mahjong and was afraid that her husband would find out. So she came up with this plan. She pawned the necklace first, and then said that it was stolen by the cleaning lady. A cleaning lady with no power or influence is still at her mercy, right? She just didn't expect to hit a brick wall this time. And it was a super iron plate. Qi Shanglan, what do you have to say? Hong Yi looked at Qi Shanglan coldly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have accused her. Qi Shanglan was finally afraid. Obviously, the other party is very powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to arrest the manager of the golden pawnshop. You know, the manager of the golden pawnshop is also a bit powerful. And he always kept his customers' secrets. It was absolutely safe to pawn things with him. But now, the pawnbroker is being trampled on the ground like a dead dog by the people of Hongye. Obviously, this Hongye is no small potato. Now, the truth is finally clear. Tears flowed from Yi Qi's eyes. The elderly are the most intolerant of injustice. Now that the injustice has been righted, she is naturally very happy. Moreover, she was overjoyed to learn that her son was still alive. Sister, what should we do with her? The subordinate looked at Hongye. Chop it up and feed it to the fish. Hongye said subconsciously. She immediately saw Yi Qi staring at her in horror. She immediately became gentle, took Yi Qi's hand again, and said, I'm hungry. I'll take you to eat fish. Okay. The more Yi Qi looked at Hong Yi, the more she liked her. She could see that this woman's eyes were full of Yi Chen. If it were Hongye, she would be willing to let Yi Chen eat this soft meal. Seeing her sister leave, her subordinate looked confused. So, sister, chop it or not? Hongye turned around and glared at the subordinate, then said in sign language, chop off your head. Big sister, I was wrong. Don't chop off my head. The subordinate was scared out of his wits. As for Qi Shanglan, she had already been scared silly. Because she saw that the other person was not joking when he said he was going to chop her head off. It's over, everyone disperse. Hongye's subordinate began to disperse the crowd. There was no melon to eat, and the people of Hongye were not good looking, so everyone had to disperse. Several of her subordinates were worried about Qi Shanglan. Because they had not yet received any specific instructions from Hongye. I say, chop them up and feed them to the fish. Didn't Big Sister say that? And she also said she was going to chop off your head. Do you want that? The men didn't know what to do. In the end, they decided to break Qi Shanglan's arms and legs, and then pull out all her teeth. Let's see if she dares to frame people in the future. Seeing Qi Shanglan lying on the ground like a dead dog, the men were satisfied and left. They had no idea how much trouble they had caused. After the group left, a Maybach drove into the villa area. A man got out of the Maybach. Seeing Qi Shanglan, who was unrecognizable, he immediately let out a furious roar. Who beat my mother like this? He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed. Grandpa, my mother has had her limbs broken and all her teeth pulled out. What? Is that true? Who did this to her? My mother said it was done by a man named Yi Chen. Yi Chen? Never heard of him. Dare to touch my daughter-in-law? Does he think I, Chihuahua, am old and useless? Chihuahua was furious. Contact the city government immediately, the Jiangdu War Department. Oh yes, call General Chen and tell him that I, Chihuahua, need to see him. With a phone call from Chihuahua, the entire Jiangdu was immediately in an uproar. Numerous soldiers armed with guns and ammunition gathered. Armored vehicles were driven onto the streets. Armed helicopters hovered in the sky. It seemed as if something big was about to happen. On the other side, Hongye really took Yechi to eat fish. The four of them arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Auntie, do you prefer red or clear soup? Red soup. You have to eat red soup with fish. What's good about clear soup fish? Yi Qi hadn't even had a chance to speak when Suyu blurted out. You little girl, have you no manners? Let Hong choose. Yi Qi gave Suyu a cold stare. Suyu was scolded and pouted in a cute way. Then, let's have the red soup. Hongye smiled. Soon, the hot pot fish was served. The four of them started eating. After eating the fish, the four of them went for a walk along the river. Brother, I want to eat sugar-coated fruit. Suyu skipped around, holding a grilled sausage in her hand. When she saw the sugar-coated fruit, she wanted to eat it again. I'll go buy it. Hongye quickly went to buy the sugar-coated fruit. You little girl, how can you trouble General Hong? You really have no respect. Yi Qi gave Suyu another cold stare. She sighed and said, I can see that this girl really loves you. Xiaochen, you must not let her down. Mom, you're mistaken. Me and Hongye aren't in a relationship like you think. Yi Chen explained. Oh, it's not that kind of relationship. Do you think my eyes are blind? If she didn't like you, she wouldn't listen to you and do everything for you, just like a big boss? Just now, she ate the spicy hot pot fish even though she couldn't stand the heat, and she was sweating all over. Yi Chen was embarrassed and touched his head. He didn't expect Yi Qi to observe so carefully. Of course, Yi Qi observed carefully, because she was looking at Hong Yi with the eyes of a future daughter-in-law. However, if Yi Chen and Hong Yi were together, it would be inevitable that Yi Chen would have to marry into the family. As long as she is a mother, she doesn't want her son to be a son-in-law. She remembered clearly how lowly Yi Chen was at Shen Aoshue's house. He didn't even have the qualifications to eat at the table. But Hong Ye should be much better than Shen Aoshue. She probably wouldn't bully Yi Chen too much. As the saying goes, you can tell a lot about a person by their face. However, at this time, Hong Ye got into a fight with someone. More than 10 people surrounded Hong Ye. Each of those dozen people was fierce and evil, exuding a cold murderous aura. They brandished their blades and slashed at Hong Ye. Hong Ye took out a dagger and fought with more than a dozen people. These people were not very strong, and with the help of the 7 killing steps, she was able to easily handle them, even though she was still recovering from her injuries. The battle lasted for more than a minute, and all 10 people fell in a pool of blood, their tendons severed by Hong Ye's dagger. This was because she deliberately held back, otherwise she would have cut their throats. After all, it didn't seem right to be too brutal in front of Yi Qi. But this is still enough to be cruel. At this point, Yi Chen really wanted to say to Yi Qi, "Mom, do you call this beautiful and kind-hearted? Say, who sent you here?" Hong Yi held a dagger to the neck of one of the killers. "Ha, we are just the vanguard team, you are dead today." After the killer finished speaking, he actually took poison and killed himself. Chapter 50. Who let her live? What happened? Yi Chen walked over and asked. They all took poison and killed themselves. Hong Ye shook her head and said. Seeing Yi Qi, she quickly put away the dagger. Auntie, I didn't scare you. Hong Ye once again became docile and gentle. This was in stark contrast to her previous cold and ruthless demeanor. Yi Chen had heard before that women could change their faces faster than turning pages in a book, and today he finally got to see it for himself. Yi Qi shook her head. But she was still very worried and scared. After all, so many people died in one fell swoop. In the Dragon Kingdom, murder is a serious crime. Mom, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. They started it, and Hong Ye was only defending herself. Yi Chen said to Yi Qi. When he died, he said they were just an advance team. I think there are still assassins coming. Otherwise, Yi Chen, you take your aunt back to the Imperial Palace first. Hong Ye said to Yi Chen. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen took Suyu and Yi Qi away. Along the way, Yi Qi was preoccupied. Xiaochen, why would someone kill Hong Ye? You just let Hong Ye deal with it alone. Can she handle it? Obviously, Yi Qi already regarded Hong Yi as her daughter-in-law and was worried about her. It must have been the person called by the Lady Qi just now. It seems that this Lady Qi is not simple. Yi Chen squinted and said. No, let's report it to the police. Yi Qi's face turned pale. You just saw how the constable reacted to Mrs. Qi. Reporting to the police station is probably useless. Yi Chen shook his head. Then, what should we do? Xiaochen, I'm telling you, Hong Ye is a good girl, you can't let anything happen to her, and of course, you can't let anything happen to you either. Yi Qi said nervously. I'll take you back first. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. No, Xiaochen, we can't just go back like this. We can't leave Hong Ye alone there. Yi Qi shook Yi Chen's shoulder, her eyes full of determination. Xiaoyu, what about you? Of course I'll help Sister Hong Ye. Suyu also nodded firmly. Okay, then we'll go back. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen directly told the driver to turn around. He believed that as long as he was there, no one could harm Yi Qi and Suyu. It would be better to send them back and come back later. It would be bad if the other side sent someone to deal with Yi Qi and Suyu. By the river, Hong Ye was once again surrounded by dozens of people. The strength of these dozens of people is obviously much stronger than that of the dozens of people. If she hadn't been injured, she would have been able to deal with them. But she was seriously injured by Su Tianyu. Although she was treated by Yi Chen, she was not completely healed. She had also just fought a major battle. Facing dozens of martial artists with the peak strength of the Chen level, she was also overwhelmed. Boom! After stabbing dozens of people, she was finally kicked in the back. This kick sent Hongye flying several meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Hongye wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and her eyes became even more cold. She got up and instead actively charged towards dozens of people. The opponent did not expect that Hongye's strength was so strong, and after being injured, she became even more ferocious. Pop, pop, pop. The dagger seemed to be a poisonous snake, weaving through the group of martial artists, leaving bloody wounds in their wake. It was because she was injured. Otherwise, she would have killed them all with one blow. The battle went on for several minutes. Finally, all the dozens of people on the field were cut down by Hongye. Of course, it was not easy for Hongye. Her right hand was broken and blood was dripping from her mouth. But that didn't mean she had one, because she saw more black-clad people approaching her. At this point, she noticed that there were no ordinary pedestrians within a few miles of the river. Apparently, they had been quietly evacuated. It seems that the other side is very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to evacuate the crowd in such a short time. Facing the black-clad people who were swarming in, Hongye was not afraid. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged forward again. She was like a blood-soaked Shura. The red Cheongsam was stained black with blood. However, there were too many of them. There were hundreds of them. Finally, Hongye was exhausted. She was cut down by one person. Then, more blades came at her. Hongye's expression was calm. Over the years, she had long since become indifferent to life and death. What's more, she had already experienced death and life once today. A woman like her has killed countless people in her life. It should be her retribution to be killed by a dozen knives. However, just as the blades were about to hit her, a figure fell from the sky. It was Yi Chen. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen has actually returned. As a subordinate, she should have died for her master, even if it meant her own death. But Yi Chen has returned. Ding dong! Countless blades struck Yi Chen's protective aura, unable to make any progress. Get out of the way! Yi Chen shouted. The next moment, all the people surrounding Hongye were blown away. Yi Chen quickly pressed his fingers on Hongye's body several times to help stop the bleeding. At this time, Hongye had dozens of shocking wounds on her body. The Cheongsam was almost cut to pieces. Why didn't you leave? Where are the ants? Hongye said in a low voice. I came to save you. I put them in a safe place. At this time, Suyu and Yi Chi were standing on the roof of a building that was more than 300 meters high, looking down at everything below. Of course, all they could see were a bunch of little people. It's all my fault. I'm the one who got Xiaochen into trouble. Yi Chi felt very guilty. Mom, trust me, I'm not just an ordinary person now. Suyu signaled Yi Chi not to worry. After all, even someone like Brother Long was scared off by Yi Chen. The camera returns to Yi Chen. Yi Chen and Hongye have already been surrounded by hundreds of people. And more people are constantly approaching. I never thought that Madame Qi would have such power. Damn, you're still so arrogant. At this moment, a voice that was extremely angry but sounded unclear came from somewhere. Yi Chen turned around and saw a person wrapped in a zongzi being pushed in a wheelchair. From the general shape, Yi Chen recognized that it must be the Madame Qi. At this time, she had her hands and feet in plaster casts, and she had no teeth in her mouth, but her face was full of endless anger. Seeing the miserable-looking Madame Qi, Hongye of course knew that this was done by her subordinates. And her subordinates, who had already been caught, were beaten into a pig's head and thrown in front of Hongye. Sorry, sister, we didn't know she was the daughter of General Qi, a few of the beaten-up little brothers cried out to Hongye. They felt that they had caused their sister to suffer. However, Hongye only coldly said, a bunch of trash. Who told you to let her live? Chapter 51, The Army of 10,000 Fights Yi Chen. This is the Rakshasa. Since you are considered an enemy, then, no matter who you are, kill them all. She didn't think that her younger brother was useless. Instead, she felt that they had made a mistake by letting her live. Rakshasa, is that it? Do you really think that no one in Jiangdu can do anything to you? The young man in the wheelchair said coldly. Son, don't waste time talking to them. Kill them all. Shi Shanglan said with a leek in her mouth. In Jiangdu, no one dares to bully my He family. Kill them all. The young man immediately gave the order. The next moment, hundreds of people all rushed towards Yi Chen and Hongye. Can Hongye still fight? Yi Chen asked, turning his head. Yes. Hongye's answer was simple and decisive. Yi Chen bent down to pick up the sharp blade that had fallen to the ground and charged into the crowd. Pop! Yi Chen cut through the crowd like a melon, leaving no survivors in his wake. Since the other party wanted to kill him, there was no reason for him to hold back. At first, the young man wore a mocking smile on his face. But slowly, his brows furrowed. Finally, his face became extremely ugly. In just 3 minutes, Yi Chen and Hong Yi killed hundreds of people. The two of them were covered in blood and walked towards him step by step. At this time, a trace of fear finally appeared on the young man's face. What are you doing? Just now, you said you wanted us to die? Yi Chen asked with narrowed eyes, holding a sharp blade. The young man swallowed and said, I am the grandson of General Qi. You can't kill me, can you? Oh. So you have a background, so you can kill people, but others can't kill you? What kind of logic is that? Yi Chen's expression was playful. Then, he was ready to finish the other person off with a single blow. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A large group of people rushed over. I am the deputy mayor of Jiangdu. I order you to put down your weapon. If you dare to harm a single hair on Mr. He's head, I will make sure you die without a burial. Poof! Blood splattered. Before the other person could finish his sentence, a head flew up. Ah! Shi Shanglan looked at her son's head fly up and immediately screamed. She never imagined that Yi Chen would dare to take action when the deputy mayor of Jiangdu was here. Sorry, you spoke too slowly. At this moment, Yi Chen turned around and smiled at the middle-aged bald man, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Deputy Mayor Zhong Jianmen never imagined that Yi Chen would be so bold as to kill in front of him and in front of the Jiangbei army. My grandson! Qi Weiguo's eyes were about to pop out of his head. Originally, he had brought so many people here to kill Yi Chen. In the end, Yi Chen didn't die, but his grandson did. Yi Chen, I want you dead. Qi Weiguo roared. If you want me to die, I will die. How humiliating is that? Yi Chen said with a sneer. Good, very good. All Jiangbei soldiers, listen up. This son of a bitch has no discipline and killed a man in the street. His crime is unforgivable. I order you to kill him immediately. Qi Weiguo said to the Jiangbei army. The Jiangbei army that came this time was different from the one at Xianaoshua's wedding. This time, there were more than 10,000 of them. Everyone is armed and ready to fire. This lineup is incredibly luxurious. It's almost like a small battle. Ha, I killed someone in the street. You clearly told them to kill me. I was just defending myself. Yi Chen said calmly. Okay, Hao Feng, arrest him for me. The deputy city lord lost his patience and gave the order directly. Hao Feng looked at Yi Chen and finally said with a stiff upper lip, Yi Chen, although you have the killing god's ring, you can't kill innocent people like this. Take him down. The Jiangbei army will move out immediately. The deputy mayor seemed to have heard something, and he asked Hao Feng, what do you think he has? He has the killing god's ring, right? Hao Feng said. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It should be correct. After all, no one in the Dragon Kingdom dares to forge the killing god's ring. Hao Feng replied. Why didn't you say so earlier? Stop it. Everyone, follow me back immediately. The deputy mayor gave the order directly. This scene left Hao Feng dumbfounded. Although he knew that the killing god's ring was very powerful, he never imagined that even the deputy city lord was afraid. He has the killing god's ring, and only the Dragon Queen can judge him. Before he sees the Dragon Queen, he wants to kill whoever the killing god is, but I don't want to die. The deputy mayor whispered a sentence and then got into his Hummer. Seeing that the city lord had fled, Hao Feng naturally had to order the Jiangbei army to retreat. Even Yi Chen was shocked by this scene. Although his master, the killing god, had told him that he could kill anyone he wanted with the killing god's ring, he never imagined that even the deputy city master would be afraid. Of course, Zhou Jianmen was afraid. What is kill first, report later? That is to kill you first, and then report to the Empress, and let the Empress decide whether you are guilty or not. But if the person is already dead, what good will it do even if the Empress declares you innocent? Zhou Jianmen didn't want to risk his life to prove Yi Chen's guilt. If he had known that Yi Chen had the killing finger, he would not have come. In an instant, tens of thousands of Jiangbei soldiers disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Shi Weiguo was extremely angry. But he never imagined that Yi Chen actually had the killing god's ring. But that doesn't mean he's afraid of Yi Chen. The killing god's ring only gives Yi Chen the power to kill without permission. It doesn't say that he can't kill him. Dad, he killed my son, he can't be let off. Qi Shanglan yelled. Don't worry, he will die today. Qi Weiguo said confidently. The next moment, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and countless soldiers appeared. They were from the Jiangdu war zone. Qi Weiguo is a one-star general. Although he has already retired, he still has a lot of power. In a word, he had the deputy city lord bring 10,000 Jiangbei soldiers over. However, Zhou Jianmen's grandson, upon learning that Yi Chen had the killing god's ring, slipped away. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. He transferred the people from the Jiangdu war zone. The Jiangdu war zone is much more ruthless than the Jiangbei army. Their weapons and equipment are far more advanced. They have snipers, rockets, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters. This kind of firepower is enough to kill a group of Japanese-level strongmen. Even ordinary masters can be killed. Colonel Gu Qian has met General Qi. A burly man bowed to Qi Weiguo. Gu Qian, you're a colonel now. That's good. Keep up the good work. You'll definitely become a general in the future. Qi Weiguo patted Gu Qian on the shoulder. After the pleasantries were exchanged, Qi Weiguo said with a gloomy face, Gu Qian, this Yi Chen person broke my daughter-in-law's limbs and killed my grandson. Today, you must avenge me. Don't worry, old master, I will definitely kill this kind of brutal person. Gu Qian nodded. However, he has the killing god's ring. Are you not afraid? Qi Weiguo said. Chapter 52, Whoever touches her dies. When he heard the word slasher's ring, Gu Qian paused for a moment. He obviously knew the power of the killing god's ring. It is a legal license to kill issued by the Empress herself. Whether you are guilty or not, he can kill you first and then decide whether you are guilty or not. In general, the dead have no right to speak. In other words, if you are killed by someone who has the killing god's ring, you will probably die in vain. Because you are already dead, even if you are innocent, no one will go against the person with the killing god's ring for the sake of a dead person. However, he has already made his threat. The killing god's ring is very powerful, but only if you have enough strength. Without strength, you can still be killed. Judging from Yi Chen's appearance, he is no more than 20 years old. Even if he is a talented young man from a family of martial arts experts, he is unlikely to be very strong. Although, it will still cause some trouble, after all, Yi Chen killed first. It is reasonable for him to kill Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen hasn't shown his killing god's ring yet. Even if he did, he was surrounded by his own men. Who would have seen it? Kid, you're on your way. Gu Qian immediately gave the order to kill, and had his men beat Yi Chen to a pulp. Hong Ye's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. It would be a great honor to die in such circumstances. After all, this is a war machine that can destroy a group of Japanese-level strongmen. However, Yi Chen's expression remained calm. It seems that he doesn't take this army of 1,000,000 soldiers seriously. Stop! Just as Gu Qian's men were about to make their move, an old but powerful voice rang out. Then, an old man and a young man walked over. Fenlong, you're here, that's great. Qi Weiguo's face showed a hint of joy. He was worried that Gu Qian would not dare to act because Yi Chen had the killing god's ring. Now that two retired generals are here, even if Yi Chen takes out the killing god's ring, Gu Qian has no reason to be afraid. Yes, the old man and the young man were Chen Filong, the flying dragon commander, and his granddaughter, Chen Shanshan. But as soon as Chen Filong opened his mouth, Qi Weiguo's face turned ugly. Chen Filong said to Qi Weiguo, Old Qi, for my sake, how about you let Yi Chen go? Chen Filong, are you crazy? I told you to come here to kill Yi Chen, and you're telling me to let him go? Do you know what he did? He killed my grandson. Qi Weiguo said angrily. Chen Filong was also stunned when he heard this. He heard that someone had killed Shi Weiguo's daughter-in-law, so he was ready to go to war. But when he saw it was Yi Chen, he immediately wanted to protect Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen had saved his life. But he never expected that Shi Weiguo would say that Yi Chen killed his grandson. This is a big problem. Yi Chen, how could you be so reckless as to kill Qi's grandson? Chen Filong said with a displeased expression. What's the big deal? He killed Su Tianyu too. Chen Feilong's young lady, Chen Shanshan, said with a sneer. As a young person, Chen Shanshan actually quite admires Yi Chen. After all, there are not many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who dare to kill the apprentice of the God of War. If Yi Chen had already had a lover, she might have really had something with this man. Yi Chen looked at Chen Filong and said lightly, General Chen, if someone wants to insult your granddaughter, will you let it happen? Of course not. Chen Filong said immediately. Chen Shanshan is his precious granddaughter, and anyone who dares to touch a hair on her head will have to fight to the death with him. She bullied my mother first, so I'm taking revenge for my mother. Yi Chen said with narrowed eyes. Chen Filong, there is nothing wrong with that. Yi Chen, if he can send someone to kill me, why can't I kill him? For a moment, Yi Chen really stumped Chen Filong. Old Qi, listen to my advice. Since he killed Su Tianyu, the Azure God of War won't let him go. You don't need to sacrifice yourself. After a long silence, Chen Filong patted Shi Weiguo on the shoulder and said. No way, no matter what you say today, I'm going to kill him. Shi Weiguo stubbornly said. Although Yi Chen had provoked the Azure God of War, he was already doomed. But he couldn't wait for the Azure God of War. It is said that the Azure God of War has important matters to attend to and will not be able to spare the time to kill Yi Chen in the short term. Then let's see if Gu Qian is giving you old Qi face or giving me old man face. Chen Filong said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was prepared to protect Yi Chen. Even if it means breaking with Qi Weiguo. He owed Yi Chen this, and he had to pay it back. This really stumped Gu Qian. Although Chen Feilong's star rating was 1 star higher than Qi Weiguo's before. But now both of them are no longer in charge. The reason he came was just a tribute to the old master. He could have easily not come. Now, one says he wants to kill Yi Chen, and the other says he doesn't. He didn't know what to do. Seeing Gu Qian hesitate, Shi Weiguo knew that it would be difficult to take Yi Chen down today. His face changed several times, and he finally said, okay, Yi Chen can live, but the girl by his side must die, because she ordered the destruction of Shanglan. In the end, it was because Qi Shanglan was disabled by Hongya's subordinates that Qi Shanglan went to seek revenge. His grandson was killed. Now, if you can't move Yi Chen, then let Hongya die. And Chen Filong was right. After all, in a month, Tianqing the God of War would return, and Yi Chen would be dead for sure. The same goal is achieved, but if he doesn't kill someone today, he won't be satisfied. So, let's kill Hongya. Chen Filong frowned and didn't say anything. He asked Gu Qian not to kill Yi Chen, and Gu Qian should agree. After all, Yi Chen has the killing god's ring. If Qi Weiguo insists on killing Hongya, Gu Qian has no need to worry. In the end, Chen Filong sighed and turned away. He was willing to use his face to protect Yi Chen, but obviously not to protect Hong Yi. Gu Qian, you dare not kill Yi Chen, but killing a small underground bandit should be no problem, right? Qi Weiguo looked at Gu Qian. Obviously, Qi Weiguo had already investigated Hongya's background. He knew that she was one of the underground queens of Jiangdu, Rakshasa. In the eyes of others, Rakshasa is a name that makes people tremble with fear. But to him, Qi Weiguo, it was nothing. Gu Qian nodded and said, don't worry, old general. Today, this woman will never live. The next moment, all the weapons brought by Gu Qian were aimed at Hongya. The Gatling gun on the helicopter. The sniper on the roof. Even the rockets were aimed at Hongya. Seeing this, Hongya's expression did not change much. She almost died today. Yi Chen saved her. Now, she is willing to die for Yi Chen. She has no regrets. Hongya closed her eyes and waited for death to come. However, at this moment, Yi Chen stood in front of her. He said coldly, whoever moves her will die. Chapter 53, The Tragic Xianaoshui. Hongya's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. She looked at the man standing in front of her with disbelief. She never thought that Yi Chen would actually say something like that. Whoever touches her will die. At this moment, tears filled Hong Ye's eyes. She had pledged her loyalty to Yi Chen, but she had only agreed to the man that the master of the imperial house would be her master at all times. At the mere age of 13, she sold her life to that man. He told her that she was just a servant. Her mission was to serve her master and obey all of her master's arrangements. Even if her master told her to die, she could not have the slightest hesitation. Hong Ye kept her promise. She gave her life to protect Yi Chen. But at this moment, it was Yi Chen standing in front of her, protecting her. Protecting her, insignificant maid. Yi Chen's words also made the other people present look at her in disbelief. Because everyone thought that Yi Chen would have to sacrifice Hong Yi if he wanted to live today. After all, the old general's face must be saved. The old general's daughter was disinherited, and his grandson was killed. Today, if no one is killed, it will be difficult to appease the old general's anger. Yi Chen, what are you doing? This is the best chance my grandfather can give you to stay alive. Chen Shanshan frowned at Yi Chen. She didn't understand at all what Yi Chen was doing. This is tantamount to looking for death. Yi Chen, don't be emotional. He's just a thug from an underground gang. There's no need to risk your life for her. Chen Feilong also said in a deep voice. Yi Chen, I will kill her today. This is my final bottom line. If you dare to stop me, then you will die with me. Qi Weiguo's face was grim. Yi Chen, you don't have to do this. I'm just your maid. Everyone was persuading Yi Chen, even Hong Yi herself, who said with tears in her eyes. However, Yi Chen's answer remained unchanged. Whoever touches her dies. Yi Chen, you're looking for death. Gu Qian, kill him for me. I'll take all the responsibility. Qi Weiguo roared. At this time, a soldier came to ask for an audience. Old General, someone wants to see you. Who is it? I'm putting my words here today. Today, it's useless to beg for mercy. Qi Weiguo said coldly. It seems that they are not here to plead for mercy. It seems that they have a grudge against Yi Chen and want to see what he looks like when he dies a miserable death. The soldier replied. Oh. Let them come. A playful look appeared on Qi Weiguo's face. Soon, two people were brought over. A middle-aged man and a blind man with swollen body. It was Shen Wanquan and his daughter. At this time, Shen Aoshue's original appearance was completely unrecognizable. Her body was swollen like a steamed bun. Her face was filled with hatred. I heard that you have a grudge against Yi Chen? Qi Weiguo looked at the father and daughter. Yes, General Qi, we have a grudge against Yi Chen. Shen Weiguo replied. Good, then you can watch here. Today, I will beat him into a pulp. Qi Weiguo said sternly. General Qi, please be sure to tear Yi Chen to pieces. Shen Aoshue roared in one direction. But because she was blind. Therefore, she had no idea that the direction she was facing was the back of Yi Chen. Daughter, you're going the wrong way. Shen Wuguo quickly turned Shen Aoshue's direction towards Yi Chen. Ah, Yi Chen, that's right, I'm here to see your miserable state. Shen Aoshue roared again. Is she Shen Aoshue? How did she become like this? I remember that she was known as the most beautiful CEO in Jiangdu. I heard that Yi Chen had her kidneys removed, and the company went bankrupt. I guess she doesn't have the money for dialysis, so she's swollen all over and should be dead in a few days. I've seen her before, she was really beautiful, it's a shame to see such a beauty die. Everyone around her who knew Shen Aoshue let out a sigh. A beautiful woman of the first order, but her fate is so miserable. I don't know how Yi Chen could have done it. In fact, Yi Chen can't be blamed for this. I investigated the incident back then. Shen Aoshue had a serious kidney disease. If she didn't get a kidney transplant, she would die for sure. She also had a very rare blood type, so there was no way to find a match. It just so happened that Yi Chen could match her, so Yi Chen donated a kidney to her. In order to repay Yi Chen, she married Yi Chen, but soon after the wedding, Shen Aoshue dug out Yi Chen's other kidney and then pushed him off a cliff. Yi Chen survived by a lucky chance, so he came back for revenge. At this time, a beautiful voice sounded. It was Qin Shanshan. After Yi Chen saved her grandfather that day, she went to investigate Yi Chen's affairs. So that's it. I never thought that Xiaoxue was pretending to be charitable and to have stayed by Yi Chen's side for 3 years before getting married. People suddenly realized. If someone else had said this, it might not have been very convincing. But when it comes from the granddaughter of the old Master Chen, it carries a lot of weight. What do you know? What makes you think I dug out Yi Chen's second kidney? Do I want to do that? Someone wanted his kidney, and if I didn't do it, I would have died. However, at this time, Xiaoxue roared. Xiaoxue, tell me who that person is, and I'll heal you. At this time, Yi Chen's voice rang out. After all, she was the woman who had once loved him to the bone, and she had already received the punishment she deserved. But the person who really wants his kidney must die. Can you cure me? Xiaoxue looked at Yi Chen with some disbelief. Of course, I have already cured Sister Xian's eyes. Yi Chen said lightly. But, I lost my kidney. Are you willing to give me your kidney? Xiaoxue naturally didn't believe that Yi Chen would give her his kidney again. Of course I won't give you my kidney. I can give you a pair of pig kidneys instead. At least you can live for 20 years. Impossible, pig kidneys simply cannot survive in the human body. Shen Wanquan shook his head. Others can't, but I can. Yi Chen said confidently. I said, will you really cure me? Xiaoxue was a little skeptical. After all, she had not been kind to Yi Chen. Even if she had not taken his kidney, she had not even looked at her for 2 years. Aoxue, do you really want to say it? Shen Woguo was worried. Dad, what we're doing is no different from being dead. Xiaoxue said. That's true. But Yi Chen, today, you can't even save yourself, how can you cure Aoxue? Shen Wanguo looked around at the luxurious lineup and frowned. With this lineup, even if Yi Chen is a master, he will be killed. They still can't kill me. Yi Chen said with a blank expression. Kid, where do you get your confidence that I can't kill you? Gu Qian said in a very unhappy tone. He is the commander of the army, with thousands of soldiers and such good equipment, and he still can't kill a little master? Even the Emperor of the Dark Realm would not dare to say such a big lie. Chapter 54, The Killer Appears. I said you can't kill, so you can't kill. Yi Chen snorted. Then said to Xiaoxue, think about my proposal. Xiaoxue hesitated for a moment and said, okay, I promise you. I have one more condition, that is, you and Shen Wanguo must kneel in front of me and slap yourself 100 times. Yi Chen said again. Okay, I promise you. This time, it was actually Shen Wanguo who spoke. The prerequisite is that you survive. You just do it. Yi Chen still had no expression on his face. Fine, Yi Chen, since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Gu Qian said angrily. He immediately shouted at the sniper, Sniper, fire. Xiaoxue had always hoped that Yi Chen would die, but at this moment, she hoped that Yi Chen would live. Bang! The next moment, a sniper bullet, traveling at more than 3 times the speed of sound, shot towards Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen just slightly turned his head and dodged it. What, he actually dodged the sniper bullet? Everyone was shocked to see this. You see, the sniper bullet was traveling at several times the speed of sound, and the sniper was 500 meters away from Yi Chen. After the sniper fired, it would take at least half a second before the sound could be heard. How could Yi Chen have dodged it? It must be luck. Continue shooting. Gu Qian continued to give orders. Bang bang bang. 3 shots rang out. Yi Chen's head moved left and right 3 times. 3 shots, all dodged. Everyone gasped in surprise. Is this still a human being? Machine gun, fire. Gu Qian ordered the machine gun to fire again. Da-da-day. The machine gun spits out a stream of fire. Then, Yi Chen's hands appeared to have turned into 1,000. When the gunfire stopped, Yi Chen's hands returned to 2. In his 2 hands, he held 2 bullets. He had caught all the bullets with his bare hands. Seeing this, Gu Qian could not help but swallow his saliva. He was also a martial artist and knew very well what level of skill was required to achieve such a feat. Gu Qian looked at the armored car and the rocket launcher. But he didn't dare to give the order. because even Yi Chen, the sniper, was able to dodge it. It is feared that only a hypersonic missile can eliminate Yi Chen. But it doesn't seem like it's worth it to use that kind of national treasure to avenge Chihuahua. After a long time, Qilin turned to Chihuahua and said, "Sorry, Chi, you'd better find someone else." He then ordered his soldiers to retreat. Obviously, Yi Chen's strength was beyond imagination. He was far more than an ordinary master. But in Chen Feilong's eyes, a light shone. Yi Chen's medical skills shocked him. But Yi Chen's strength shocked him even more. Although Yi Chen's strength may not yet be at the top, he is only in his 20s, and in the future, he is likely to become a giant. However, Yi Chen also has obvious shortcomings. He is too sharp. He doesn't think about the consequences of his actions. I'm afraid he won't last long. Yi Chen, Xiaoyu, and Laozi. I didn't help much, so I'll leave first. Chen Feilong bowed to Yi Chen. Although he didn't know if Yi Chen would ever take off, he couldn't afford to make enemies with him. Besides, Yi Chen had saved him. Thank you, old general, for your help. I will never forget it. Yi Chen nodded. Qilin left, and Chen Feilong left. Chihuahua was left at a loss. After all, he was old and no longer the general who once mobilized thousands of troops. Yi Chen, I can't kill you, but someone can kill you. Just wait and see. In the end, Chihuahua also left. He had just received news that a large number of assassins had already set out for Jiangdu. They are there to kill Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen survives these assassins, the Azure God of War will not let Yi Chen live. The only ones left were Shen Aoxue and Shen Wanquan. Yi Chen, I never thought that even Master Qilin couldn't defeat you. Shen Aoxue, was really blind. If I had known that you were so powerful, I would never have treated you like I did before. At this moment, Shen Aoxue's heart was extremely complicated. She hated herself for not treating Yi Chen as a human being. Hate myself for listening to that person and taking out Yi Chen's kidney. However, it is too late to say anything now. Shen Aoxue knows that Yi Chen will never forgive her. But if you keep your word and cure me, I can tell you that the person who wanted your kidney is surnamed He. He is a servant of the D family. I can't say much else, and I don't know. The Emperor's family. Knowing this is enough. Bring 2 pig kidneys about a year old to the D mansion tomorrow and find me. Yi Chen said this in a calm tone and then turned and left. Daughter, we have done this, and there is no turning back. Shen Wanhua swallowed his saliva and said, Dad, I once chose the D family over Yi Chen, but this time, I want to choose Yi Chen. Shen Aoxue said with her teeth clenched. In the past, Shen Aoxue had never even looked at Yi Chen. She thought he was just a worker, and even if he donated a kidney to her, he didn't deserve her. Therefore, she refused to let Yi Chen touch her body. After marriage, the two also slept in separate rooms. But now, she suddenly felt that Yi Chen had changed. He has become a powerful man. He rarely speaks, but every word he says is filled with extreme arrogance, which has a fatal attraction for Shen Aoxue. Even though she was so badly hurt by Yi Chen. But in her heart, she actually liked Yi Chen a little. After all, Yi Chen treated her this way because she had brought it on herself. Alas! Shen Wanquan sighed. The imperial family is an abyss. Now Yi Chen is also an abyss. But, anyway, there is no worse outcome than this. At worst, it's a death. Yi Chen picked up Su Yu and Yi Qi from the roof. Niz, you're okay, that's great. Seeing that Yi Chen and Hong Yi were both safe and sound, Yi Qi happily hugged Hong Yi. They were on the roof, and although they could see what was going on below, they didn't know what had happened, and they were worried sick. Now they were finally relieved. Mom, why don't you hug me? Yi Chen was a little jealous. You're a big man, what's there to hug? Yi Qi said disdainfully. Brother, let me hold you. Su Yu ran over and put her big white hands around Yi Chen's waist. Su Yu, let go of your brother. You're still a child. Be careful of your influence. Yi Qi scolded. They're not even related. Su Yu pouted and refused to let go of Yi Chen. The 4 of them walked toward the imperial palace like a family. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly turned his body, and Su Yu was directly thrown out. Brother, what are you doing? Su Yu fell to the ground, rubbed her sore bottom, and complained. There are killers, Hong Yi said in a low voice. At the same time, he took out a dagger and assumed a defensive posture. Chapter 55, Angel's Order. On the ground behind Yi Chen, 3 darts were nailed in, all deeply embedded in the cement floor. Yi Chen snorted, took out a few silver needles, and threw them in one direction. Pop, pop, pop. Several screams, several people fell to the ground. Yi Chen knew that the people of the Azure God of War must have arrived. However, if they want to kill him, they'll have to see if they have the strength. These little minions are not a threat to him at all. It would be more likely for the Azure God of War to come himself. Yi Chen found the several assassins he had killed and examined them. They were all pierced through the forehead with silver needles. These people were not very strong. They should be cannon fodder. Presumably, the real main force is still behind. He hailed a taxi. Soon, the car started moving. But when it came to the bridge, the driver suddenly showed a flash of madness in his eyes, and then he drove the car off the bridge. Yi Chen saw this and his eyes darkened. He ripped the other person's seat belt off and threw him out of the car. Ah! The man let out a scream and rolled on the ground. The next moment, he was crushed by a truck. Yi Chen's car was about to hit the guardrail. However, at this time, Yi Chen had already jumped into the driver's seat, and the taxi made a drift. The car swept the guardrail and passed through in a thrilling manner. Yi Chen drove the taxi and was ready to drive back himself. Suddenly, he saw 2 sports cars chasing after him. A Ferrari and a Porsche 911. They came straight at the taxi. The powerful horsepower almost knocked the taxi off the road. Fortunately, Yi Chen stomped on the floor to stabilize the car. You guys buckle up, Yi Chen said, and then began to speed up. Yi Chen's driving skills were very good. He seemed to be driving through the traffic in a dangerous manner, but he was able to squeeze through the gaps. But the 2 cars behind him were both top-of-the-line supercars. Their performance is far beyond the capabilities of his 2 Jetta taxis. It was very difficult to get rid of the 2 cars. But this is the city after all. There are many cars, and although the 2 cars are very powerful, they are often left behind by Yi Chen. This scene stunned the passers-by. A Jetta taxi actually outrunning 2 supercars? Hongya, you drive, I'll take care of them, Yi Chen said to Hongya. Hongya immediately moved from the back seat to the front passenger seat. Then, Yi Chen exchanged places with him again. The Jetta is a compact car with very little space inside. Both Yi Chen and Hong Yi are tall. Therefore, when they switched places, their bodies inevitably pressed together. Especially when there was a sudden bump. Hong Yi sat directly on Yi Chen. But she was quick and soon found herself in the driver's seat. After Hong Yi took control of the car, Yi Chen climbed from the passenger seat directly to the roof of the Jetta. He looked coldly at the drivers of the 2 supercars. The next moment, he threw 2 silver needles directly. Whoosh! The silver needles flew through the air. They pierced the glass of the sports car and then shot into the drivers' foreheads. The 2 supercars lost control in an instant, crashed through the guardrail, and plunged into the river. Yi Chen returned to the driver's seat. Although he was not afraid of these killers, it was also very troublesome to have these killers following him around. And he wasn't afraid of assassination, but Yi Qi and Su Yu were just ordinary people. He can't stay by their sides all the time. It seems that it is time to gather some help. So, he took out the Angel Order from his magic bag. The Angel Order has a phone number on it. Only the owner of the Angel Order knows this number. Yi Chen dialed it. In a huge castle, a beautiful Western woman was lying on a 2-meter-wide luxury bed. The whole room was resplendent with gold, and even the bed was made of gold. She was 1.8 meters tall and had an incredibly curvy body. The most eye-catching thing is that on her back are a pair of white wings. She wore a crown and had an angelic aura, like an angel queen. She is resting her eyes, and 2 equally exquisite winged maids are massaging her legs and shoulders. Her face was a mixture of laziness and boredom. Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang. Hearing the phone ring, the angel queen suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as blue and clear as the sea. Her expression became a little agitated and solemn. She picked up the phone gently. Your servant, Yesa, asks what my lord commands. The Queen of Angels said with the utmost respect. Is this the Queen of Angels? I'm in a bit of trouble. Send a few people over to help me. It'd be best if they were strong. Yi Chen said directly. From your voice, it doesn't sound like you're my master. Who are you? Yesa was a little confused. After all, the angel he gave the order to was an old man, not a young kid. Now, I am your master, you just need to follow my orders. Yi Chen said. Yes, master, Yesa, send someone over right away. The Queen of Angels replied respectfully. If this scene were seen by the Dark Knight, the Vatican, or those degenerate guys, they would definitely be shocked. Yasha, the Western overlord, would never speak to someone in such a tone. It's really a sight to behold. I'll give you the address later. Just look for Yi Chen. Yi Chen hung up after saying that. This was the first time he had used the angel order, and he didn't know if it was as good as Master said it was. 3 days of beautiful angels at his disposal. My orders are that the angel guards Longxin and Yan go to this address immediately and follow the orders of a man named Yi Chen. The Queen of Angels gave her orders. Yes, Queen of Angels. 2 female angels, each about 1.7 meters tall, knelt before the Queen of Angels. After the 2 female angels left, the Queen of Angels stretched lazily. It's so boring. Why don't I go and have some fun? Meanwhile, on the steel cables of the bridge, a man and a woman stood. The man is dressed in black and the woman in white, with pointed hats on their heads. They look a bit like the black and white ghosts from TV. The woman leaned over and said to the man, Brother, it seems that guy has some skills. He's got some skills, but unfortunately he met us, brother and sister. The next moment, the 2 jumped off the steel cable. Boom! 2 small holes appeared directly on the cement floor. The man who wore it was neither human nor ghostly, looking for death. A Land Rover slammed on the brakes in front of the 2 of them, cursing. The woman in white had a great figure, and she walked to the driver's door with a curvy waist. She gave a charming smile to the irritable Land Rover brother. She's pretty. Damn, you just scared me. What should we do? Brother Land Rover didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. His eyes were full of aggression as he greedily scanned the white-clad woman's impressive body. Chapter 56, The White and Black Yama. Upon hearing this, the White Immortal's face showed a hint of playfulness, and she simply leaned over the window. The pair of giants were deformed by the pressure. Because she was wearing a white dress, the large white area almost blinded Brother Land Rover. She continued to say flirtatiously, Brother, what do you want me to do? While she was talking, she lightly bit her cherry lips painted with bright red lipstick, making her look even more charming. Land Rover brother's mouth watered. What should I do? If you play a game that all men like to play, I won't hold it against you. Brother Land Rover laughed. Land Rover is also a big brother, and he has many younger brothers under his command. He has done a lot of bullying and bullying. For example, right now, there is a female college student on his car who was forcibly kidnapped by him and is being held down in the seat by 2 of his fierce subordinates. She is crying like a baby. She kept begging Land Rover to let her go. Unfortunately, at this time, Land Rover's full attention was on the stunning woman lying on the car window. Good, then I'll start. Bai Wu Chang smiled even more charmingly. The next moment, her hand passed straight through the door panel. Then, she pierced through Land Rover's chest. Land Rover looked down. He saw a small white hand sticking into his chest. He was scared out of his wits. The next moment, the White Reaper tore the Land Rover's heart out of his chest. Land Rover wanted to scream. But, the White Impermanence directly ripped his body out of the Land Rover and threw it into the river. Ah! The 2 younger brothers behind him were so scared that they took out their daggers. But before they could make a move, their throats were slit and blood sprayed everywhere. The blood sprayed all over the female college student's face. The female college student was almost scared silly. Suddenly, a man dressed entirely in black got into the Land Rover. The Grim Reaper is here. Soon, the 2 young men collapsed on the seats. Although the female college student was very scared, but still said in a trembling voice, thank you for saving me. The black official reached out and grabbed the woman's chin, pulling her face in front of him. He said with a devilish smile, how are you going to thank me? How do you want to thank me? The female college student swallowed her saliva and said. But the black official came closer and pressed it against the college girl's face. The female college student immediately began to struggle. She even bit him. The black judge finally separated from the female college student. Black Hades had blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, but he had a more excited expression on his face. Pop! Suddenly, 2 daggers pierced the female college student's collarbone, pinning her to her seat. Ah! The female college student screamed in pain. She dared not move a muscle. The black demon smiled seductively, then spread the college girl's legs. Sister, start the car, he said to the white immortal who was already sitting in the driver's seat. Okay, brother, drive. The Land Rover was started. The female college student looked at the man in front of her, who looked like a devil, and next to him were 2 men who had lost their lives and had their throats slit. She blacked out and fainted. The Land Rover started. It drives through the city. After about 10 minutes, the 2 men whose throats had been cut were thrown out of the car window. Then the female college student was thrown out as well. She had already died, and her clothes below had been torn to pieces. There was a large patch of blood on her leg. Her eyes were wide open, and she was still looking at the sky. The corpse rolled several meters across the ground. It rolled right in front of a woman who was buying a pancake. The woman was startled at first, but then she saw what was on the ground. Her eyes widened. Then she took out her walkie-talkie and announced that there had been a murder and a corpse had been dumped in the street, and that the murder had been extremely brutal. After that, she didn't even bother with the pancake fruit in her hand. She took a long step onto a motorcycle next to her, and then chased after the Land Rover. If Yi Chen were here, he would recognize that this woman was none other than the female constable He Xiaoming, who had been slapped by Qi Shanglan earlier. She had been slapped by Qi Shanglan at the villa. Later, Hongya appeared. Lao Wei took her away directly and told her that she should stay out of these people's business. But she is a constable. This is her duty. Lao Wei only said one thing: the world is big, and not everything is within our control. She rode her motorcycle around the streets on patrol. She was hungry and wanted to buy a pancake. But then a naked female corpse was thrown in front of her. There's a big case. Although, He Xiaoming knew that in such a situation, she should wait for the support of her colleagues. But she still went after it. The Land Rover in front of her immediately pulled over to the side of the road. He Xiaoming took the megaphone out of her hand and shouted towards the front. Brother, there's a constable. Bai Wuxian saw He Xiaoming in the rearview mirror. Jia, don't worry about her, she's just an intern. The black judge glanced back, and his mouth curled up slightly. Especially when he saw the beautiful face of the female constable and her very impressive breasts, he couldn't help but smirk. He seemed to be in the mood again after just being released. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, He Xiaoming could only step on the gas and chase after him. She had no idea how terrifying the person she was chasing was. The Land Rover continued to drive recklessly, chasing a taxi in front of it. Yi Chen, it seems like someone is chasing us again. Hongye saw the Land Rover chasing after them. This Land Rover was not hiding at all. It's hard not to notice. Yi Chen looked and saw that there was a motorcycle chasing after the Land Rover. There was also a constable on the motorcycle. A straight road appeared ahead. The advantages of the Land Rover's large displacement engine were on display. I got you. Bai Wuchang pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Land Rover engine roared. It quickly crashed into the taxi. No, I can't shake it off. Hongye frowned. After all, it was just a Jetta taxi, and in a straight line, it would never be able to outrun a Land Rover. However, just as Yi Chen was about to make a move, a motorcycle actually rushed up first. Stop quickly. He Xiaoming slapped the glass of the Land Rover. Bai Wuchang glanced at He Xiaoming. Ignoring her, he continued to chase the Jetta. Seeing that the other party did not respond, He Xiaoming finally took out his gun. He shouted, "Stop the car! Stop the car, or I'll shoot!" Clatter! However, at this moment, a large hand suddenly reached out of the window of the Land Rover. It went straight through the glass and grabbed He Xiaoming's shoulder. The next moment, a huge force struck. He Xiaoming's body was actually dragged directly from the car window into the Land Rover. He Xiaoming felt as if he was spinning around. Then she found herself in the Land Rover. There was a lot of blood on the back seat of the Land Rover. A man with a pale face like a corpse was looking at her with a playful expression. Chapter 57, by Wuxian's Flirting. Who are you? He Xiaoming quickly aimed her gun at the man. Little female constable, don't play with guns in front of me. My gun is much more powerful than yours. He Wuchang laughed. Stop the car immediately, or I'll shoot. Although He Xiaoming was scared to death at this moment, she still pretended to be calm. She told herself in her heart that she was a constable and at this time, she absolutely must not be afraid. Seeing that the other party did not pay any attention to her at all, He Xiaoming gritted her teeth and fired a shot at the car roof. This shot was a warning. Seeing that He Xiaoming really dared to shoot, the pupil of the black official constable contracted. The next moment, He Xiaoming didn't even see what the other person was doing. The gun in her hand was in the other person's hand. Then the black official squeezed the gun with both hands. The gun was actually crushed into a ball of scrap metal. This scene made He Xiaoming swallow his saliva involuntarily. The black official threw the gun, which had become scrap metal, out of the window. Then, he took out a dagger and held it to He Xiaoming's murderous mouth. I've seen your gun, now it's time to show you mine. The pale face of the black judge revealed a sinister smile. As his dagger swayed, He Xiaoming's first button was directly picked off. He Xiaoming's body stiffened. But she dared not make any move. Because the dagger was extremely sharp and glistened with cold light. The dagger shook again, and the second button was also picked off. Suddenly, the giant was no longer restrained and jumped out. He Xiaoming was extremely nervous, but didn't know what to do. Now, the man in front of her was beyond her understanding. Pop! Another button was picked off. Soon, all the buttons on the clothes were picked off, revealing the white vest underneath. It turns out that white makes you look bigger. At this point, He Xiaoming regretted it immensely. She shouldn't have acted on impulse. She should have waited for backup. But now, it was too late to say anything. I haven't played with a female constable yet. The black and white yin and yang approached He Xiaoming. He seemed to be in a good mood. Just when He Xiaoming thought she was about to be bullied, a cold voice rang out. Who? He Wuchang was startled, and then realized that there was a person sitting in the back seat. He didn't even notice. My name is Yi Chen. You guys must be here to see me. Yi Chen said indifferently. He had seen the female constable being dragged into the Land Rover. Yi Chen. The two men also recognized Yi Chen. After all, they had already obtained Yi Chen's information. He was able to kill the apprentice of the god of war, so he must be quite capable. The black official squinted. She is just an ordinary person, let her go. Yi Chen glanced at He Xiaoming, whose pants had been pulled down to her knees, and said. At this moment, He Xiaoming's whole body was tense. A sharp dagger was pressed against her stomach. She dared not move, and could only let the other party do whatever they wanted to her. Fortunately, Yi Chen suddenly appeared. When did he get on the bus? A sharp sound. A piercing sound rang out. The Land Rover finally stopped. What are you still doing here? Get out. Yi Chen said to He Xiaoming. Oh. He Xiaoming finally reacted, quickly pulled up his pants, then opened the car door and got out. The Land Rover started again. He Xiaoming was left standing on the road, dumbfounded and at a loss. Fortunately, Yi Chen came, otherwise, she would be in trouble. On the Land Rover. The atmosphere was a bit silent for a while. Did the Azure God of War send you? Yi Chen asked. It doesn't matter who sent us. What matters is that today is the day you die. He Wuchang raised his dagger, licked the blade with his lips, and excitement appeared in his eyes. It seems that the god of war is quite powerful, and he was able to persuade the black and white immortals. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said. Obviously, he had already figured out the two men's identities. There was a strong smell of blood on them. They are definitely murderers. Moreover, the two of them have already reached the level of Huangzong Sr. Huangzong, although only the lowest level master, but two Huangzong, and both are Huangzong senior, the two joined forces, should have comparable strength to the Xianzong. From the way they were dressed, Yi Chen knew who they were. In the past 3 years, although he spent most of his time training on the mountain. However, his master occasionally sent him down the mountain to perform some tasks. Therefore, he knows some things about the upper rivers and lakes. For example, this pair of black and white immortals are brother and sister. Whether they are related or not, I don't know. Both of them are yellow-level masters. Together, they can even kill a grandmaster. Once, there was a Xianzong who was killed by the brother and sister because he underestimated them. Ha! You actually know our names? Bai Wuchang looked at Yi Chen through the rearview mirror and found that Yi Chen was unusually handsome. Bai Wuchang has never been immune to handsome men. Just like beautiful women have an unusual attraction for the black impermanence. After all, it is rare to hear of such lowly killers like you. Yi Chen said lightly. The brother and sister of the white and black immortals are notorious. The black impermanence likes beautiful women. He will not let go of any beautiful woman he encounters, and he will definitely kill her. The white one likes handsome men, and the same goes for handsome men. First, they enjoy it, and then they kill it themselves. Giggle, since you know about us, you know our preferences. Little brother, I think you are quite handsome. Why don't we find a place to have some fun together? The white impermanence giggled. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yi Chen said indifferently. Oh? Am I not pretty? Bai Wuchang drove with one hand and played with her hair with the other, looking extremely charming. Yi Chen, not pretty. White immortal, little brother, are you blind? Am I not beautiful? You're not pretty. Yi Chen said again. Even if I'm not the most beautiful woman in the world, I'm definitely the woman who understands men the best. Don't you want to give it a try? Bai Wuchang bit her lip and said. No, I'm not interested in buses. Yi Chen said unceremoniously. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Bai Wuchang was not angry at all. She giggled and said, What's wrong with the bus? Although it carries a lot of people, it has good technology. Even if it has good technology, it's not interesting to drive if it's in bad condition. Kid, if my information is correct, you seem to have donated a kidney to someone else. How dare you reject my sister? The black impaler frowned. And murderous intent welled up in his eyes. As the saying goes, death under the peony flower, being a ghost is also a romantic young man, don't you know how to appreciate it? The white immortal's eyes also turned cold. Although she was quite interested in Yi Chen was too ungrateful to call her a bus. I'm sorry, you're not a peony. Yi Chen said. Then, what am I? You are. Chapter 58 Yi Chen is invincible? You are a shameless slut. I thought that Baimu would be angry when he heard it. But she wasn't angry. She smiled even more charmingly, giggling, Little brother, scold me all you want. The more you scold me, the better. I'm the worst woman in the world, but this worst woman in the world will show you what a man's pleasure is in a moment. Sister, he's missing a kidney, so he probably won't be able to satisfy you. The black judge also laughed. Obviously, they had long since lost any moral bottom line. They do whatever they want because of their own strength. It's just that his kidney is not working, not his whole body, hee hee. The White Reaper laughed. Sister, then I'll leave him with one hand. Black Impermanence said. Then, his dagger suddenly stabbed Yi Chen. Yi Chen dodged the attack by tilting his head, and then punched Black Imp in the chest. Boom! The body of the black judge trembled violently. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. He never imagined that Yi Chen's strength was so strong that he was injured by a single palm. I didn't expect that you were a master of the dark sect. Hei Wuchang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Prepare to die. Yi Chen didn't waste any words, and slapped him with a palm. However, at this time, the white immortal in front suddenly turned the steering wheel. Yi Chen's palm missed, but the terrifying force still sent the car door flying out. Because the car was going fast, after Bai Wuchang slammed the steering wheel, the car immediately rolled over. It rolled over. It rolled over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop in the middle of a wheat field. Boom! The next moment, the Land Rover exploded. Then, the three men's bodies rushed out. Bai Wuxiang and He Wuxiang stood side by side, while Yi Chen stood opposite them. At this moment, the mouths of the two guardians of death were both stained with blood. Obviously, they underestimated Yi Chen's strength. They thought Yi Chen was just a Huangzong, but they never expected him to be a Xianzong. Little brother, I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, would have such terrifying strength. The mouth of the White Impermanence was rising and falling violently. Just as the car overturned, Yi Chen launched another attack on the two. Even with the two of them working together, they were still injured. You have to know that the two of them, working together, could have easily unleashed the power of a low-level Xianzong. In other words, Yi Chen's strength is not just a Xianzong, but a strong Xianzong of intermediate level or above. Sister, he is a mid-level Xianzong, and we two are no match for him. The Black Impermanence swallowed a mouthful of blood and said with gritted teeth. Bai Wuchang was silent for a moment, and then gave up his attacking posture. Instead, he twisted his waist and walked towards Yi Chen. Little brother, don't be so fierce, When she spoke, her delicate hands stroked Yi Chen's chest. However, before she could finish her sentence, she flew out. Wow! Bai Wuchang spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Yi Chen with unbelieving eyes. Although Yi Chen said she was a bus. But even if she is a bus, she is also a luxury bus. As long as he is a man, he can't help but feel something for her. Sister! Brother, I think that he has lost interest in women after losing a kidney. Today, I'm afraid that we're both going to die here. Bai Wuchang stood up with difficulty. It seems that only that trick will work. A sinister look appeared in the eyes of the Black King of Hell. No, if you use that move, you'll die. Bai Wuchang's beautiful eyes showed signs of panic. But if we don't use that trick, we'll die anyway. If we use that trick, maybe we'll have a chance. Bai Wuchang let out a loud cry. Then he took out a few silver needles and inserted them into several acupuncture points on his body. Acupuncture with gold needles. Yi Chen saw the other party's intentions. Acupuncture with gold needles is the same as the needles of the King of Hell. It is a kind of forbidden acupuncture technique. After use, it can greatly enhance one's cultivation in a short period of time. But the side effects are great. After using it, you will either die or become a cripple. Ha! The black judge exhaled a breath of foul air. I feel so powerful. He moved his neck a little and suddenly his body became as strong as a burst of beans. The aura around him became extremely powerful. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Xian zone, and was on the verge of touching the threshold of the Di Shi zone. Kid, you actually made me use the golden needle acupuncture point. Today, even if you are a Xianzong, you will die. He Wuchang shouted in anger. Now he is comparable to a peak-level Xianzong, and with the addition of a Huan-level peak-level master, killing Yi Chen is as easy as turning over a hand. Die! Black Impermanence stamped his feet on the ground, and his body shot forward like an arrow, blasting toward Yi Chen. The speed was incredible. It was as if the air was left behind him. Boom! A muffled sound. Then a figure shot out. He smashed into the ground. It was not Yi Chen, but the Black Judge. How is this possible? He lay on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't believe that he had used the golden needle acupuncture point to improve his cultivation to the peak of the Xianzong level. But he was still no match for Yi Chen. Moreover, he was killed in one move. How strong is the opponent? Could it be that he is a D-zone? According to the data, Yi Chen is only in his 20s. A 20-something-year-old landmaster? This is a joke. But the truth is that this is no joke. Brother! Bai Wuchang let out a cry of exhaustion. I'll fight you to the death. Although the two of them had committed all kinds of evil deeds, their relationship as brother and sister was very good. At this point, the mouth of the Black Immortal collapsed, and he used the golden needle acupuncture point again, apparently not long for this world. Just as the White Guardian was about to fight Yi Chen to the death, Black Yu grabbed the wrist of White Yu and shook his head at her. Sister, we are no match for him, run. In fact, the Black Death knows that if Yi Chen is the Earth sect, Bai Wuxian will not be able to escape. Moreover, Yi Chen was not moved by the beauty of the White Impermanence. Although White Impermanence is very promiscuous, her beauty is beyond doubt. Her body is also incredibly slender and slim. The wildness in her body makes men crazy. In the past, when men saw her, she only needed a glance to make the man fall at her feet, but today, she met Yi Chen. This man completely ignored her charm. Brother, even if we die, we will die together. Bai Wuxiang did not run away because she knew that it was pointless to run away in front of a D-zone. She turned to Yi Chen and said with a hint of resentment, "What's the point of being strong? You're not even a man. You're the real-life version of the invincible Oriental. You'll never understand the intricacies of women in this life." Yi Chen, who was about to kill the brother and sister, stopped in his tracks at the sound of her words. Chapter 59, Powerless Rage. Since he had lost a kidney, Yi Chen's needs in that area had indeed changed. The attraction of women to him has plummeted. In fact, in his heart, he really wanted to try it with Xiaoxue to see if he was still okay. Unfortunately, Xiaoxue was too proud to give Yi Chen the time of day, and she wouldn't let him touch her. As a result, he often wondered if he was a normal man. During the years he spent learning in the mountains, his heart was filled with hatred and he had no interest in that at all. When he came down from the mountain, the killing emperor told him that he was not only a normal man, but also a man with a unicorn kidney. He couldn't help but go to see his beautiful senior sisters. He had been down the mountain for some time. His relationship with Ning Xian has not been going well. Therefore, he has never touched a woman. He has been questioned too much. He had been suspected many times and had already been ruined. Although Yi Qi and Su Yu were very considerate of his feelings and never mentioned it. But in his heart, he actually had doubts. Was he really capable of doing it? Of course, when he first saw Hongye, he had a little reaction. But after all, he had never had a real battle. He couldn't be sure if his function was intact. Bai Lingjiao saw Yi Chen standing there in a daze. She looked at her brother Bai Yulong in her arms, whose life force was gradually disappearing. She continued to curse, "Ha, Yi Chen, do you really want to kill me? Come on, kill me. Even if you kill me, you won't become a man." At this point, Bai Lingjia was obviously determined to die, so she kept on stabbing Yi Chen's pressure points. "Sister." Bai Yulong of course knew Bai Lingjiao's thoughts. Although they are called brother and sister, many people think that they are not brother and sister. But in fact, they are indeed brother and sister. Bai Wuxiang is named Bai Lingjiao, and He Wuxiang is named Bai Yulong. "Yi Chen, I tell you, the taste of a woman is very wonderful, especially a woman like me. Don't look at me, I've had a lot of men, but I tell you, I specialize in the art of men and women. Every man I've been with has voluntarily sought death. As long as they can experience happiness with me, they are willing to exchange their lives for it. There are countless men out there who want to get me, but if I don't like them, it doesn't matter how powerful or rich they are. It's a pity, Yi Chen, you're useless. Even if I were the most exquisite woman in the world, you wouldn't be able to enjoy me. Are you very angry and frustrated? Ha ha, you can kill me, but so what? I have already experienced the ultimate happiness in this world, but you are doomed to be a eunuch for the rest of your life." Bai Lingjiao got more and more excited as she continued to scold. After all, she had no other choice. She could only scold and earn money. "Shut up." Yi Chen finally lost his temper. He rushed towards Bai Lingjiao in an instant, knocking her 10 meters away and then pressing her down in the wheat field. He grabbed Bai Wuchang by the neck, his eyes red with rage. At this moment, red scales began to grow on Yi Chen's back. The pattern of the unicorn appeared. And it kept spreading all over his body. I have to say, Bai Lingjiao is very beautiful. She also has a hot body. She was wearing a black shirt and white skinny jeans, which made her legs look like two chopsticks, the standard chopstick legs. Her pair of peach blossom eyes are like a soul-stirring hook. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, like mischievous fairies. Her skin is as white as snow, and her face is as delicate as a peach. Like a ripe peach. The evil fire in Yi Chen's heart instantly rushed to his head. He wanted to immediately rub this peerless beauty into his body. But he still had a shred of reason left. He forcibly suppressed the evil fire in his body. He just stared at Bai Wuxiang with bloodshot eyes. He really wanted to break the woman's neck. However, his body was unwilling to do so. His body seemed to be about to break free of his control. "Sister!" The Black Death turned over with difficulty and tried to crawl over. Unfortunately, the sound of popping, popping, popping came from all the pressure points on his body. He collapsed to the ground. The side effects of acupuncture had erupted. His entire body was almost severed. However, his powerful cultivation did not allow him to die immediately. He could only watch Yi Chen. "Come on, kill me, you useless piece of trash." Bai Lingjiao didn't seem to notice the changes in Yi Chen's body and continued to verbally abuse Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, I said you're not a man, you're not a man. After all, if another man were on top of me, I would have. It's a pity you can't feel my skills." Bai Lingjiao alternated between insults and sighs. In fact, Yi Chen is very handsome. He is not bad compared to a celebrity. Otherwise, Shanao Xue wouldn't have let him marry into the Shin family. After all, Shanao Xue is a very arrogant person. Although she looked down on Yi Chen. But his face still made her feel very honored. That's why Bai Lingjiao wanted Yi Chen to discuss the ultimate mystery of life with her in the first place. But she never expected that Yi Chen would be so strong. He has reached the level of a master of the earth. Such a talent, even among those hidden families, is also one in a million. Shut up. Yi Chen quickly realized that he was about to lose control. He slapped Bai Lingjiao's white and delicate face. "Haha, Yi Chen, what, did I hit your sore spot? You're a waste." But Bai Lingjiao would not stop talking. She was going to die anyway. Why not enjoy the last moments of her life? "Yi Chen, you have a good body, but you're so stupid to donate your kidney. A kidney is the most precious thing for a man. I heard that Shanao Xue never let you touch her, so Shanao Xue must be really pretty. It's a pity that you saved her life, but she gave you a big green hat." "Stop it, stop it, stop it." Yi Chen kept slapping Bai Lingjiao. But Bai Lingjiao kept on talking, and even got more excited. "To be honest, what's the point of living if a man can't touch a woman? If I were you, I would have found a rock and killed myself." "Ah." Yi Chen wanted to find something to plug Bai Wuchang's mouth. "Come on, kill me quickly. I won't regret it in my life." Bai Lingjiao saw Yi Chen's expression and knew that her words had provoked him. She laughed heartily. "Any man who presses down on me, Bai Lingjiao, will definitely. And you can only be impotent and furious. I feel so good watching you get angry." Bai Lingjiao was determined to kill Yi Chen, even if she couldn't kill him, and kept provoking him. Bai Lingjiao's words finally drove Yi Chen completely out of his mind. He grabbed Bai Lingjiao's hand and suddenly. Chapter 60 Yi Chen goes crazy. When the two touched each other, Bai Lingjiao froze. She had always thought that Yi Chen was a cripple. And the data shows that Yi Chen's body is incomplete. But at this moment, she didn't see where Yi Chen was disabled. He was even more normal than normal people. Bai Lingjiao looked at the handsome, powerful, and fierce man in front of her. For a moment, she forgot to scold Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen had completely lost his mind. The fire of the unicorn broke out completely. He Xiaoming found her motorcycle, which had been smashed. She was very conflicted. She knew she shouldn't have followed him. Her common sense told her that it was not a situation she could handle. She should wait for backup to arrive. But she couldn't help but follow him. She was deeply curious about Yi Chen. That man seemed to be even more powerful than those two. What she had seen and heard today completely exceeded He Xiaoming's knowledge. No wonder Lao Wei told her that the world is big and there are things he can't control. In the face of such terrifying power, there is indeed a limit to what she, a small constable, can do. But her duty told her that she could not retreat in the face of danger. Finally, He Xiaoming saw the Land Rover in a field of wheat. No, to be precise, it should be the remains of the Land Rover. She stopped her motorcycle and began to look for it. Soon, she found the black imp in the nearby wheat field. At this point, the black imp was already lying on the ground, bleeding all over. He was already close to death. As she had guessed, Yi Chen was far more powerful than the two criminals. He had already defeated the black judge. What about the other person? He Xiaoming began to look for the woman who was driving the car. Soon, she saw a shocking scene. She saw a man bullying a woman. Judging from the man's clothes, the man must be Yi Chen. and the woman was the driver of the Land Rover. Although, those two people were not good people. But Yi Chen can't bully a girl like this. Yi Chen, stop. You can't do this. He Xiaoming shouted at Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen couldn't hear her at all at this point. He has become a demon. Stop it now, or I'll shoot. He Xiaoming saw that Yi Chen didn't care about her at all. She wanted to take out her own gun, but suddenly remembered that her gun had been crushed into scrap metal by that man. He Xiaoming hesitated for a moment. Finally, she plucked up the courage and walked over. Yi Chen, what you are doing is illegal. He Xiaoming grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder. She wanted to stop Yi Chen. When her shoulder was grabbed, Yi Chen finally turned around. When He Xiaoming saw Yi Chen's appearance, she was suddenly shocked. She saw that Yi Chen was now covered in red scales. He didn't look like a human at all. At this time, Bai Lingjiao finally opened her eyes and saw Yi Chen's appearance at this time. She was shocked. You, what kind of monster are you? But there was no answer. No matter what kind of monster you are, I love you to death. Bai Lingjiao said happily. This scene left He Xiaoming stunned. Even Bai Lingjiao actually said to He Xiaoming, "Little constable, don't bother me." He Xiaoming was instantly disoriented. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. Arrest Yi Chen? Bai Lingjiao is willing to do it. Arrest Bai Lingjiao. But she's not free now. Seeing He Xiaoming staring at them, Bai Lingjiao glared at He Xiaoming and said, "Officer, is it polite to look at us like that?" "Ha? Oh." He Xiaoming turned his head away in embarrassment. However, all she could think about was the scene she had just witnessed. How could this woman? She's shameless. And Yi Chen, how did he become a monster? Forget it. Let's go catch the black judge first. He Xiaoming came to the front of the black judge and tried to handcuff him. Little constable, you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. The black judge had no power to resist and could only glare at He Xiaoming angrily. He Xiaoming was so scared that she sat down in the field. But soon, she summoned up the courage and took out the handcuffs. I'm not afraid of you. Although she said she wasn't afraid, it was clear from her trembling hands that she was scared to death. At this moment, the black judge also reacted. This female constable might be the chance for him and his sister to survive. Little constable, why are you alone? Hurry, call your big army over. He Wuchang said to He Xiaoming. Oh, good. He Xiaoming finally reacted. She quickly took out her cell phone, reported the situation here, and sent her location. Seeing this, the black judge finally let out a sigh of relief. Sister, hang in there. I hope the constables will arrive in time to stop Yi Chen. It is better to fall into the hands of the constables than into Yi Chen's. In the hands of the constables, they might still be alive. But if they fall into Yi Chen's hands, they will definitely die. At this moment, Bai Lingjiao really felt like she was about to die. A trace of fear rose in her heart. You have to know that she is a yellow-level high-level master. Her physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, she could fight 10 people at once. But now, Yi Chen has actually made her unable to defend herself. She felt like she was about to fall apart. This is not a man, it's a beast. Unfortunately, the beast can't hear her. Yi Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Please forgive me. Bai Lingjiao actually began to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, begging for mercy is useless. At this point, she already regretted why she had provoked Yi Chen. How harshly she had scolded him. Now she is in a miserable state. Finally, Bai Lingjiao was overwhelmed and fainted. Why haven't your people arrived yet? Seeing that his sister was already unconscious, Black Judge was full of rage. If this continues, his sister may die. Unfortunately, all his meridians were broken, and he couldn't even go to help. I don't know. He Xiaoming was also extremely anxious. Although Beiming is a bad guy. But at this point, Yi Chen's behavior also violated the law. Finally, after another 20 minutes, the siren sounded. Soon, the police arrived in front of He Xiaoming and surrounded Yi Chen. The sight in front of them was enough to shock everyone. The constable shouted at Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't pay any attention. Let go of the girl. The constable shouted and fired a warning shot into the air. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't pay any attention. After firing his gun into the air twice, the constable finally aimed his gun at Yi Chen and pulled the trigger. No! He Xiaoming tried to stop him, but it was too late. The bullet flew towards Yi Chen. He Xiaoming closed his eyes, as if he was afraid to see what was about to happen. Chapter 61 is normal. Bang! The bullet hit Yi Chen in the back. But, surprisingly, the bullet did not penetrate. Instead, it was directly bounced off. This is not Yi Chen's protective qi. At this moment, Yi Chen had not mobilized any qi. It was just the scales on his body that stopped the bullet. Is this still a human? Keep shooting. The constables launched an attack together. The bullets hit Yi Chen's body, creating a large area of sparks and making a clanging sound. It was as if Yi Chen had a body of steel. The bullet didn't even cause the slightest injury to Yi Chen until it ran out of bullets. Everyone gasped in shock. Some couldn't believe what they were seeing. Someone can actually block bullets with their body. For a moment, the constables didn't know what to do. Time passed by minute, and the constables had been there for more than 10 minutes. Xiaoming, what's going on? The captain of the constables came over to ask. He Xiaoming didn't know how to answer. In the end, He Xiaoming gritted her teeth and said, half an hour ago. Everyone was stunned by what she said. At this point, some people even sympathized with the White Reaper. However, He Xiaoming did not say that the fiery monster was Yi Chen. Perhaps it was out of her own selfishness. The constables did not dare to approach the monster, and just watched from afar. After all, the other party's body could not even be pierced by a bullet. God knows what would happen if you got too close to him. Finally, another half hour passed. Yi Chen's eyes finally cleared up. He looked at the unconscious White Immortal in front of him, also with a look of disbelief. At this point, the White Immortal had already fainted. He put his hands on his head and immediately raised his hands. At this time, the constables raised their guns again. Yi Chen looked around and realized that he had been surrounded by the constables. Looking at his own situation, he was like a monster. Without hesitation, he got up and ran. He was as fast as lightning. In less than a few seconds, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The constables wanted to chase after him, but they couldn't catch up. They had to give up. Everyone looked at the white ghost lying motionless in the wheat field. In the end, the captain said, "Lesbian, go take a look." Soon, He Xiaoming and two female constables walked over. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They saw that where the White Immortal was lying, there was a large pit. And the appearance of the White Impermanence looked terrible. "How is my sister?" The Black Imp shouted at the constables. He Xiaoming then squatted down to take a look. Then she said with surprise, she is still alive, call an ambulance quickly. After all, she was a female master, and it wasn't easy for her to die. He Xiaoming quickly took off his jacket and covered the White Immortal with it. Soon, both the White and Black Immortals were in the ambulance. "Xiaoming, what kind of monster was that?" The captain recalled the scene he had seen earlier, and his heart pounded. It looked like a human. But how could a human have scales? Why do I feel that the clothes on his body are somewhat familiar? The constable Lao Wei frowned. He felt that the clothes the monster was wearing seemed familiar. He Xiaoming looked at Lao Wei nervously. Fortunately, Lao Wei only felt familiar, and did not think of where he had seen it before. After a few minutes, Yi Chen had recovered to normal. The scales on his body had completely disappeared. This was the first time Yi Chen had encountered this situation. In the past, he would also grow scales, but they were only a small part of his body. But today, he was covered in scales. Fortunately, he was covered in scales at the time. If the constables had recognized him, it would have been bad. However, the female constable Xiaoming should know it was him. But what does it matter? As long as he doesn't admit it, the constable can't do anything about him. What he didn't expect was that he actually killed the White Reaper. Although, at that time, he had already lost control. But there was still a shred of sanity left. He knew what had happened. Bai Wu Chang was indeed as good as she said. Yi Chen had done that kind of thing before. But compared to this time, it was a world of difference. Yi Chen looked at the time. He realized that 2 hours had passed since he got into the White Reaper's car. It seems that I am normal and, moreover, very powerful. Although by chance, he was provoked by the white impermanence and lost his mind. But at least this proves that he is not sick. And will his scales only grow when he is provoked? Then he would lose control. In that case, if the opponent doesn't have the cultivation of a high-level master, they definitely won't be able to withstand it. Then he wouldn't be able to fight. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Yi Chen straightened his clothes and then hailed a taxi to rush back to the Imperial Palace. After all, there must be more than just the 2 Grim Reapers. There must be others. Hongye may not be able to handle it. Yi Chen was right. At this time, many assassins had already learned Yi Chen's address and were heading to the Imperial Palace. Although Hongye had transferred all the people from the Rakshasa Hall. But she still didn't feel at ease. After all, the enemy this time is no small matter. She must hold out until Yi Chen returns. The entire Imperial Palace was filled with a sense of impending doom. Chapter 62, Bloody Battle at the Imperial Mansion. On the ambulance. Oh my god, what did she go through? A female emergency doctor was treating Bai Lingjiao. When she saw the injuries, she was shocked. From her experience, she could tell that Bai Lingjiao's injuries were caused by a man. But how is that possible? Where in the world could there be such a powerful man? Bai Lingjiao's body looked as if it had been completely ravaged by a beast. This is not the kind of injury that a human being could have caused. As for Bai Lingjiao's body, it was also quite exaggerated. There were multiple bone fractures and broken bones all over her body. She had lost a lot of blood. She didn't die. After all, she is a female master. She is very resilient. With the help of the doctor and after such a long time, Bai Lingjiao's physical strength had finally recovered somewhat. However, Bai Lingjiao's eyes had completely changed at this point. Before, her eyes were full of cruelty, violence, and ruthlessness. But now, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Yes, it was terrible. She even used her top-level skills on her own initiative. She couldn't even beat Yi Chen. You know, Bai Lingjiao is an expert. Under normal circumstances, she could easily beat 10 people. But today, she was defeated by Yi Chen. She was defeated very badly. No matter how strong her skills are, the opponent, with one force, can defeat 10. And Yi Chen's state of mind. It was as if he had turned into a beast. It was terrifying. It's okay, you'll be fine. The female doctor saw the fear in Bai Lingjiao's eyes and comforted her gently. However, Bai Lingjiao suddenly sat up. She pinned the female doctor down. She grabbed the scissors and was about to stab the doctor in the neck. But at this moment, the image of the wheat field suddenly rushed into her mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The battle with Yi Chen had actually caused her great psychological trauma. You see, in the past, she was the one doing that to others. It turns out that it feels like that. Bai Lingjiao's scissors finally stuck in the bedboard. The next moment, she kicked the ambulance window to pieces and jumped out of the window. The female doctor was so scared that she thought she was finished. She was even more shocked. This woman, who just looked like she was about to die, actually had such strength. But Bai Lingjiao was indeed too weak at this time. After jumping out of the ambulance, she rolled around for a long time before stopping. She wanted to save her brother, but in the end she gave up. First, she didn't have the strength to save Bai Yulong. Second, Bai Yulong was so badly injured that if she rescued him, he might die. If he fell into the hands of the constable, he would definitely be severely punished for what he had done. However, before that, the constable will definitely heal Bai Yulong first. So there is no need to worry. She must heal her wounds as soon as possible, so that she can rescue Bai Yulong. After capturing the 2 black and white ghosts, He Xiaoming naturally became the biggest beneficiary. She finally became a full-fledged constable. The Imperial Palace. The people in the Rakshasa Hall were all on high alert. They won't let anything slip by. Auntie, Suyu, in a moment, you two hide in the basement and don't come out. Hongye took Yi Chi and Suyu directly to the basement. No matter what, she had to ensure their safety. You have to protect yourself too, girl. Yi Chi looked at Hong Yi and felt very complicated. Obviously, Hongye is not as simple as she thought. She thought that Hongye was a gentle female CEO. But now she knows. Her subordinates are all very afraid of her. In front of her subordinates, she also behaved very domineeringly and aggressively. Especially when she was addressing thousands of people from the Rakshasa Hall. She was like a queen. But this is a woman like a king. She was willing to show her tender side in front of an ordinary woman. Obviously, it was all because she loved Yi Chen so much. I don't know what Yi Chen has been through in the past 3 years. It seems that his godson has also become more complicated. Don't worry, Auntie, I will. Hongye smiled gently at the two of them. Then, she closed the door to the basement. Sister Hongye is so handsome. Suyu couldn't help but sigh, I wish I could be half as handsome as Sister Hongye. When Hongye returned to the surface, the people of the Rakshasa Hall were already fighting the invaders. Although there were many people in the Rakshasa Hall, but the people who came were even more numerous. This is the power of the celestial azure war god. In a word, it mobilized the power of nearly half of Yuzhou. I really don't know how strong the azure god of war is. Almost everyone has heard of the name God of War. But few people know how strong he is. However, from the perspective of these assassins who are trying to get the rewards of the war god, we can see how powerful a war god is. Obviously, the Rakshasa sect was completely unable to stop them. The most terrifying thing is that, in addition to the assassins from all over Yuzhou, there were also many other underground forces from Jiandu. They have long been unhappy with the Luoshi Tang. However, they were afraid to take action against the Rakshasa Hall because of its strength. But now, it's clear that when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Those forces have also joined in. Obviously, they want to destroy the Rakshasa Hall in one fell swoop. Soon, thousands of people gathered outside the Imperial Palace. If it weren't for the fact that most people were trying to take advantage of the situation, the Rakshasa sect would not have lasted 10 minutes. But even so, the other side's power is overwhelming. The Rakshasa Hall is in danger. Raksa, come out and die. A big man with a steel knife kept slashing the people of the Raksa Hall, shouting in his mouth. This person is named Hong Chi, and was once the leader of the Hong gang. His strength is comparable to Hong Yi. He had fought against the Rakshasa sect before. Unfortunately, he was destroyed by the Rakshasa sect. Today, he took the opportunity to come and kill. Hong Chi and Hong Yi met. Although she had learned the 7 killing steps, her strength had improved greatly. However, she was still unable to defeat Hong Chi because her body was still injured. Moreover, in addition to Hong Chi, there were several other forces. All have had a grudge against the Rakshasa Hall. Hyena, Mad Wolf, why don't we join forces and take this woman down together? Hong Chi shouted to the leaders of the other factions. Suddenly, several leaders all rushed over. They formed a siege on Hong Yi. Hong Chi was instantly at a disadvantage. Soon, Hong Chi slashed her back. He also received a kick in the stomach and blood gushed from his mouth. At this time, the other people in the Rakshasa Hall were also constantly injured and killed under the siege of countless powerful people. The ground was stained red with blood. Hong Yi, aren't you very strong? Where is the arrogance that you had when you destroyed my Hong gang? Hong Chi was not willing to let go of the advantage, and he wildly slashed with his steel knife. The blade cut into Hong Ye's shoulder, penetrating more than an inch. Chapter 63, Mutiny. Boom! Hong Ye's body was knocked into the air by several masters. She fell heavily to the ground. She was stabbed several times, and her cheongsam was cut open, revealing hideous wounds and large patches of white skin. Blood was gushing from her mouth. In particular, her back was hit by the Mad Wolf's mace, and the spikes on the mace pierced several rows of blood holes in her back. Blood gushed out. Mad Hong Chi, you're too ruthless. The leader of the wolf gang said as he saw it. Crazy Wolf, you're not in a position to criticize me, and your kicks weren't bad either. Crazy Wolf laughed. Rakshasa, surrender. If you keep fighting, you will die for sure. The man with the dog-like face said. He is the leader of the hyena gang, Dogface. Hongye didn't waste any time. She wiped the blood from her mouth and slowly stood up. Obviously, surrendering was out of the question. In her eyes, there is no such word as surrender. Under normal circumstances, none of the three men would be her match, all of them being beneath her feet. But today, the three of them joined forces, and with her injuries, she was no match. Rakshasa, all they want is Yi Chen. You don't need to get involved. Why don't you consider joining my hyena gang and becoming my wife? The hyena chief smiled and showed his yellow teeth. With his dog-like face, he looked disgusting. Hyena, she is a beautiful woman, and you are not. Don't scare her off. It's better to join my wolf gang. Why not join my Hung gang? Hung Shi said with some dissatisfaction. You're the only one in the Hong gang, what's so good about joining? The leaders, armed with their respective weapons, surrounded Hongye and kept making advances. After all, Hongye is a woman that countless men dream of conquering. Especially for these leaders. If they could conquer Hongye, it would be their greatest glory. Without any further ado, Hongye charged at the three of them. Forget it, don't fight over it. The three of us will just subdue her and each have a turn with her for 2 days. The hyena grinned and said. Good. The three of them attacked Hong Yi again. Hong Yi was knocked flying again. This time, she could hardly stand up. It took a lot of effort to get up. The disciples of the Rakshasa temple could not hold out either. They didn't even understand why. Why did their sister make them fight in a battle they could never win? They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to die in vain. Especially for someone who has nothing to do with them. We will only kill Yi Chen. Give up resistance and we will spare your lives. At this moment, many disciples of the Luo sect hesitated. After all, if they were to die for Red Leaf, they would not hesitate for a moment. But they were unwilling to die for Yi Chen. Finally, someone put down their weapons and chose to surrender. Traitor! The second elder of the Luo sect, Lu Hon, shouted angrily. We owe it to our eldest sister. For her sake, we can shed our blood and sacrifice our lives, but Yi Chen, why should we die for him? Exactly, why should we die for him? Soon, many people chose to surrender. Seeing this, Lu Hon was also very anxious. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. In fact, in her heart, she was also very unwilling. For Yi Chen, her sister, Lu Lu, had already died. Now, more disciples of the Rakshasa sect are dying for Yi Chen. Since you have already betrayed the Rakshasa temple and cannot return to it, why not join us in killing Yi Chen? When that happens, the Azure God of War will surely reward you. Someone said. Many of the people in the Rakshasa hall were moved. Finally, the third elder, Blue Moon, could not hold back. She gritted her teeth and said, Yes, our eldest sister has no regard for our lives and deaths for a man who has nothing to do with us. She is no longer worthy of being our eldest sister. Kill Yi Chen, and you will be rewarded. Kill Yi Chen, get a reward. Soon, a large group of people gathered around Blue Moon. They began to attack the people of the Rakshasa hall. For a time, the Rakshasa hall was even more difficult to deal with. Defeat was only a matter of time. However, just when the Rakshasa hall was about to collapse, Yi Chen finally returned. When he saw the situation in the imperial palace, his face suddenly turned very ugly. So many people have come. Without hesitation, he rushed in. Hongqi raised his steel knife, and Crazy Wolf raised his mace. They were ready to knock Hong Yi down completely. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The three of them looked back and saw a figure rushing over. Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen, Hong Yi finally couldn't hold on any longer and her body collapsed. Yi Chen came to her side in an instant and helped her up. Seeing Hongye, who was covered in wounds, Yi Chen felt very guilty. The former Hongye was the king of the Jiangdu underground. He was a big shot with unlimited influence. A big shot who could make the Jiangdu underground tremble with just a word. But ever since she followed him, his life is always hanging by a thread. Old wounds have not healed, and new wounds have been added. Yi Chen, with Hong Yi in his arms, looked at the three men with a blank expression and asked in a monotone, Did you hurt her? When Yi Chen appeared, the three leaders clearly paused for a moment. Obviously, they are still very afraid of Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen killed the apprentice of the god of war. With their strength, they are obviously no match for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, we know you are powerful, but what good is that? There are thousands of people here to kill you today, and you will definitely die. Hongqi squinted and said. I asked, did you hurt her? Yi Chen repeated. So what? Mad Wolf held the mace and said proudly. However, the next moment, Yi Chen appeared in front of the Mad Wolf. He snatched the mace from his hand. The mace hit the Mad Wolf's head hard. Boom! The Mad Wolf's head exploded like a watermelon. After killing the Mad Wolf, Yi Chen looked at the other two. Seeing the headless body of the Mad Wolf fall to the ground, Hongqi and the hyenas swallowed their saliva. They subconsciously wanted to run away. Unfortunately, Yi Chen would not give them the chance. He had injured Hong Yi so badly, how could he hold back? Swish! Yi Chen threw the mace in his hand. The mace broke through the air and pierced directly through the hyena's chest. It smashed a large hole in his body. Hongqi was almost scared silly. What kind of terrifying combat power is this? Escape! At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to flee. Unfortunately, he had just thought of this. Yi Chen had already appeared in front of him. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Yi Chen is here, kill Yi Chen. At this moment, the assassins finally reacted. Their goal was not to fight against the Rakshasa sect, but to kill Yi Chen. Chapter 64, 1,000 people surrounding to kill. Yi Chen kicked Hongqi in the chest. Hongqi's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Blood spurted from his mouth. After landing, he was unable to get up again. A large area of his chest collapsed, and he soon stopped breathing. Yi Chen looked around. There were thousands of people surrounding him. The entire imperial palace was filled with enemies. They were shouting to kill him. Even some people who originally belonged to the Rakshasa Hall were shouting to kill him. Yi Chen didn't know most of the people from the Rakshasa Hall, but he still had some impression of a few elders. For example, Blue Moon is the third elder of the Rakshasa Hall. At this time, he was actually leading a group of people to attack the people of the Rakshasa Hall. Surrounded and killed by the strong, and then betrayed by Blue Moon, who had turned more than 100 people against them, the people of the Rakshasa Hall now had only a mere 500 people left. The number of enemies was several times that of their own people. Moreover, even the remaining people had a look of unwillingness in their eyes. Yi Chen could see that they obviously did not want to fight for him. The reason they have held out until now. It was all because of Hong Ye. I, Yi Chen, will remember your kindness. Please go and heal your wounds. I will take care of the rest. Yi Chen bowed to the people of the Rakshasa Hall, who were covered in wounds. Then, he turned and looked at the people who had come to kill him. He wants to fight them all alone? Seeing this, everyone's eyebrows furrowed. Yi Chen is very strong and can kill Su Tianyu. However, this is a team of thousands of people. Even if they were tired, they could still kill him. What's more, these people who dared to come and kill Yi Chen all have some ability. In the face of such a sea of people with so many strong people, even the Tian sect would not escape death. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes did not show the slightest trace of fear, but instead became excited. The Qilin fire that had been extinguished during the battle with White Immortal was once again burning. Kid, no matter how strong you are, today, you will definitely die. Obviously, no one believed that Yi Chen could challenge thousands of people alone. Yi Chen didn't waste any time. He picked up the steel knife that Hongqi had dropped on the ground and rushed directly into the crowd. Pop, pop, pop. Blood splattered, and severed limbs flew in all directions. Wherever Yi Chen's steel blade passed, everything was cut in half. No one could withstand Yi Chen's second strike. One by one, lives were lost to Yi Chen's blade. At this moment, everyone in the Rakshasa Hall was stunned. In their line of work, they worshipped the strong. The reason they are so devoted to Hong Ye is because she is a strong person. Of course, it wasn't just because of Hong Ye's strength. It is also because of his personality. Although Hong Ye is cold-hearted, but she is extremely protective of her subordinates. Anyone who dares to bully her will be killed. Therefore, everyone is very convinced of her. At this moment, when Yi Chen was killing everyone, the people of the Luo Shitang all had a light in their eyes. They also seemed to understand why Hong Yi was so devoted to Yi Chen. After all, not everyone has the courage to fight thousands of people alone. Don't be afraid, we have thousands of people, I don't believe he can kill us all. Of course, there are also those who are not afraid of death. They thought that Yi Chen had killed hundreds of people in an instant, and must have used up a lot of energy. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's blade was still sharp. He was like a meat grinder. He mercilessly reaped the lives of these invaders. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen was surrounded by corpses. There were already thousands of corpses, all killed by him. However, he showed no signs of exhaustion. At this moment, the red scales appeared again. However, they only appeared on his back. When blood dripped onto the scales on his back, Yi Chen actually felt as if his energy had been replenished. Therefore, not only did he not run out of strength, but he became more and more powerful. Finally, when Yi Chen killed 2,000 people, the remaining people were filled with fear. Although the rewards of the god of war were very attractive. But if you lose your life, you lose everything. Finally, the killers wanted to retreat. But just then, a large group of people arrived. There were thousands of them. As a result, the number of people coming to kill Yi Chen not only did not decrease, but actually increased. The thousands of people who arrived later were brought by Qi Weigua. He was determined to avenge the death of his grandson. Therefore, he used all his wealth and connections. He gathered such a team. The team of assassins, together with the people brought by Qi Weigua, exceeded 10,000 people. Seeing this scene, a look of helplessness appeared on Hong Ye's face. Although Yi Chen had killed more than 2,000 people. However, 2,000 people is just a drop in the bucket. Can he kill these 10,000 people? 10,000 people, just the saliva alone can drown a person. Sister, you must not be so stubborn. No one will protect Yi Chen today. Lan Yu shouted at Hong Yi. In fact, she didn't want to fight against her former sister with a blade. She just didn't want her brothers to die in vain. Hong Ye looked at Blue Moon and didn't say much. Instead, she walked directly towards the battlefield. She made her position clear. Even if she dies, she wants to die with Yi Chen. Seeing this, the people of the Rakshasa Hall were also infected. They all picked up their weapons and wanted to join Hong Ye. No one move. Hong Ye, however, stopped them. She was willing to die for Yi Chen, and she was willing to die for Yi Chen. However, she did not want her brothers and sisters to die in the same way. After all, this is an extremely unequal battle. To survive in the hands of so many people. I'm afraid that only a person stronger than the Tianzong sect can do it. Yi Chen looked at Hong Yi, who was dragging his tired body towards him. A trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, Hong Ye was too weak. He had just rushed into the crowd and was cut to the ground. Fortunately, Yi Chen arrived in time and saved Hong Ye. The two stood back to back. Around them, the crowd was black. Aren't you afraid of death? Yi Chen asked softly. I am afraid. Hong Ye replied. Then why did you come? Hong Ye, I am your maid. Yi Chen, no, you are my friend. Hong Yi smiled. Slowly raised the dagger in her hand. Yi Chen, today is the day you die. Kill them all. Qi Weigua let out a low cry. The next moment, thousands of soldiers behind him swarmed in. Today, he will cleanse the imperial palace of blood, killing everyone in it to avenge his grandson. Kill. The assassins who had been about to retreat regained their confidence. 10,000 people can wear out Yi Chen. If they leave now, then all the bloodshed will have been in vain. However, at this moment, two figures appeared from the sky. They crashed into the crowd. The ground was pounded into two small pits. Who is Yi Chen? Chapter 65, Bloody Angel. The two figures that suddenly appeared were two foreign women. They were tall and full-figured, wearing battle armor. But the armor was not covering their entire body. It only covers the important parts. Their arms, lower abdomen, and legs above the knees were all exposed. They have beautiful faces, fair skin, and a heroic bearing. In particular, they have a pair of white wings. They look just like the legendary angels. Seeing this scene, Chi Weigua's face showed a trace of ecstasy. These two women are extraordinary fighters. And they called Yi Chen's name as soon as they arrived. Most likely they are here to kill Yi Chen. It seems that the god of war Tiancheng is very influential. He even called two female angels to kill Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're not going to die today. Chi Weigua sneered. However, Yi Chen did not pay any attention to Chi Weigua, and looked at the two female angels. Although he knew that angels existed. But this was the first time he had seen them. Who is Yi Chen? The two female angels asked again. I am. Yi Chen replied. The next moment, the two female angels actually knelt in front of Yi Chen. Battle Angel Lang Xian, Yen, meet the master. Yi Chen nodded, but his expression was somewhat dissatisfied. Just the two of you? Didn't I say that the angel order could mobilize an army of 3,000 beautiful angels? Only two of them came. This Yesa is too stingy. At this time, Chi Weigua's face became difficult to look at. He thought that these two female angels were here to kill Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, they called Yi Chen master. However, it didn't make much of a difference. In front of tens of thousands of troops, two more or two less people make no difference at all. Then kill them all. What are your orders? The two female angels asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face twitched. Does he need to ask? They want to kill me. Can't you see that? Yi Chen said. The two female angels stood up and looked around. There were tens of thousands of people gathered inside and outside the imperial palace. However, there was not the slightest trace of fear on their faces. The two first slapped each other. Then they flew in two directions. They could actually fly. The two flew to a distance of 20 to 30 meters from each other. Then, they flew rapidly towards the crowd. Everyone looked at the two beautiful angels with confusion, not knowing what they were going to do. They didn't have any weapons in their hands. Could it be that they were going to fight tens of thousands of people with their bare hands? Finally, after a few seconds, people realized what was going on. After the two angels flew past the crowd, the people between them were all cut in half. It was as if there was an invisible blade between the two angels. Everything in their path was cut in half. The two angels flew around the crowd. In an instant, thousands of people were cut in half by the invisible blade. The crowd fell like cut wheat. Every second, hundreds of people died. They tried to escape, but how could they possibly outrun the angels who could fly? No, they weren't angels at all. They are murderous demons. This scene shocked everyone. No one dared to underestimate the two angels again. And they were no longer considered beautiful. They were more ferocious than demons. In less than a minute, thousands of people fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Their bodies were cut in half. The two angels flew around the crowd like this, relentlessly harvesting lives. Previously, Yi Chen had killed 2,000 people alone. That was shocking enough. But now, the two female angels are even more shocking and terrifying. At this moment, whether it was the people brought by Chi Weigua or the assassins who came on their own, have all collapsed. They no longer had the desire to fight. There was a thread between them. Get down. At this moment, someone finally saw clearly. It turned out that there was a very thin thread between the two angels. The thread was almost invisible to the naked eye. But it was extremely sharp. Not to mention human bodies. Even some people's weapons were split in two by the thread. Obviously, this thread is made of a special material. People were suddenly wide awake. They all fell to the ground. Sure enough. After lying on the ground, the angels flew over and were no longer killed. However, in this short period of time, more than 5,000 people had already died at the hands of the angels. It was shocking, absolutely shocking. Even Yi Chen was very surprised. Even if these two angels are not very strong, their efficiency in killing people is absolutely amazing. Seeing that everyone had finally discovered their secret, they all fell to the ground. The two female angels also gave up using the guillotine. The guillotine is the name of this move. Because the height of the golden wire is just at the neck of a person. Once the wire passes, the head falls. So they named this move the guillotine. Just like that, thousands of people had their heads cut off. It was thought that without the guillotine, the angels would be less efficient at killing. But the two female angels drew a battle sword directly from behind. Then they charged into the crowd. The combat effectiveness of the two female angels was also astonishing. Their efficiency in killing was not slower than Yi Chen. Especially with the wings, they are even faster. They kill faster. In just a moment, thousands of people were killed. Their white feathers were stained red with blood. Their armor was stained red. Their skin was stained red. They became two blood-soaked angels. Yi Chen also joined in the killing. If you want to kill him, you have to be prepared to be killed. The three of them were like a meat grinder, sweeping everything away. No wonder Master Killer said that the 3,000-strong angel army could flatten everything. Just two female angels are already so terrifying. The number is rapidly decreasing. 4,000. 3,000. 2,000. 1,000. At this moment, whether it was the people brought by Chi Weigui or the assassins, have all been killed. They no longer had the desire to fight. They all wanted to escape. Leave no one behind. However, Yi Chen gave orders to the two female angels. The two female angels had the blessing of wings. There was no way for those people to escape from them. However, there were still too many of them. In order to avoid being killed, they chose to flee in all directions. Even if the angels were very powerful, there were only two of them. Could they kill them all at the same time? Those who survived the angels' killing were also the stronger ones. Once they scattered, the angels could not possibly stop them all. Soon, the fleeing people all disappeared into the night. A few unlucky people were killed by the angels. The two female angels were not in a hurry to see the people disappear completely, because they had already marked everyone in a special way. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, they can find them. Chapter 66. Yi Chen performs a miracle. It was destined to be a bloody night. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives. Blood stained every corner of the imperial palace. Although, after the incident, Hongya had the Rakshasa hall clean up as best they could. The strong smell of blood did not dissipate for a long time. Sister, we were wrong. Blue Moon knelt before Hongye with the renegade Rakshasa brothers. Yi Chen had just specifically told the two female angels to spare the lives of the renegade Rakshasa. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have been killed by the angels by now. Fear was written all over their faces. They knew what the consequences of betrayal were in the Rakshasa hall. They trembled as they looked at Hongye, waiting for the judgment of Hongye. Hongye looked at the sisters who had risked their lives for her. Her expression was cold. She was never a kind person. These people dared to betray her at a critical moment, and she would not let them off lightly. Kill. Hongye gave the order. Sister, spare my life. Sister, for all the years I've been with you, spare my life. Seeing that Hongye was actually going to execute them, everyone began to beg for mercy. Kill. However, Hongye's face showed no expression. At this moment, Hongye was not Hongye, but Rakshasa. The real Rakshasa. Sorry, although I don't want to kill you either, this is my sister's order. Lu Hong said with a silver tooth. She was very glad that she had kept her heart and had not betrayed her. Otherwise, she would be the one to be killed. But in the end, Lu Hong still couldn't bring herself to do it. She knelt before Hongye. Sister, since they have risked their lives for you, please spare their lives. Lu Hong pleaded with Hong Yi. Please, sister, be lenient. At this point, the other members of the Rakshasa sect also knelt down and begged for the lives of those who had betrayed them. Hongye's face did not change at all. It was chilling. Indeed, these were her brothers and sisters. But they have already betrayed us. If they win this battle, do you think you will be able to survive? Hongye's gaze swept over those who were pleading for the traitors. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, if Hongye loses this battle, I'm afraid that everyone will have to die. Even if the traitors don't kill them. The assassins and the people Chi Weigua brought with him will definitely not let them go. After all, Shi Weiguo said he would kill everyone in the imperial court. Seeing that everyone was silent, Hong Yi gave the order again. Kill. The faces of the traitors all showed signs of despair. They knew Hong Ye. Once she gets serious, she won't show mercy even to her own sister. Otherwise, they wouldn't deserve the name Rakshasa. Let them go. However, just as the Rakshasa were about to kill the traitors, a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, all the traitors showed a glimmer of hope. Because the person who said this was Yi Chen. They knew that Yi Chen was the one that Hong Ye listened to the most. At this point, only Yi Chen could stop Hong Ye from killing them. Hong Ye looked at Yi Chen and then let out a long sigh. He said, "Since Yi Xiao has pleaded for you, I will spare you." "Thank you, sister, for not killing us." Everyone bowed to thank him. "You should thank Yi Xiao," Hong Yi said coldly. "Thank Yi Xiao." Everyone bowed to Yi Chen again. However, as the leader, Blue Moon, you know what to do. Hong Ye looked at Blue Moon with indifferent eyes. Originally, when she heard that Hong Ye had pardoned them, Blue Moon was very happy. But after hearing what Hong Ye said, her pretty face suddenly turned pale. She said in a dull voice, "I know." The next moment, Blue Moon pulled out a dagger and stabbed herself in the abdomen. She cut her abdomen directly. Instantly, her intestines spilled out. The scene was terrifying. This is the punishment for traitors. Open the belly and cut the intestines. Many people turned away, unable to bear to watch the scene. "Big sister, take care of my parents." Blue Moon's whole body was shaking with pain, and tears were streaming down her face. "Don't worry, I will." Hong Ye sighed lightly. As the third elder of the Rakshasa Hall, Blue Moon had known her for a long time. The two of them have been like sisters for a long time. But since she is the leader of the Rakshasa Hall, she cannot be merciful. The light in Blue Moon's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. But a smile appeared on her face. "Big sister, being able to work for you is the happiest thing in my life." After saying this, the eyes of Blue Moon slowly closed. Seeing this, the people of the Rakshasa Hall all showed a deep sadness. Although Blue Moon deserved to be punished, but he was also their brother who risked his life for them. At this moment, several shadows suddenly flew toward Blue Moon. They stuck to the Blue Moon. It was Yi Chen who had struck. "Yi Xiao, what are you doing?" Yi Hong looked at Yi Chen with some confusion. "After all, she has also risked her life for me. Let's just call it even," Yi Chen said indifferently. He could tell. Although Hong Ye didn't show any expression on her face when she killed Blue Moon. But you can see it in her eyes. She was very reluctant. In fact, Blue Moon did not betray Red Leaf. She just didn't want to sacrifice her life for Yi Chen. Under Yi Chen's treatment, Blue Moon quickly came to her senses. She looked at Yi Chen blankly. She didn't know what was going on. "Moon, Yi Xiao saved you," Lu Hong said to Blue Moon. Blue Moon looked at her abdomen and saw that the wounds on her stomach had disappeared. "This is amazing." Everyone in the Rakshasa Hall was also shocked by the miracle. They had no idea that Yi Chen had such great abilities. Does that mean that in the future, no matter how serious their injuries are, Yi Chen can heal them? "Thank you, Yi Xiao, for saving my life. If you don't mind, from now on, Blue Moon will follow you to the end." Blue Moon knelt before Yi Chen. "Good." Yi Chen nodded. "Moon, you're fine." Blue Moon was not dead, and the people of Rakshasa Hall were also very happy. "Okay, everyone, clean up the battlefield immediately." Hong Ye ordered people to start cleaning up the battlefield. "Yi Chen, thank you for sparing the people of the Rakshasa Hall, and thank you for saving the moon." After giving the order, Hong Ye came to Yi Chen's side and said to him. Yi Chen looked at Hong Yi and said with a smile, "In fact, even if I didn't let them go, you wouldn't kill them, right?" Red Leaf was stunned by this. She didn't expect Yi Chen to have read her mind. Indeed, the reason she had to kill those traitors was actually to get Yi Chen to intercede for them. In this way, those people would be grateful to Yi Chen and would be willing to risk their lives for him. And the reason for ordering the death of Blue Moon was because Hong Yi knew that Yi Chen could cure Blue Moon. "Hong Ye, let me see your wound." Yi Chen looked at Hong Ye, who was covered in wounds, and said tenderly. Chapter 67, The King's Specialization. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Hongye had already become one of the most important people in Yi Chen's life. He has not done anything for Hongye, but this woman was willing to risk her life for him. Hongye's wounds were far more serious than those of the Blue Moon. I really don't know what made her hold on until now. Yi Chen took Hongye to his bedroom. Hongye took off her clothes very obediently. She exposed all her wounds to Yi Chen. Seeing the wounds on Hongye, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his eyes. There were dozens of wounds on Hongye's body, and there were more than 10 wounds that were more than 10 centimeters long. Some of the wounds were so deep that they could be seen to the bone. In addition to the new wounds today, Hongye has many old wounds. Everyone thinks that Hongye is the queen of the underground. Has boundless prospects. But who knows what she has paid for it? Yi Chen couldn't help but gently caress the old wounds. He knew that Hongye's journey had not been easy. These wounds are proof. Yi Xiao, is Hongye not very ugly? Seeing Yi Chen staring at the wounds on her body, Hongye gritted her teeth and said. She still remembered the first time she wanted to bathe with Yi Chen. Yi Chen refused her. Perhaps Yi Chen was disgusted by her unsightly scars. Yi Chen shook his head. These scars not only do not make Yi Chen think that Hongye is not beautiful. On the contrary, he even admired this woman more. Hongye, do you want to get rid of these scars? Yi Chen asked. But, is it possible? Hongye looked at Yi Chen expectantly. She is a woman, and as long as she is a woman, she will care about her body. Although she looks beautiful on the surface. But only she knew how ugly her body was when she took off her clothes. And it was impossible to remove these scars. Hongye herself runs a cosmetics company. And also produces scar removal products. Although it is effective. But it can only remove smaller scars. She has more than 20 scars over 5 centimeters in length. No matter how powerful the scar removal product is, it is impossible to repair it. Yi Chen nodded and said, of course it can, but it requires. Although Yi Chen's medical skills have reached an astonishing level. But there is no way to make those scars disappear quickly. There is only one way to quickly remove those scars. That is, reopen the wounds. Then he will heal them again. After learning Yi Chen's treatment method, Hongye said directly, come on, Yi Xiao, I'm not afraid of pain. After that, he grabbed the pillow next to him and bit it in his mouth. Yi Chen felt that Hongye looked so cute. Then you have to bear with it. Yi Chen said. In fact, with Yi Chen's ability, he could completely block Hongye's pain nerves. But he didn't plan to do that. Because the wound needs the help of nerves to heal back to its original state. Once the nerves are blocked, the wound may not heal as it should. Yi Chen first disinfected the dagger, and then reopened the original wound of Hongye. Throughout the entire process, Hongye did not make a sound. Could it be that she didn't feel any pain? Of course not. Fortunately, Yi Chen's movements were also very fast, and it wasn't that painful. A few hours later, Hongye stood in front of the full-length mirror, constantly turning her body. Her eyes were filled with ecstasy. In the mirror, she saw a perfect body. There was not a single scar. Her skin was white and translucent, as if it could be broken with a single blow. Yi Chen, you really removed all the scars on her body. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Hongye couldn't help but hug Yi Chen. For many years, she had wanted to remove the unsightly scars on her body. She had failed. At this moment, her heart for Yi Chen became even more determined. Held by Hongye, Yi Chen also felt the pressure. After all, Hongye is really too beautiful. Tall figure, fair skin, beautiful face, cold and elegant temperament. Everything was throbbing with excitement. The fire of the unicorn that disappeared during the day in the wheat field with the white immortal seemed to be burning again. When you haven't done something, you might not think so. After Yi Chen had a hearty battle with the white immortal during the day, his interest in that kind of thing had doubled. At this moment, looking at the red leaf in his arms, he was once again itching to act. Since the time when she recognized Yi Chen as her master, she had already decided to give her body and her heart to Yi Chen. At that time, it was only because of her vow. And after experiencing so many things, her heart has also been completely conquered by Yi Chen. At this point, no matter what Yi Chen did to her, she would not refuse. The red scales once again appeared on Yi Chen's back, gradually spreading. Yi Chen's eyes also began to turn red. Things were developing in the direction that everyone loved to see. However, just at this moment, the voice of the female angel rang out. "Master, the mission is complete." The angel's voice instantly woke Yi Chen up. He quickly let go of Hongye. He felt the scales covering his neck. It seems that these scales really grow with his desires. Recalling the terrifying scene in the wheat field today, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. If he really became like he was with the White Immortal again, Hongye would never be able to stand it. After all, Hongye is not a female master. It seems that he must control his emotions in the future. Since Hongye had no clothes on, Yi Chen let her lie down on the bed first. He left the room. The two female angels had returned. They had now completely turned red. "Did you kill them all?" "Not a single one left alive." The two female angels nodded. Originally, Yi Chen was a little dissatisfied when he saw that Yesa had only sent 2 female angels. Now it seems that these 2 female angels are worth 1,000 troops. "Master, please instruct us on what we need to do next," the 2 female angels said in unison to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the 2 female angels, who were wearing armor but not concealing their sexiness, and wondered if these 2 female angels, who looked very strong, could withstand his unicorn fire. "Master?" The female angels called Yi Chen's name when they saw him staring at them. This brought Yi Chen back to reality. Yi Chen shook his head vigorously. "What's wrong with me? Why have I become so lustful?" It seems that the words of the White Immortal are true. After experiencing the beauty of a woman, you think about that feeling all the time. He wants to experience it again. In fact, if it were an ordinary woman, it would not have had such a big impact on Yi Chen. The strange thing is that Bai Wuxiang is a master of his craft, and his king-level skills make Yi Chen miss them all the time. Chapter 68 Yi Chen removes scars for the girls, Part 1. Thank you for your help. What are your names? Yi Chen looked at the 2 beautiful angels. My name is Yen. Yen is taller, almost 1.7 meters, thin, with long straight yellow hair that falls below her buttocks, giving her a somewhat cold appearance. I'm Longxin. Longxin is a little shorter, but she is also 1.7 meters tall, with a plump figure and red wavy hair. Both female angels have high beauty values and fair skin. From now on, you will be responsible for protecting the safety of the Imperial Palace. Yi Chen gave the 2 female angels an order. Yes. The 2 beautiful angels withdrew. With 2 female angels guarding the Imperial Palace, the security level of the Imperial Palace has risen by several levels. After the 2 female angels left, Yi Chen had someone bring clothes to Hongye. The clothes were sent by the second elder, Lu Hong. Seeing Hongye on Yi Chen's bed, she was slightly disappointed. Although she was actually prepared for it, when she saw it with her own eyes, she still felt uncomfortable. After all, Lu Hong and Hong Yi had been sisters for many years. The 2 were very close. Now, Lu Hong feels that Yi Chen has taken Hong Yi away from her. Yi Chen felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere, so he said to the 2 women, "What? I'm going to pick up my mother and sister." Then he left the bedroom. After Yi Chen left, Hong Yi climbed out of bed. Lu Hong personally changed her clothes. Her hand touched Hong Ye's skin. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Of course, Lu Hong knew all about Hong Ye's scars. She could even tell the origin of each scar. But now, there wasn't a single scar on Hong Ye's body. Her skin was smooth and delicate, like a baby's skin. "Sister, your skin? Yi Shaoji has cured me. By the way, Lu Hong, why don't you let Yi Shaoji help you get rid of your scars?" Hong Ye took Lu Hong's hand and said. Lu Hong had gone through many adventures with Hong Yi, and naturally, she had many scars on her body. In fact, there are not many people in the Rakshasa temple who do not have scars on their bodies. For men, as long as the scars are not on the face, it's fine. Moreover, scars are a source of pride for men. The more hideous the wound, the more ferocious they appear. But it's different for women. No woman wants to have blemishes on her skin. "Sister, will we be together forever?" Lu Hong looked at Hong Yi with a determined expression. Of course, really, Lu Hong, Yi Xiao's medical skills are amazing, and I'll ask him to remove your scars for you too. Hong Yi didn't seem to understand Lu Hong's eyes, and said happily. Basement. Brother, I knew you were fine. Su Yu and Yi Qi were worried sick in the basement, but they could only wait. It's all settled, Mom, sister, let's go out. Yi Chen took the two of them out. At this time, the imperial palace had been completely cleaned up, and there was no trace of the battle. However, the air was still filled with a faint smell of blood. It will probably take some time for it to dissipate. Yi Chen gave generous compensation to the Luoshatang people who were injured in the battle. If they died in battle, their families would be taken care of. Originally, these things were all done by Hong Ye, but Hong Ye specifically handed them over to Yi Chen to do. In this way, Yi Chen's leadership rose again. And Hong Ye once again changed from a queen to a gentle and mature female CEO. Oh, Yi Xiao, Lu Hong has a lot of scars too. Can you help her? Of course. Yi Chen nodded. In this way, Hong Ye took Yi Chen to Lu Hong's room. Are you there, Lu Hong? Hong knocked on the door. I'm here, sister. You can come in. Lu Hong was taking a bath and heard it was Hong Ye's voice, so she let her in directly. Hong Ye didn't think much of it. She took Yi Chen and went in. However, when they saw the scene in the room, the two of them were stunned. They saw that Lu Hong was sitting in the bathtub. She was holding a ladle in her hand, scooping up a ladleful of water and gently pouring it down her shoulders. The water flowed down her back like pearls. Although, Lu Hong had many wounds on her body. But her back was very smooth and unharmed. She had a tall figure and a straight back. It looks very attractive. Because of the bathtub, you can't see her waist. But from the delicate curves that spread out, it can be seen that her waist must be very thin. The perfect back curve and snow-white skin made Yi Chen a little stunned for a moment. Lu Hong was facing away from Yi Chen, so she didn't see him. She didn't turn around and said directly to Hong Ye, sister, come and wash together. Although Lu Hong was under the command of Hong Yi, in private, the two were like sisters. It was not uncommon for them to bathe together and scrub each other's backs. But today. So, Hong Ye didn't move. At this moment, Yi Chen also reacted and quickly hid to the side. Although, he really wanted to continue watching. But he still resisted. After all, our Yi student is a gentleman. That, Lu Hong, I'll come back later. Hong Ye quickly said, then gave Yi Chen a wink and was about to leave. Hearing Hong Ye say that she would come back later, Lu Hong's feelings of disappointment were even more obvious. In the past, if Hong Ye saw her taking a bath, she would just come in. But today, Hong Ye actually said she would come back later. She felt that Hong Ye must no longer need her because she had Yi Chen. Hong Ye did not notice the abnormality of Lu Hong. She turned to leave. But, just as she turned around, splash! A sound of water was heard. Then, Hong Ye felt someone hugging her. It was Lu Hong. Sister, don't go. Lu Hong tightly hugged Hong Ye, and like a man, placed his head on Hong Ye's shoulder. He lightly sniffed the scent of Hong Ye. Hong Ye's body suddenly froze. In the past, the two of them had been intimate. But today, Lu Hong was clearly acting abnormally. The key point is that Yi Chen is still there. Yi Chen was hiding in the corner. He was originally looking away. In order to avoid seeing what he shouldn't see, he looked away from Lu Hong and turned his eyes to Hong Yi. But Lu Hong suddenly jumped out of the bathtub and hugged Hong Yi. Suddenly, the whole person was in front of him. Hong Ye was already tall, but Lu Hong was even taller. Especially her legs were very long. The proportions were even a bit exaggerated. There was not an ounce of excess flesh on her body. Her two big white breasts were deformed by the pressure on her back. From Yi Chen's perspective, he could see the side of Lu Hong. An exaggerated S-shaped figure, perfectly displayed in front of him. Chapter 69 Yi Chen removes scars from the women, Part 2. Yi promised that he really didn't want to see Lu Hong. It was Lu Hong herself who brought it to him. At this time, Lu Hong had no idea that her body had already been visually inspected by Yi Chen. She tightly hugged Hong Ye. She said softly, sister, don't go, okay? That, Lu Hong, you put on your clothes first. Hong Yi naturally knew that Yi Chen was right next to her and quickly said. Sister, don't you want to be with Yi Xiao anymore? Lu Hong didn't move at all. Of course not. Hong Ye replied. Then, why don't you wash with me? Lu Hong's tone was a little sad. Lu Hong, I can wash with you. How about tomorrow? First untie me, then put your clothes back on. Hong Yi sighed. Really, sister? Hearing Hong Ye say that she would wash with her tomorrow, Lu Hong suddenly became happy. She really let go of Hong Ye. Originally, the two of them were pressed up against each other. Yi Chen could at most see a side view and back. Now that they were apart. This is good. The mountains and grasslands can be seen in a corner. Yi Chen was stunned. Lu Hong usually doesn't show off her assets, and she dresses like a tomboy. But I never thought she had such a body. Hong Ye is just a show-off, but Lu Hong probably has a boyfriend. Seeing that Lu Hong was very happy, Hong Yi told her directly. Lu Hong, Yi Xiao is here. Yi Xiao? Where? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong subconsciously looked around. She completely forgot that she was naked. As she turned her body, the mountains and grasslands were all in view. Finally, Lu Hong saw Yi Chen. Fortunately, Hong Ye was fast and quickly brought a towel to wrap around Lu Hong's body. But at this point, it didn't matter whether she was covered or not. After all, what should be seen and what shouldn't, Yi Chen had seen it all. Especially when he saw. Yi Chen finally understood why Hong Yi insisted that he remove the scar from Lu Hong. On Lu Hong's body, there was a very large scar, about 30 to 40 centimeters long. It stretched from her left shoulder to her lower right rib. This cut almost killed Lu Hong back then. It is said that it was only a few millimeters away from the heart. She was lucky to have survived. Yi Xiao, when did you come? At this moment, Lu Hong finally reacted, her face turning red like an apple. Oh, I just got here. Yi Chen quickly said. At this time, Hong Ye finally let go. Anyway, Yi Chen has already seen it. And even if he doesn't look now, I'll still have to look at it when I remove the scar later. He immediately said to Lu Hong, I'll let Yi Xiao come to you to remove your scars. Sister, Lu Hong wanted to say that she didn't need it. However, the location of the scar is really. She never dared to wear clothes that were too revealing. She always wrapped herself up tightly. She was even too afraid to have a boyfriend. She had had boyfriends before. But when her boyfriend saw her scar, he ran away in fear. Since then, Lu Hong has never liked men. Only Hong Ye, who was also covered in scars, could make her feel empathy. Gradually, her feelings for Hong Ye changed in a subtle way. Can you really remove it? In the end, Lu Hong said. Of course, you've seen it yourself. I don't have any scars anymore. Hong Ye said with a smile. Will it be troublesome? Lu Hong was very curious. After all, it was impossible to remove such large scars. She had also secretly visited many dermatologists. Even the best hospitals can't completely remove the scar. The main reason is that the scar is too exaggerated. It was several dozen centimeters long and a centimeter wide. Even surgery can't restore it. Perhaps Yi Chen can help her recover. But if it's too troublesome, she doesn't want to trouble Yi Chen. It's not a problem, Lu Hong. I'll tell you, Yi Xiao's medical skills are amazing. He just touched my scars with his hands a few times, and they all disappeared. Hong Ye quickly said. After Hong Ye finished speaking, she suddenly froze. Indeed, Yi Chen's treatment method was very simple. However, Lu Hong's injuries were in a completely different place. If Yi Chen treated Lu Hong, wouldn't that be? Cough cough, that's not a touch, I'm using internal strength to promote the regeneration of your cells. Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose. This Hong Ye, the words are not at all professional. It's called massage, okay? Well, Lu Hong, you decide whether Yi Xiao will help you get rid of your scars. Hong Ye's cheeks also turned slightly red. You should know that her scars are almost all over her body. Yi Chen treating her is the same as saying. Actually, it's not a big deal. She already considered herself Yi Chen's person. It's just that Lu Hong knew about it, and she was a little embarrassed. The patient does not avoid the doctor. Please, Mr. Yi, help me get rid of my scars. It was Lu Hong who quickly regained her composure and said, "Yes, in my eyes, you are just a bunch of organs." Yi Chen said something that even he himself didn't believe. Soon, the treatment began. "Lu Hong, I need to cut your wound first, then let it heal again. During this time, you cannot use anesthesia, so bear with it," Yi Chen said to Lu Hong. "Okay, Yi Xiao, you can do it." "I won't scream at all." Lu Hong nodded to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took out a dagger, and Lu Hong also took off her towel. When he saw the wound, Yi Chen was stunned again. Although he had a fleeting glimpse of it before, he quickly looked away. So he didn't look very closely. But now, he saw Lu Hong's wound in its entirety. The wound had almost cut Lu Hong in half. The wound was a centimeter wide. This is not just a simple cut. It needs to be completely shaved down. "Yi Xiao, are you scared?" Lu Hong saw that Yi Chen was still not moving, and said with a somewhat disappointed expression. After all, this is what happened in the past, scaring away her boyfriend. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Lu Hong, your situation is more serious. I need to remove all the scars." "It's okay, Yi Xiao, you come." Yi Chen began to work. Although Lu Hong was prepared for it, she still underestimated the pain. She was used to getting injured. But those injuries were all caused in an instant. It didn't really hurt that much. But now, the feeling was really like being slowly tortured to death. Although she tried her best to endure it, she still couldn't hold back. She let out a sound that could be misinterpreted. People who didn't know would think that she was. It took Yi Chen 5 whole minutes to clean all the scars. Next, it was time for treatment. Chapter 70, Yi Chen removes scars from the women, Part 2. The treatment part is not something people like to watch, so let's skip it. What do you think? I told you Yi Xiao was amazing. Looking at Lu Hong, who had completely recovered, Hong Yi exclaimed in surprise. Lu Hong stood in front of the mirror, turning her body left and right. Sure enough, the hideous wound that had accompanied her for many years had disappeared without a trace. "Thank you, Yi Xiao." Lu Hong bowed to Yi Chen in excitement. Cough cough, Yi Chen quickly turned his head away. This bright light is really blinding. At this moment, Lu Hong also reacted. She quickly got dressed. After curing Lu Hong, the news that Yi Chen could remove scars spread like wildfire. Before long, the whole Rakshasa Hall knew. Can Yi Xiao remove scars? Is it true? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The scars on my sister's body are gone, and even the big scar on Sister Lu Hong's face is gone. I also want to ask Yi Xiao to remove my scars. I wonder if he will do it for me. In fact, Yi Xiao is a very nice person and should not refuse. However, I heard that the scar removal requires a skilled hand, so it is best to first see where the scar is located and then decide whether to ask Yi Xiao to remove it. I don't care about the location, as long as it can remove the damn scar, not to mention the hand. Yi Xiao can use his mouth, it's fine. You wish. For a time, the entire imperial palace became lively. The girls from the Rakshasa Hall came to find Yi Chen to remove their scars. After all, they fight and kill all day long, and inevitably get injured and leave scars. For these beauty-loving girls, Yi Chen could only reluctantly agree. After all, these girls had just risked their lives for him not long ago. It is only right to remove their scars. The locations of the scars on these girls are also very strange. Some are on the back, some are on the chest, and some are on the legs. There are even forest injuries. A long line of people formed outside Yi Chen's door. Every girl who went in came out with a satisfied look on her face. Yi Chen's door was constantly filled with people. But the faces of Su Yu and Yi Qi, who didn't know what was going on, were not very good. "Xiao Yu, go and get your brother," Yi Qi said to Su Yu with a stern face. Is this a good idea? Although Su Yu was excited, she pretended to be reluctant. Just go. Okay, Mom. Su Yu quickly ran over. In the room, a little girl with a wounded shell was preparing to find Yi Chen to remove her scars. When Yi Chen learned where the little girl was injured, he was not at all happy. I said, "Sister, this is a scar from giving birth, right?" Fortunately, at this time, Su Yu's voice rang out at the door. "Brother, Mom wants you to come over." "Well, I'm going to my mom's place first." Yi Chen quickly slipped away. Yi Xiao, you go quickly and come back quickly. I'll wait for you. The little sister didn't forget to call out behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen finally had a chance to wipe the sweat off his forehead and came to Yi Chi's room. Mom, you're looking for me? Yi Chen saw Yi Chi's serious expression and asked cautiously. Yi Chi said with a stern face, Xiao Chen, although you are so big now, I shouldn't be meddling in your business, but you can't be so indulgent. Where have I been indulgent? Yi Chen felt a bit confused. Seeing that Yi Chen still didn't admit it, Yi Chi glared at Yi Chen and said, Tell me, how many young girls have been to your room tonight? Can your body handle this? It's fine. I'm full of energy and I'm doing fine. Yi Chen thought that Yi Chi was worried about him removing the scars of so many little sisters and was afraid that he would get tired, so she was concerned about him. You're not doing well at all. Have you heard the saying, when you're young, you don't know how precious life is, but when you're old, you look back and cry? Yi Chi used a Chinese idiom to persuade Yi Chen. And, are you doing this to make up for what you did to Hongye? Yi Chen finally reacted. He immediately said, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just removing their scars. Scars? Right, what else? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. This scar removal is scar removal, but you have to be careful. You can't let Red Leaf down. Yi Chi knew that Yi Chen's status was extraordinary now, and those women would be happy to jump on him. Mom, I told you, I'm not in a relationship with Hongye. I like. Yi Chen wanted to tell Yi Chi that he liked Ningxin. Okay, don't talk to me about that. If you want to marry, you can only marry Hongye. I only recognize Hongye. Yi Chi said forcefully. Yi Chen wanted to say something else, but was driven out of the door by Yi Chi. Okay, you can all go now. You're trying to kill Yi Xiao. Lu Hong saw that the situation was getting out of hand and walked out of her room. Although Yi Chen didn't say it, Lu Hong knew that Yi Chen would definitely consume a lot of internal strength during treatment. These tiger women, no matter where there are scars, let Yi Chen treat them. They don't care if they kill Yi Chen. Sister Lu, you can't cross the bridge and tear it down. Yes, Sister Lu, my husband always says that he is a talker, so you should let Yi help me get rid of the scar. A group of young ladies surrounded Lu Hong, chattering and arguing, making Lu Hong's head ache. Okay, I can let Yi help you get rid of it, but it must be a location that has a greater impact. Come on, show me where your scars are. Don't bother Yi if they're not important. Lu Hong decided to help Yi Chen screen. After all, the Luo Shitang is dominated by women and men are in decline. There are hundreds of young ladies. If they all ask Yi Chen to remove their scars, he'll be exhausted. Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on my stomach, it's too unsightly, I must ask Yi Xiao to help me get rid of it. A young lady with a melon-shaped face said to Lu Hong. Okay, you can go in. Next. Sister Lu, my scar is on my waist. Sister Lu, my scar is on my chest. Sister Lu, my injury is not convenient to display. Despite the fact that Lu Hong was there to keep an eye on things, there were still dozens of people. In the end, it was Hongya who appeared and brought the situation under control. And while helping these little sisters remove their scars, he also had an idea. Surely it's not just the little sisters at the Rakshasa Hall who want to get rid of their scars. Why not develop a scar removal product? Although the effect is not as good as his direct treatment, as long as you use it consistently, you can also remove scars that are not particularly difficult. In this way, he can also make money. Although Master Sha Di gave him a black card, it was after all his master's money, and he couldn't always rely on his master. Fortunately, Hongye runs a cosmetics company. He could let Hongye's company produce it. Okay, that's enough for today. Yi Chen yawned and looked outside. It was already dawn. After being tossed around by dozens of little sisters all night, even Yi Chen, who was very powerful, felt a little tired. He was just about to take a break when Shanao Shui came. Chapter 71 Shanao Shui is here. Hearing that Shanao Shui was coming, Su Yu and Yi Chi both looked very unpleasant. Because Yi Chi's arm was broken by Shanao Shui's people. Therefore, she lost her job and her family could not make ends meet. Su Yu chose to work in a nightclub so that her mother would not have to work so hard. Therefore, the two of them are filled with hatred for Shanao Shui. Especially Yi Chi. If it weren't for Shanao Shui, Yi Chen wouldn't have donated a kidney to her, and he wouldn't have disappeared for 3 years. Although her hand was cured by Yi Chen at the first time, hatred would not disappear so easily. Mom, let's go out and take a look. I'm sure you'll feel better when you see Xianao Xue again. Yi Chen said to the two of them. When Yi Qi and Su Yu saw Xianao Xue, they were stunned. They saw that Xianao Xue had completely lost her human form, and her body was swollen like a steamed bun. She had not had dialysis for a long time. If it weren't for Shen Wanguo next to her, Yi Qi wouldn't have recognized her as Xianao Xue. Moreover, one of her arms was broken and she was blind. It was miserable. What happened to her? Seeing Xianao Xue like this, Yi Qi's hatred also subsided a lot. I did it. Yi Chen said indifferently. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I know that no matter what I do, you will never forgive me, but please save me for the sake of our past as husband and wife. Xianao Xue no longer had the arrogance she had before, and pleaded. Don't worry, I keep my word. But what did I say at the time? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Shen Wanguo and Xianao Xue began to slap themselves hard. They used all their strength, and soon blood flowed from their mouths. Yi Chen looked at all this with indifference. His hatred for Xianao Xue had already dissipated when he had taken her kidney and blinded her. But when he learned that she had actually had her godmother's hand broken, the anger in his heart flared up again. Crack! The two kept slapping themselves. Their faces were swollen. Xianao Xue was already weak, and she actually fainted. Yi Chen, Ao Xue is dying. How about you save her first? I'll take her place. Shen Wanguo begged. Yi Chen did not answer, but looked at Yi Qi and asked, Mom, do you feel satisfied? Okay, Xiaochen, that's it. Yi Qi was originally kind-hearted. Seeing Xianao Xue in such a miserable state, the hatred in her heart disappeared. Lu Hon, carry Xianao Xue inside. Yi Chen nodded and said. Thank you, thank you. Shen Wanguo was in tears of gratitude. You continue. Yi Chen said coldly to Shen Wanguo. Shen Wanguo had no choice but to continue slapping himself. His heart was filled with remorse. If only he had known that Yi Chen could become so strong. I shouldn't have. No, even if Yi Chen is so strong, he still has no room for resistance in front of the D family. When the D family arrives, Yi Chen, see how you will respond. Yi Chen, in the past, was not even as good as a dog raised by the Shen family in front of Shen Wanquan. But now, he can only kneel before Yi Chen and beg Yi Chen to save Xianao Xue. He must be very unhappy. However, he had no choice. Soon, Xianao Xue was taken to a guest room. Seeing Xianao Xue's current appearance, Yi Chen was also a bit sad. Xianao Xue used to be the dream girl in every man's heart. But now, she is extremely ugly. Yi Chen opened the insurance policy that Shen Wanhua had brought. Inside were 2 fresh kidneys. His brows furrowed. Because he discovered that they were not pig kidneys, but human kidneys. He took out a 9-turn golden needle and stabbed it at Xianao Xue. Xianao Xue soon woke up. Xianao Xue, I told you to get 2 pig kidneys. Why are these not pig kidneys? Yi Chen said coldly. Yi Chen, don't be angry. We didn't rob these 2 kidneys. Not long ago, a female college student was murdered, and her family signed a donation agreement. Xianao Xue was afraid that Yi Chen would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. After hearing Xianao Xue's words, Yi Chen's anger on his face disappeared a little. However, Yi Chen, this kidney does not match my body. Are you sure it can survive in my body? Xianao Xue said with some doubt. After all, it is well known that organ transplants must be successful in matching, and even if the matching is successful, there will be a rejection reaction, and drugs must be taken to maintain it. If an organ transplant is not a successful match, then it will not be successful 100%. If you don't believe me, you don't have to let me transplant it for you. Yi Chen said indifferently. I believe you, Yi Chen. I believe you. Transplant it for me. Xianao Xue said quickly. Now, Yi Chen is her only hope. However, Yi Chen did not move for a long time. After all, Xianao Xue had caused him so much harm in the past, and now he felt uncomfortable about curing her. Yi Chen, I know you still hate me. I'm sorry, as long as you cure me, you can do whatever you want to me. Xianao Xue said in a low voice. She knew how much Yi Chen loved her at that time. She clearly remembered that at that time, even the dirty clothes she had changed were held by Yi Chen and smelled for a long time. Even if Yi Chen hated her, Yi Chen must still like her body. Otherwise, why would Yi Chen want to cure her? Yi Chen took a deep breath and finally decided to cure Xiaoxue. After all, he promised to cure her. Xiaoxue, let me tell you first, when I transplant a kidney into you, I won't give you an anesthetic. If you are still willing to accept it, then I will help you transplant it. Yi Chen said coldly. Not giving her an anesthetic when transplanting into Xiaoxue is his final bottom line. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiaoxue's body suddenly trembled. She had personally experienced the feeling of having her kidney ripped out alive. The pain was so excruciating that she wanted to die. And without anesthesia during the transplant, the pain would definitely be more painful than digging it out. After all, it will last longer. Although Xiaoxue was very scared. But in order to survive, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing. Xiaoxue thought, at worst, she would faint from the pain. Very good. Yi Chen's mouth curved up in a smile. He knew exactly what Xiaoxue was thinking. Xiaoxue must have thought that when a person is subjected to great harm, the brain will form a protective mechanism that makes the person temporarily faint. Then you won't feel the pain. But Yi Chen would never give Xiaoxue the chance to faint. He directly took out 2 9-turn golden needles and stuck them into 2 acupuncture points on Xiaoxue's body. In this way, even if Xiaoxue's bones were broken one by one, she would not faint. Chapter 72 Xiaoxue confesses to Yi Chen. It's not that Yi Chen is cruel. When Xiaoxue asked Hong Tao to cut his kidney, he didn't give him an anesthetic either. Yi Chen did not do any preparatory work. He started the surgery directly. If he didn't have a scalpel, he used a dagger. He deliberately didn't cut too quickly. Instead, he slowly and carefully cut open Xiaoxue's stomach. Ah! The dagger only went in a little bit, and Xiaoxue screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts so much, Yi Chen, I can't take it anymore. Xiaoxue grabbed Yi Chen's arm. It hurts so much. It was many times more painful than when Yi Chen had dug out her kidney. As everyone knows, the faster the speed, the less pain there is, and the slower the speed, the more pain there is. Do you want me to stop? Yi Chen asked. No, don't stop, keep going. Xiaoxue was sweating profusely from the pain, but she knew that if she stopped, she would die. So Yi Chen continued. Xiaoxue's whole body was shaking with pain, and she wanted to faint. But why was her brain so clear? She didn't feel faint at all. However, Xiaoxue was also a strong person. Although she was in pain and wanted to hit the wall, she still insisted on not making large movements with her body. Not to interfere with Yi Chen's surgery. In fact, Yi Chen only needed a few minutes to complete the surgery. However, he deliberately took more than an hour. During that hour, Xiaoxue felt as if she had entered hell. Xiaoxue knew that Yi Chen was definitely punishing her. So, she could only endure. This is what she owes Yi Chen. She hoped that Yi Chen would forgive her after this. After replacing both kidneys, Yi Chen punctured his fingertip and used the 9-turn golden needle to extract a few drops of his own unicorn blood. The key to the survival of the alien organs is the unicorn blood. At that time, Yi Chen's organs were almost smashed into a pulp. Even with the medical skills of the killing emperor, it was difficult to bring him back to life. In order to save Yi Chen, the emperor of Qilin exchanged the organs of the unicorn for Yi Chen's, and replaced Yi Chen's blood with the blood of the unicorn. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually came back to life. 2 hours later, the operation was completely over. Xiaoxue also fully recovered to normal. Not even a scar was left behind. Xiaoxue was so happy that she burst into tears. Yi Chen had really cured her. Moreover, she felt very comfortable in her body. You see, 3 years ago, she received Yi Chen's kidney transplant, which saved her life. But her health was very poor, and she had to take anti-rejection drugs all the time. But this time, she didn't feel weak at all. She didn't even need to take any medicine. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen had not only become a martial arts master in the 3 years since they last met. His medical skills have also reached a state of transcendence. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a master of life and death. Since her injury was not long ago, Yi Chen easily cured her. At this moment, Xianao Xue had completely recovered to the way she was 3 years ago. In fact, she was even healthier than she had been 3 years ago. Thank you, Yi Chen. Xianao Xue saw Yi Chen's face again. This face is still handsome, but it is more than just handsome. In the past, Yi Chen was just a vase in Xianao Xue's eyes. She just used him as a tool to make herself look good. It was impossible to like Yi Chen. But at this moment, looking at Yi Chen again, she felt a little flutter in her heart. Xianao Xue, who has always been proud, likes powerful men. At this moment, Yi Chen is undoubtedly extremely powerful. Xianao Xue couldn't help but reach out to touch Yi Chen's face. However, Yi Chen dodged her. Xianao Xue looked at Yi Chen, who had no expression on his face, and said to him, Yi Chen, do you still like me? No. Yi Chen replied. Then turn your head and look into my eyes. Why should I look at you? Yi Chen said indifferently. Yi Chen, I know you hate me, but you still like my body, right? Xianao Xue grabbed Yi Chen's hand. She actually put Yi Chen's hand on her. What are you doing? Yi Chen frowned. Yi Chen, I'm sorry for what I did to you in the past. Now, let me make it up to you, okay? Xianao Xue said, and then gently unzipped her skirt. Yi Chen directly broke free from Xianao Xue's hand and stood up. Xianao Xue, don't be so self-righteous. I've never liked you. Yi Chen snorted. Yi Chen, are you ashamed of the fact that I came with Su Tiancheng? What era is this? How many women still have their first time? Even that Ning Xin, can you guarantee that she hasn't slept with other men? Xianao Xue said with clenched teeth. Pop. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped hard. Xianao Xue was about to get angry. But soon, she suppressed her anger. After all, Yi Chen is not the same person who was afraid to refuse to drink the foot bath. Xianao Xue, I won't allow you to say anything bad about Sister Xin. Yi Chen said with a bad look on his face. Xianao Xue took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen, you don't have to like my person, you just like my body. Don't you think I'm not beautiful or sexy? Xianao Xue said, kneeling up, exposing her curvy figure to Yi Chen. I have to say, Xianao Xue is still breathtakingly beautiful. Especially, her eyes are more mature than 3 years ago. She is also more feminine. Yi Chen of course knew why Xianao Xue had become more feminine. He was even more disgusted. Xianao Xue, I have done what I promised you. You can leave. Don't show up in my sight again, or I can't guarantee that I won't dig out your kidney again. Yi Chen said in a cold tone. Yi Chen, I have been your wife for 2 years, but I have never exercised my rights as a wife once. Can you let me exercise my rights once? Xianao Xue actually hugged Yi Chen. For some reason, Yi Chen, as he was now, was actually very attractive to Xianao Xue. Especially Yi Chen's indifferent attitude made her feel very attractive. In fact, it is not because of Yi Chen's cold attitude, but because of Yi Chen's great ability. Therefore, for a man to want a woman to like him, it is not because he is nice to her. If you don't have the ability, even if you give her your heart, she won't like you. But if you are strong enough, then, even if you tell her to get lost and call her a slut, she will still throw herself at you. This is vividly demonstrated in Xianao Xue. After all, even at the height of the Xin family's glory, they would not dare to neglect a master. You are no longer my wife. Yi Chen broke away from Xianao Xue's grasp. Yi Chen, as long as you say the word, I can still be your wife. What happened between us is actually unknown to many people. Xianao Xue hugged Yi Chen again and looked at him expectantly. Chapter 73 Xianao Xue begs for a slap. Yi Chen, I actually have feelings for you. If I didn't love you, why would I have to mourn for you for 3 years? I didn't let you touch me before because you only had one kidney, and letting you touch me would hurt your body. Now that we're both better, we're both normal people. Yi Chen, don't refuse me, okay? Yi Chen, I love you. This time, she is really in love with Yi Chen. To be fair, Xianao Xue is still very attractive to Yi Chen. As Xianao Xue said, Yi Chen hated Xianao Xue. But he still likes this body that can turn the world upside down. Xianao Xue is very capable, both in terms of her looks and her body. Now that she has 2 new kidneys, she no longer has the sickly appearance she had before. She looks even more attractive. Especially since Shen Aoshue had hurt him. He had an even stronger urge to take revenge on her. But, in the end, Yi Chen suppressed it. He and Shen Aoshue's grudges have been settled. He didn't want to have any more to do with Shen Aoshue. Shen Aoshue tried to get close to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen avoided her. He pushed Shen Aoshue away. With his back to Shen Aoshue, he said coldly, "Shen Aoshue, don't be so cheap." "Yi Chen, I am cheap and shameless. As long as you are willing to forgive me and continue to be with me, you can scold me and beat me as much as you want." "Yi Chen, don't you hate me? Then come and take revenge on me severely." Shen Aoshue whispered in Yi Chen's ear. I have to say, Shen Aoshue is quite capable. Her words made Yi Chen's heart waver a little. Feeling Yi Chen's change, Shen Aoshue continued to add fuel to the fire. "Yi Chen, think about it. You gave me your kidney to get me. Now, I'm right in front of you. If you don't do something to me, are you worthy of your sacrifice? Are you worthy of serving me like a slave in my house? You can completely take this as a kind of revenge against me. Come on, take revenge on me." Every word Shen Aoshue said was a sharp stab to Yi Chen's nerves. Finally, he lost control and turned to embrace Shen Aoshue. Looking at Shen Aoshue's face that could turn the world upside down, Yi Chen slapped her hard. Ah! Shen Aoshue did not expect Yi Chen to actually hit himself. But seeing the deep hatred on Yi Chen's face, she knew that her words had had an effect. She wasn't angry, but instead said to Yi Chen with a sly smile, "Yes, that's it, hit me hard and vent your anger." Pop! Yi Chen slapped Shen Aoshue's face again. The snow-white face was slightly swollen. "Go on, don't stop, hit me harder." Pat! 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 Yi Chen was like a possessed man, slapping Shen Aoshue's face with each slap. It was so satisfying. Shen Aoshue's mouth was bleeding from the blows. But she was very happy. In the past, Shen Aoshue was a princess, a queen. Who would dare to hit her? He had slapped Shen Aoshue dozens of times, almost knocking her unconscious. Yi Chen finally stopped moving. The flames in his body also extinguished. He did not make a move on Shen Aoshue. Seeing that Yi Chen did not touch her in the end, a look of disappointment appeared in Shen Aoshue's eyes. But she didn't dare to continue to provoke Yi Chen. She just felt that she was almost beaten to death by Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, I know that you are still not satisfied after beating me up. In the future, whenever you are angry, just call me and I will come over and let you beat me up, okay?" Shen Aoshue leaned against Yi Chen's chest and said softly. "Okay." Yi Chen did not refuse. After all, who can refuse to slap the goddess? "Then, I'm leaving." Shen Aoshue is very smart. She wants to repair her relationship with Yi Chen. But she also knew that one should not rush things. Tonight, she has already done this much. Yi Chen didn't even touch her. This shows that Yi Chen has not yet overcome the psychological barrier. However, Yi Chen's psychological defense must have been torn open by her. She just needs to slowly widen the gap. Shen Aoshue left. Yi Chen let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he had not done anything out of the ordinary. He had been with Shen Aoshue for 2 years. For 2 years, Shen Aoshue had been arrogant like a rooster. Not to mention touching her, even looking at her twice would make Shen Aoshue angry. But today Shen Aoshue completely overturned his perception. I never thought that Shen Aoshue had such a side. Shen Aoshue had just walked to the door when she bumped into someone. It was Li Taizhu. He heard that Shen Aoshue had arrived and immediately rushed over to see how badly she was doing. But when he saw Shen Aoshue, he found that Shen Aoshue was not only not miserable, but had regained her former elegance. Seeing Li Taizhu, Shen Aoshue once again put on her iceberg expression. She just glanced at Li Taizhu and left. Li Taizhu wanted to say something, but when he saw Shen Aoshue's glare, he didn't dare to speak. It seems that Shen Aoshue's influence is still there. After Shen Aoshue left, Li Taizhu came in. He said to Yijin, "Yijin, did you cure Shen Aoshue?" "Yes." Yi Chen nodded. "Do you have any?" Li Taizhu's face showed a look of admiration. "No. It's a pity, easy. If I were you, I would let her experience what it means to be the 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian cannon. Li Taichu said with a look of regret. After all, Shinaoxue is his and Yi Chen's common goddess. Yi Chen had a chance, but let Shinaoxue go. Do you have feelings for her? Yi Chen asked. Of course, in Jiangdu, which man doesn't have thoughts about Shinaoxue? Li Taichu said casually. Why don't I call her back? Yi Chen asked. Is that really possible? Li Taichu's eyes lit up. Of course not. Yi Chen said in a bad mood. Damn it, Yi Zi, you're too stingy. You don't use it yourself, and you don't let your friends use it either. Li Taichu complained. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 74, Female Constable Seeks Help. The number displayed on the phone was a strange number. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chen? A sweet and lovely voice came from the phone. Yes, who is this? Yi Chen couldn't tell who it was. I am He Xiaomeng, the constable. We met before. Is there something wrong? Yi Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, could it be that he had turned into a Qilin? Other constables wouldn't recognize him after his transformation, but He Xiaomeng should know. After all, she had seen him before. But even if He Xiaomeng recognized him, what would that matter? She has no evidence, so she can just deny. He Xiaomeng quickly said, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I didn't tell anyone about what happened that day. Yi Chen's expression softened slightly and he said, What is it? Well, we arrested 2 criminals that day, and one of them escaped, the one you. He Xiaomeng said. Then what? The other prisoner is still in the hospital for treatment, but we received a message from a person named Mengpa saying that he will come today to rescue the prisoner. He Xiaomeng said in a low voice. In theory, the other party should have carried out this kind of thing quietly. But the other party directly told the police station that he would come today to rescue the person. How arrogant! After receiving the news, the entire police station became nervous. The police station immediately asked for help from above. The upper echelons called in reinforcements from the Dragon Squad. But He Xiaomeng still felt uneasy. Because she had seen the power of the Black and White Immortals. Obviously, the people who came to rescue the Black and White Immortals must not be ordinary. Even the Dragon Squad might not be able to solve it. So He Xiaomeng thought of Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought about it for a moment. Although this matter had nothing to do with him. But he is a dragon after all. Moreover, He Xiaomeng had helped him keep the secret, so he would help her. Brother, where are you going? Yi Chen, who was about to leave, was caught by Suyu. Today, Suyu had 2 high ponytails and was wearing super short shorts, which looked very eye-catching. She hugged Yi Chen's arm, and her 2 big white breasts were surprisingly elastic. I'm going out to do something. Yi Chen petted Suyu's head. Brother, you've been busy all night, aren't you tired? Suyu's beautiful big eyes flashed with an ambiguous light. Although Yi Chen said he was removing scars for the little sisters. But who knows, did Yi Chen do something else? You have to know that Yi Chen now has status and position. The little sisters of the Luo Shitang looked at Yi Chen as if they wanted to eat him up. I'm not tired, Yi Chen replied. Really? Really? Then, I'll go and help your sister get rid of her scars. Suyu blinked her big eyes. Where do you have a scar? Yi Chen was puzzled. You'll know if you come with me. Suyu looked around, there was no one, and she took Yi Chen away. Soon, Yi Chen was led by Suyu to her room. The girl's room was decorated in a pink-based style. It exuded the same fragrance as Suyu's body, which smelled very comfortable. After Suyu entered the room, she deliberately locked the door. Yi Chen said, It's okay, don't lock the door. I can heal it quickly. Wherever you have a scar, just let it show. Suyu first turned off the lights in the room, then turned around and said to Yi Chen with her back to him, Brother, come over here and unzip me so you can see it. Today, Suyu was wearing a dress with a back zipper. The zipper ran from her neck to the bottom of the dress. It was as if the clothes were worn inside out. But it's not that Suyu is wearing it backwards, it's just the style. It looks very interesting. Yi Chen was hesitant. Although, he and Suyu were very close in the past. But now Suyu is obviously different from that time. Back then, Suyu was just a teenager, still a little girl. But now, she has grown into a beautiful young lady. However, when he thought about helping her remove the scar, Yichen didn't think much about it. He reached out and grabbed the zipper pull, then slowly pulled it down. As he moved, Su's flawless back slowly appeared. She wasn't wearing glasses. Suyu's injury should be on her back, so it's normal that she's not wearing glasses. Suyu's waist is very slender and her curves are perfect. In a word, it would be a shame not to use such a beautiful back for cupping. Soon, Yichen saw the scars on Suyu's back. There were actually several scars. One in the middle, one on the right back, and one on the left waist. In particular, there was also a large scar on the left side near the armpit, which spread forward. From Yichen's perspective, he couldn't see how long the wound was. But Yichen couldn't look forward either. He just hoped that the wound wasn't too long, otherwise, it would be a bit of a hassle for him to treat. Although Suyu and he are not related by blood, they have always been like brother and sister since they were young. There are some taboos that need to be avoided. Yichen thought for a moment and then began the treatment. He concentrated his inner strength at his fingertips and ran them along Suyu's spine. He first removed the scar in the middle. Since Suyu's scars were not very large, there was no need to reopen the wound. As Yichen's fingertips slid, Suyu's body also tightened. Her silver teeth clenched her lips, as if she was restraining something. She finally understood why the little sisters would make such sounds when Yichen was helping them remove their scars. Some of the little sisters screamed so loudly that it could be heard halfway across the imperial palace. When Yichen's fingertips passed over it, it was like a small ant crawling on it. It tickled and was very comfortable. However, Yichen's brow suddenly furrowed slightly. Because he realized that he was unable to remove the scar on Suyu's back. Strange. Yichen changed to another scar. After a few minutes, it still didn't work. Finally, Yichen placed his hand on Suyu's scar near her armpit to see if he could remove it. This scar was the longest and the largest. Yichen's hand moved forward along the scar, moving. Suddenly, Yichen's hand retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Because, his hand suddenly touched a soft spot. He knew what it was, of course. It seems that Suyu has really grown up. The little head that was once so cute is now a big ball. However, what shocked Yichen the most was that he couldn't remove any of the scars on Suyu's back. It's a strange thing. He tried a few more times. He almost scratched the skin off Suyu's back, but he couldn't remove a single scar. Finally, Yichen discovered the key to the problem. It was because Chapter 75, Dragon Squad Leader. After careful observation by Yichen, he finally discovered the reason why he couldn't remove the scar on Suyu's back. The reason is that there is no scar on Suyu's back at all. Those scars were all drawn by her with a 3D pen. No wonder she turned off the lights as soon as she entered the room. Yichen was too afraid to look closely because of his relationship with Suyu. He only took a quick glance, then turned his head away and relied on the sense of touch to determine the location of the scars. Therefore, he didn't notice it at first. It wasn't until he scraped a small amount of paint off Suyu's back that he realized. Suyu. Yichen was a little angry. Suyu clearly had no scar, but she had lied to him. Suyu was completely unaware of Yichen's expression, and was still immersed in the pleasure of Yichen's fingertips sliding across her skin. Brother, what's wrong? Go on, don't stop. Suyu said in a trembling voice. Suyu, you don't have a scar at all. Yichen said in a grumpy tone. Suyu realized that the secret was out. She immediately turned around, hugged Yichen's arm, and said with a flattering look on her face, Brother, I just wanted to see how you remove scars because they were so happy when you did it for them. Okay, I'm leaving. Yichen tried to break free from Suyu's embrace. Suyu, however, held on tightly and said with a sly look on her face, Brother, do you think I have a good figure? It's okay. Yichen said indifferently. How about compared to those little devils in the Rakshasa Hall? Suyu winked at Yichen. I said, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. Yichen forcibly broke free from Suyu's embrace. This girl really has a lot of nerve. Doesn't she know how to avoid suspicion? Brother, tell me honestly, did you get a little excited when you saw my back just now? Suyu asked from behind. You're my sister. Yi Chen blared at Suyu angrily. We're not even related. Brother, do you remember when we were little? You said you would marry me when you grew up. You can't have forgotten that. Suyu said in a low voice. Of course I remember, but I didn't say I wanted to marry you, you said you wanted to marry me. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Then, if I really want to marry you, will you marry me? Suyu looked at Yi Chen with affection in her eyes. Suyu has liked this older brother since she was a child. When she learned that Yi Chen had married into the Shin family, she was sad for a long time. Marry you? I'm your brother, and now that you've grown up, you can't be as reckless as you were when you were little. Yi Chen said with a stern face. Where did I mess up? Brother, you must not love me anymore. I remember that when I was little, I wanted to play the sparrow, and you never refused. Suyu's little mouth was pouting. Hearing Suyu's words, Yi Chen suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. This girl really says whatever she wants. I'd rather not waste my breath on her and just leave. Seeing Yi Chen leave, Suyu's mouth pouted even higher. It seems that the saying is true. She is afraid that her brother will suffer, and she is afraid that her brother will drive a Land Rover. Now Yi Chen has more women around him, and he's already starting to ignore his little sister. Xiao Chun, are you going out again? You didn't sleep last night. Seeing Yi Chen about to leave, Yi Chi said with some concern. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine. Yi Chen gestured to Yi Chi not to worry, and then left the imperial palace. Yi Chi was somewhat helpless. Mom, you don't care about him either. Maybe he's going to find another little vixen. At this time, Suyu also came out, with her mouth pouting like she could hang a soy sauce bottle on it. Alas, my son is grown up, how can I control him? Yi Chi sighed. Yi Chen left the imperial palace and took a taxi directly to the hospital. Then he found the room that Xiaomeng had told him about. Before he even entered the room, he heard a very arrogant voice. Don't worry, I'm here. No matter who comes to save him today, I'll make sure he never comes back. That's right, with Brother Dolly here, I don't think even the goddess of death would dare to come. Brother Dolly, I'm counting on you today. Dolly, the leader of the Dragon Squad. The Dragon Squad is a transcendent existence that is above the police station. It specializes in handling tasks that the police cannot handle. Every member of the Dragon Squad is a martial artist. Moreover, they are not weak martial artists. He is a captain-level fighter, and his strength is even greater. A group of constables surrounded Dolly, constantly flattering him. He was very pleased. Especially since there were a few good-looking girls in the constabulary, he wanted to show off even more. Especially the female constable named Xiaomeng, who had a thing in front of her that looked like a basketball. He's grown up to be a constable, and he's not afraid that it will be inconvenient when he's on the move. For the constables, the Dragon Squad is a sacred place. Therefore, they all have great respect for Dolly. The female constables were even more starry-eyed. Are the people in your Dragon Squad really that powerful? How do they compare to the Jiangbei army? Jiangbei army? Ha, they are not even worthy of being compared to the Dragon Squad. Let me put it this way, even an ordinary member of the Dragon Squad is many times better than him. Dolly said proudly. Wow, then Brother Dolly, as the captain of the Dragon Squad, is even more awesome. The female constable exclaimed in admiration. It's okay, I'm just barely in the top 3 of the Jiangdu Dragon Squad. Dolly was not at all modest. Oh, by the way, you don't need so many people here. The more people there are, the more likely it is to scare the snake. I think it's better if I and Shoei stay here. Dolly's gaze fell on Xiaomeng. Although everyone respects him. But it's not easy to get things done with so many people. Ah, Brother Dolly, we also want to stay and see your heroic figure. The other 2 female constables said with some dissatisfaction when they heard this. Okay, you 2 can stay too. Dolly said with a pretense of generosity. The other male constables naturally understood Dolly's intentions. They were a little resentful. After all, these female constables were usually out of their league. Today, they are probably going to be penetrated by Dolly. But who can blame them for being envious? Which woman doesn't like a strong man? The female constables looked at Dolly as if they wanted to eat him up. The male constables were about to leave, but Yi Chen pushed open the door and walked in. "Brother Chen, you're here." When Yi Chen saw He Xiaoming, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Yi Chen nodded. Seeing Yi Chen, He Dali's brows furrowed slightly. Although he is very burly and not ugly. But compared to Yi Chen, he was clearly far inferior. Yi Chen's appearance is that he doesn't dress up much. If he were to dress up, he wouldn't be any worse than those popular stars. Who is he? He Dali looked at Yi Xiaoming and asked somewhat unhappily. Chapter 76, The White Ghost is here. Oh, his name is Yi Chen, he is my friend, I specially invited him to come and help. He Xiaoming quickly said. Although He Dali was bragging about himself. But after all, He Xiaoming had never seen He Dali in action. He didn't know how strong he was. But he had seen Yi Chen's strength. With his own eyes. Help? Do I need to ask for help from someone else? He Dali's eyes were not good. Brother He, don't be angry. I just think that having one more person is one more guarantee. He Xiaoming whispered. Xiaoming, this is not right of you. Are you looking down on Brother Dali? That's right, Brother Dali can handle Mengpa alone. The two female constables did not know Yi Chen, even though he was good-looking. But in their system of women, they all respect the strong. Without strength, no matter how beautiful you are, you won't get into their eyes. Brother Chen is very powerful. He Xiaoming quickly said. Awesome? Can he be as awesome as Brother Dali? Female Constable Chen Wen said disdainfully. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better leave. What's going to happen here is not something you can get involved in. Don't get yourself killed. Another female constable named Zhang Shuang also said. The two female constables' flattery made He Dali feel very useful. It's okay, if you want to stay, then stay, but when Mengpa comes, remember to hide behind me and don't get killed by her. He Dali said with a smile. Of course, he could see that He Xiaoming looked at Yi Chen with a different kind of gaze. He Xiaoming is the woman he likes. It was good that Yi Chen wanted to stay. At that time, he would deliberately lead Mengpa to Yi Chen. Then, let Mengpa kill Yi Chen. In this way, there will be one less competitor. Okay, Brother Dali, you have to protect me later. Yi Chen said with a smile. Don't worry, as long as you don't go looking for trouble, Mengpa won't be able to hurt you. The male constable who had not yet left said. Xiaoming, when the fight starts, you must stay close to me, and it's best if you don't leave my side, so that I can protect you. He Dali no longer paid any attention to Yi Chen, but instead smiled and said to He Xiaoming. Oh, good. He Xiaoming nodded. Brother Dali, you can't just protect Xiaoming, I need protection too. Chen Wen pouted. Yes, Brother Dali, I need protection too. Jin Shuang also agreed. No problem, just follow me closely for a while. He Dali said with a look of confidence. Then, He Dali began to tell about some of his great achievements. He had subdued dozens of armed robbers with his bare hands and had gone abroad to carry out difficult missions. The constables listened with great interest. Yi Chen, however, was yawning. There was no way he could help it. He hadn't slept at all last night. Now that he was listening to He Dali brag, Yi Chen was very sleepy. Seeing Yi Chen's sleepy look, Jin Shuang was suddenly unhappy. She frowned and said, when you have the opportunity to listen to Brother Dali's lecture, listen carefully. Yes, what Brother Dali said was all dry goods. Chen Wen also said. Brother Dali, you're so amazing. Can you teach us a few tricks? After the two female constables finished talking about Yi Chen, they looked at He Dali with shining eyes again. No problem. Since you want to learn, I'll teach you, but I need an opponent. Who will it be? He looked at the three female constables. He naturally hoped that He Xiaoming would be his opponent. In this way, in the process of teaching, he could naturally take advantage of the situation. However, it was Jin Shuang who volunteered to step forward. I'll do it. Although she is not He Xiaoming, Jin Shuang is actually not bad. She is not as developed as He Xiaoming, but she is taller than He Xiaoming, and her long legs give her a very powerful look. Okay. Soon, He Dali was teaching. It turns out that He Dali is quite capable. He taught a few moves that would take these ordinary constables a long time to learn. Of course, when teaching, he took the opportunity to take advantage of Jin Shuang. To Hidali's surprise, Jin Shuang not only didn't get angry. On the contrary, sometimes he even deliberately catered to him. For example, when the two of them were close together, Jin Shuang would deliberately bump into Hidali. This made Hidali very excited. Watch carefully and learn well. If you can learn just one or two moves, you'll be able to use them for the rest of your life, Hidali said as he taught. When he spoke, he also looked at Yi Chen twice. At this time, although Yi Xiaoming was also looking at him, most of the time, she was actually looking at Yi Chen. This made Hidali very unhappy. A little white face, he actually dared to compete with him for a woman, really looking for death. Especially, seeing Yi Chen's seemingly careless appearance, Hidali was even more angry. He said to Yi Chen, "Kid, you should study hard, you never know when you might need it." "Okay, brother Dolly." Yi Chen smiled. Yi Xiaoming no longer looked at Yi Chen. But she didn't think that Hidali's teaching was that great. If it wasn't for the encounter with the two ghosts and Yi Chen, she would definitely have thought that Hidali was very powerful. But now, she thinks that what he is teaching is just some fancy moves. It might be useful against ordinary people. But when you encounter a powerful opponent like the Black and White Immortals, it is completely useless. Of course, Hidali is not as weak as he seems. It's just that he hasn't been teaching them seriously. After all, these constables are just ordinary people. If he tried to teach them real skills, they wouldn't be able to learn them. During the teaching process, he became more and more bold. At first, he only took advantage of Jin Shuang in secret. But gradually, he became very bold. The male constables saw it and felt it in their hearts. This is their sister. But there was nothing they could do. And Jin Shuang, surprisingly, boldly responded to He Filong. This made He Filong very excited. He really couldn't help but feel the flames in his heart. He stopped teaching. "I and Jin Shuang will go out to investigate the terrain. You guys stay here. If Mengpa appears, signal me immediately. Don't force it," Hidali said to the crowd. "Okay, brother Dolly." Everyone knows what the two of them are up to. But it's not good to break the ice. After all, no one has the right to interfere in a consensual relationship. Soon, Hidali took Jin Shuang to an empty ward. Soon after Hidali left, two figures appeared outside the hospital gate. One of them was Bai Lingjiao, the White Immortal. Her injuries had not yet healed, but she had recovered a little. And standing next to her was Chapter 77 Meng Pa. Next to Bai Lingjiao, there was a little girl standing there, less than 1.2 meters tall. However, although the little girl was not tall, but her face looked very mature. She had fair skin, long, curled eyelashes, a high nose, and a red lip with rose lipstick. Long wavy hair. There was also a small mole at the corner of her eye. She looks very sexy. However, such a sexy face is actually on a petite body that is less than 1.2 meters tall. It looks very visually striking. She is Meng Pa. "Sister Meng, please save my brother," Bai Lingjiao said to the little girl with great respect. Although this little girl looks petite and harmless, but Bai Lingjiao knew that this petite body contained a terrifying power. She knew that she and Bai Yulong had been unable to defeat this little girl. Therefore, even though she did not know how old the other person was, Bai Lingjiao still calls her sister. "Don't worry, those useless cops are not a match for me," Mengpa said with her hands behind her back. "But, big sister, we told them in advance that we were coming, and they will definitely ask the Dragon Squad for help." Bai Lingjiao frowned. Although the police station is not worth mentioning for a strong person like Bai Lingjiao, but the Dragon Squad is different. It is specially used to deal with martial artists like them. The Dragon Squad? I'll see how good they really are. Mengpo's mouth curled up in a smile. An empty hospital room. Jin Shuang was lying in Hidali's arms, her face full of happiness. She felt honored to be able to communicate with such a strong person as Hidali. "Brother Dolly, do you think I have a chance to join the Dragon Squad?" Jin Shuang asked with a sly smile. "Well, it's not impossible. It depends on your performance." Hidali smiled slyly. "Don't worry, brother Dolly, I will perform well and definitely satisfy you," Jin Shuang said in a sweet voice. However, just as Hidali was about to make a big move, his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the phone and saw that it was from the police station. Bad luck. He looked down at Jin Shuang, who was looking at him with longing eyes, and finally answered the call. Oh no, Brother Dolly, the white ghost is here. A panicked voice came over the phone. I'll be right there, he said. Although he was a little upset that his good deed had been interrupted. But there was no need to worry, because Jin Shuang was not going anywhere. First, he would deal with the white ghost, and then he would have his way with her. When Jin Shuang saw him fixing the white impermanent, he would definitely admire him even more. Although the strength of the white immortal has been greatly reduced, it may not even be 30% of its full strength. But it is definitely not something these constables can handle. At this moment, White Immortal is holding a woman's neck. The woman was none other than the female constable Chen. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. I have already done as you asked and made the call. Can you please let me go? Chen said, trembling all over. She had just gone to the bathroom, and this woman appeared like a ghost. She didn't even have time to draw her gun before she was overpowered by the other party. Although Bai Wu Chang was confident in Meng Po's strength. But just in case, she decided to take a look at the situation first. Sure enough, the other party really called in the Dragon Squad for support. So she asked Chen to call Li Dali and lure him over. In this way, Meng Po would be able to rescue Black Impaler more smoothly. Don't worry. I will keep my word and let you go. Bai Wu Chang sniffed at Chen Wen's neck. Chen Wen felt a tingle of fear run down her spine at the White Immortal's actions. She didn't know what the White Immortal wanted. Suddenly, the White Immortal bit Chen Wen on the neck. Ah! Chen Wen screamed in pain. She tried to break free from the White Immortal, but she couldn't. Let her go and you will be spared. Fortunately, at this time, Hidali finally arrived. Bai Wu Chang turned his head and glanced at the tall and strong Hidali, raising the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he snapped his neck and broke it. Chen Wen's eyes were wide open, but her body slowly fell limp. Seeing this, Jin Shuang, who came with Hidali, was almost scared silly. You're looking for death. Hidali was full of anger. He had already asked the White Immortal to let them go, but the White Immortal had actually killed Chen Wen. This is like slapping him in the face. Without any further ado, Hidali rushed towards the White Impermanence. He was not a weakling, and his strength was not to be underestimated. When he ran, he was like a bull. Boom! The two clashed. Bai Wu Chang's body took a few steps back. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, at this time, Hidali was much stronger than her, who was still recovering from her injuries. But Bai Wanzing did not back down. She planned to hold on to Hidali to Bai Mengpa some time. However, she was too slow now. She kicked Hidali. But Hidali grabbed her ankle. He raised the corner of his mouth, and the next moment, punched Bai Wu Chang hard in the stomach. Wow! Bai Wu Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. A sense of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Obviously, Hidali's strength is actually not stronger than hers. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured and was only suppressed by Hidali. He grabbed the white neck of the White Immortal and held her up against the wall. Then his fists rained down on the White Immortal. Blood flowed from Bai Wu Chang's mouth. She had no power to resist. He stopped after hitting her dozens of times. Bai Wu Chang was already dying from the beating. He threw him to the ground like a dead dog. He glanced at the frail body of the White Immortal, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. She has lost her resistance. You can come over now. Hidali put his arms around his chest and said to the crowd. Everyone immediately rushed over. Jin Shuang took out handcuffs and handcuffed the White Impermanence. Brother Dolly is so awesome. Brother Dolly is so handsome. The constables applauded for Dolly. Oh, it was too late, and they couldn't save Xiaowen. He was heartbroken. In fact, Hidali didn't care at all about Chen Wen's life or death. He just felt that although Chen Wen was not as pretty as He Xiaomeng or Jin Shuang, she had a unique temperament. She was also quite attractive to him. He had originally thought that something might happen with Chen Wen in the future, but now it seems that it is impossible. Brother Dolly, don't blame yourself, you've done your best. If it weren't for you, we definitely wouldn't have been able to handle her. Everyone gave him a round of rainbow farts. Chapter 78, Hidali was abused. But what they said was also true, although the two of them had just fought for a short time. But it was clear that the White Impermanent's combat power was also very strong. The wall behind her was cracked. But she didn't die. She didn't even faint. He stepped on the White Immortal with one foot, still holding his arms in front of his chest, and then asked coldly, "Where is Mengpa?" Bai Wuchang ignored Hidali. "Speak up." He increased the pressure on his foot. However, Bai Wuchang still had no intention of talking. "Good, I like your tough bones." After saying that, Hidali picked up White Impermanence and said to the others, "You continue to guard Black Impermanence, I will interrogate her alone." "Okay, Brother Dali." Seeing this, Jin Shuang felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she was not stupid. She knew why Hidali wanted to interrogate White Impermanence alone. After all, this White Impermanence is so charming. Especially that body, it's just too good. Her waist was as slender as a water snake, and she was the envy of every woman. Yes, when he first saw the White Impermanence, he was stunned by her beauty. Bai Wuchang's appearance was far superior to Jin Shuang's. Her figure was also much better than Jin Shuang's. Originally, Hidali was a little worried. But after easily defeating the White Impermanence, his confidence was instantly boosted. He thought Mengpa and White Impermanence were the same. Therefore, he let go of his worries. He was ready to interrogate White Reaper thoroughly. There is no woman who won't open her mouth in front of him. "What are you doing?" After Hidali threw the White Reaper on the couch, the White Reaper finally realized what Hidali wanted. "What do you think I want to do?" "Woman, I advise you to speak up obediently, otherwise, the consequences could be very serious." Hidali pinched Bai Wuchang's chin with his hand and smiled wickedly. "Get out of here!" Bai Wuchang shouted angrily. Get out of here." "I won't, but I can get you laid." "Woman, contact Mengpa immediately and let her save you." Hidali smiled. "You're dreaming." Of course, the white ghost wouldn't listen obediently. "I don't like to dream, I like to do." Hidali knew that the White Impermanence would not easily open his mouth. Then let him interrogate her first. However, just as Hidali was about to tear off the White Immortal's skirt, a voice full of the smell of a royal lady rang out. "I heard you were looking for me?" He turned around abruptly and saw a little girl standing behind him. But this little girl was clearly less than 1.2 meters tall, and her face looked very mature. There was a kind of special contrast. He looked at the little girl and was a little confused. Isn't this just a little girl? Could it be that Mengpa is a little girl? "Little girl, I don't have time to deal with you right now. I'll deal with you after I deal with her." Seeing that Mengpa was just a little girl, Hidali didn't take her seriously at all. "How dare you look down on me?" Mengpa was furious at being ignored by Hidali. The next moment, her body disappeared. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Suddenly, a huge force came from his waist. Then, his body flew out. Boom! It directly knocked open the door of the ward and the whole person fell on the corridor. What a fast speed! He was a little surprised. But he didn't take it too seriously. Although the little girl had shown amazing fighting power. But an attack of this strength could not hurt him. Hidali is a major in physical education. Therefore, his body is very resistant to blows. At this time, the constables heard the noise and rushed over. Fortunately, at this time, Hidali had already climbed up. "Brother Dali, what happened?" asked the crowd. "Mengpai is here." Hidali stared at the ward. "Da day." The sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out. Then a little girl walked out of the room. It turned out that the girl was still wearing high heels. Without the heels, she would probably be only 1.1 meters tall. But her mature face was full of charm. "Are you Mengpa?" Hidali looked up slightly. Mengpa smiled and said, "I am your mother. You want to die." Hidali was furious. "Next, don't blink, this is something you'll never see in your entire life." Hidali moved his muscles a bit and said to the constables, "Brother Dali is going to get serious." Don't worry, brother Dolly, we'll watch and learn. The constables widened their eyes, afraid of missing something. After all, it is still rare for the Dragon Squad to make a move. The fight with White Immortal was over too quickly, and everyone was left wanting more. The image of the Bronze Man. He Dolly roared. A golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. He punched out a fist. He actually punched a hole in the concrete wall next to him. At this moment, he really felt like he had a body of steel. At this moment, even He Xiaoming's gaze at He Dolly changed. Although, this He Dolly always likes to look at her with strange eyes. But it seems that he is also quite capable. Die! He smashed his fist at the little girl, who was less than 1.2 meters tall. The terrifying power seemed to tear the air apart. Boom! The next moment, He Dolly's fist, as big as a sandbag, smashed into the little girl's face. The little girl's face was knocked to the left. However, the little girl's body did not move at all. She raised the corner of her mouth and said teasingly, "You hit me so hard." This scene stunned everyone. Even He Dolly was shocked. You see, the power of his fist could even knock over a car. But when he hit the little girl, she was completely fine. "You just hit me, now it's my turn to hit you," the little girl said, and she lifted her high-heeled foot and lightly kicked him in the chest. However, this seemingly light kick actually felt like it was impossible to dodge. When the little girl's foot hit his chest, he suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a train. Then, his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew along the corridor of the hospital, all the way to the end, and finally slammed into the wall. Suddenly, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes widened. Mengpo's kick not only sent He Filong flying more than 20 meters, but also smashed the cement wall, causing it to cave in. A deep high-heeled shoe mark appeared on his chest. Chapter 79. Yi Chen shows his might. Thanks to his powerful physical skills, He Filong did not die, but he was already breathing in more and out less. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. They couldn't imagine that this seemingly harmless little girl was actually so terrifying. So fragile. Mengpa said disdainfully, then turned and left. Stop. At this point, the constables were all stunned and didn't know what to do. Only He Xiaoming actually drew his gun and aimed it at Mengpa. This scene scared everyone. Where did He Xiaoming get the courage to draw her gun? Obviously, at Mengpo's level of strength, a gun is useless against her. Mengpa turned around and looked at He Xiaoming. She smiled and said, "Little constable, take your firewood away before I get angry, or else." He. Although He Xiaoming was also very scared at this moment, she still plucked up her courage and said, "Mengpa, you can't leave." He Xiaoming, are you crazy? He Xiaoming, put away the gun. Do you want to get us killed? The other constables saw this and shouted at her. He thought to himself, this He Xiaoming is looking for death, don't take them with you. However, He Xiaoming was a stubborn person, and she didn't put down her gun. She repeated, "You are not allowed to leave." "Ha, little constable, since you are looking for death, then I will grant you your wish." Mengpa looked at the bed next to her and grabbed the steel pipe by the bed. She gently pulled it, and a steel pipe was torn off. The next moment, she threw it directly at He Xiaoming. With Mengpo's power, this blow was enough to pierce through the concrete wall. Seeing this, He Xiaoming was so scared that she closed her eyes. She thought to herself, "This time I'm definitely dead." However, for a long time, He Xiaoming did not feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure standing in front of her. It was Yi Chen. And Yi Chen caught the steel pipe thrown by Mengpa with his bare hands. This scene also stunned everyone. I didn't expect Yi Chen to be so powerful. Mengpa? Surrender at once, and I'll let you live. Yi Chen looked at Mengpa with a blank expression. Ha? You think you're so great for catching my move? Mengpo's mouth curled up in a smile. The next moment, her body, like a shadow, rushed towards Yi Chen. It has to be said that Mengpa is very fast. Ordinary people can only see her afterimage. By the time the afterimage disappeared, Mengpa had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. Her tiny fist directly blasted Yi Chen. Yi Chen also punched back. Boom! Two fists, one big and one small, collided in the air. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. The powerful shockwave shattered the glass around the two of them. Pounding. Mengpa stepped back several times in high heels. Only then did she stabilize her body. Who are you? Mengpo's eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, she did not expect Yi Chen to be so strong. You see, although she looks extremely petite, but in reality, she majored in strength. Her power is almost invincible among her peers. Even the two Grim Reapers together could not withstand her punch. This was the first time she had ever been at a disadvantage in terms of strength when fighting someone. I don't need to tell you who I am, Yi Chen said coldly. I am a member of the Xinming sect. Although you are very powerful, I advise you not to oppose us. The power of the Xinming sect is beyond your imagination, Mengpa said with gritted teeth. Xinming sect? I'm sorry, I've never heard of it, Yi Chen said with a blank expression. Seeing that he had failed to intimidate Yi Chen, Meng Xianyuan narrowed her eyes and turned to flee. You can't leave. Yi Chen had no intention of letting the other party go. He chased after her. He slapped Mengpa on the back. Ah! Mengpa let out a scream. Her body flew out. Yi Chen was about to subdue Mengpa, but suddenly saw a black object flying towards everyone. He saw it clearly. It was a grenade. If he didn't care, the grenade would fall between He Xiaoming and the others. At that time, the beautiful little constable would be blown to pieces by the grenade. Without thinking, Yi Chen gave up chasing Mengpa. He rushed over. Just as the grenade was about to land, he grabbed it. But the next moment, the grenade exploded. There was a loud explosion. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Although the grenade exploded, the fire it created was all compressed between Yi Chen's palms, forming a small fireball of 10 to 20 centimeters. It did not cause any harm to anyone. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. Yi Chen had actually suppressed the exploding grenade with his bare hands. Is this still a human? Not to mention the others, even He Xiaoming was stunned. She knew that Yi Chen was very powerful. But she never imagined that Yi Chen would be so powerful. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. After all, even movies wouldn't dare to make it this way, right? Of course, at this point, the person who felt the most like a slap in the face was Hidali. He had been pretending to be a clown all day, but he never imagined that the clown was actually him. Are you all right? Yi Chen casually dropped the steel balls in his hand on the ground and asked. Although he had just controlled the explosion of the grenade. But there was still a shockwave. No, it's fine. That's good. Yi Chen nodded to everyone and turned and left. Although Mengpa escaped, his palm was not a waste of effort. Even though Mengpo's body was incredibly strong, after taking that blow, he would be half dead if not dead. Seeing Yi Chen's back as he left, Jin Shuang's eyes lit up again. He's so handsome. Xiaoming, how do you know Yi Gu? Give me his contact information. Jin Shuang grabbed He Xiaoming's arm and shook it vigorously, his face full of excitement. Yes, Xiaoming, Yi Gu is so amazing, why didn't you tell us? A group of constables surrounded He Xiaoming excitedly. He Xiaoming was speechless. She remembered that she had said from the beginning that Yi Chen was very powerful, but you all didn't believe it. It was only after a long time that everyone remembered Hidali and Shenwen. Although Hidali was seriously injured, it was not life-threatening, and Shenwen was not dead either. Obviously, Yi Chen had already cured Shenwen when no one was paying attention. Shenwen, didn't you die? The others didn't know what was going on, but Shenwen certainly knew. It was Yi Gu who saved me, Shenwen said. Everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect that Yi Chen was not only a master of martial arts, but also a master of medicine. The mission was completed, and Yi Chen was preparing to go home. Suddenly, when passing by a hospital room, he saw a familiar figure. Chapter 80 Lin Ruoshi's Sadness. It was Lin Ruoshi. Originally, Yi Chen didn't plan to go in and say hello. However, when he heard what Lin Ruoshi said, his brows furrowed slightly. Do you have to drive me to death before you're satisfied? Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and her fists were clenched tightly. So, Yi Chen stopped. This is a single-person VLP ward. There were at least a dozen people standing in the room. In the bed, there was an old man in his 60s. At this moment, the dozen people in the room all had a heavy expression on their faces. Almost everyone's eyes were on Lin Ruwashi. Ruwashi, how could you say that? We don't want this either, but you know the situation with your grandfather. It can't be put off any longer. Yes, Ruwashi, when your grandfather was conscious, he loved you the most. Now, all we ask is for you to make a small sacrifice, and you refuse? A group of people surrounded Lin Ruwashi and chattered. Uncle, you have daughters too, why do you insist that I get married? Lin Ruwashi clenched her teeth and pressed her lips together. If only the Lin family has a daughter. In order to save her grandfather, she had no choice. But her uncles have only daughters, and they are all still unmarried. Why should she be the one to get married? Ruwashi, your grandfather loved you the most, and he even appointed you to be the president of the Lin family. Now that he is sick, of course you should take responsibility. Uncle Lin said with a heavy heart. You were so proud when you became the president, but now that it's time for you to contribute, you're not willing to do it? Auntie Sun Yulan also snorted. Faced with a dozen mouths, Lin Ruwashi had no room to argue. Yes, Grandpa had designated her to be the president of Lin's. But that's because Grandpa knew that only she could bring Lin's back from the dead. When she took over as president, no one in the entire Lin family wanted to take over the mess. Later, she turned the company from a debt-ridden company with 100 million in debt to a company with billions in assets. God knows how much hardship she has endured. Ruwashi, it's not that we don't want Roland to marry, but since the famous Dr. Joe specifically asked for you, there's nothing we can do. Auntie Ruwashi said with a sigh. Well, this matter is settled. Dr. Joe will be here soon. Ruwashi, don't look so sad. You're lucky to be marrying Dr. Joe. Uncle Lin said solemnly. At this moment, the door to the ward was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit with a mustache walked in. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, with a large gold tooth and his hair slicked back into a pompadour. He was a bit overweight and had a big belly. Dr. Zhou, you finally arrived. Dr. Zhou, Ruwashi has already agreed to marry you, so please treat the old man. The Lin family welcomed the groom. Seeing this, Yi Chen outside the door widened his eyes. No wonder Lin Ruwashi didn't want to marry. If it were him, he wouldn't want to marry such a man either. Not to mention the age of this week's doctor, he is more than 20 years older than Lin Ruwashi. It's fine if he's ugly. The key is that this outfit is really heady. As soon as Dr. Zhou entered the room, his eyes scanned the room. In the end, his gaze settled on Lin Ruwashi. When he saw Lin Ruwashi, his rat eyes immediately lit up. He had seen Lin Ruwashi before. At the time, he only took a quick glance, but was amazed by her beauty. Now, looking at her up close, is even more beautiful and breathtaking. Although Lin Ruwashi's eldest brother's daughter Lin Rolu and second eldest brother's daughter Lin Rolan are both beautiful women. But compared to Lin Ruwashi, they are far inferior. I have to say that the genes of the rich are good. No matter how they look, the wives they marry are definitely beautiful. Lin Rolu's mother, Chen Jinjin, and Lin Rolan's mother, Sun Yulan, are also beautiful. Unfortunately, they are already married. However, having Lin Ruwashi is enough. Such a beautiful woman, just looking at her makes Dr. Zhou feel an uncontrollable urge. Stared at by Dr. Zhou's pair of mouse eyes, Lin Ruwashi felt uncomfortable all over. At the thought of marrying such a man, Lin Ruwashi wanted to die. But for the sake of her grandfather, she still greeted Dr. Zhou politely. Hello, Dr. Zhou. Lin Ruwashi's voice was very pleasant. Hearing her voice, Dr. Zhou was very pleased. Ruwashi, don't be so formal. We're going to be family anyway. Dr. Zhou couldn't stop smiling. Master Zhou, the old man is dying. You'd better treat him. At this time, the Lin family urged him. No, I will treat him as soon as Ruwashi signs this agreement. Dr. Zhou smiled and took out a document. It turned out that the document was a marriage agreement. The content of the agreement was that Lin Ruwashi would marry Dr. Zhou, and Dr. Zhou would cure Lin's illness. If Lin Ruwashi regrets it, then the Lin family will have to compensate Dr. Zhou with 1 billion yuan. Although the Lin family has 5 billion in assets. But it is basically impossible to come up with a billion. The reason for making such an agreement is to prevent Lin Ruwashi from changing her mind. Joshini, this agreement is unnecessary. I, Lin Ruwashi, keep my word. If you can cure Grandpa, I will definitely not regret it. Lin Ruwashi said with a clenched jaw. Although she didn't want to marry an old man at all. But she couldn't just stand by and watch the old man die. There was no way around it. The old man was very sick. She had already asked Jiangdu's famous doctor, Du Gaoming, who was known for his miraculous healing powers, to take a look, but Du Gaoming said he was powerless. By chance, she met a famous doctor who claimed to be able to cure the old man. But the prerequisite is that Lin Ruwashi must marry him. Ruwashi, I naturally believe in your character, but there must be an agreement in place to ensure that if you change your mind, where can I go to make my case? I'll tell you the truth. The old man doesn't have much time left. Dr. Zhou squinted and said. Looking at Lin Jidong, who was pale as a ghost in the hospital bed, Lin Ruwashi let out a long sigh. Finally, she reached out and took the agreement that Dr. Zhou had handed her. After just one glance at the content of the agreement, Lin Ruwashi's face turned extremely ugly. Because, the agreement actually stated that after marriage, she must give the other party 5 children. She's not a pig, can she give birth to that many? The thought of marrying such a man and having to bear his children made Lin Ruwashi want to tear up the agreement. It seemed that he had read Lin Ruwashi's thoughts. Dr. Zhou laughed and said, I like children. Lin Ruwashi's body trembled slightly. In the end, she picked up the pen and was about to sign her name on the agreement.